The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area stop of the year with a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun the whole family will love. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the West Coast's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks of all years. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and vendor exhibit. Check out the Smash for Cash Demolition Derby. Experience a tire smoke and burnout competition, Nitro Thunderfest, and so much more. It's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
It's Joe Shasky from The Morning Roast. And if you're an independent restaurateur or are starting a brand new business, then you gotta know about my friends at Trimark. Trimark, making independent restaurateurs' dreams come true in Northern California for over 55 years. Whether you're designing your next restaurant or you need equipment and supplies, this is where Trimark comes in. They do it all. And what's most important to them is being a partner to their business customers. Visit TrimarkWest.com. That's TrimarkWest.com.
Homeowners are choosing the beauty of Milgard Trinsic Vinyl featured at Dolan's. Narrow frames, the contemporary look, the color choices, perfect white and tan, and an array of custom exterior colors. And that's only the beginning. The innovative Smart Touch window locks exceed California's rigorous forced entry codes, plus energy efficiency for comfort. Discover Milgard's vinyl benefits in the Ideas section at dolanlumber.com.
At Harris Ranch, we do beef, just like we've done for over 50 years. Beef that's raised locally right here in California. Tender steaks, awesome burgers, and California classics like tri-tip roast. The flavor you crave, the quality you trust time after delicious time. Come on, it's time to get out and grill. Harris Ranch, we do beef. Legendary beef, legendary quality.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Open wide. Let me see that smile.
There's a back-to-school braces boom at Doc Kelly's office.
Can you hold on for a sec? Can someone bring me more brackets?
She needs to realign her staffing plan with more registered dental assistants.
Can you reorder the rubber bands in red?
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
In Oakland, showers by the afternoon, highs in the upper 50s.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
It's time to wake up with a nice cup of morning roast. Featuring
Fillmore's finest, Monte Hill. The pride of the Excelsior, Joe Butcher Boy Shasky. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, the morning roast.
It's kind of strange that we didn't have a Niner and Warrior game yesterday, but it was a good day and a great sports weekend nevertheless. World Series champion gets crowned. Shout out to Dusty Baker and the Houston Astros. More specifically, shout out to Dusty Baker. A lot of great college football, a lot of good NFL games yesterday, including last night as Patrick Mahomes put on the show in the second half and wheeled the Kansas City Chiefs to another big-time win on Sunday Night Football. Shasky, what is happening?
I mean, man, it was a great sports weekend. I found myself in front of the couch as it was wet, cold conditions out there in the Bay Area, and I enjoyed it thoroughly, absolutely thoroughly. Where do you want to start? You want to start with baseball?
We go wherever you want to go. You want to start with baseball.
Well, I mean, the free agency is about to start up, and I've got notes on every beat. I've got you hear that? I don't know if the mic's picking it up. There we go. I've got an entire notepad full of notes. NFL notes. I've got NBA notes. I've got things galore. Let's start here with baseball. Number one, Dusty Baker. Look, you're the same age as I am, and Roger Craig was the manager before Dusty Baker for the San Francisco Giants. It felt like in the early 90s, as a diehard Giants fan, even as a young man, they're on their way out the door. Felt like they were going to leave St. Petersburg. And I remember opening up the Chronicle in the kitchen one day in the Sporting Green and seeing the mocked up jerseys for the St. Petersburg Giants. Remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And they get Dusty Baker and Barry Bonds in the same offseason. And it felt like a culture change. And it felt like that was the thing that flipped the script for me. And one of my favorite teams of all time is the 93 Giants. I don't care that they didn't win a championship. They're the seminal team that helped create the wild card. They made me into the diehard Giants fan that I am today. And I look at Dusty Baker as somebody who just exudes cool. And yeah, I know, he for years was the Marty Schottenheimer of baseball. He'll get you to the playoffs, but he'll lose in horrific fashion. And to hear him talk about Game 6 and how he had to sleep Game 5 going into Game 6 and think about the Game 6s, NLCS, Cubs, and Marlins. Giants, World Series 2002, and then now he finally gets his opportunity. It's just, it's incredible. And I know that a lot of people don't like the Astros, and that's fine. But for Dusty Baker, man, I mean, that's just what an incredible baseball life this guy's lived.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And to see Dusty at 73 years old finally get his due after over 2,000 wins, not blowing in the World Series. And Yordan Alvarez with the big blast, so much power there to put the Astros through. And a great World Series. It was a very well played, very entertaining World Series that ended Saturday night. So I'm happy for Dusty. By the way, good morning to everybody out there getting off their graveyard shifts. It's a little wet out there, a little rainy.
Yeah,
that
slick.
Fall weather's coming out. I see all the leaves on the streets, which is a lot of fun. Baby Chaz got to play in the leaves yesterday, which I was like, fall, my type of season.
Nice.
Well, good morning, everybody out there.
Oh, it's your season.
Yeah, it is my season. Well, I'm an all-season guy, especially in San Francisco where we don't have a season.
Okay, so you went from fall is my season
fall
to
is
I'm
my
an
season
all-season
too.
guy.
You know what? It's just the weather. Like, you're in the city, 60 degrees, crisp air, leaves all over the ground, kind of wet. I love this type of weather. I'm not a guy who loves the sun, who wants to be out there by the beach. This is my type of weather. Hoodie season, Pico season, as we say in the city of San Francisco, or heck, in the Bay Area. Everybody says that in the Bay Area. But good morning, everybody out there getting off the graveyard shift. Teachers, students, firefighters, cops. Lutman, who's wearing a nice little Charlie Ward jersey today because Florida State beat up on the U. It wasn't even close. I was actually disappointed because Florida State, Miami, whenever that game, you saw it on the calendar, you circled it, and it usually meant down to the wire, hard-hitting, physical, entertaining football. Miami didn't even show up.
Tyler Van Dyke went from a first-round draft pick prospect to, I don't even know, like,
I'm wondering where he's going to transfer to this offseason. Like, that's how.
But he's like 23, isn't he?
No, I think he's like 2021. He was a redshirt freshman last year. So, I mean, he's still got time to move around. But, Yeah, I was always disappointed. I think Bobby Bowden once said it best after 97. It's a shame that the rivalry's gotten to this point right now.
Yeah, it is a shame. Mike Norvell was looking good.
Was boring.
That game was very boring. I switched it.
Even the Georgia-Tennessee game was boring because Georgia got up and it felt like Tennessee didn't have enough to fight back in it. Georgia's elite.
Yeah.
Bennett, speaking of guys that are like 30 years old,
Right.
Stenson Bennett,
But you know what,
I can't.
That first half, though, that environment, that
awesome.
crowd, and that defense, the fluster Tennessee.
Come on.
Tennessee committed 5 first-half false starts. 5 first-half false starts.
The hedges.
That crowd was rocking. And to see Georgia just hit them and slow down that high-powered offense, yeah, it is Georgia's championship to lose. Now, Ohio State, we'll see about them. We'll see about Michigan. Clemson loses.
Well, don't sleep on USC. I still think they got an outside shot here, and I would like to see them in it. To me, Caleb Williams is the best quarterback prospect in football. I know people are going to go with Bryce. I think he's a little small. I love Bryce. I love his feel. I worry about how thin he is. Caleb Williams, his feel for the game is spectacular. I've watched a lot of him this year. I was not a believer at first. He's completely won me over. I'm not some USC homer. Caleb Williams is a real deal.
You know, to be honest with you, I was actually more impressed with him at Oklahoma. Look, we'll see. He's got some big games ahead of him. When he was at Oklahoma, and he's the same guy, obviously. He's playing for Lincoln Riley. He can move around and stuff like that.
Defenses they're going
I've
up
seen
against are not
some of
good.
the clips I've seen every now and then. I'm like, all right, that's a little inaccurate. All right, he's forcing it to this guy. He's getting better and better. You got to remember, he's only played, like a full season now because he came midway through the season. I know, exactly. He's 19 years old.
He'll be a top 5 pick in a year and a half.
Doubt.
All right?
There's no doubt.
I'm just telling you, my feel, watching him, his feel for the game is spectacular.
Well, I'll tell you the feel I don't have. I mean, the guy who doesn't have a feel for the game, and he needs to leave. And it's DJ out of Clemson.
Well,
I mean, they lose to Notre Dame. And Big B, shout out to Matt Payne. He's texting me like, I'm taking Notre Dame first half. So as a gambler, when you see a spread, it's the number 4 overall team going to Notre Dame. And we've all watched Notre Dame.
And Freeman has basically lost. They lost to Marshall, and they lost to some other random team.
They lost to Marshall. They lost to Stanford.
Yeah. No, they lost to 2 random teams.
Yeah, well, Stanford's random this year. Did you see them give up 42 points at the half?
I mean,
David Shaw's got to go. Bye-bye. But as a gambler, but you know what? The Pac-12 is tied with the SEC for 5
I know, because they've got Oregon
teams.
up there.
I know,
After they got their butt kicked by Georgia. Do you believe in Bo Nix?
Not really.
Okay.
But the gambling gods were basically screaming, take Notre Dame. Clemson's the number 4 team in the country playing Notre Dame, and they were only 3.5 point favorites. In Notre Dame, South Bend. But, Clemson travels. It's all good.
Yeah.
Big B texts me, goes, I'm slamming Notre Dame first half. This spread is way too fishy. Way too fishy. Now, I didn't have the gall to do that. I'm not betting against Clemson. But tracking it, I was like, oh, my God. Clemson looks terrible. Yeah. Terrible. And DJ, I don't know if it's the offense. I don't know if it's him. But he has regressed. From the last time he was at Notre Dame, he looked dynamic.
He did. This Clemson offense, and this goes back to Trevor Lawrence, and we'll get into the quarterbacks in the NFL because I got a little something for Justin Fields fans that are going crazy this morning.
I know. Talk to me.
No, but I watched that Clemson offense for many years, and this is why I was so high on Mike Williams, for example. Literally, their entire offense is shotgun, spread you out, slants, and it's just like staring down the barrel of the staring down the into the barrel. All they do is slants. Their offense is so boring.
Yeah, slants, wide receiver screens, deep routes, and stick routes. That's it. That's all they do.
Very minimal offense, and that's why you're seeing Trevor's struggling. I'm just call it what it is. He's gotten a lot of starts, everything. He's struggling. I still like him. This thing that he was the best prospect since Andrew Luck, we can throw that out the window. But I'm not high on their offense, B. And when I look at some of these guys that are coming into the league, and this is why I like Caleb, I'm watching a guy who can deliver the ball in a variety of ways. He just has a better feel for how to get the ball down the field.
He's a solid player. He's a very, very solid player. Now, he's got some big games ahead of him. Played okay against Utah, the one game USC lost. Hopefully they make the Pac-12 championship, but I don't know. Utah's still knocking on the door, right? They're still knocking on the door. So hopefully Caleb, we could see him against a team like Ohio State. We could see him against a team like Michigan.
You will see USC against Ohio State. That's coming to a conference near you.
Unfortunately, next year. I want to see it this year. Now, I'm looking at the conference. It's Pac-12. Did they split? They're not 2 divisions anymore?
It used to be north-south.
They're not north-south anymore?
I don't know. They used to be. It used to be the South winner would play the North winner in the Pac-12 championship So game. there are still two divisions, North and South, but the way the championship game goes, it's top two teams regardless of division.
So they switched it. Yeah, because you kept getting like a 2 or 3 loss South team going up, because that's where Oregon and Stanford were good back when Stanford had good seasons.
So they're really pushing. They really want. Well, Utah's going to play Oregon soon. And so maybe Oregon gets that loss. Maybe Utah can upset them and we get a USC-Utah rematch. Or we see USC-Oregon, UCLA-USC. That's another good contest there that they're going to play later on, the showdown in L.A. So Pac-12 not bad. I want to see Caleb against a tougher defense. Haven't played, who's USC played? Other than Utah.
In Utah. Nobody. Yeah. I mean, that's just... Bonte, I think the Pac-12 sucks.
Yeah.
There's 2 teams that are good. Oregon, 3, I guess, technically. Oregon, Utah, and USC. Yeah. And I guess UCLA's got a good record. But does anybody believe in Chip?
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah. Whatever. Anyway, enough of college football for a second. And I just want to...
Brock Bowers, by the way. People want us to talk more about Brock Bowers.
Napa, California.
I love Brock Bowers.
Well, him and the other tight end
Washington,
for Georgia are
number
ridiculous.
0.
Yeah, they're ridiculous. Their entire team is ridiculous. I'm telling you, this is a quarterback. If they had a legit prospect at quarterback, we would look at them as one of the great teams of all time.
So I'm going to go back to baseball for a second because free agency will start
I got a
Thursday.
list.
Aaron Judge, Carlos Rodon. Carlos Rodon opted out of his deal. He's going to seek more money, more years. We see Diaz from the New York Mets re-signed with the Mets, 5 years, $100 million.
$102 million. Woo!
So that's big-time money for a closer. Big-time money for a closer. Don't know about that, but Cohen's going to spend a lot of money. The owner of the New York Mets, they're going to spend money. Anthony Rizzo opts out last night from the New York Yankees, first baseman. Wouldn't mind that as a lefty power hitter. He's a little up there, but we've watched Brandon Belt for the last decade.
Ponte. You would take Rizzo? Seriously, you're looking at this?
I would take Rizzo.
For a multi-year deal?
Couple years.
He's 33, batted .225.
Yeah, I know, but he's got power. He's got power. Plate presence.
21
1-year flyer. 1-year flyer.
21 of his 32 home runs this year would not have been home runs at 18.
I hear that. I hear you.
21 of them.
A flyer for Anthony Rizzo?
No, because it's not going to cost a flyer. This is a guy who wants to win and get paid simultaneously. And to me, I'd rather have Josh Bell, who I don't believe is as good right now as Anthony Rizzo, but Rizzo's going to be falling. That is a straight Sabian move to bring in 34-year-old at the beginning of the year, Anthony Rizzo.
For 1 year, I like Josh Bell a lot. Switch hitter, came over from Washington to San Diego. Didn't have the best year in San Diego, but I think highly of the young man. I just don't. I don't know. I've seen too much inconsistencies from Josh Bell. Way too much. Too many strikeouts. He'll get hot for a while. He'll get hot. But Rizzo, I just know what he is.
Yeah, he's going to command $20+ million a year, which is a shocking number when you hear out loud.
Which is crazy.
It is, and that's why I'm not paying him. And I'm looking at this and I'm saying, I think you can get Josh Bell for half that price.
Maybe, but Josh Bell's going to want a lot more years.
I think he's a 3 or 4 year deal guy.
See, the way I look at it is, if you get Rizzo, right, he's a placeholder for whatever you do the next year at first base. For whatever you do. If you want to bring a prospect, if you want to go sign somebody else at first base, whoever becomes a free agent. Now, I don't know who's going to be a free agent in 2024. It's just more of a stopgate, 1 year deal. If it's 20, I'll do it for 1 year.
Why does he want to come here for 1 year?
I don't know. Same reason why Aaron Judge would want to come here.
Aaron Judge would want to come for a 7-year deal and for hundreds of millions of dollars. I just look at Rizzo and I say a 1-2 year deal. That is such a giant Sabian, and I don't rip Sabian, but clinging to try to get back into the playoffs for one last run. They've got to build something for a 3-4 year run, not a 1 year run. That's the way I view it.
So Carlos Rodon, let's look at him. Carlos Rodon, and Flynn tipped us off. Flynn tipped us off when he basically said early. And I was like, Rodon's not coming back. And the way this regime looks at pitchers and the way they go out there and find pitchers, they don't believe in giving pitchers maybe 5-year deals. And Carlos Rodon's a guy who had a spectacular season. I do caution, I've told you this, I do caution, can he stay healthy? Is that just a contract year type of season where he knows if I go out there and ball out and play through some things, I'm going to get paid? I'm not sure I would give Rodon a 5-year deal. If it's 3, I'm doing that. If it's 5, I may have to say bye-bye and throw it to deuces, Carlos Rodon.
How many lefties who throw 98 with a ridiculous, devastating breaking ball are available in baseball right now.
Not a lot.
Whether it be trade or free agency.
Not a lot.
If he was a righty, I would listen to you. Because he's a lefty, I think that makes a big difference. I look at what the Astros have done, and the reason why they're the champs right now. They play a brand of baseball that I just absolutely love. Speed. They hit for power. They hit for contact. They put the ball in play. They don't strike out. They play elite defense, and they have elite pitching start to finish. Everyone's going to go McCullers and Verlander.
No, it's Valdez and Javier and those guys. Those guys.
Even Garcia, who you didn't really see but a couple of times in the playoffs. You've got to have pitching. And so I look at it this way. You assume that Harrison's going to be coming up. He's the lefty prospect that most Giants fans have either been reading about or hearing about. He's going to have an opportunity. Do you really trust Alex Wood? Do you really trust DeSclafani?
No, I don't.
Now, they're probably going to get priced out on Rodon. But if I had it my way, 4-year deal, $32 million a year.
32?
Yes. That's what he's going to command.
Wow. 4 years, $120 million? Can I get him from 3 for 90? Can I get him 3 for 90?
See, I think if he takes a 3-year deal, he's going to be asking for $35 million. And maybe I'm misreading the market. I just look at this the Yankees should be all in on Rodon. Why they would not be? I don't get it. Toronto Blue Jays should be all in on Rodon. There's a lot of teams. I think Seattle is a great fit for Rodon.
Don't you think that the Giants are cool with him leaving? I don't think they're going to make a big-time play for him.
Well, no, they're probably not, but I would like to see him come back because I look at the fastest way to compete is to neutralize hitting with elite pitching. Well, I think that plays in every ballpark.
There's some pitchers out there. Jacob deGrom has a player option. Justin Verlander has a player option. I get it. He's 39 years old. It's going to be 40. Still pitching at a high level. Jacob deGrom is nasty. He's going to be 34, 35 years old next year. He's probably going to command a lot of money. Would you rather invest in him if you had the choice, Rodon or DeGrom? DeGrom's a righty, but damn.
I mean, you want to talk about injuries. I mean,
he's got a lot of injuries too.
But
he's got a bigger track record than Rodon.
No, he does. He does. He also has a lot of wear and tear on that body. I like DeGrom. DeGrom's a flyer guy, though, to me. DeGrom, I don't put in the category of Rodon. Rodon had a hell of a year this year.
Did you see DeGrom when he came back?
No doubt. But he's been hurt like crazy.
Yeah, he is lights out. He's throwing 100. He's got the nasty change. He's got the nasty off-speed stuff. If you had a game right now to give the ball to Rodon or DeGrom, I'm giving it to DeGrom.
After this last year?
Absolutely.
I mean, Rodon was a top 5 Cy Young candidate.
Yeah, I hear you.
And should have been.
But I saw DeGrom come back late in the season and just be lights out.
I think that's prisoner of the moment of the last couple months. Rodon was ridiculous throughout the year.
Rodon was good.
He had 2 bad road starts that ruined all of his numbers where he had to stay out there because they had no bullpen. Rodon was as good as there was in baseball this year. I mean, he really was.
He was good. He was really good.
So you talking about free agency, and I just wrote down a bunch of names. There's also an article out today about The Athletic as we're talking about baseball free agency, and it's regarding Shohei Ohtani. There are 9 teams poised to try to make a move for Shohei Ohtani. He's got 1 year left on his deal. Now, just to give you an idea of what Shohei did last year, Bonte, he had a 2.33 ERA, 166 innings. He would have basically been the 3rd best in terms of innings eaters in the Giants rotation, right? Because Rodon was at the top, Webb at the top, and then there's a big drop-off in terms of who actually pitched a lot of innings. He's basically was the 6th best pitcher in baseball this year based off the raw data, okay? He had 34 homers as well, all right, with an 875 OPS. If you were combining players just based off comps, you're looking at basically Max Fried meets Jose Abreu. That's what you're getting in someone like Ohtani. So they put out the 9 teams that would want to trade for him. Listen to what the Giants one was, the offer was, and it's almost laughable because he's got 1 year left on his deal and you have to pay him as well. The offer was for the Giants, this is based on an Athletic article, Ken Rosenthal and a bunch of contributors. The Giants would have to give up Luciano, Matos, Harrison, and David Villar.
You wouldn't do that for Shohei Ohtani?
Your top 3 prospects for 1 year of team control?
You don't have faith in maybe re-signing Ohtani, getting him in the building?
I would just wait the 1 year and sign him in free agency.
Now you're gambling with everybody.
No question. I know, but that is a lot.
Angels may trade him mid-season.
And then they'd lose, obviously, value.
That'd be a tough one for me to say no to.
I mean, you're gonna let Rodon walk, and then you're gonna bring in a righty pitcher, and then you're gonna lose your best left-handed top, and he's the 2nd best lefty prospect in all of baseball.
That's tough.
That's a
tough.
blow.
That's tough. but I'm getting Shohei Ohtani. So now I got Logan Webb, Shohei Ohtani in the top 2 of my rotation. And I've got Shohei Ohtani in the middle of my lineup.
DH.
And you're going to make a run at Aaron Judge. And who knows what happens with Trey Turner? Who knows what happens at first base?
Wouldn't you agree that would be a dramatic philosophical change from the front office?
It would. It would.
So you would do that deal?
It'd be tough for me to say no for Shohei Ohtani. Shohei Ohtani we're talking about. I don't know what Luciano's going to be. I don't know what Matos is going to be.
He's probably going to be a right fielder.
It's the same kind of thing with Christian McCaffrey, right? We're trading all these picks for Christian McCaffrey.
I'll give up 2 of those guys. I'm not giving up 3. You don't give up your top 3 prospects.
You may be able. Boy, that'd be tough to say. No, Shohei Ohtani? Shohei? Whew. All right, we got a break here.
I know,
right?
I love him.
Anthony Slater, 8 o'clock, is going to talk some Dubs here. We're going to get a lot into the Dubs. Steve Kerr talked yesterday about the rotations or whatnot. We got a lot to get into there. The NFL as well. Great day in the NFL. Plus 957thegameshop.com. Go buy some gear. What's coming up? Sponsored by Vote Yes on Proposition 31. More of your phone calls. 888-957-9570. What is Proposition 31? Huh? Anybody know?
It curbs tobacco sales in California.
Oh, I like that. No tobacco. Kids don't smoke. Don't smoke tobacco. We'll be back.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
What's the best way to deal with triple-digit and below freezing temperatures? Keep them outside. Golden State Windows and Doors understands the vast range of temperatures across the Bay Area. And thankfully, technology and style are ever-changing when it comes to windows and doors and home siding. So with the assistance from Golden State Window and Doors, you or your contracted clients can live comfortably year-round. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Ultimate Sliding French Door, which offers space-saving and sliding design, and it's engineered for years of energy-efficient performance. Andersen's A-Series windows offer a wide range of popular designs and are the highest-performing weather-tight products Andersen has ever offered. Get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit GoldenStateLumber.com and click on Virtual Tours. Then talk with your builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
We're on a journey to make healthcare more accessible and more equitable,
to treat the most complex diseases and offer hope where often there is little. To provide better care to more people across the Bay Area. We are more than a hospital, more than a university, beyond science and technology. We are the people of UCSF. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Provember is back at Lowe's. Save up to an additional $750 off now on select major appliances from Hisense and get free delivery on items $396 or more. Plus, get an industry-leading 2-year warranty and great low prices on items like a Hisense refrigerator and air fry electric range, exclusively at Lowe's. Find the right appliance for your jobs and properties today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details. Offer ends 11/30.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. See better and stay safe on the road with our visibility event. Right now, you can earn up to $20 in bonus rewards when you buy a pair of Rain-X Quantum Wiper Blades and Sylvania Silverstar Ultra headlights. Take advantage of the rewards from October 31st until November 13th, in-store or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply. Offer available to AutoZone Rewards members.
There goes the runner. Fly ball down the right field line. Tucker comes on. Kyle Tucker. This time they finish the job. The Houston Astros, world champions.
Now, back to the morning roast with Bonte and Shasky.
Joe Davis on the call for Fox Sports. Astros win the World Series in 6 over the Philadelphia Phillies. Win Saturday night 4-1 to help Dusty Baker win his first World Series as a manager. Remember, he was able to win a World Series as a player back in '81 for the L.A. Dodgers when they beat the New York Yankees. In that World Series, of course, Steinbrenner went crazy on Dave Winfield after that World Series. But Dusty finally gets his due as a manager, finally, and he cleans up that entire Houston situation. He gets a job when A.J. Hinch gets fired, and they fire everybody in the front office, and Houston was a job that nobody wanted, and he went there, he cleaned it up. They lose Springer, they lose Correa. He still figures out a way because they bring up this Pena kid who is a stud, who people talked about last year. I didn't think he'd be able to replace Correa.
Gold
he had
glove.
a hit in every single game of this World Series.
Yeah, he was amazing.
He was amazing. Altuve did what he had to do in this series. Yordan Alvarez, of course, Bregman, Kyle Tucker, and really, Yordan Alvarez didn't do anything in this World Series. That was his hit, though.
Well, they pitched around him. I mean,
No doubt.
he's an absolute monster.
Batted
And
130.
That whole sequence, Philly fans are going to basically, they're going to lose their minds for the rest of their life over taking Zach Wheeler out of that game to go to a lefty. And this is where
And it was Alvarado, too,
like of all guys. But and then here's the other part. Like, okay, you're going to go lefty on lefty, and I don't know what Alvarado's numbers are versus lefties. That is a dude in Alvarez. Yordan is a dude. You know he has the highest OPS versus lefties of any player since Barry Bonds?
It just didn't make any sense.
Right? And so I go with Zach Wheeler there. He had 70 pitches. It's your season on the line. Who's the better player? And I know you want to go with the data and all that. Like, I'm going down with my dog. Like, that's what I'm doing if I'm that manager.
It's funny, if you look at Alvarado during the season, righties batted 188 against him.
Okay.
Lefties batted 237.
So then what was the... explain to me what
I have to ask Mr. Thompson.
I don't get it.
Manager of the Phillies. I just would have kept Wheeler in there.
That's what I
got to go with my stud.
It's first and third. How about walking him? How about, in that situation, it was first and third. I believe Bregman's on deck. Is that how the order?
Bregman's on deck.
Yeah, so to me, I'd set up the righty-righty and go Wheeler versus Bregman there.
And then try to get the double play.
Anything. Like, I'm avoiding Yordan Alvarez. And by the way, he hit that so far.
He hit that. It was a blast.
That was incredible.
It was a blast. It was an absolute shot. And I was, basically after Schwarber in the top of the sixth inning hit a bomb, and I was like, look at the Philadelphia Phillies quiet in the crowd.
Did you see Schwarber's last at-bat? He tried to bunt with 2 strikes, and I go, that is the ultimate waving of the white flag.
But to your point, Valdez was really good because people forget Verlander got hurt during the course of the season. So Javier got bumped up to the rotation. Valdez was dealing, Garcia was dealing, and McCullers was hurt for most of the season.
Yes.
They've got depth in the starting rotation. That's why I don't see them bringing back Justin Verlander at the price point he's probably going to want. We'll see about that.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
But they've got dudes.
Well,
they've got guys up and down the lineup who's still there. Bregman's still there. Again, they let Correa walk. They let Springer walk. And I was like, we're not going to bat an eye because we got a piped up farm system that is loaded.
I mean, Tucker hits over 30 home runs this year.
Nasty.
And then you've got, obviously, Yordan Alvarez hits 47, I believe, this year. 46, 47 home runs this year. And then to your point on Correa right now, after 1 year in Minnesota, will be one of the top free agents in baseball. It's going to be him, Judge, Turner, however your order is. He's top 5, somewhere in there. And they let that guy walk. He's going to go again in free agency this year. He'll get a ton of money, and they're not skipping a beat.
Nah.
Skipping a beat. So the big thing that I'm looking at, and I guess this brings me back to the Giants, the Astros are really the model team. The way they play the game, I admire. I admire the way because they hit and run, they steal bags, they'll go first to third, they put the ball in play, they don't strike out. Phillies struck out more than anyone in the history of the playoffs because there was a couple extra games. Like their strikeout was way too much. The Astros put the ball in play, and they have homegrown talent, to your point, B. 16 players of the 24 that were active when they won the World Series, which is the most in 20-plus years.
Which is crazy.
It is. So as
it's just the Yankees, huh?
Yeah.
It's just the Yankees with Jeter and Bernie and all those guys, Posada.
And as we look at the Giants and what they need to do, and get, obviously they need to get younger, they need to get more athletic, and we want them to spend money in free agency. And the reason why I'm reluctant to go into one of these huge trades with Shohei Ohtani, because part of what makes the Astros so great, part of what makes the Dodgers so great, is the replenishing of talent and the development and how they find these guys, they nurture them, and then they bring them up and they're ready. Gutting the handful of guys that we've been waiting to see, I get where that, I know we want to jumpstart this thing, but it feels like it would be a short-term answer and a long-term issue where, I just don't know, B. I'm reluctant.
Well, here's the deal. Here's the deal about the Astros. They let their players come up through the system.
Yes.
They played a lot. And then when they realized that, okay, we're on the brink of winning big things, let's now make a move. Remember the Verlander deal happened before August 31st.
Yeah.
Waiver deadline. They trade for Garrett Cole from the Pittsburgh Pirates. So they made timely moves. Zach Greinke, was that free agency or was that via trade? I think that was via trade. Via trade with Arizona. It was via trade with Arizona. And I can't even name you the prospects in Arizona that went for Zach Greinke. I can't right now.
No.
It was a big time deal at the deadline.
But those
Josh Rojas and Seth Beard.
And Rojas, wasn't he a Gold Glover?
Was Rojas a Gold Glover?
Maybe.
I think
he was
really
good for fantasy purposes. I know that.
Yeah.
But Zach Greinke definitely helped the Astros. Although he didn't get the World Series championship, he helped. So they made moves when they already had their team set. Obviously, the Giants are not set. They're not set with their lineup. They're not set with their prospects. So maybe they do wait. With that said, do you still give Aaron Judge a blank check? Does Aaron Judge want to sit through another couple of years of knocking on the door in the ALCS? He's been knocking on the door in the World Series, knocking on the door of winning the championship. Would he want to sign, despite all the money that the Giants are going to give him, Would he want to sit through and say, okay, I'll wait for Harrison to come up. I'll wait for Luciano to come up. Okay, Ohtani's going to be a free agent next year. Let's wait on that. Is Aaron Judge willing to do that? Can you sell Aaron Judge on that? That's the key for me.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer to that one, B. Does he even want to, just not want to live in New York? I think that's an underrated part of this. Does he just what?
They booed him.
Yeah, no, but I mean, you hear some guys I just want to live in Florida. I just want to live in Texas. I just want to live in California, Southern California.
I don't know what he wants to do.
That's what I'm saying. I have no idea. But I would say this, B. The reason why I'm so in love with giving someone like Aaron Judge the money, clearly, from a marketing standpoint, it makes total sense. From a power bat standpoint, Bonte, this would be the best power bat, right-handed power bat, since what? Jeff Kent?
Yeah, probably.
And I'm not trying to put shade on Buster or on Hunter Pence. This is a different level of power bat.
Yeah. And Jeff Kent's not even on that level of power when it comes to Aaron Judge.
No, but I'm saying
close.
I'm just looking at consistent home run hitter throughout their career. And I'm not trying to again, no shade on Pence.
My thing is this: if you go all in on Judge, then you got to go all in on all these free agents. That means you got to go make a play for Turner. You got to make a play for DeGrom. You got to make a play for Josh Bell or Rizzo or whoever you want to do.
I think that's their template, B.
Because I'm looking DeGrom. I'm looking at him, right? 34 years old. Damn, man, this guy's got numbers. This guy, and I can hear the argument that he's been hurt. You look at the last time he pitched 32 games. That was in 2019. 2020 pandemic season, pitched 12 games. 2021, obviously, only pitches 15 games, gets hurt midway through the year. And then last year, of course, he comes later in the season, throws 64 innings, and he deals. If you go all in on Aaron Judge, you got to go all in on everybody. If not, if they miss out on Aaron Judge, I would not personally mind them taking a step back, saying, okay, let's continue to develop and save some money. It sounds bad, but if you don't get Judge, where do you go? Who's going to want to come here if you don't get Judge?
Who's going to want to go to games? Let's continue this on the other side.
All right.
Because this is an interesting argument from you. I find this interesting.
Well, yeah, you got to go all in on Judge. You got to go, you either get Judge and a few dudes, or you don't get anybody at all. Anyway, that'll be brought to you by Go to State Lumber, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoToStateLumber.com at Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Goody Nation is a nonprofit that connects small, diverse companies to big money. At one point, we had to send millions of dollars to 76 companies overnight, tracking every penny all on paper. I know, right? We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It knows where the money's going. Once we automated that process, we got more time back with our community. Bill is accurate, and that gives us confidence.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
2000, 2008, 2022. When it comes to the economy, those are some scary years. .com crash, housing crash, and the roller coaster we're going through right now. It's a dangerous time to not know your numbers. But over 31,000 businesses have the confidence and clarity they need because they rely on NetSuite by Oracle, the #1 cloud financial system. NetSuite gives you visibility and control of financials, inventory, HR, planning, and budgeting. Manage risk, get reliable forecasts, improve margins. Everything you need all in one place. So, how do you prepare for uncertain times? The answer, NetSuite. NetSuite helps you identify rising costs, automate your business processes, and easily see where to save save money. That's why 93% of customers say they improved their visibility and control when they upgraded to NetSuite. What are you waiting for? NetSuite is offering a one-of-a-kind flexible financing program. Head to netsuite.com/radar. netsuite.com/radar.
This Veterans Day, Outdoor Supply Hardware is giving 20% off to retired or active military service members. Visit Osh November 11th through 13th and receive 20% off with ID. This discount is on top of Osh's end-of-season clearance sale. Save up to $200 on in-stock fire tables and patio heaters, or save $100 on select Weber propane grills. Osh has great price in-stock holiday decor, artificial trees, lights, and inflatables. Visit 14 Greater Bay Area and Central Coast Osh locations. Osh, neighbors helping neighbors.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Without the ones like you who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7 with supplies and solutions for every industry and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's Howie Long for Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear.
The world has gone hands-free. However, if you want to put on a pair of sneakers, you still need to bend down and help your feet in. Until now. Introducing Skechers hands-free slip-in footwear. You don't need to reach down to help your heel in. You just step into them and off you go. So what's the secret? Well, there's a special smooth comfort pillow in the heel that helps your foot slide into place. And they stay on just like a pair of laced-up sneakers.
Get hands-free slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 and 8 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
This is Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
What up, Steve? We'll see you later tonight at Chase Center when the Warriors host the Sacramento Kings. And, of course, the Sacramento Kings had a big-time win Saturday against the Orlando Magic. You see De'Aaron Fox? Whoo!
Fonte.
Half-court shot.
Fonte.
I was watching.
Fonte.
I was watching the league pass.
Fonte.
Saturday night, me watching the Magic Kings.
Saturday afternoon.
Okay, even
2
more.
o'clock game.
Even more the reason that I will tell you no.
My guy, Paolo Banchero, 33 points, 16 rebounds. He's a stud. He's a stud.
So explain to me how you watched every college football game.
I didn't watch every college football game. Not every play.
And the World Series and Kings Magic all simultaneously.
And end up at a Sharks game, right?
And end up at a Sharks game.
It's called the power of the iPhone. So
would you quad boxing it like you're the red zone?
So laptop in heavy usage. Big screen in heavy usage. NBA app in heavy usage. So I didn't watch the entire Florida State-Miami game. I didn't watch the entire LSU-Alabama game. I didn't watch the entire Clemson-Notre Dame game. You just got to skip around and know the spots to watch. So the last 4 minutes of LSU-Bama, you lock in, boom. Because it was kind of a slow, wasn't it a slow game? By the way, Big Dog City happened to be at that game.
I mean, very lucky.
Big Dog City.
I think that Reardon needs to go back to those yellow helmets. That yellow helmet look with the purple by LSU, in my estimation, is maybe the coolest uniform in sports. That Saturday night uniform.
The yellow helmets with the purple R.
Yes.
Reardon, Old school,
I'm talking
late
about the
90s.
LSU ones that you see right now. Reardon used to have ones like that, and I would like to see them go back to that.
They may go back to that, now that you said it. But Big Dog City happens to be at all these great games. He's probably going to be, he was at Warriors Pelicans Friday night.
Okay.
He's at LSU Bama Saturday night with baby Jaylee in his hands.
Okay.
And Candace's lovely wife. And then tonight he may be at Raven Saints.
Wow.
I mean, you talk about a trifecta. Talk about a trifecta, by the way.
Bayou Big Dog.
Bayou Big Dog. So it's not possible to watch every single game, but you try to do what you can. But Magic Kings, because obviously the Warriors are playing the Kings, so I wanted to see what the Kings would do against the Magic. It's a hell of a win for them. Shout out to Casey and D'Lo. They needed that for their soul. They needed it for their soul.
Warriors need a win for their soul. But I want to get back into the question that you asked me before we got to break, and we'll get into the Warriors. We got a lot of NFL stuff that we want to get to in about 25 minutes. Bonte, you asked me, if the Giants don't get Aaron Judge, what do they do? Do they just not spend anything? And I guess, I think the prudent thing would be you don't want to be reckless. Part of why they got in the position of overspending, it wasn't recklessness per se, but their farm stopped feeding them starting pitching, and they started to overspend in free agency to maintain status quo, to go out and get Samardzija and Cueto and this guy and that guy, Mark Melancon, for example. And then they were obviously overpaying their own to keep it together, the core, Crawford and Belt, etc. And I just feel like it's a slippery slope. But I also understand there's a business aspect where you cannot have empty ballparks and people not caring and you selling Dodger gear at Giants games on a Friday night because that team's more sexy and more marketable than yours.
Yeah, it's an interesting proposition because if you don't sign anybody, nobody's going to the yard.
Exactly.
That's true. And we won't be talking about the Giants in July because they'll probably be done. They cooked and be battling for fourth place. It's the nature of it. But where do you go if you don't sign Aaron Judge? Do you pivot to Correa? Does Crawford want to move to second base? What about Trey Turner? Does he want to play second base? Do you pivot to pitching? Where do you pivot to? It feels like the Giants have to get Aaron Judge. You have to get that mainstay in the middle of the lineup. You have to get that guy. And even with Aaron Judge, there are question marks about him. There are question marks. I mean, his postseason was not good whatsoever.
No.
The strikeouts are not good.
This season wore him out because he carried that team in the final
Yankees.
2 months of the season.
He did carry the New York Yankees.
But
There's
that
no doubt about
lineup was
that.
so good. I do worry a little about what he would look like in a lineup with very little protection.
Yeah. And could the Giants sign other guys outside of Aaron Judge? Is Aaron Judge enough to attract other free agents? That's my biggest question.
It's a totally fair one. After you've watched now the Philadelphia Phillies, if we look at team building and how to build the team, the Phillies are very dramatically different than, let's say, the Astros, right? The Astros, I told you, 16 homegrown players. And they've pick and choose their spots. They've acquired guys over the years, but the core of their guys are from their system. They made a trade in 2016 to go get Yordan Alvarez, but they developed him. I mean, it was a throwaway deal for the Dodgers. Obviously, Tucker came from their system. Pena, who you referenced, came from their system. Altuve's probably... I think he's the gold standard at second base in the last 35 years, right? Since Robert Alomar went away, I think he's the best. He's usurped Chase Utley as probably the best second baseman of this generation. What do you think?
Altuve's a stud. He's gonna.
He's the first
he may
Hall
walk
of
into
Fame.
the Hall of Fame, but the shitty scandal is going to be.
He's got 200 home runs, 300 stolen bases.
He may get to 3,000 hits.
He's already got 2,000.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like he's a 320 hitter or whatever.
Yep.
Like he's ridiculous. He's an all-time. He's a Gold Glover, all-time legend. Bregman's an MVP candidate year in, year out. So what I'm going at is that team's homegrown. I look at the Phillies. They signed Schwarber. They signed Castellanos. They signed Bryce Harper. They traded for JT Realmuto. That team, for the most part, was acquired. I mean, that was a Dombrowski special where he went out and spent a ton of money and depleted their farm to trade for certain players. Right? Now, they've sprinkled in their own homegrown as well. I believe Aaron Nola was a homegrown guy, as an example. So, there's no one way to do it, but I feel like the Giants are going to try to blend this where they're going to bring up their own and they want to bring in some high-priced free agents. And I see now that Bryce Harper, it feels like it's a great deal right now for the Phillies. He's given them some great years.
MVP, home runs, a home run that lead them to the World Series. Bryce Harper, there's no doubt he's one of the best players in the game. It's a great deal for Philadelphia and that ballpark.
So I'm not afraid to sign Judge because of a deal like that.
But 30, he is 30 now, right?
Harper's 30 now.
Harper wasn't 30 then.
No, he was 27 or 28.
Yeah. So I wouldn't, it's got to be a 7 to 8 year deal for Judge. Man, that's a lot.
Well, and here's the thing.
That's a lot. Can I get away with giving him $5 for $200 million?
I mean, and there's going to be opt-outs. So if you give him a 7-year deal, you'll probably have an opt-out after 4 or 5. Or,
I
even
can see that.
The Nolan Arenado deal, it was a 10-year deal, but after 5, he had an opt.
Will Arenado opt out?
Well, he already is going to going to come back to the Cardinals.
Oh, they already
that was announced a week ago or so.
Oh, was it? I missed that. Okay, damn.
Yeah, he already opted back in.
I missed that one. 650 Xfinity Mobile text line wants to go after Judge and Rizzo. I don't know what you do with the Giants. Look, this is a very important offseason because you are losing fans. You are losing butts in the seats. I know Larry Bear is itching to get a star player here. Itching.
See, that's why I start somewhere.
I guarantee you, Larry Bear. Well, I'm not going to guarantee it. But if Farhan Zaidi walked up to Larry Bear and said, "Hey, look, man, we can get Shohei, but we have to give up Harrison. We have to give up Matos. We have to give up Luciano." If I told you right now, if you had to give up those 3 prospects, but you ended up with Shohei and Judge, would you do it?
Shohei and Judge?
Signing Judge, and then you go get Shohei.
I would probably end up doing it, but I'm going to be honest, I'm not giving, and I know that's what the article said. There was an Athletic article, if you're just joining us now, that referenced 9 teams that could trade for Shohei. And the offer that they had for the Giants was Harrison, the top lefty prospect in all of baseball, Luciano, and Matos. So those are 3 of everybody's top 4 prospects in the Giants system, no matter what ranking system you go to. I feel like that's 1 prospect too many, but then I also feel like I'm nitpicking.
Yeah, look, 650 Xfinity Mobile text line, F them picks, F them prospects. Another 650, I want Trey Turner, stud, plus take him from the Dodgers.
See, I want Turner too.
See, I love Trey Turner. If I knew Shohei can be half for those 3 prospects.
But do you know also that he's re-signing with you?
If you bring Judge, I got a better possibility of doing it. I got a better possibility of bringing Shohei in. And I get a top flight pitcher.
I mean, you want to talk about selling downtown?
I'm willing to take that chance for 1 year. I'm willing to take that chance.
And
then if you and that proves to Shohei, hey, I'm trying to win. All he wants to do is be in a situation where they're winning.
I mean, I look at someone like Julio Rodriguez right now, and it's like, if I told the Mariner fans, and again, Julio is the top end of what you want a prospect to be. I mean, he's generational. People are already using the HOF words with him, and I'm like, dude, he's played 1 full season, and I love what I'm seeing thus far. But like, you're thinking like Julio Rodriguez, and I don't think Luciano's on that level, but like, that's what we've been waiting for, B. I've been waiting for someone like that for so long. We waited 3-4 years, it feels like, and we're right on the cusp of seeing this guy. And if you just wait 1 year, you might be able to get Shohei Ohtani in free agency. And it's a gamble. But
it's a gamble.
All 3 of my guys. And Harrison, like, part of why you're letting Rodon go in free agency, the thought process is Harrison replaces him as a controllable asset lefty who is dominant.
I hear you. But if I told you you're getting Shohei and Aaron Judge, and I told Giants fans, hey, Giants fans, you're going to trade Harrison, Luciano, Matos, and these prospects. But you're getting Aaron Judge this offseason and Shohei Ohtani. And then Carlos Rondon may say, hold up a minute. I want back in.
So we're spending $1 billion this offseason?
Hey, man, I'm not checking the pockets. I'm not. Oscar the EPA, we're still waiting for Christian Arroyo and Gary Brown. Look. Prospects are prospects. I need major league proven talent. And it's go time. It's go time. I'm competing with the Dodgers. I'm competing with the Padres, who are going to get Fernando Tatis Jr. back this year. He's coming back.
But philosophically, if you want to compete year in, year out, it's not about landing a guy in year 1 or whatever. It's about having a replenishable talent level coming through the pipeline constantly. And so if you gut that on the front end, that just feels short-sighted. And I'm not saying that, like, everyone wants Shohei. I have, like, the minority opinion. Of course, everybody would trade a bunch of people they have no emotional attachment to. All I'm saying is that why trade all of that when you can just wait a year? I look at what the New York Knicks did with Gallinari and all those guys that they traded for Carmelo. If you ask them now, man, if you'd have just waited a year, what was it worth it to gut your entire team? And like Melo, I don't know. I see your point of it, and I know I have the minority opinion. I'm just being realistic. I wouldn't do that deal. 2 or 3, 2 of them, yes. Not all 3 of my top prospects.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Cy Young Award winner, MVP, Judge, prospects.
Oh, you'd be sexy.
Oh, I'm doing that right away.
That's why the Angels have been losing the last handful of years.
But they also don't know how to develop anything.
Well, who says the Giants do?
Well, Farhan, that's his specialty, right? That's why I brought Farhan in.
But
he quote-unquote built the Dodgers, right? He quote-unquote developed talent. Gonsolin, Bellinger, who else was it? Who else did he? Taylor. There's a couple guys in there.
Chris Taylor's a utility guy.
He's okay.
I mean, he's a solid
all right.
player, but like
he's all right.
And Justin Turner's obviously one of the guys. Max
He's all
Muncy,
right.
he found those guys. But I mean, the way you build up your system is you can't trade. Like, imagine if the Houston Astros just traded away Altuve.
No, they didn't do that.
And I'm not
They
saying
kept
that
him.
that's who Luciano's going to end up being, but like that changes the trajectory of that organization.
Dude, I'm telling you, you get Judge and Shohei. All of a sudden, you're in line for every single free agent. All of a sudden, pitchers are like, you know what? I want to pitch behind that lineup.
Probably.
That lineup right there. Now I got power. Now I could go down to San Diego and say, okay, I'll meet your Machado. I'll meet your Juan Soto. I'll meet your Fernando Tatis Jr. And who knows if Juan Soto's going to sign a long-term deal with San Diego?
Yeah, no idea.
No idea.
We haven't
Isn't he
heard
a free
anything.
agent after this year?
I think he
Or
has
is it 2 years?
He has 2 full years.
2
of
full
control.
years? Okay,
So
all
he'll
right.
be ARB this year and then
Right.
ARB next year, if I'm not mistaken.
So who knows? Who knows? I think that's a tough deal to pass up, especially with the pressure of the fan base.
There's no doubt.
Saying we need star power.
Well, and it's this particular type of player, Shohei Ohtani, who you know is going to resonate. Look, the Asian American community in the Bay Area is probably larger than what every other big market. I mean, I know LA's
outside
got
of New York, and LA, like because New York's got like
I forgot about that. Yeah,
but like. Think about it. We've been talking about Ichiro.
I
Man,
know.
what if Ichiro ever became? What about Yao Ming? If he ever became a Warrior? How many jerseys?
I know.
How many hot dogs?
I mean,
how
people
many
were mad at
tickets?
Jeremy Lin.
Dude, exactly. So you get Shohei down here, Shohei Day. It's packed. Not only that, every other day
Shohei
you got
Day
Aaron
would be
Judge batting.
ridiculous.
People want to go to batting practice
give
all the
you that.
time. Big name players. This fan base is salivating over that.
Ponte, if they go from whatever we're talking about here, Shohei and Aaron Judge, and we pivot to, we're bringing back Longo, and we're going to sign Belt to a 1-year deal, and we don't get any big time movement, it's going to be really disappointing.
You don't think Larry Bear is pressuring Farhan? I saw Larry Bear at the JP Morgan Club.
He was at a Warrior game.
He had a Warrior game. And he's been at a few Warrior games, even in the playoffs.
Okay.
And he's sitting there. Yeah, I'm name dropping. He's sitting there. But I watch him, though. I like to see the other guys, like the Jet Yorks and stuff, when they go to these arenas, or if Lakeland is at a Niner game. I like to see how they're looking at things. The way Larry Bear was looking at the pregame warm-ups for the Golden State Warriors with that music playing, and the party that it was, like, JK, yeah, Moody, it's a pool party. Then you got Steph and Clay, you got all these guys. Larry Bear's eyes were so big, and he's like, damn, I missed this. All the paparazzi, all the cameras flashing. You haven't had that at Oracle Park in a while.
I know.
Even when they're 107 wins, it was like, okay, 107 wins, but...
Hey, Durant is... So, like, if we were going free agents to come to the Bay Area, Durant all-time number 1?
All-time.
Over Bonds?
Ooh.
Because I think it's Bonds. Even though he didn't deliver the championships like KD.
Well, I wonder if
I think it's the
Bonds-
greatest free agent signing of all time.
I mean, Bonds is there. It's...
Think about the trickle-down effect. You stay in the Bay Area. You build a ballpark. He chases records. Generations of Giants fans, that's their favorite player.
I guess... Barry Bonds is right there. Kevin Durant was special.
So where would Judge be?
Judge be top 5? Well, you got Deion Sanders.
It's a 1-year deal.
It's a 1-year deal.
I know.
It's
It was
a 1-year
amazing.
deal, but it got you a Super Bowl.
I know.
It's the
I don't
last Super Bowl
dismiss
we've
that.
seen that.
I know.
DPOI. I mean, it's the greatest 1-year deal possibly in sports history.
It's certainly not Melanson, Zito, and Benitez.
No,
we
it's
agree
not
there.
even close.
All right,
It's not even
No,
close.
but where I'm going with this is that if you did land Judge, even if it's like a little underwhelming, this team needs a kickstart so bad.
Yeah.
So bad. Like, this would be one of those guys, every single kid, Christmas morning, would have a 99 Giants jersey.
And the Shohei Ohtani jersey if you made the move. Now, 408 also asked 600 mobile text line, what's the possibility of getting Trout from the Angels? That's another one.
Now, that changes the equation. Because he signed for I think 7 more years,
Yeah,
6
he's
more
got a
years.
big-time deal.
I would give you my top 4 or 5 prospects.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow, that flipped quick.
Yeah. That's
That
different
flipped
because he's
quick.
under team control.
That flipped quick.
And you're looking at a guy who's going to chase home run records
No.
as he ages. You're looking at a guy who is a Hall of Famer.
Now, you would have a dilemma here. Judge and Trout, both are probably going to be DHs at some point in their careers.
Trout could play right field.
All right.
Yeah.
All
and
right.
I think Judge in left field, our left field is not that spacious.
No, it's not.
Did you watch Jock Peterson?
Yeah, no.
So
yeah,
that's
no.
the beauty of Aaron Judge. One thing I was...
He can play center, too.
Yeah, but he's a corner outfielder.
He's a corner outfielder,
to
but
me-
the fact that he can play center is pretty cool.
Well, and then the question becomes at 6'8", can you learn to play first if we needed you to? But I was watching about Aaron Judge. Part of why he kept hurting himself, he was overtraining.
Mm-hmm.
So he would go during games, and when he'd have a bad at bat, he'd go into the clubhouse and he'd be ripping a bunch of balls off the tee and off soft toss and stuff. And he learned that he has to rest his body more. And since then, just like a game changer for him physically. And so it sounds like to me he's gotten to the point in his career, and you saw Steph Curry do this, where he has completely controlled his body, and that has enabled him to do things on a consistent level that he far couldn't achieve beforehand.
No doubt about that. No doubt. But the Giants do need an impact player. We know that. So free agency starting. I believe Dibs and Willard may be on assignment Thursday. We'll have more details about that later in the week. You are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM, and HG1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Anthony Slater will join us at 8 o'clock to talk about the Golden State Warriors, who went 0-5 on their 5-game road trip. They're 0-6 on the road, 3-7 overall. But Steve Kerr met with the media yesterday. Klay Thompson met with the media yesterday. And it sounds like Jonathan Kuminga will be unlocked starting tonight.
I enjoyed Friday night a lot. The youngsters playing. Ty Jerome looking really good.
Ty Jerome's playing.
I love that Mullen kept using my word crafty. We do that for white guys. I love that word.
You guys do that.
We do.
Sneaky athleticism.
Crafty. You know what I mean? But he is. He was really nice. And then Lamb out of nowhere looking like...
Anthony Lamb's a player. He can hit the three, handle the ball, knows where to be.
It was the feel. Wouldn't you agree? Like the feel for the offense on how to set a screen, make the pass, hit the open shot. He felt very assertive and confident. I just liked where the Warriors are at. I have a big problem right now. I don't know what's going on with Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole's an issue. Now, James Wiseman was an issue. And it sounds like James Wiseman is going to be out of the rotation, and he's going to get time to grow. Now, again, we had this conversation last week. A G League stint may not help James Wiseman. James Wiseman may need a fresh start. Maybe he can't adapt to this offense. Maybe he needs to play in a more simplified offense. I don't know. But right now, James Wiseman's going to be out of the rotation. And Kuminga does deserve those minutes, 7-12, 18 points. But Jordan Poole, to your point, those last 3 games on the road trip was not good defensively. And he's getting into trouble that he got into his first 3 years in the league. Over dribbling. 1-2-3 dribble, 1-2-3, boom, pass. Like, he's over dribbling, trying to make everything happen. Shot selection, not good. You look at his 3-point shot, 3-10 Friday night. He was 2-12. That makes him, 5 of 22 from the 3-point line his last 3 games. That's not good.
No.
That's not good. And, there's an argument to be made that he needs veterans around him to make sure he flourishes. Well, you know what? When you give a guy $123 million guaranteed, and I get that the contract kicks in next year, I need more than that. You have to elevate these youngsters. That's why you're getting paid the big bucks now, because we believe you can elevate these guys.
Do you think he's trying to do too much to justify the contract?
Little bit. How much is it on the players around him that he's playing with?
I don't know. I don't know. I just watching him Friday night. It just felt like he was trying to do way too much. And to your point about the over dribbling, it was very obvious.
Right.
Last night or Friday night, and I was just thinking about Fred Warner when Fred Warner got the big contract with the Niners, and he got a bunch of guaranteed money, but the real money wasn't going to kick in until slightly later. And he's talking about like he just tried to prove on every play he was worth it. And I'm watching JP, and it's like I'm trying to show you why I'm worth every dollar. It's like, dude, let the game come to you and take a deep breath and relax. And so I don't know. I'm very worried because they need him to be spectacular JP. But the problem is that when you're gunning for spectacular, it feels like more times than not, you're doing too much. You got to do it within the rhythm and the flow of the offense, and I don't see that from him.
Yeah, no, it's way too much. Way too much dribbling. He's got to be better. Wiseman, if he plays, has to be better. Now, I do want to have a conversation there. Want to have a conversation about Jordan Poole. Obviously, Jonathan Kuminga looked really good. They just need his athleticism. Let him play through the mistakes. The guy can get to the cup. The guy can force fouls. All right? The guy, defensively, I saw him play some very good defense on Brandon Ingram in that basketball game. Jonathan Kuminga can be a player. He can be a guy.
Do not play him alongside JaMychal Green.
Oh.
It's like this JaMychal, and I like it because the Friday night you needed to have somebody out there giving some minutes, because you didn't have an entire bench. This rotation has got to see JaMychal Green not play alongside Kuminga. I don't get it.
We discussed this. Last week about JaMychal Green. I wanted to see more two-man game between Wiseman and Kuminga.
100%.
Because I know what JaMychal Green is. And what we're seeing is what we're getting. So 888-957-9570.
I don't want to pick on him. I hope that didn't come off like you pick on him. I'm just saying there are certain fits that don't work together.
I'm not.
Like, you don't want to see Looney and Wiseman play simultaneously for a variety of reasons.
I'm with you.
I don't need to see JaMychal Green and Kuminga. Kuminga's a 4 or a 5.
All right,
He's not a 3.
What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Vote Yes on Proposition 31.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31, Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
The rumors are swirling.
Randy Miller, NJ.com on the Aaron Judge free agency and situation.
I know Aaron from covering him his entire career. Aaron grew up loving the Giants. I think he's ready to come home, and he also knows that I think he believes the Giants are going to pay him what he's worth.
Can the Giants land Aaron Judge? Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Hey everyone, if you're looking for a Monday night parlay to bet absolutely free, the guys over at Taking Vegas have you covered. Pro football action, Baltimore and New Orleans, plus a monster NBA pick. Hook them up together. There's your two-team parlay, absolutely free. All you have to do to get it is visit takingvegas.com. That's takingvegas.com. We are 13-4 with our weeknight pro football games, and we are on an 8-1 NBA run. We are lights out, and tonight we're combining the two sports for a big parlay that is absolutely free. Baltimore, New Orleans, and a mismatch in the NBA. Just visit takingvegas.com. Again, that's takingvegas.com. Take care of you in pro football tonight. Take care of you in the NBA as well. And here's the kicker. Both must win, or the next 30 days of our service will be free. All you have to do to get this parlay is visit takingvegas.com. That's takingvegas.com.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT. And make us your last stop.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop,
It really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accepts, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Neuropathy pain? Call Dr. Robert Dees, DC, 925-393-0100.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Provember is back at Lowe's, and so are the savings. Power the possibilities with savings on the DeWalt tools you trust to get the job done. Like the DeWalt 16-piece reciprocating saw blade set was $29.98, now $19.98. And the DeWalt 14-piece assorted drill bit set was $16.98, now $9.98. These deals are tough to beat, and so are the tools. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Offer ends 12/28 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Now back to the morning roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky. Take it away, Bonte.
All right, Steph, we'll see you later tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. Warriors and Kings. Kings beat the Magic Saturday. Warriors, of course, on a 5-game losing streak. They need to get on track here. And Steve Kerr met with the media yesterday, and he said a lot of things about Kuminga, about the rotation, about everything there. So, you know, you were talking about Jordan Poole and the over-dribbling. By the way, before we get into this, Shask, I've got to let you know, and everybody know that, Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. This segment is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson. Shout out to Boxer & Gerson. Shout out to Hillary, whose Raiders took an L yesterday. What did they blow? 17-0 lead? Is that 17-0? Damn. What's more maddening? I'm not, you know what, I'm not going to. I was going to say something, Shasky, I was going to set things off. I'm not even going to do it. Not even going to do it.
Well, we'll get into the Warriors a little later, and I'm excited to see them tonight, and they need to get a win. I mean, there's no doubt about it.
Love it.
I really want to hear what you were going to say now.
Well, I was going to say what's maddening, what's more maddening, having Derek Carr as your quarterback, or sitting here like us rooting for Jimmy Garoppolo. I got to say, rooting for Derek Carr is a lot more maddening.
Well, you know, it's interesting that you bring that up, B, because
I would rather have Jimmy Garoppolo. Call me crazy.
Well, so I'm looking right now at the NFC standings, and we got an opportunity to watch Arizona and Seattle play each other, and then we got a chance to watch Tampa Bay versus the Rams yesterday. And I'm just looking at the NFC as a whole, and you bring up Jimmy Garoppolo, and I'm glad that you do. If you look at who's at the top of all the divisions right now, Jalen Hurts and the Eagles, 8-0, leading the NFC East. The Seahawks are leading the NFC West right now. Geno Smith, they're 6-3, okay? Then you look at the NFC North, and you got the Vikings at 7-1, all right? This is feeling like I'm looking around, and I'm going, the Niners, I want them to win the West, but they feel like a playoff team today.
They do. And they felt like they can. Well, Seattle's tough, and that Thursday night game between the Niners and Seattle. Yeah, we've learned our lesson on that one.
I thought they were tanking the year, and I thought they would be a team that would be top 5 and be looking at a quarterback. And Boy, were we all wrong. All of us.
I got respect for the Minnesota Vikings being 7-1. It's not easy winning on the road in the NFL. For them to rally 17-7 in that fashion, I give them credit.
Absolutely.
Minnesota's got a new swagger to them.
So I'm looking at this today, and I guess as you bring up Jimmy Garoppolo, I'm looking at these quarterbacks that are leading the teams. Jalen Hurts, Mariota. Let's put Tom Brady to the side. Tom Brady's the unicorn. He's the outlier, and they're right now tied with the Atlanta in the NFC South. Mariota, Geno Smith, Jalen Hurts, Kirk Cousins, and Jimmy Garoppolo. I'll throw those guys in there, all right? Of those guys, who do you trust? Like, who do you really, truly trust come December, January, February? Do you really, truly believe in the Vikings, who you represented right there, who you referenced?
So, I'm not sure if I believe in the Vikings, but I'll say this about quarterbacks. I think the more experience you have going into the playoffs without a Super Bowl, there's more pressure on you to win the Super Bowl. So a guy like Jalen Hurts, for example, has not been – he's been in one playoff run, and he got to play against Tampa Bay last year.
Yes.
The pressure on him is not as immense as it is on Kirk Cousins.
Yes.
Or Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yes.
So I think that benefits him. Like, you think about Tom Brady. When did he win the Super Bowl? Second year.
Yes.
Ben Roethlisberger won it really early in his career. Russell Wilson won it really early. So that takes a lot of pressure. Mahomes. So that takes a lot of pressure on you for not winning the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Like Josh Allen this year going into the playoffs in Buffalo, there's a lot of pressure on that organization too, because they haven't won yet. Mahomes and company have been written off, and they're saying, look, we're back again. We're back. That's why Joe Burrow going on that Super Bowl run last year. There wasn't as much pressure on the Cincinnati Bengals to go on that run, and not as much pressure on Joe Burrow. So when I look at the pressure point, Jimmy Garoppolo, Kirk Cousins, maybe it's a little Geno Smith if he gets into the playoffs. Geno's playing some good football
right now, if you're just asking, he's been a backup in 3 playoff games.
Yep.
Zero stats. So that means he hasn't played
played yet.
in the playoffs.
Hasn't played.
Your boy Jalen Hurts, 1 touchdown, 2 interceptions in the 1 playoff game last year.
Last year against Tampa.
Okay. Kirk Cousins, 1-3 record, lost to the Niners in 2019, had a huge win in 2020.
Right.
Drew Brees game. He had a game-winning drive in that one.
Yep.
Okay, but he was mediocre for the majority of that game.
And people will remember Dalvin Cook carried that team in the first half.
Yes.
Dalvin Cook opened up everything for Kirk Cousins in that football game. So I think going into these NFC playoffs, the most pressure will be on Kirk Cousins.
Okay.
The second most pressure will be on a guy like Dak Prescott.
That's a good.
Who's been in the playoffs, been in the playoffs, and he's kind of a veteran at this point.
And of all the guys we're referencing, makes the most money.
There you go. All
right, he makes more money right now than Kirk Cousins, which is kind of crazy. So Jimmy Garoppolo, just to give people his record, 7 games, but he was not one of the starters in one of the games because that was in New England. 6 as a starter, 4 touchdowns, 6 interceptions. Those are his playoff stats.
Not good.
No, but he's won. He's got 2 losses and 4 wins. So you look at all these guys. If I combined Hurts, Mariota, Geno, and Kirk Cousins, Jimmy's got more wins, whether you believe in quarterback stats like a win. If you believe in that, he has more wins than all those guys combined. Should you trust Jimmy over Jalen, over Mariota, over Geno Smith, over Kirk Cousins, as you look at the NFC right now?
We've seen Mariota win one playoff game coming back against the Kansas City Chiefs. Remember that wild game?
I've got his numbers right here.
Alex Smith's last game as a Kansas City Chief where he threw a touchdown pass to himself in that football game. Atlanta's kind of playing with house money right there, a year ahead of schedule. They're still looking for a quarterback. And as Baldy said, even though they lost yesterday to the Chargers, they do play extremely hard. They're physical. They should have won the game. Credit to the Chargers, which sets up a monster game at Levi Stadium. They're 5-3.
We'll get to that.
They're coming. This is going to be a fun football game next Sunday. I don't know if it's that I trust Jimmy Garoppolo. It's that I trust the playmakers and the defense of the 49ers to get through January against these teams because they've been there before. If the Niners are leading, say, in the third quarter in Philadelphia and Jalen Hurts is struggling, all of a sudden, we know how restless that crowd gets.
Yeah, that's a good point.
We know how tight people get. Same thing with Kirk Cousins in Minnesota, where they've had a history of failures in that city when it comes to Minnesota and the Vikings. I don't know if I trust Jimmy, but I trust Shanahan, Jimmy, and the Niners as a whole, as a team.
Yeah.
Like, it's not just one player, right? Because Kirk Cousins is going to make throws. They've got weapons galore. But do I trust them in the playoff game?
I feel like he could tap out of a playoff game because I watched him do that against the Niners, and maybe I'm holding that one game in a little higher regard than I should.
That defense just suffocated him. They couldn't get anything
Him
going.
and Dalvin, they tapped
They
out.
were getting hit. It was too physical for them.
Agreed. The
Niners, we know. And say what you want about Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy doesn't tap out. He may make bad decisions. But Jimmy's one tough SOB.
Yeah, he doesn't tap out.
He don't tap out. Jimmy's a tough dude.
Well, do you grant, so like Jalen Hurts, you keep referencing, and I agree with you. That's a really interesting point about the younger you are, maybe kind of like you don't know any better, and that's very interesting.
And Jalen, I look at this big time.
Well, this is what I'm going to go to.
College games.
Okay, so I have
big time games.
I have his college games here. In 2017, as a college player, SEC title game, Peach Bowl, national title game. 2018, Sugar Bowl, national title game. He gets replaced, obviously, by Tua. All right, 2019 in Oklahoma, Peach Bowl. I mean, those are some big-time games. Does that translate for you when it comes to, like, we talk big games and we just think only the NFL? Don't you get a little something from some of those college games?
I believe you do, because these are the biggest games of the biggest games. Tom Brady played in the big-time Orange Bowl against Alabama. He played in big-time games against Ohio State. You look at Peyton Manning, big-time games in college, right?
Yes.
SEC championships.
Yes.
National championship against Nebraska where they get smoked. Big-time games against Florida. You get credit for that when you play in front of 100,000 people.
I'm with you.
Alabama's always on TV. So Jalen Hurts went toe-to-toe with Deshaun Watson and Clemson. Hell, they should have won the freaking football game. Should have won it, and he played good.
Deshaun Watson's a great example. He's another guy played in nothing but big time games
and balls out at the NFL level. Who else you want to? Drew Brees, Purdue was nobody. Ended up going to a Rose Bowl. That matters to me.
Yeah.
So I think you do get a little bit of credit for that. And so when you look at Jalen Hurts in Philadelphia, Jalen Hurts is like, look, man, I got A.J. Brown, Dallas Goedert, Devontae Smith. We've been here before. This is nothing different.
I look at them and I know everyone's going to point to the quarterback, and that's what we do in sports. They're a trench team. I mean, they have the best offensive line and one of the better defensive lines in the game, and that's how they dominate. But at some point, you're going to ask that quarterback to make plays.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm just asking out loud, Niner fans. Like, you've watched everyone. You got a chance to see Geno Smith yesterday. Do you truly believe in this guy? Do you trust him in December? Because the Niners are going to have to go through Seattle at some point, whether it's for the division or whether it's a playoff matchup.
Well, you look at their schedule, the 49ers, that is. And it starts next week against the Chargers. They hit. Derwin James Jr. is going to be flying everywhere. Khalil Mack made a big-time play yesterday, forcing a fumble.
I couldn't believe that.
Ripping the ball out of Drake London's hand.
They were about to
Huge
score.
play. Huge play for them. That was a gutsy win for the Chargers. They don't win that games in years past. So you got a tough defense there. Arizona Monday night, Mexico City. It feels like a game, and I didn't know Cliff Kingsbury's. I forgot that he signed an extension, so he's going to be around for a while. But that feels like the tap-out game for Arizona.
Yeah.
Monday Night Football, Mexico City. They're going to be tough. Division games are not easy.
I love how you've labeled that the tap-out game. I worry that they're going to.
They are.
They are.
You know
worry
they
that
are.
they're going to give us their best shot.
You know they are. It's Arizona.
I know.
They're so fascinating.
I can't count them out.
By the way, I thought they were going to turn a corner. What a joke they are. They are such a mess. They're such a mess. So then you got them, and then you got the Saints. We'll be watching the Saints tonight.
Do you trust and believe in the Saints?
I don't trust Andy Dalton, but they do got a defense.
And what about if it's Jameis who's in there?
I don't trust Jameis either.
I know.
So I don't trust their quarterback, but their defense is going to come to play.
Do you trust Geno Smith?
I don't, but they got some mojo up there in Seattle. Woolen, that corner, is shut down everybody.
And Wusu, the linebacker, came out of nowhere.
Bruce Irvin, all of a sudden, I thought he was retired.
I did too.
Bruce Irvin's making plays.
I know.
And then you got Kenneth Walker III, a running.
Well, he's a stud.
Finally, can we all admit that running backs matter?
We're here.
Can we? No, hold on. But let's get before we get there. Running backs matter, folks.
Yes, they do.
Kenneth Walker III has changed their offense.
Ask Ryan Tannehill's career if running backs matter. And that's the other thing. Like, as I look at all these quarterbacks.
Joe Mixon yesterday, you see him?
Yeah, he's ridiculous. As I look at Jalen and Mariota and Geno and Kirk Cousins and Jimmy even, running backs have helped all of these quarterbacks. Yep. Running game has helped all of them. So I know we all want to just throw the ball. Like, if I gave Patrick Mahomes an elite running game, wouldn't it be lights out for the rest of the
He wouldn't have to throw 70 times
exactly.
a game.
Like Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a scat back.
Like I personally believe that at the end of the day, Kansas City's going to be held back because of the lack of a running game.
He threw 60 times yesterday.
I know. So, 68, 69.
But now I'm watching, and it's just interesting. A quick aside, as we talk about who we trust in the NFC, a team that's kind of rising right now, and they lost a tough game yesterday, but I'm seeing this kid emerge. It's Justin Fields. And I'm seeing now 49er fans start to, say, maybe we made the wrong pick. Mm-hmm. Maybe we made the wrong decision. And this is what I would say to everyone. I like Justin Fields coming out. I don't know if they made the right pick or not, but it's funny how I didn't hear a darn thing for almost a year and a half as he struggled, but he flashed here and there, and he struggled, and the team around him wasn't very good, and they went through a coaching change. But you saw a flash here. You saw a flash there. I'm watching a team last night in Tennessee. They're a win-now team.
Right.
And we all believe, everyone, just be real with yourself. Nobody believes in Tannehill.
We've seen Tannehill come up short in the wild card game against Baltimore. We see him come up short with home field last year against Cincinnati. And they had home field.
I know.
And he came up, she threw a pick on the first play of the game.
And like a lot of average quarterbacks, he'll have moments.
Right.
But he always regresses back to the pumpkin that he is.
Right.
And there's a reason why they're giving Malik some opportunities now and why they drafted him. They need to flip the page. And look, Malik is 2 games in. Malik Willis, who played last night, 2 games in. And people are destroying the kid last night. Look, he played very subpar in the second half. Mm-hmm. Did you watch the game, though? Because I thought I saw flashes.
I thought I saw flashes,
too. But this is my overall arching thing, whether it's Justin Fields, Malik, whomever, even Trevor Lawrence, who I think kind of stinks right now. All these young quarterbacks are going to struggle. Jalen Hurts is getting an 8-0 start now because of the 22 games he played prior where they didn't look so hot.
I remember in the playoff game against Tampa Bay, people were saying, Jalen Hurts is not the guy. They're not ready. Jalen Hurts is not the dude. He can't win anything. Now look at Jalen Hurts. Now look at him. Tua Tagovailoa, too. How many people quit on him? They go to Chicago yesterday, and he missed some throws, and I'm just like, Tua, you got to put that on the dime. But you know what? They're 6-3, and we're going to see them at Levi Stadium, and they've built around Tua. Hey, we're going to get shifty, quick guys where you put the ball in their hands, and they can make plays. Tyreek Hill has already got over 1,000 yards. Jalen Waddle's a stud, right? And we're going to see them December 4th. We're going to see them December 4th. That's not an easy game. But I'm looking at all these guys. Justin Fields, to your point, he goes to Gillette Stadium, and they beat the Patriots 33-14. They beat the Patriots. And Justin Fields goes out there, and I'm saying, damn, he's taking shot after shot after shot after shot. And he goes out there and balls out. Balls out, right? Justin Fields has gotten better every single week, and they make the deal for Chase Claypool. Mm-hmm. Now you got another weapon. Now you got running backs. Now you got a tight end in Cole Kmet. And this is why you can't give up on young prospects early. Mike Martz, hello. Week 1, you said he was the worst quarterback you ever seen. How you feel about that now? You can make the argument that Justin Fields would be the top pick in a redraft over Trevor Lawrence, over Zach Wilson, over Mac Jones, over Trey Lance. Those are just the facts. He's getting better and better and better, but you got to play through it. You have to play through it. By the way, I was just thinking about this. We talk about James Wiseman. He's only played since the calendar flipped to 2020. James Wiseman has played 49 games. Since the calendar flipped to 2020, Trey Lance has started 6 football games.
That's nuts.
And then you think about Joey Bart being the number 2 overall pick in 2018.
Yeah.
And I'm like, how little baseball he's played.
Yeah.
It's like we don't know anything about these dudes. The one thing we do know about guys, though, like a Justin Fields, like a Zach Wilson, like a Tua Tagovailoa, you have to let them play, which is why I'm excited to see Jonathan Kuminga play. You got to let these youngsters play.
Well, and on top of that, just to use a basketball analogy, after year 1, Tyreek Evans was going to be the next coming of LeBron James.
Right.
And he was the rookie of the year.
Yep.
And Steph Curry, maybe he'll be Jason Terry. You know what I mean? 10 years later, what's that looking like? After 1 year, everybody was quick to say, Mac Jones, how you feeling a little later?
Right.
The point that I'm going at when I look at all these quarterbacks, Mariota's a great example. Mariota bounced around. Nobody believed in him.
He got benched.
He's playing good ball right now.
He got benched for Tannehill.
Do I trust him in December? No, not really. But the point is that it takes time for a lot of these guys. And I'm looking up at this, and I'm saying to myself, Geno Smith. We wrote Geno Smith off a million different times.
Laughed at him.
He's playing good ball.
Dude, he's playing
really
great
good
football
ball right now.
He's playing great football right now.
Here's the funny part, though. I still don't necessarily believe him in December and January because I do have to see it.
Right.
Which I think is a fair perspective to have. But I guess as I look at all these quarterbacks this morning, and I'm looking at the 49ers situation with Jimmy Garoppolo, and look, his playoff stats don't look great.
They don't.
But he's won a lot of big-time December games that I think matter. Rams games in 2019, up in Seattle in 2019. Think of the road game that he won in 2021 against the LA Rams. There's been some big-time wins on his record, and I'm looking at these other guys outside of Brady. Maybe Jimmy isn't the worst guy to go heading into the playoffs with.
And let's be real about something, Shasky. Let's be real about something. Playoff numbers are not going to be pretty.
No.
Go look at John Elway's playoff numbers. Go look at Peyton Manning's playoff numbers.
But John Elway has, and I'll let you finish, the drive. For example, early in his career.
He has a drive.
They have these seminal moments.
Right, they have seminal moments, but he didn't get a Super Bowl till his last 2 years of his career.
Agreed.
Up until that point,
but he went to three.
Before they went to that Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Because before they won the Super Bowl, we forget Jacksonville went to Denver and beat the Broncos with Mark Brunell and Keenan McCardell and Jimmy Smith and Tony Baselli. They were loaded.
15-1 that year.
They were talking about them being the greatest team ever.
I remember that.
You know, and they got beat. So playoff numbers, like if you go look at Ben Roethlisberger, his player, the first Super Bowl Ben Roethlisberger won, he was awful.
Bonte, I looked at Peyton Manning's, and we love Peyton Manning, everyone. He lost in the first round, whatever that was for him. First game, 8 times.
That's what I'm saying.
8
That's
times.
That's what I'm saying here. So Jimmy, here's one thing I know about Jimmy. He's going to keep battling. And now with Christian McCaffrey, Deebo Samuel, George Kittle, and Brandon Ayuk, you got 4 studs if you keep them healthy. He's got playmakers where you get the ball to in the playoff game in cold weather. Who's going to want to tackle McCaffrey? Who's going to want to tackle Deebo? Who's going to want to tackle Kittle?
Don't you think that the one thing that's missing on their resume, Shanahan and Jimmy G, when we talk about them together, the big time come from behind victory? Wouldn't you agree? Like, even the New Orleans game, it felt more like a shootout than a come from behind win.
It was a shootout.
Do they have a come from behind win? Like, I'm talking multiple touchdowns, second half, like you got to throw to win.
They don't.
Okay. Adding Christian McCaffrey as the unique player that he is, don't you think that would help them in a scenario, whether it's a December or January late game scenario?
It would help, but you know the strength of this team, and I saw it last year. We both saw it in the playoffs.
Yeah.
Get out and get a lead.
Yeah, they play tight games.
But they got a lead against Dallas, and they was able to hold on. You get a tight lead, you start running the football, you make a couple plays in the second half, boom, 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 gone. Right? You win the game because you have a strong defense. I don't want this team playing from behind. I don't want to put Jimmy in that position because Jimmy's not that guy, right? Jimmy's not that guy. Hurry up offense, like we're watching the Chiefs go 98 yards. We're watching Brady go 44 yards.
He got the ball with 21 seconds last night, and everyone was like, yeah, they're going to score.
They're going to score.
Even though they didn't, but like everyone just assumed they would.
We assumed they were going to get 3.
Yeah.
Brady went 60 yards in 44 seconds, no timeouts. Now, Brady's the GOAT. But I also look at the Rams defense saying, what the hell are you doing giving them the sidelines? Why are you playing 15 yards off the wide receiver, giving them the out routes? What are you doing?
Well, Stafford's a guy, B, if we're just looking at guys that played for a long time. He played in big-time bowl games in Georgia, and he's had some playoff moments with the Detroit Lions, and fizzled out. In his one opportunity to do it, he had a game-winning drive in the NFC Championship game, and he had a game-winning drive in the Super Bowl. So you got to give the guy credit. But it was later in his career.
You have to give him credit. So out of all these quarterbacks to trust in the NFC, Jalen Hurts, Dak, Kirk Cousins, Rodgers is done. The Packers are
Geno Smith, Kirk Cousins, Mariota, Jalen Hurts,
Brady,
and then
it may be Brady.
Everyone's going to say Brady's the GOAT, so let's just throw him to the side. He's the old gunslinger. You give him the benefit of the doubt. I mean, I'm not saying that Jimmy's over. I'm not saying I'm taking Jimmy 1, but I'm certainly not taking him last. And I think he's closer to 1 than he is to 6.
I'm with you there. Haven't been there before.
Yeah.
And there's something to him knowing that, hey, I'm playing for my 49ers career. Because now you're starting to hear noise about him coming back, and I don't even want to go there yet.
Well, you're already hearing New England talking about
you're hearing, hey, well, the Niners bring him back. Well, they dumped Trey. I don't even want to go there yet. I'm not even there yet. But Jimmy is playing for something.
Yeah.
And they've got some mojo to him. And they got a chance to go on a run here. Now, it's not going to be easy. But I do believe this offense can average over 30 points the rest of the year. From this point on.
Okay.
From this point on. Because of the playmakers that he has. Jimmy, just get the ball to McCaffrey. Just get the ball to Debo. Get the ball to Ayuk. Get the ball to Kittle. These guys will make big chunk plays in playoff games that flips the entire momentum. And now you get healthier on defense where you're hitting and you've been there before. I do trust Jimmy this year. I do trust Jimmy in a playoff game.
It's interesting how this thing's kind of come full circle, right? I mean, and I'm just looking at the NFC like we all thought the Packers were going to win that division. I think most people, right?
They're cooked.
They look terrible.
They're terrible. And they've got a slew of injuries. Rashawn Gary's now out for the year.
And Rodgers isn't
Aaron
playing
Jones.
good. It's okay to say it. Don't just blame the receivers.
By the way, Rodgers yesterday, I played like crap, but I played really hard. I didn't give up.
Yeah, you're getting $150 million over the next 3 years.
I would hope you didn't give up.
Yeah.
We've seen you give up enough. You give up on plays. You give up on routes. I don't want to hear that from you. So they're done.
Well, he's another one, as we talk about how talented he is, and no one disputes regular season accolades. In the playoffs, he's left a lot to be desired.
A lot.
I mean,
a lot. How many duds has he thrown up? Brett Favre.
I can't unsee him versus Tom Brady, 4th down, and he lets LaFleur tell him he's not going for it. When everyone on the planet knew that he had to score a touchdown there and that a field goal was a loss.
And on a play before that, he should have ran and he threw it.
Yes.
He should have ran.
I know.
You know, that 2-play sequence was all-time bad.
I also think the worst loss in his career is losing to the Niners last year where they don't score an offensive touchdown.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think that's the worst loss of his career.
Yeah, no doubt. No doubt. No doubt about that. Missing wide open receivers because he wanted to force feed Devontae Adams. MVS was open on multiple. That's why MVS was like, I can't wait to sign with Kansas City.
Yeah.
I can't wait to get out of here. So they're done. Arizona, I don't want to stick a fork in them, but I believe they're done, and I don't trust them whatsoever.
I do think they'll play us tough both games.
No doubt. They will. They will.
I'm not dismissing them.
Division
and Seattle, I'm telling you, look at Seattle and the brand of football they're playing. They're going to be tough to beat. DK Metcalf looks great right now. But I'm excited that the Rams feel like they're done, and the Seahawks, we were ready to put the Seahawk rivalry to bed.
And now it's not.
Isn't that kind of crazy?
No doubt. No doubt. No doubt. So I think the Niners are in a great spot. I think they're in a great spot right now. Just get into the dance. Get into the dance. Because with that defensive line, you're going to pressure these quarterbacks into making big-time mistakes. There's a lot of mistake-prone quarterback. Right now, Jalen Hurts, if you pull up, I don't have the numbers in front of me, he's probably the one quarterback in the NFC not making the mistakes. I'm seeing Brady even make a lot of mistakes. He's throwing a lot of interceptable footballs.
Yeah.
They had no business winning that game yesterday.
They have a poor offensive line.
Very poor, and we knew that coming into the season. But Jalen Hurts may be the one quarterback in the NFC who's played mistake-free football for the most part.
Yeah, but now he's going to have a lot of pressure on him when you are the top seed in the NFC. At least right now they are. And you're undefeated right now, and they'll probably lose a game down the stretch. There's a lot of pressure with that, B.
There is.
There's a lot of pressure. We've seen a lot of number one seeds bow out.
Out of all these youngsters, don't you believe Jalen Hurts, everything you've seen from him at Alabama, at Oklahoma.
He feels unflappable.
He does. I mean, this guy got his job taken in the national championship game.
And had enough wherewithal to be as professional about it, even though it's a collegiate setting, as any veteran that I've seen in the NFL get removed.
And it came back to Bama the next season.
I know.
And it helped them win the SEC championship game when Tua got hurt.
It's pretty
Came
incredible.
in and replaced him and beat Georgia to get back to the national championship game. I mean, wow.
I'm not going to, so quit asking.
Oh, my God, that guy. While we're here for just a quick second, I love when Saban loses. I really do. There's just something about when Saban loses, the world just feels better. The coffee tastes better. The air is more crisp. God.
It is. It does feel good.
Doesn't it?
But I'm going to miss Alabama in the playoffs.
Are you?
A little bit.
They'll find a way to sneak in.
A little bit.
Some chaos will happen, and they'll find their way in.
Something about Brian Kelly winning, though. I can't stand that guy.
I can't stand Brian
Fake
Kelly.
accent and everything.
Hey, look it. Brian Kelly can coach, though.
You can coach.
Say what you want. He can recruit and he can coach. I know you guys hate him.
Hey.
He can recruit and coach.
Was his name Jalen Daniels? He's gotten better as the season gone along.
He looked good.
I didn't think anything of him when they played Florida State.
And was that Jason Taylor's kid?
Yeah, Mason Taylor.
Man.
He's got a kid at LSU.
Yeah, we're getting old.
Kid at Arizona. Yeah, we're getting very old.
So you believe if we were just kind of doing this, you're going to take Jimmy with either the second or third pick in terms of the guys that we believe are going to be the teams that we believe are going to be playoff teams.
I may be smoking something. Promise. I'm not high, folks. Brady's the number one pick.
Put Brady aside. Of course he's the number one. He's the number one pick in the whole league until he retires.
I'm not taking Dak.
No. I'm not either.
I love Dak, but I'm not taking him.
No, I'm not either, which is crazy to say.
It's crazy to say.
And I'm not taking Kirk Cousins over Jimmy.
There's no way in hell I do that.
He's got to prove it to me.
There's no way I do that.
Even though he has the game-winning drive on his resume in the playoffs.
I'm taking Jimmy over Geno.
Yeah, Jimmy.
I'm taking Jimmy over Kirk. Call me crazy. I'm taking Jimmy Garoppolo. Outside of Tom Brady, I'm taking Jimmy Garoppolo over the field in the NFC. That sounds insane, especially with the way we discussed Jimmy Garoppolo this season.
And he doesn't really have a signature moment in the playoffs, you know? I mean, he just doesn't. What's his signature playoff moment?
Yeah, he does. I mean,
even like I said, Kirk Cousins beat Drew Brees with a game-winning drive, money on the line in New Orleans. It's a big-time win for him in terms of playoffs. And then even Marcus Mariota has a win where he beat Kansas City in that crazy game that we always reference. Alex Smith's final game for Kansas City. Geno, 0 playoff starts or anything like that. Jalen Hurts lost his only playoff game he's been in.
I'm going to give Jalen Hurts a pass because he lost to Brady in Tampa.
It doesn't, it almost feels like it doesn't count.
And Philly, they overachieved last season. They did. Jimmy doesn't have a signature moment. In the playoffs, he doesn't have it yet. All his moments are negative moments. I guess you could say the first drive against Minnesota where he throws a touchdown pass to who? Was it Kendrick Warner, Emmanuel Sanders? I mean, he does it. He does it.
Do you have to have one for us to give you the benefit of the doubt?
I just need you to win a Super Bowl. Don't make mistakes.
Because I feel like the Burrow legend now, after what he did last year, we're like, oh yeah, Burrow could do whatever now.
What's Peyton Manning's signature moment during his last Super Bowl run with the Denver Broncos?
It was having a touchdown drive on the very first series against Carolina, and it was like, that was it. He just executed a perfect little scripted drive.
Right. Not a moment, right? It's just C.J. Anderson ran the ball hard for him and called it today.
I mean, even in the Super Bowl, he doesn't. It was a rainy Super Bowl win. Dominic Rhodes, I believe, or was it Joseph Adai? Was MVP?
Right. Joseph Adai. Yeah, Joseph Adai was MVP.
One of those two.
One of those two were MVP. Yeah, he didn't have a great moment. He threw a touchdown pass to Reggie Wayne, but he also threw 2 picks, I believe, in that football game.
He also threw the horrible pick against New Orleans that gave, I think, Tracy Porter,
the pick 6 for the game. Ben Roethlisberger, his first Super Bowl run. Didn't have a signature moment. Antoine Randall had a big touchdown pass, but he did. I will give him credit for that second one.
The Mike Wallace catch. Oh, was it Mike Wallace?
No, Santonio Holmes.
It's one
of the best catches in Super Bowl history.
Yeah.
So, Drew Brees that year, did he have the signature moment in that Super Bowl? Was the onside kick and the Tracy Porter pick 6?
I know.
So I don't need Jimmy to have a signature moment. I need him to play mistake-free football. Play mistake-free football.
Well, I think that's the big thing. Was I was looking at all the stats for everyone, and I'm like, wow, Mariota had 4 touchdowns and 1 interception in his 2 games in the playoffs. Okay, Jimmy 4 touchdowns, 6 interceptions in his 6 games.
Right.
And then a couple of fumbles mixed in there too. It's like
I love this. I love texts like this. You two aren't allowed to root for Jimmy Garoppolo. Dude, we got season tickets, man.
Come on, man.
Like, come on, man. Like, stop.
Okay, it's like what I say at the end of. Have you ever seen the end of Last Black Man in San Francisco?
Oh yeah.
He's on the Muni bus, and he listens to these 2 techies who just moved to San Francisco, and he's born and raised in the Hunters Point in San Francisco, and he's listening to them talking like, I hate this, I hate that about San Francisco, and he turns to him and goes, excuse me, you're not allowed to hate San Francisco.
Right.
Because you got to love it first.
Yep.
And that's the way I feel about being a 49er fan. I won't allow you to hate some of our players unless you love it the way I do.
Right. And you can't knock us for loving the 49ers. Again, I feel very good about the 49ers. They've gone through, it's kind of like the Warriors last year, and I know the Warriors ended up winning championship, but after they got through March, right, and they were struggling. Remember they were all struggling? We brought up the panic meter or whatnot. And then we get to the playoffs. And you knew Steph was back. You knew Draymond was back. You knew Clay was there. You knew Wiggins was out of his slump. You knew JP was on a heater. Looney was looking good. And I said, you know what? I feel good about the matchup against Denver. And I feel like they could beat Memphis. And I feel like Phoenix, they're going to choke at some point, whether it's against the Warriors or the Mavericks. And then you see felt good about that's how I feel about the Niners right now. They got through all this, the roller coaster the first half of the season. Trey getting hurt, Trent Williams getting hurt, Kittle getting hurt, not starting the season off. Jimmy Ward not starting the season off. He has a hamstring injury, then he breaks his hand. You missed Bosa for a couple games. You had all these injuries. You had all this drama. You had all the finger pointing. You had players running to coaches, players and coaches running to Michael Silver. And now off the bye week, they're 4-4, and they control their freaking destiny, and they're getting healthier, and they added Christian McCaffrey.
That McCaffrey thing's big.
It's massive. It's massive. It was a Super Bowl move. And to beat the Rams in the fashion that they beat the Rams. They didn't just beat the Rams. Shanahan said, okay, Jimmy, we're up 24-14. We're going to continue to throw the ball. And he throws one to Ross Dwelly, and he throws a dime to George Kittle. And I said, he's allowing Jimmy to throw.
Yeah.
Let's go. I feel really good about where the 49ers are at right now.
Maybe it's because they didn't play yesterday, and, you're sitting there, and everything kind of goes away when you don't play, right? You just, I don't know, you think higher of your team. I'm watching Seattle. I'm watching Arizona in that game, and I'm like, Seattle's going to be tough, but they can be beat, right? They're going to be tough. I'm not dismissing
That's
them.
not going to be an easy game. Short week.
This might be Pete Carroll's best coaching job.
Yep.
I mean, I thought they were going to be a bottom 5 team. I was way wrong. Noah Fant is hitting deep balls down the field on little check down plays. They're running the ball. They're physical. They're playing very good complementary football. The Rams and Tampa Bay, I'm watching that game, and I'm like, Tampa Bay is broken.
They are. But you know what? With Tampa Bay, they do have a defense. But if you get them on the road, it's Brady. It's still Brady. But I don't believe in Tampa. They're flawed.
I have a hard time taking the leap of Tampa Bay has a defense.
Right.
If you're just solely watching that game, the Rams offense is so disproportionate.
Yeah,
it is passing, and they had their longest run of the year yesterday.
I know.
21 yards.
Did Derrick Henderson? Was it Malcolm Brown? I thought it was Henderson.
Maybe it was Henderson.
Because I was watching it.
And I was like, what? They literally said it on the broadcast. I was like, I'm not taking you serious.
Right. No,
that's your longest run of the year?
You can't take the Rams serious. What about the Kings? You taking them serious?
With the Warriors?
Yeah.
I mean,
we're talking to Slater in about 8 minutes. You taking them serious?
I have serious question marks on the Warriors right now. Let me just. Who's in, who's out of the rotation? What's Kuminga's role now that he's back in?
Well, a lot of people will be happy. It sounds like James Wiseman is out of the rotation. And for some reason, he's a number 2 overall pick, so he's become the whipping boy of all the struggles.
I don't like that term.
I don't like that term either. Let me use another one. He's been scapegoated.
Thank you.
As the problem for the Golden State Warriors.
There we go.
Scapegoated.
Yes.
Which is not fair, but it is what it is.
And Kuminga is now the quote-unquote saving grace. And he'll make mistakes, but boy, he just brings a level of physicality and athleticism that they need as a diver.
They do.
And a cutter.
They do. Oh, boy. This is going to be a fun second half of the season. Baldy tomorrow to talk about the Niners. He was in Atlanta covering Chargers, Falcons. Going to be a good game. But to your point about that quarterback conversation, it's kind of wild that I trust Jimmy over a lot of these dudes.
No, it's crazy. But I've been thinking about this, and you just look at it right now, and you're like, Hurts, Mariota, throw Brady to the side, Geno Smith, Kirk Cousins, Jimmy Garoppolo, Dak Prescott. You say it out loud.
It may be Daniel Jones, too.
I hope it's Daniel Jones, because that's a team I know we can beat. Right? Daniel Jones hasn't thrown for more than 200 yards, but a couple times this year.
Yep, no doubt. No doubt. All right, it's time for the Boxer and Gerson injury report.
It's time for the injury report. It really hurts. Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
The Warriors are getting closer to seeing Dante DiVincenzo back on the court. Warriors guard, was able to practice with the team over the weekend for the first time since suffering a hamstring injury last month. DiVincenzo is not expected to suit up tonight when the Warriors host the Kings at Chase Center, but he is expected to get a few more practices in this week and could be cleared to play for Friday night's game against the Cleveland Cavaliers. By the way, Cleveland Cavaliers watched them yesterday in the second half against the Lakers. They got a squad. Spinoti, your Lakers, They don't have a squad, but the Cavaliers went in there. It's just snuffed them out.
Did you see that Migos formed as a group in 2013, and yet LeBron claims that he was the first one bumping it in 2010 in the Miami Heat locker room?
LeBron's too much, man.
I saw a whole thread on lies that LeBron has said.
Yeah,
He predicted with his homies Kobe would go for 80.
Yeah, I know. LeBron's just got to chill. He also called out Kyrie Irving. LeBron, I mean, like a joke. They're an absolute joke. By the way, Westbrook played well. Bet you don't want to trade his ass now, huh? Yeah. I saw a report from Bill Simmons saying that Anthony Davis is on the block. How does Bill Simmons know? Anyway, their injury report brought to you by Boxer in Northern California's premier worker compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game, sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises, and vote yes on Proposition 31. The one and only Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event. Here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfent Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You
Oh, baby, a good Monday on the roast, having some fun. No Niners, no Warriors, so we had a stress-free weekend. Stress-free. It was a lot of fun. Good morning, everybody out there getting off your graveyard shifts. Good morning, everybody, if you're getting ready for work. If you're at work, teachers, firefighters, cops, students, all the high schools getting ready for playoff season. I saw Sarah put a whooping on my boys from Sacred Heart Saturday afternoon. SI's in a playoff. They're in the CCS Division II playoff bracket. I know Sacred Heart is. So it's playoff season. De La Salle, they beat Clayton Valley. A lot of good stuff happening in the high school scene, Shasky.
And then don't forget about volleyball because Sacred Heart beat Santa Cruz in the D3 CCS championship, I believe.
Yep. Shout out to the Irish volleyball team.
Yeah.
Those girls could play, man. They've had a good program for a long, long time. All right, we got Anthony Slater here. But before we get Slater, don't forget to tune in to Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity. Warriors Live, 6:30, am I correct? 6:30, 30 minutes before tip-off? 6:30. But right here at 8:03, we got Anthony Slater on 95.7 The Game Insider, who's not only a Warriors beat writer, but he's been covering the Kings as well up in Sacramento, so he knows a little bit of both. He's been up there in Sacktown. What up, Slater?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm good, man. I'm good. You've been getting some Kings in your system here. They beat Orlando Saturday. Not a lot of people were watching down here, but to come back like they did against Orlando was pretty cool. To see Fox go off like that and hit a shot from the logo in overtime to win that game. But let's talk about the Warriors. Fresh start homestand, I guess we could say. 5-game losing streak, of course. All 5 coming on the road. What was your biggest takeaway from that 0-5 road trip?
Oh man, I'd say the young guys are more behind than is ideal, than it was planned in a lot of ways. I think they knew growing pains were going to happen coming into the season, but I think it's just been tougher than expected. I just didn't think they, believed they were going to bleed so much when they put any type of bench units on the floor, and it's the fact that Steve Kerr is coming out and basically announcing that rotation changes are needed before he makes them. That's kind of rare for any coach really to do, but it just shows you that they are admitting that their rotation at this point is not working. And to me, that's kind of the biggest takeaway, because that's what they're clearly doing. They believe that'll help solve what's going on.
Yeah, and I just feel like they got deeper problems. Not that this isn't a problem. It absolutely is. And bench has been a problem for a variety of different versions of the Warriors for the last 6 or 7 years. But what's the number one most important thing that they have to change if they want to win?
Motivation level, I guess. It's the defense, right? What are they right now? 25th, or at least they were right around there entering the weekend. This is a team that built that 18-2 start last year as the number one defense, and then in the playoff, held firm on that, and they won the title, and they've always succeeded, this dynasty on that end of the floor. That's what's kind of been their underrated backbone, and they just don't have that right now. So if we're just identifying problem number one, it's just they can't defend a bottom 10 team in the league, or else they look like the team they're playing tonight, the Kings, right? That's been the Kings' problem for about a decade and a half. They're always bottom 10. Well, the Warriors are defending like that right now.
Anthony Slater, our 95.7 The Game Insider here on the Morning Roast with Shasky and Bonte. Slater, how relatable is it? I guess, how much does it have to do with Jordan Poole's struggles? The fact that James Wiseman has struggled so bad, does that have an impact on Jordan Poole's struggles with that second unit? What did you make of that? Because we saw Jordan Poole Friday night against the Pelicans struggle again with the over-dribbling, bad shot selection. But how much of his struggles have to do with James Wiseman?
Yeah, I think some of it, and I was definitely a proponent of really trying out the Poole-Wiseman pick and roll as kind of the identity of the second unit, but that comes with defensive issues right now, because you have a guy on the perimeter who's not really staying in front of anybody, and then you have a big on the back end who's just not ready to be an elite rim protector, and is kind of thrown into a bunch of action and exploited. And obviously the numbers just from a plus minus standpoint don't look good. As far as Poole goes, though, he seems like he's pressing. I believe Kerr post game he just said he's trying too hard, and I do think when he's kind of panicked or pressing like that, he reverts to who he's kind of been as his core as a basketball player, which is he dances with the basketball, right? It's a lot of side-to-side stuff. You saw the 3 carrying violations in Miami, and just they have tried to beat out of him over the last few years that, I guess the ball sticking. They've tried to 0.5 basketball, catch it and move it or shoot it or pass it, but Warriors style, movement. And he, in some ways he's equipped for that. He's very good off the ball. I think he's learned a lot of Steph Curry's pet actions, and he shoots with Klay Thompson coming off pin downs in practice. And so much of what he does, you saw it during the playoff run. But at the same time, I just think when he's like, "Hey, I'm the leader of this second unit," or in a game like the Pelicans one, I'm our primary scorer, playmaker, best player on the floor. He just does too much out there, and he's doing too much right now. But I mean, this is not. We've seen this with Jordan Poole. We saw it last season, during long stretches. So it's not something I'm overly concerned about. But he does need to play much better.
Well, reading Jordan's body language and just the teams in general, where's the joy gone? Like, it just feels, and I know it's a long season, it's November. This was a team that played so charismatic and played so united, and chemistry is the word I keep coming back to. Where is that?
Well, they're not winning. That's has a lot to do with it. When you're 3-5 and coming into the game, pressure's on, people are critiquing you. Hey, Jordan Poole, you're 2-9. Well, guess what everybody's talking about right now? The fact that you're 2-9 shooting in the middle of the second quarter. And also, it's tougher to defend the title. There's less, they entered last season with just such hunger to climb back into the conversation. You had people picking them as out of the playoffs last year. I mean, I thought I was being optimistic. I was like, 6th seed maybe. They were like, no, they wanted to, stamp themselves as elite, and that just provided such, almost playoff level motivation in the first couple months of last season. And that leads to just hungry play. And I just don't think that's there. I think we kind of knew that, but it's just not as much there for them. They're being hunted instead of being the hunter earlier this season. I think you're just seeing that in, kind of bland regular season basketball. Whereas, the Orlando Magic have all these young guys that are like, ooh, we got the Warriors in town tonight. About to make a name for ourselves tonight. That's just kind of the difference. And it's not like that team last season had, the last thing we remember of them is that unbelievable playoff run. But there were 6-14 stretches where the basketball was really dull.
Yeah.
And the defense was bad.
Otto Porter Jr. was their best player for a stretch there. You know what I mean? In terms of consistency. Yeah. Just let me interrupt you here. And I don't mean to, you don't think the Draymond Green punch has anything to do with what's going on now? Because it does feel like the chemistry, fair or not, it just feels off.
Iciness is what you said a few weeks ago, Slater. Iciness.
Yeah. I would say this. The tension, directly related to the punch feels like it's lifted. If you're in the locker room, if you're around the team, I mean, it does feel like, old Draymond, joking with the veterans, chatting with the young guys. There's no more conversations I have around the team where, it's directly, you're talking about the punch. Where I would say I have heard, the indirect effect of it is you do talk to some, coaches or, people around the team, and it's like they didn't feel like they got necessary preseason prep. They don't feel like it was, and, some of that is the Japan trip too, right? That was kind of a unique part of the preseason, but obviously, they had a, whatever you want to call it, a 10-day saga thrown in the middle, and they weren't as prepped for the season as they probably needed to be. And then the other thing, as far as, you're talking different, chemistry aspects, they're just super young. And, I know you only added 2 more rookies, but you basically added 2 more rookies in the place of Damian Lee and JTA, who were the, ready-made veterans who were dancing on the bench after big plays. You seeing that from Ryan Rollins, you seeing that from Patrick Baldwin. Yeah. There's less life, but a lot of that is just because there's a couple extra teenagers over there, and there's an empty roster spot, and
But don't you find it? But don't you find it almost laughable the way? And I'm not saying you are, but I'm seeing this from a lot of the fan base, and it's dude, people. The minute that JTA or Damian Lee checked into a game, it was oh my God, what are they doing? How could they play this guy? And now a year later, it's they're losing because Bielitsa's not here, and JTA's not here, and Damian Lee, and it's wait a minute, I thought everybody couldn't stand these guys.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's not the if they had those guys, maybe they're 4-6 right now. I don't know. I mean, they're just not playing good defense. Right. But I just think generally, you're asking more about fringe stuff bench decorum right now, and life in a team, and 28-year-olds that know how to play that role, which is juice up the the life of the team on the bench. And then when you go in, and I wrote a story this morning about Kuminga. We may get to Kuminga, but he's going to be in the rotation tonight. Very well deserved. But he's on the road trip, and he's not in the rotation. Wiseman gets in foul trouble. They put him out there, and he's not ready for the first defensive possession. P.J. Washington ripped by him.
Mm-hmm.
They put him in the game in Detroit, and I put the video in the story, but he's blowing on his hands. They put him in to guard Bogdanovich, one of the best three-point shooters in the league. He's blowing on his hands because he's cold. He's coming into the game, and as he's blowing on his hands, Bogdanovich just curls around the screen, and Kuminga's super late. He has to rush over and fouls him, and it's just like Damian Lee or JTA, say what you want. Like, if they were playing 3 possessions on an entire road trip, like, they were locked in for those 3 possessions.
No doubt.
And that is just, there's just small differences where, but again, we can peel back to your original point. Like, no, that is not, like, what is all that ails this team right now. They're 3-7, mostly because they're just not playing, their brand of defense.
Well, and we're talking to Anthony Slater here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. And look, I want to get to Wiseman in a second and talk about his development and where he's at. But to your point about being 3-7, the way I look at it, despite all those pitfalls with the youngsters, blowing by defensively, giving up all the points in the first half, and teams shooting nearly 50% in the first half against the Golden State Warriors, Charlotte, they're up 4 with a minute left. Miami, they scored 2 points in the last 5:03. And against Orlando, Steph comes up with 2 big turnovers. Wiggins smokes a layup. So I'm not blaming the starters for the loss. Though that said, the starters had a chance to bring it home, and they're not bringing it home because they're blowing defensive assignments late. They're turning the ball over. At some point, the starters had to take accountability for it. It's not all on them, but they're the money players, Slater. They're the big money guys.
Yeah, and I do think, and I understand this thought process from them, but, like, there's not that much urgency right now. Like, you think they're really that concerned they're 3-7? You think that, Steph Curry and Andrew Wiggins and, Draymond are looking around like, I'm not sure if we got it this year. Like, they're just like, we'll turn it on when we need to turn it on. That might mean tonight. I mean, if I had to predict tonight, I think they're going to come out looking good.
Yeah.
I think they're going to kind of put their foot down tonight a little bit. And they were frustrated with themselves. Like, post-game in Charlotte, Draymond is bringing up the stat about, he could count on his hand the amount of times they've blown a 4-point lead in the final minute. Steph's blaming himself for trying to play hero ball. And, I think they know that they mentally need to lock in, but I also at the same time can understand that there is a frustration level from them that every first quarter, on the trip, basically, they're delivering 6-7 point leads in the first 6 minutes, and by the time they're back together to start the second half, they're down because every time they put the bench in, like, it's a guaranteed minus. And, like, there's just, you can, when they put the first sub in now, you can just kind of sense, everybody's thinking about it. Like, all right, well, it's +6 right now. What's it going to be in about 6 minutes? So I think there's a lot of problems.
Mm-hmm.
But yes, at the end of the day, like, your 35-minute per night players are your most important players, and they do collectively need to play better.
No doubt. And finally, James Wiseman. Obviously, he's been the number one scapegoat for this Warriors fan base. You're on Twitter. You see it. You talk to the fans. We all talk to the fans. Wiseman, look, he hasn't played well. I'll be the first to admit that. Number 2 overall pick, 2020, hasn't played well. He's played in, what is it now, 49 games in the regular season for the Golden State Warriors. Hasn't played well. So what does it mean to him with these rotation changes? Is he going to pick up DMPs? Is he not going to play? Is he going to go back to the G League? Or maybe he's just not a fit with this team. What do you think about James Wiseman? What's your assessment of him so far through the first 10 games?
Yeah, I think there's a chance he doesn't get, I think there's a chance he gets DMPs coming up. I think there's looking at, every lineup combination that everybody's looking at, and, he's obviously a major part of many of the negative units. He hasn't played well. I mean, you kind of alluded to, like, his fit, within the Warriors. They're trying to make him a high-energy backup big. And it doesn't seem that equipped for that at this standpoint, at this point of his career. It's like he's not a dirty work, like, set hard screens, come in, bash around for rebounds. Like, you saw those type of guys on the road trip, right? The Nick Richards in Charlotte, the Isaiah Stewarts. Like, those are the guys that really succeed as, 6 minutes per half. Stewart plays more, but generally, you know what I mean.
Right.
Like 6 minutes per half, they come out, throw their body around, and just do a bunch of small stuff. You know, Looney in a lot of ways is like really fits that role. Now he's a starter on the team for good reason, but Wiseman is just trying to, you know, discover who he is, and obviously he has a long-term hope of, you know, being a high usage, like, you know, post scorer and different stuff like that. And it is tough because on this team, his current role doesn't really allow for that, and it's kind of an odd fit. And you know, I don't know if his development will be better just like doing that, but doing it with Santa Cruz for a little while, and maybe that helps them. But it doesn't look great right now, and you know, even if it's 9 minutes per game, it is kind of weighing them down for about 9 minutes per game.
Right. Yeah, it's not good at all for James Wiseman. Go ahead, Shasky.
Quick little, like 10 seconds or less. At what point in the season would you consider major moves if you were the Warriors? Do you have to be around 500, around the deadline, All-Star break, before then? Like, at what point would you consider, as someone who watches his team in and out, that they need to make some major moves?
Well, win is the deadline, right? That's the checkpoint for all teams across the league. Like, you know, do we need to pivot? Do we need to stick to the plan? Do we not? So deadline is win. What I would consider, it's just going to depend on how it all looks and how all the young players look by then. I don't think there's major move, but, you know, this roster could use a buyout veteran potentially, or, you know, just a couple extra guys at the end of the rotation.
Agreed.
No doubt about
Thanks,
that.
Anthony.
Slater, we'll see you later tonight at Chase Center when the Warriors take on the Kings. Kings feeling good after beating Orlando on Saturday. What, lot? You like this stuff, Anthony. It's not just, hey, they're the best team in league. There's nothing to write about. There's a lot of things going on with the Golden State Warriors, man. You got to be loving life right now at The Athletic.
Oh, yeah, some stuff going around the Sacramento Kings. I know we didn't get to it, but, you know, we'll see tonight. De'Aaron Fox is good.
Nobody here cares.
No, hey, De'Aaron Fox. I care, right, Slater. I'm on the league pass, baby. I'm watching Magic and Kings on my iPhone. They are fun.
One.
Kings good.
There's one.
Kings good, man. They're fun. They're fun.
I think they're facing some trouble tonight, though, I will say.
Get right game for the Golden State Warriors. We'll see about that. Cleveland be fun Friday. Cleveland's legit, Anthony.
Yeah.
Okay.
I agree.
That's enough of you two spooning over teams no one cares about.
Hey, we'll do it later on today. See, you got to get Shasky. See, Shasky's beating my head over baseball all day long, and I played the game with him for an hour and a half. We talk a little league pass here. There's some good teams out there. Cleveland, Milwaukee's playing well, Dallas. How about Portland beating the Suns on the last-second shot Friday night? Slater, school this guy, man.
Well, Shasky's problem is he's got the baseball mindset. And baseball is a regional sport, right? You only care about your team. That's understandable. Yeah. Basketball, like, you know, it's 30 teams. It's a much more intermingled league. I watch every team.
Dude, I'm telling you. Utah, how about Utah last night beating the Clippers?
Slater, who's coaching the Orlando Magic right now?
Jamal Mosley.
Yeah, you knew that. Bonte did not.
I did not know that last week. I forgot about it, but I knew about. I named her. Hey, Anthony, I named her roster 1 through 10 with no Google. I know the players on the court. And how about Utah? Utah, huh?
Hey, Paulo Banchero can't get you excited, Chad.
There you go.
No, he was fine. But guys, dear God, the NBA. No one cares about the Kings. I'm just telling you the truth.
That's disrespectful, Shasky.
No, I'm telling you factually.
Wants to talk some, Aaron Judge free agency out of right now.
Yes.
So, move on to that segment. You don't want to talk
When ESPN moves Nick Friedel from Brooklyn to the Sacramento King beat, I will then pay attention.
Slater's doing both beats now. Now you better pay attention.
Hey, there's some buzz down here locally. I know it may not make its way down to SF, but I'm telling you, the cowbells are out for the Mike Brown.
Hey, Slater, I'm with you with the cowbells, baby. Golden One Center, here we come. Kings got something brewing up there, something
they're
special.
Playing Sunday, by the way. There's a Warriors Kings rematch Sunday. Y'all should come up.
Nah, I can't come up for that.
On a Sunday when I'm going to the Charger game?
I actually got.
Who are you kidding?
I got the day off for that one. Sunday night
Niners
football.
Chargers, dog.
I got the day off, Slater. Hey, I'll see you later at Chase Center, man.
All right, fellas.
All right, Anthony Slater, one of the best in the business, man. He's a lot of fun covering the NBA. Of course, the Golden State Warriors.
Ponte.
I don't even know if you could call it a get-right game.
Ponte, can you do me a favor?
What?
Are you going to do this for every team on the schedule? Are you going to do this every team the Warriors play? They're fun, and then start rattling off 9 deep?
Go watch the Cleveland Cavaliers. Evan Mobley, Darius Garland, Donovan Mitchell, of course. You got Jared Allen blocking shots, Kevin Love coming off the bench, Dean Wade making plays for the Cavs, JB Bickerstaff. They do this thing after the game where they give out the dog of the day, the junkyard dog of the day, where they give out a chain for the player of the game. Luke Walton's on that bench as an assistant coach. Cavaliers are good. Cavaliers are good, dude. They beat Boston last week. What's the Cavs record right now? I think they got one loss. That's right, 8-1 on the season. Cleveland Cavaliers, 8-1 on the season. They've had some good quality wins. Cavaliers are good. Friday night, I'm telling you, Friday night at Chase Center, that's a game you should go to. Warriors and Cavaliers. One of the better young teams in the league.
I'll go to any Warrior game. I just don't. I love you. I'm just asking you sincerely.
We do this with baseball.
What?
We would do this with baseball. Talk about all these teams and all this talent.
I did not sell you on the Marlins.
Oh, I sell myself on it. That's the problem. You gotta love this.
Jazz Chisholm wearing a hood, and that'll look cool with the chains popping out.
Dude,
and that's about it.
Dude, you could sell me on the Baltimore Orioles.
And he won't even play against lefties.
I loved watching the Orioles down the stretch. A lot of young talent on that team. I love watching the Blue Jays, the Tampa Bay Rays. I like all teams. I watch all teams. I want to see what these teams, how can I pick them apart and make my team better? I've been telling you, man. Telling you. Cleveland Cavaliers, watch Friday night. Go watch their roster and how they play. You're going to be impressed. Utah last night against the Clippers. You're going to be impressed watching that team down the stretch. To go on a 9-0 run in the fourth quarter against the Clippers.
Who's Utah's coach?
There's some new guy from the Boston Celtics, assistant coach. Something.
I have no idea.
Don't remember his name.
Don't know.
I know they have Laurie Markkinen. Yeah. I know they have Colin Sexton coming off the bench. I know Mike Conley Jr. is hitting at the point guard spot. I'm telling you, man. Utah Jazz are tough. Utah Jazz are 8-3. Will Hardy, there you go, assistant coach of the Boston Celtics. No, white guy. He comes from the San Antonio system, Boston Celtics system.
No way.
Yeah.
White guy?
Yeah, they've had some black coaches in Utah.
Shocking.
Ty Corbin. Remember him? Ty Corbin.
I do.
He's now an assistant up in Sacramento, I believe. No. He's in Orlando. Ty Corbin. No, I'm wrong. He's in Charlotte. Ding, 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 next to Steve Clifford in Charlotte. You got to stop hating, man. The NBA's got a good product. A lot of good young teams out there. A lot of good talent. Memphis Grizzlies, Desmond Bane. A lot of good talent, man. Better wake up and pay attention. Well, I can't sell you on the Athletic 650 Xfinity Mobile text line. That's a tough sell. Cannot do it. And you guys always say bye-bye Bonte to free time and Baby Chez. Baby Chez is watching ball. She's sitting on my lap saying, ball, put on ball.
Yeah.
Let's go, Baby Chez. Let's go watch the Cleveland Cavaliers against the Boston Celtics. I'm telling you, man, league pass, man. Undefeated. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Vote Yes on Proposition 31 and Fremont Bank Full Service Banking, no compromises. More on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Because I will not shame the rest of the teams in the league. I will not league shame. I would not shame anybody. The league is fun. Watch all teams. Just don't watch your own team in the bubble. We all watch NFL teams, right? I can tell you on any damn team in the league. Spadoni, what you got? Oh, we got a break? All right, let's break.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
When back to the office means back in traffic.
Blocking the 3 right lanes, multiple emergency crews on the scene.
You can rely on your Northern California Honda Dealers Traffic Center.
On the shoulder now, so that's good. Traffic is getting by.
From your traffic leader, KCBS.
The rumors are swirling.
Randy Miller, NJ.com on the Aaron Judge free agency and situation.
I know Aaron from covering him his entire career. Aaron grew up loving the Giants. I think he's ready to come home, and he also knows that I think he believes the Giants are going to pay him what he's worth.
Can the Giants land Aaron Judge? Find out right here on 95.7 The Game.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
Kirby, they're your driveway mechanic, and they bring the shop to you. And our friends over at Kirby just won the Motor Top 20 Award for innovation. Brakes and tire replacements, oil changes, and more. And they've just added Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Barely uses any water, and it makes your car look brand new. They all use biodegradable products that provide the ultimate shine and protection to both the exterior and the interior of your car, all in the ease of your driveway. The ultimate convenience, easy booking, transparent pricing, on-time arrival, service in your driveway. No waiting rooms or coordinating rides, direct access to your mechanic, friendly and reliable service. No middlemen and no upsells. Get $50 off your first oil change. Here's the code. OIL50, OIL50, or use my code JOEWASH to get a free sealant treatment with the purchase of Kirby's eco-friendly wash. Check out Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
In Oakland, showers by the afternoon, highs in the upper 50s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Bonte.
Loon Dog, presented by Fit 8. We got some breaking news. We're not going to use it. All right. Frank Wright. Out as head coach of the Indianapolis Colts. Compiled a 40-33 record as Colts head coach, a job he took in 2018 after McDaniels opted out. Remember, he opted out of that job? That was wild. Yeah. Colts square off against McDaniels and the Raiders this week. So no Frank Wright in Vegas for the Colts when they take on the Raiders. And Frank Wright really, I feel bad because Luck retires, and how many different quarterbacks did they go through? They went through like 6 or 7 different quarterbacks.
Well, the Luck thing notwithstanding, they had many opportunities, and everybody keeps telling me that, Chris Ballard's the best GM in the league. Look what he does. They never got the quarterback right. Mm-hmm. You know, and to your point, like they swung, and I don't know, man. I'm not surprised that he's out. I mean, he was the one that wanted to get Wentz. He bring Wentz, and then 1 year in, they couldn't stand the guy, and they traded him to go away.
Then they bring Matt Ryan in.
And they had Phillip Rivers for a year. Yeah. It's been a nightmare.
At least with Phillip Rivers, they did advance to the playoffs. Yeah. They lost to Buffalo. But other than that, it was time to go.
I mean, I'm already before the trade deadline, I was seeing rumors that DeForest Buckner could be on the move, which is like what? Like what? Why you acquire him and then you pay him and then you're just going to trade him away and he's been good? I don't know. I just Indianapolis, I don't get it. I just don't get it. But I guess the bigger point is, this thing changes very quickly, and if you don't get the quarterback right,
How excited are you to see Kuminga tonight?
Oh, I'm very excited to see Jonathan Kuminga tonight. But I've been excited to see Jonathan Kuminga for quite some time.
Yeah, no doubt. Here's what Kerr had to say about Kuminga yesterday.
We went into it knowing that he was going to play big minutes. We didn't know how many, but he was playing well. So the 38 just sort of happened, but it wasn't an issue at all. I mean, he looked fine the whole time. We're trying to help him with all the little details that young players need to learn. I think the other night we got to look at some different combinations, which was really important. The first 8-9 games of the year were really about getting our feet underneath us and trying to see what we had with different combinations. And I think we've learned we got to try something different. And so JK will be part of the new rotation, and I'm excited to play him. And he's just got to keep doing what he's doing.
So it's time to make a change. 10 games in, a tweak to the rotation. And you just heard from Anthony Slater, our 95.7 Game insider. Wiseman's probably going to pick up a lot of DNPs. I don't know how that makes you feel, but it's obvious he's not ready to play. He's not ready to play at this level. I think there's talent, but the instincts are just a little slow, a little late. The screen setting, as Slater said, and we've been on this, he doesn't set good screens, which you have to do as a big in this offense. He's just not ready to go. And so is it a G League stint? Because we know Ryan Rollins and Patrick Baldwin Jr. are back down in Santa Cruz where they're going to get work. Does Wiseman need the G League? And will the G League even help him? I know the G League helped Jordan Poole. They're different players, different positions. There's a dilemma here with James Wiseman moving forward. And him not playing, does that benefit him? I don't think so. He needs to play. Is practice going to get him up to speed? I have no idea. Maybe it's just a lost cause in this situation with James Wiseman and the Golden State Warriors. Maybe it's too early to say that. But he is going to pick up DNPs, and I know that's probably not the best thing for his development, but here we are. You got to make a move. You got to make a move, and the move is to play Jonathan Kuminga. And Kuminga, I'm eager to see him tonight.
Well, and we'll see how long that lasts. I mean, that could be also rife with a lot of mistakes. Mm-hmm. I mean, you never know. This thing about like this obsession, they're going to change up the rotations immediately. Like they're constantly tinkering certain rotations based on availability, form, things like that. So I'm not all up in arms. I think this is healthy. This is part of the evolution of a season. Guys play themselves in and out of rotations. They play themselves into opportunities. To just grandfather X amount of minutes for an individual who's young on any team is probably doing a disservice. You got to play who plays well. You got to play who earns it. And so maybe a couple of DMPs, and then he goes in for a minute or two at a time just to see if he can do anything. Like we did that with Bielitsa last year. I think people forget. Like Bia would go in there and you'd be like, "Oh, Bia can't play tonight."
Yeah,
and
this isn't his night.
Exactly. You just yank him, and it was no big deal, right? And
you also did that with Gary Payton II at times, even though Gary Payton II had a lot of impact on last year's championship. He didn't play every single minute of every single game. Yeah, exactly.
They didn't throw him on every single defender.
Exactly.
Whoa, that's news to me. Because the way people were talking these last couple of weeks, I'd have thought he was
going to the Hall of Fame.
I mean, geez, Louise. No, but and look, Kuminga's going to make mistakes, but I'm here for seeing the young guys play a little here and there. And when they make mistakes, and if they have to come off the court, then so be it. Like this is about trying to get the big club, the overall team, to win. I think we're obsessing too much about the young players, and I think I'm more worried about, as you talk about Wiseman and Kuminga's minutes, and those matter. I'm more worried about what the hell is going on with Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole's struggling big time, and the starters defensively have been blown by a lot. Teams are blowing by these guys getting to the rim, creating open shots. They are. Is Father Time hitting some of these hitting some of these players like Clay, Wiggins, or Draymond and Steph defensively? I don't know. I'm not going to say that. The starters have been really good when it comes to offensive basketball and getting buckets and putting pressure on the other team. But Wiseman, Kuminga, and now Jordan Poole. Jordan Poole is a big-time worry, and it feels like we scapegoated Wiseman. Look, I'm here to say Wiseman has not been good. Wiseman needs a lot of work, and it may not help. It may not help. It may just be a lost cause. But you know what? Jordan Poole, he got $123 million guaranteed invested in him. And right now, he doesn't look like a $123 million player. That's just, it is what it is.
Look, I'm not trying to jump the gun. I'm not trying to be hyperbolic. I'm asking the question out loud. Do you think if it does get ugly and it goes awry, would they have the gumption to be able to make a major move?
Shasky, we brought this up last Monday.
And that could be one of the youngsters. That could be one of the seminal pillars of the organization. It doesn't have to be some minor move. I'm talking big move.
We brought it up last week because I think the situation in Brooklyn, the situation in Philly is something we should monitor.
Yeah.
They got some players who may be disgruntled and may want out. And the Warriors are just treading water. And we know how much tax Joe Lacob and Peter Guber are paying for this basketball team. We know how much Steph Curry wants that 5th championship. We know how much Steve Kerr wants to win, and Draymond wants to win, and Klay Thompson wants to win, and Andrew Wiggins wants more champagne in his life. Looney wants ring number 4. You may have to do something. You may have to abort this mission of having 2 timelines and make a move. This is why it's going to be fun to see Kuminga play extended minutes. It's a big spot for him moving forward. But I want to play something from Kerr, and we'll get to the lines in just a second.
I was going to ask you a question.
What's up?
Before you do that. Because you've been talking about the Kevin Durant trade, and we always it's Wiggins or it's Draymond. I'm not saying that you wouldn't make another move, because I don't know if KD and Draymond could coexist. If Clay is in a deal for KD, any deal, just hypotheticals, is that a no-go for you no matter what?
Well, who are you going to replace with that shooting?
I'm just asking you. Maybe you get Seth Curry in that deal coming back. Not that he's a perfect replacement in any sense. He has like a tiny little offset. Maybe Moody plays a little more at the 2. Maybe Wiggins plays the 2. I don't know. I'm asking you out loud. If Clay is in a Kevin Durant deal, is that a deal breaker for you?
It depends on what it looks like.
That's kind of crazy to hear you say that out loud.
Depends what it looks like. But I need Clay's post defense. Clay's not my problem right now.
I'm not saying he is.
But
I'm saying to get a Kevin Durant type player.
I mean, we'll see. I mean, just speaking about Kevin Durant sounds a little ridiculous, right? I brought it up last week, but it is a little ridiculous right now. I don't know. I'd have to think about that because you kept talking to me, well, if you get Kevin Durant, you're going to miss on defense. And right now, believe it or not, Clay is one of your better post defenders. He's one of your better defenders on this basketball team right now.
Yeah.
On the team that's not playing defense at all.
Yeah, but if you're going to say he's a post defender and not a perimeter defender, then we can have a different argument. But, I'm just asking out loud. I'm just throwing this out there because, I'm watching the youngsters play on Friday night, and I'm saying to myself, people wouldn't want to hear this, but I'm watching, I'm going, the young guys are playing with some joy, and I know there's going to be a lot of mistakes, and no one wants to do this because you got to beat the champs before you disassemble them. I don't know, man. I think a major shakeup is in the works. Not this year, maybe. Maybe it's they got to lose.
Maybe it's in the offseason. Maybe it's in the offseason. You can't start moving around pieces. And I think Bob Myers and Joe Lacob at the end of the day will stay the course saying, well, Draymond, Steph, and Clay under Steve Kerr haven't lost a series in the Western Conference. Heck, they haven't lost a series when they've all started together. Think about that. Steph, Clay, and Dre,
no doubt,
when they started together, have never lost a playoff series.
I could say the same for Steph and KD being together.
You can.
You know what I mean?
You can. But those three, that trio, you've gone through a lot of wars with them. You just don't break that up. And the chemistry that Steph and Clay has, the Splash Brothers, the best shooting backcourt that we've possibly ever seen. Yeah, I don't know about that. Here's Kerr on Wiseman.
I'm just throwing it out there.
It's going to take a lot of reps and time, but I see a really talented young guy who's eager to learn, who is committed to the team, who has overcome an awful lot to get to this point, dealing with his injury for over a year. So he knows how to overcome adversity. Now we have to help him because modern life is unforgiving, and people don't take into account organic growth, and everyone wants results right now. It's not going to be that way, especially for a big guy with very little experience. It takes a little longer for big guys to adjust to the NBA game, and if you play 3 college games, then you got a lot more to learn. So he's got plenty to learn, but he's a willing learner, and we're going to take our time with him, and I have no doubt long term he's going to be a really good player.
It's going to take a while. And I look at, it's funny, we kept talking about Orlando. Bobo. How many people gave up on Bobo?
Everyone.
Bobo's not playing bad basketball. I know he didn't play well against the Golden State Warriors, but he bounced back against the Kings. Need time. But how much time does this fan base want to give James Wiseman? How much time does Bob Myers and Steve Kerr want to give James Wiseman?
In one short offseason, we went from destroying every second Damian Lee stepped onto a court to now longing for him like he was, Byron Scott or, Vinny the Microwave Johnson coming off the bench. I mean, it's crazy. This Warrior fan base is out of their minds, and I get it. This is a champion, and you want to win every single year. So patience, none. I thought the line of life is unforgiving right now in the current climate was one of the most profound things I've ever heard. Because he's right. And it just subtract sports, subtract Wiseman. Just life. Life is so unforgiving. You do something on the internet, it's forever. You're canceled. You're done. Forever. Right? That's the way society is now.
That's how it is, though, in sports.
No doubt.
Patience. Football. Think about the way we talk about the 49ers.
Trey Lance played 5 quarters. We're ready to throw him out. Okay? Jalen Hurts, Justin Fields, whoever it is, they get full years and they show a little bit of development, and then everybody instantly snaps and they're like, look how good they look now. The Niners made the wrong decision. Well, hold up. Were you willing to go through the growing process of seeing the kid struggle and barely throw for 100 yards multiple times?
We went through it with
to get to the labor?
We went through it with Klay Thompson when he struggled. We had the whole thing with Klay ups and shot selection. And now look at Klay. He's walking into the Hall of Fame. I'm thinking about that trade package with Kevin Durant. The more I think about it, Klay can't be part of that deal. I need Klay Thompson first. Because you need a shooter who's going to be in that corner on the wing, hypothetically, and it's ridiculous to even think about it.
It's not ridiculous, though.
No, I'm talking about it's ridiculous to talk about Kevin Durant.
No, I'm looking at the Nets situation, and I listened to Zach Lowe and Nick Friedel over the weekend on a long podcast, and they're basically saying the Nets are in such a no-win situation that Bobby Marks feels that they've lost control of the entire organization, and they have no other thing but to literally pivot and just dump everything.
So you go get Kevin Durant, hypothetically, where I'm going at here.
Yeah.
And you have Steph and Kevin Durant. And you may have Andrew Wiggins. You don't want Klay Thompson up there spotting up for threes?
No, I would.
With
but
his size and strength?
No, I would want to keep Klay Thompson. I'm trying to play the other side of this and saying, if I'm the Nets, maybe I view Draymond's contract as one of those ones I don't want him because he's going to opt out and leave me. Maybe I do want the 2 years of Klay Thompson because then I can then flip that to another team. Again, I'm just thinking outside the box. I'm saying
So last week when I brought this up, speaking of Brooklyn Nets, I don't know if they want a Klay Thompson for 2 years because of the contract. If the Nets are going to blow it up, they're going to blow it all the way up.
Yeah, but
they're going to they're going to want young assets. draft picks.
Yes.
And they're not going to want to take back a lot of money.
No, but what if you take back, and I was listening to Zach Lowe saying, if you take back Draymond Green and he opts out on you, you lose him for nothing. If you take back somebody who has 1 or 2 years or is desirable by other competitors, not only do you get the young assets in the Kevin Durant trade, but then you would able flip that other money for more young assets.
You could.
It's just a thought.
But I think Brooklyn, they just say, you know what? Draymond can walk. Draymond can walk.
Yeah.
How much are you really going to get for Draymond Green? Let's go to the lines here.
Yeah.
Rat-a-tat-tat.
I just feel like they've got bigger issues than just young guys.
It's a lot of issues. There's a lot of issues with this team.
Tonight's going to tell us a lot.
Well, is it? I think Friday's going to tell us a lot. I think Friday against the Cavaliers. You beat the Kings. I mean, come on.
Kings always play them tough.
The Kings are the Kings.
You just sold me on the Kings 20 minutes ago.
No. I sold you on League Pass and watching other teams.
But
like the Cavaliers.
This guy just sold me on every team in the league.
I sold you on the Cavaliers.
And then
I told
says,
the Kings. You laughed at me and mocked me for saying the Cavaliers are good. They're 8-1.
I didn't even mind.
You talked your ass.
I said, you're hyped.
But I didn't know. The Kings do have a lot of young talent.
I'll back off.
Rob and San Bruno.
It was a gutsy win over Orlando. It was gutsy.
So they were down like 20. They were down 20 and rallied in that basketball game. It takes a lot of heart. Saturday, last game of a road trip, you're down 20 in Orlando. To hell with this. Let's fly back to the Bay Area and give up on this game. Those jokers came all the way back and stole it in overtime. They get credit for that. It's a big-time win for the Kings.
They'll still be a 12 seed.
That's fine. Hey, they're above the Warriors right now.
They are.
Keep laughing.
They are.
Rob and San Bruno.
I'm a little worried about tonight.
Rob, what's happening?
What's going on, fellas? Look, man, we need to just, first of all, it took this long for Steve Kerr to realize Jay can't even be playing. I don't know what's wrong with the guy. But anyway, I just think y'all trade Wiseman because this offense isn't for Wiseman. Wiseman has to play. He has to go out there and play. And y'all telling me one of the set screens, he's not Kevon Looney. Some guys are built different. He's a guy that's built to score and do other things. I think we try to make him into a role player, and his talent says he's not a role player. He's not Kevon Looney or Draymond. So that's my point. And then I got one more point. I just feel like you trade Klay Thompson, your championship window is done. Let's say if you do trade Klay for Kevin Durant, you instantly turn into an ISO-laden team.
That's true.
Warriors fans don't want that. So you got to realize this team is built off two guys. Klay and Steph's ability to shoot and move around and be threatened, and everybody else work off of that. You bring Kevin Durant here, straight ISO.
Well, let me, Rob, let me interrupt you because everyone thought that about the Nets offense, and they did implement Bruce Brown as a diver, and they did a lot of little wrinkles in terms of their pick and roll. Now they ran a ton of pick and roll, and they did go your turn, my turn. They did
a ton of ISO,
but they also did some adjustments offensively, and they were playing a decent brand of basketball at times. So I get what you're saying. It's not wrong. Continue.
They got swept. They would
have won the year prior. They would have won the year prior, and his foot was on the line.
I'm just saying the Warriors' offense is built off them two guys. Everybody play off of them. If you bring Kevin Durant, take Klay off of where, Kevin Durant instantly takes over because he's the only guy who can really get a bucket. And then you look at it, who else is going to run off screen? Just Klay? Just Curry. You can double Curry and force KD to go ISO all day long, and you're not going to win nothing. Look what he's doing now. He ISOing all game, and they ass.
Well,
so it's like,
but if they lose Draymond, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but if they lose Draymond, then they lose a big piece of their defensive versatility. I'm looking at this team right now, B, and I know it's early, and they don't feel like a championship team.
Not right now.
It doesn't even feel close.
Not right now, but it's a lot of basketball to be played.
That is true.
A lot of basketball to be played, but I'm telling you, monitor the situations of Brooklyn and Philadelphia. There could be some things happening, and the Warriors have enough talent, I think, that could be in play. They have some things that could be in play to maybe make a move for a big time. Now, it sounds crazy right now. Let's see where the Warriors are around the trade deadline. But you like that. You're all in, Katie. I like that.
Well, I listened to Zach Lowe, who covers the league for a long time, and Nick Friedel, who's in that situation, and they're basically saying that, this thing's done. They're blowing this entire thing up.
Didn't I say that last week?
Yeah, you were right. And then to hear
I should have been on the podcast.
You should have been. And to hear other credible people like yourself who are tapped in say the same thing, I said, all right. This thing has major legs. Not that it didn't, but instead of two legs, it's got spider legs.
But let's be honest. The other reason why it has major legs is because Steph and the Rolling Stones said that there was conversations about Kevin Durant. That's the only reason why I brought it up.
And they're not kumbaya. Let's call it what it is. Like, everyone could say that there's not some chemistry issue. I watched Friday night. It felt very different than the other games. And it's the young guys, and there's nothing to lose and all that. You can't tell me that there's just not something off.
No,
there is.
Big time. TC, Sacramento, what's happening?
Yes, sir. Good morning, Vontae Shasky. How y'all doing, bro?
What's up, man?
I'm good.
Man, just chilling, man. I just got a few things. You know, I'm a Kings fan, man, out here in Sac, man. I mean, if y'all ready to give up on Wiseman, I mean, shit, we'll trade y'all.
Oh, man, TC, you got to stop cursing,
You'll
man.
trade us who? Sabonis?
She does Sabonis play defense? Sabonis would be a nice player. He
does not play defense.
He does not play defense
Narrator,
at all.
he does not play defense.
He does not play defense at all. Time to take calls? Could we do it now? No, we can't? 1 second? All right, Oscar in Stockton. Oscar, what's happening? We got a dope button, man. We got a delay.
What's going on, Vontae?
What's up, Oscar?
What's happening with you guys?
We're good.
Man, just hanging, man. Hey, I just want to say one thing, man. You're doing a good job on TV. I give y'all your credit. I'm a long-time Bay Area fan. I grew up in Oakland. Nice. I go way back when Al was them. So my whole thing is that everybody, we can't panic. Steve Kerr did the thing of the night. He set the 4 starters down and played the youngsters to see what we got. Like I said, we lost 5 players off the bench. Now we seeing that. So we got young kids on the bench. Warriors got a good coaching staff. Don't panic. I'm going to tell you right now. Watch the game plan that we do now. We don't have to trade right now. Wiseman, he's not playing right now, but they may send him down to get his timing up. But I'm going to tell you right now, J.K. and Moody and Ty Jerome, tell you right now, the Warriors are going to start going on the winning streak. So everybody, just relax, man.
Well,
just relax.
The Ty Jerome thing. You look at
Ty Jerome played well. 12 points fourth quarter Friday night.
Let me. I'll admit. I'll raise my hand. Ty, I was a little too quick to crush you. He fits. Look, it might not be perfect as a third point guard off the bench. He's fine. Like, he fits what they're trying to do. He moves the ball. He can hit a 3 every now and then. He tries on defense. Yeah, he's physically limited, but he understands how to play the game.
You know, I wish we spent more time. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. The state of the Warrior fan. How are they feeling right now? I see the segment on Twitter, not feeling good at all. I've seen people blame the ownership group or blame Bob Myers because they did lose some bench pieces. You lost Otto Porter Jr., who's not playing right now for Toronto. You lost Gary Payton II, who's not playing right now for Portland. You lost Bielitsa, who's back in Europe. You lost some vets. Damian Lee. I never thought I'd see the day where people were begging for Damian Lee.
Bro, the last Bielitsa, who we did a song about, and then people destroyed us throughout the year whenever we play the song, and he obviously didn't look good. Right. People are pining for him.
You know, Bielitsa, JTA, Lakers can't win a game. People were begging for JTA.
I saw a video from JTA yesterday that was pretty cool. It was him giving Laker tickets to a little boy on his 12th birthday.
That was cool.
It was really cool. And it was
too.
like, cool. JTA, he just gets it.
But something Friday I was talking to Festus about this Friday. And a caller just brought it up. The joy on the bench. The youngster, like, Steph's hitting threes, and you don't see that Mo Spates, that Barbosa, that Fest.
Because you have a bunch of guys that are trying to prove that they belong in the NBA, not that, I've accepted to being a glue guy. I've accepted to being a dirty work guy.
Now, it's not everything, the whole being on the bench, and I get the NBA has new rules for the bench and stuff like that. But there is like that fun.
Did you see Steph Friday night doing that?
Yeah, I loved it.
Steph was very
engaged.
The game. He was into the game for the youngsters.
Like last year when the youngsters won in San Antonio, won in Detroit. You saw Steph jumping up and down on the bench.
I didn't see other people. Not that they didn't. I just didn't see them. I did notice Steph Curry though.
Let's take one more call. Austin, Redwood City, and then we'll flex. Austin, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Yeah. Not much. Hey, look, man, I know what we missed. We missed Mike Brown and the defensive president and Steve Kerr here on the bench, helping them out where everybody needs to be. With that being said, man, we missed out on veterans. We should have never picked up Michael Green. I don't want to see another minute that he plays. And also, hey, let's hit up Mike Brown for a trade. Let's bring Harrison Barnes back. Get his just score one more run at it, a couple more runs at it. But that's all I got. What do y'all think about Harrison Barnes coming back?
I'm going to pass on HB. I'm going to pass on that. That contract, I'm going to pass on Harrison Barnes. Andrew Wiggins, hey, yeah, I'm good. I'll just say that.
He's making $21 million a year.
Yeah, I'm good off HB. Been down that road before. Let's flex. Luciano come up. Okay, Ohtani's going to be a free agent next year. Let's wait on that. Is Aaron Judge willing to do that? Can you sell Aaron Judge on that? That's the key for me.
Yeah, and I don't know the answer to that one, B. Does he even want to, just not want to live in New York? I think that's an underrated part of this.
Does he just
what?
They booed him.
Yeah, no, but I mean, you hear some guys I just want to live in Florida. I just want to live in Texas. I just want to live in California, Southern California.
I don't know what he wants to do.
That's what I'm saying. I have no idea.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
A baseball flex, Shasky. I don't think we'll be called clowns with this flex. No. I think the internet will be kind to us.
I don't care about the internet.
I know, I don't either. Mm-hmm. I don't give a damn. It's funny. The internet is so funny.
Fake internet crap.
Well, today we're clowns for talking about baseball just in general.
Yeah, probably. It's funny now. The internet starting to say, man, you get paid this month. They're starting to dip into our pockets, which is funny. Don't worry about what we're making. We're about getting your ass a job, getting off the couch. Anyway, Willard Dibs coming up for a little changeover. Willard, hey, man, we missed your Friday.
Up, boys?
Happy birthday to Papa Willard.
Yeah,
80
man.
years old.
Yep.
Congratulations. Congratulations to Pops. Happy birthday to Pops.
Paso Robles?
Paso Robles was an unbelievable weekend. They're just texting with us. They stayed till today, so they're just heading home now.
What was the weather like?
Similar to here, back and forth.
Yeah.
We play golf and it was misting on the 6th hole. Just past Robles Golf Club.
Nice.
It's chill. But anyway, it's like misting on the 6th hole and you get a sunburn on the 12th hole. One of those weekends.
Those are fun.
Anyway, we celebrated his 80th by me acting 80 years old. I was looking at him the whole weekend going, dude, I thought we were here to celebrate the fact that you were old. Even our boss today is 50 years old. We are celebrating everybody else being old, and I celebrated by back spasms on the golf course and a migraine on Friday night to miss dinner. But other than that, great weekend.
Have you had back injuries before?
Not much. I get twice a year.
Lower, upper?
For young people.
Yeah, lower. Just the spasms. And I got it, get out of the car and did the all right, let's loosen up. And I moved the shoulder side to side and I went, oh, damn it.
That stinks.
So I got to get a preview of what old man golf is like. So all arms.
Yeah.
It was just an all arms day.
And you'll never lose a ball the rest of your
career.
career.
Never lost a ball.
130 down the middle.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Boy. Yeah, exactly.
We got Mike.
Let's get Dibs on here. Let's get Dan Dibley here on the radio show. No, we're still not there.
Oh, yeah. By the way, congratulations to Joe Spadoni. I don't think we said that all morning, but Papa times two. Times two. And Dibs' mic is still not on.
Still not working.
You can share a mic with Mark Willard.
This is
how's that? Is that better?
Damn it.
Was that on you, Dibs?
My plan almost
it's not
worked.
on me because whoever uses this mic, lay off. And, I'm over there with Butcher Boy. Our mic is fine.
Yeah. Well, it's...
That mic, the Bonte Steiny mic, it's broken
It's
constantly.
always fine with me. It's not fine in the middays.
Huh?
Because, Willard and Steiny are always doing this stuff and this stuff. And
Easy, Joe. That's our mic, Joe.
My anxiety is hitting hard.
Hey,
I was doing the Steiny.
Totally. A lot of this, too. The double twist.
You grow up watching Eddie Vedder, man. You have to hold that mic. You got to move that thing around. Hold that thing like a mic. How many have I broken? What's my list? I've broken at least 2 of those. But so anyway, my bad. My fault.
What did you guys enjoy the most about this weekend? Was it the Wilt Series? Was it the Youngsters Friday night for the Warriors?
Baby Dubs.
Was it the NFL yesterday?
Keep going. I would say, Georgia over Tennessee.
It was the Toto Challenge for the LPGA. It was,
it's pretty nice. Although we do have LPGA Stage 2 qualifying school this week.
Is it?
Shout out Kathleen Scavo out of Benicia. Oh. Big fan of Kathleen. She's trying to make it on the tour. So
nice. I'll give you 2 others.
College?
The end of the Rams season
so
and
great.
the end of Aaron Rodgers' career. So that was
ayahuasca.
Are you really gonna? You think he's done?
No, I don't think he's done, but I do think that. Look,
he didn't give up yesterday.
He didn't give up.
He said that in the post game.
He didn't give up.
No, he gave up 3 interceptions to my fantasy team.
Nice. So he
said he did not give up.
So Yoda showed up and said, "Thanks for trying." That's awesome. It's really great that you tried, Aaron. Look, let's shout back to what was a week and a half of radio here on Draymond Green. I just feel like the way you treat people matters. And Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson are 2 players this year in the NFL who have been outed as players who actually are not good leaders. They're good football players that had great careers, but they have got teammates lined up, past and present, lined up to just be like, dude, we never liked you, and now that you're not playing well, we would like to celebrate the fact that you're not playing well and point out that we never liked you.
Is the Devontae Adams, because I know Greg Jennings came out, he crushed him, Donald Drivers crushed him. There's been a lot of guys. But, I feel like I still haven't gotten a great explanation on Devontae leaving Green Bay. Okay, he doesn't want to live in Wisconsin. I get that. How many guys were offered the exact same amount of money, or more, I guess, and left a Hall of Fame quarterback? There's more to that story, no?
Did y'all ever buy it? I've always wanted to wear the silver and black. It's like, they're not in California anymore. This is not Fresno. You're in Vegas.
Yeah.
But he's from the Bay, Palo Alto.
I understand
I covered him at Palo Alto High.
So if they were playing in
Palo
Oakland,
Alto Vikings.
If they were still playing in Oakland, maybe I would believe this more. But they're not. They're in Las Vegas, Nevada, and you left Aaron Rodgers to go to, remember now, what at the time felt clearly the worst of the 4 quarterbacks in the division.
Yeah.
Sorry, Raider fans. I know now that my DMs just went crazy because I said that out loud. But going into the year, who leaves Aaron Rodgers to be like, I want to be with the 4th best quarterback in the division? I saw you tweeting about Derek Carr yesterday.
Yeah, I just, you watched that game, you kind of saw, we've seen that Raider game before. We've seen it for
decades
20 years? 20 years. And it's just like, whenever you need an it play from DC, it just doesn't happen. And then he gets the finger pointing and he's yelling and he's doing all that stuff. I'm like, dude, you're not good enough to do all that.
The head coach they brought in is a guy who has failed before. He's refused a gig before. He's a classic, I'm a coordinator, not a head coach guy.
Yes.
And, Derek Carr he's a good quarterback. He's Jimmy Garoppolo without the winning percentage is what he is. I mean, he's probably a better thrower of the ball, but he makes more negative plays than our beloved Jimmy G does.
He holds on to it forever.
Yes, and he's more apt to make the big mistake than Jimmy G is. Jimmy G is an elite game manager. Derek Carr is a wannabe elite quarterback who doesn't play well enough.
That's well said.
The Raiders are just exactly what we kind of thought they would be.
You must be spitting some fire right now because it's really fun. My angle is to watch you talk Raiders with Raider fan Spadoni right over your right shoulder. He was nodding that entire time. He loved everything that you just said.
Spadoni's been gone on paternity leave. Shout out baby Nora, just gorgeous newborn.
But, congratulations.
Spadoni has not been sitting at home.
Babies for everybody,
He's not been sitting at home swaddling and changing diapers exclusively. He's also been locked in. Locked In Raiders, Locked In Diaper podcast with Spadoni and I coming up, by the way.
On the
Locked In Podcast Network, Locked On Diapers. But
locked in diapers. Don't keep it locked in the diaper. But anyway,
from silver and black, this is actually brown and yellow. It will be the name.
Brown and yellow, brown and yellow.
Yeah. He and I know the top 5 butt creams coming up. But the Raiders have been so bad. Seriously, there's not enough butt paste for the Las Vegas
Can we go
Raiders.
to what you're trying to say, please?
No, I can't. I mean, I'm sleep deprived. I got
goo goo.
Thank you. The Raiders are a mess, okay? I haven't seen a mess that bad since about 1:30 this morning, okay? There, I said it.
What about the World Series, Mark?
Yeah, you're not sitting it out. You're still in there.
Barely. We're getting through it. We're almost in the pull-ups, man. Pull-ups are coming. Potty training is coming. Although we did have an episode of Swim Class last Friday. Before we hit the pool, something comes down the leg, and I'm like, oh no, baby Tess, I'm running for paper towels. She was a little embarrassed. She didn't have her best day in swim class. Still got through it. Still swam.
I hope you did what you're supposed to do in that situation.
Get her a Paul Pierce jersey.
You're supposed to go Doogie.
No, what that was? It was number one. Number one.
I knew it would go over his head. That's okay. It's okay.
Shout out The Wire, Doogie from The Wire.
Thank you.
Yeah,
You were asking about the World Series. So first off,
I still don't get it.
Awesome.
I'm still caught up in League Pass watching the Cavaliers yesterday.
It's
Utah Jazz. Shout out to the Jazz.
16 players homegrown.
Look, I'm so happy for Dusty Baker.
Of course.
I'm so happy for Dusty Baker. And I also just kept thinking, what is the statute of limitations on hating a baseball team? Because so many people are like, we're rooting against the Astros. And I wanted to go around individually to each of them and go, okay, why? Well, because they cheated. No, they didn't cheat. There's like 2 players left.
Yeah.
This is a new regime. It's like, are you mad at the jersey? Are you mad at the stadium? Who are you mad at?
Manfred for not actually giving a punishment?
Do you root against the White Sox because of the Black Sox scandal 100 years ago? How many years and how many different people do we have to get to before it's okay to just acknowledge the Houston Astros again? And oh, by the way, they did not act alone, and they were not the only team cheating, which has already been proven.
Yeah.
So I don't even understand why so many people are like, oh,
we're jealous of them
Astros.
too.
I mean,
everybody ignores the fact that they won 2 games at Dodger Stadium in that World Series.
Exactly.
Were there trash cans there? Were there wires there?
Well, I can tell you what I think was going on. I mean, imagine for a moment, one team knows the pitches that are coming, and the other team doesn't. Wouldn't the team that knows what's coming blow you out? That's like the 5th graders playing the 1st graders.
Well, the other day, McCullers...
And it wasn't that.
But you still have to hit 95.
Yes,
I mean, it's not as easy as...
My point is...
when Tampa Bay knew the Raiders' plays based on the cadence, that was a different story. That was a blowout. Tampa knew what was coming. They knew the signals because John Gruden had been in Oakland in the Super Bowl, and so that's what you got. You got a blowout in that Super Bowl. It's not the same as hitting 95 with movement.
I just think in Los Angeles, California, the idea that Houston has figured out technology that is going to make them better than the Los Angeles Dodgers.
It's big market.
And the Dodgers organization is just like, we're plucky. We're just,
we're underdog.
We've got little guys here that are, homegrown and undersized, and we try hard. Get out of here. Get out of here. This is.
I look at them and I marvel, the Astros. Like, forget the cheating stuff. Just throw it aside for now. The way that they have developed talent over the top every single year, replenish. They're bold when they need to trade for Garrett Cole or Zach Greinke, who he referenced, or Verlander. They sign a guy, they let a guy go. I mean, they lose Springer, they lose Correa. We've got Tucker, we've got Yordan Alvarez. Oh, and we've got the World Series MVP who just won a Gold Glove at 22 years old in Pena. I marvel at how they've constructed their team and how good they've been the last couple of years. And they play a brand of baseball that's really fun.
And one of the guys that was at the center of all that building, that's why the Giants went and took him. That's what they're trying to get a piece of that. So
speaking of baseball, since we're here, we'll get to the Warriors in a second. We're spitballing some things about the Giants. And Shohei Ohtani came up.
Mm-hmm.
And Shasky's talking about the prospects, top 3 prospects.
The article had a
I read it. I read it.
You read
it. I read
so
it.
there are 3 guys that they were going to trade.
Well, it's 4 guys.
Well, 4,
but 3.
VR,
Yeah.
Harrison, was it Matos?
And
Luciano for Shohei for 1 year. And you're telling me if Giants fans could sign up for 1 year of Shohei and Aaron Judge, you wouldn't do that?
Oh, you would.
Of course you
would.
do
the
that.
Angels take those prospects?
Right.
Because what we know about those prospects now as opposed to a year ago is completely different. Because Harrison, you're the real deal. Matos is a huge question mark, and Luciano, he's not exactly exploding through the ranks. And David VR, quaint little player.
Matos is the only one who dropped a little bit last year. Luciano was hurt.
Yeah.
He was
and then
very
he came
good.
back and was good.
Back
he was
injury,
very good
right?
when he played.
Back injury?
Yeah. So
was it AA was the highest he rose to?
Yeah. Well, he missed a good portion of the season, so he didn't move up.
And Matos was hit 190 or 200.
And actually, no, I'm sorry. Luciano didn't even get to AA. Luciano's in Eugene.
Yeah, so I mean, those are huge question marks.
Well, listen, I will say this. As you sit here and spend so much time talking Wiseman and Kuminga, I think it's a time where the Bay Area sports fan is like, and then Christian McCaffrey's acquisition, we are in F them picks mode. Which is it also means bleep the future.
I like that
right?
mode.
And I don't hate the mode. I don't hate the mode at all. You're right. Now the Rams are paying the piper, and that absolutely.
But they got that Lombardi.
But they also got a trophy.
So
I guess I'd look at it this way. There's zero issue giving up the top 3 prospects for Ohtani.
Really,
the issue is it's only a year.
That's what
I would need to feel so good about
Re-signing
him.
Agreed.
I'd almost feel like I want the announcement the next day on the extension.
5-year deal extendo.
Right? Like, and so I have no idea how that all plays out, and that's why the Angels probably should have traded him last trade deadline, because right now, every day that goes by, the price goes down. Guy's about to be a free agent.
Until the deadline, when he's 8-0 at the break with 21 home runs, then the price goes back up.
But you still don't get somebody's top 3 prospects for a deadline acquisition.
Point, you might get a better team's prospects, because the Giants, if those are the Giants' top 3 prospects, there are other teams that have a better top 3 prospects, and you might get more than that at the deadline.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, those are all top 100 prospects.
Harrison's the best lefty prospect in baseball by most accounts.
That's a big acquisition. Kyle Harrison is not to be, tossed aside as nothing. So,
and trading a top prospect has worked out for the Giants before in terms of pitching. Zach Wheeler, there's a deal that really worked out. Zach Wheeler's in the World Series. They got Carlos Beltran for 6 weeks.
Yeah,
so
but Willard didn't do anything until like 2018.
Yeah, exactly.
That was in 2011. They literally had to wait 7 years for Wheeler.
But what has he done subsequently?
But he wouldn't have been a Giant.
Beltran was there for 2 months.
He wouldn't have been a Giant at that point. Odds are, you do that deal, Beltran. I get what the Giants are doing.
Could have been a forever Giant.
They were at first place, and he gets hurt with the wrist, and he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna take a crap and leave," and they go back and win the World Series. The Zach Wheeler deal, I would do that again and again and again and again.
Yeah, I ripped it then, and I continue to rip.
They
it
also
was a
traded
bad trade.
Tim Alderson for Freddie Sanchez. That worked out great. Alderson never ever saw the bigs.
Listen,
he was a top prospect.
I feel where both of you come from on that, but the bottom line is this has also changed through those 7 years.
For sure.
Teams do not give up number 1 prospects for rentals anymore.
It's for team-controlled players under arbitration for multiple years.
When the Dodgers gave up what they gave up for Trey Turner and Max Scherzer, it was because Trey Turner was not going to be a free agent at the end of the year, and they knew they were getting at least a year and a half. And they did. They guaranteed they'd win a World Series. And they didn't. And they didn't. Now they're probably going to lose Trey Turner. But anyway, like that's what I would say. Like I would really hesitate unless, and this is for any team, unless you are just beyond confident, if not assured, that you're going to be able to re-sign Ohtani.
So if Ohtani's not a rental and he's $300 million, can you afford to pay Judge $300 million? I mean, is that part of the? Thank you. Is that part of the Farhan plan to where you're going to pay Ohtani $30+ a year and Judge $30+ a year? Is that the way he's going to go about it?
I mean, probably not.
Right. That's against everything that is his ethos.
So would you rather sign Judge as a free agent or give up prospects to get Ohtani?
Okay, this is what's so fascinating, though. You just said the one thing that I think we've all accepted, and there's some truth to it. That's against everything that's within Farhan's ethos.
To this point.
Right.
To this point. We'll see if he
Remember
changes.
what Bags also said a week ago, and this is very, very true. The plan all along was to spend this offseason. The problem is the plan was to also be getting prospects out of the farm system right now, and that hasn't happened. So you have to accelerate when you're going to spend, because worst attendance in the history of this ballpark. And so that's why I think the bus is now being probably driven above Farhan's head.
So he brought up a great point. Like, let's say Judge says no. You can't just spend to spend. Like Rizzo. We were kicking around Rizzo, whether you like Rizzo or not or whatever. And I'm like, if you don't get Judge, like, they're going to be in a really tough spot, because part of what kind of got them in the position that they were in when Farhan took over, you didn't get Greinke. You pivoted and you got the 2 lesser guys in Cueto and Samardzija. You didn't get Jansen, and you got the lesser guy in Mark Melancon.
Well, I mean, the bottom line, there's 2 things here. One, they've said, we're not going to be outbid. And that's a powerful place to be when you hit the market. So they're going to get players. The other thing is, though, I think it's funny. Remember the other thing they said going into the offseason? We absolutely, unequivocally need to get younger and more athletic.
Which is undeniable.
If you respond to that by getting Anthony Rizzo and Aaron Judge...
Well, Judge, you can make an argument for.
Right. Sure.
But
I'm not
Rizzo
saying don't have to be Judge, but you're just going to have to do a bunch of other stuff, too.
I need Trey Turner. I need speed.
Well,
I need
so does
pitching.
Does he. Aaron's not coming.
That's what I'm thinking.
Right. So
Aaron's not coming unless you bring some other guys, because I don't think Aaron, to the point of waiting for Shohei Ohtani a year from now and waiting on prospects that we have no idea about, is Judge willing to sign up for that when he's tasted the ALCS numerous times, and he's tasted big playoff games numerous times, and you come here and you're like, well, Luciano may not be here in 2024. We hope he is, but he may not. Kyle Harrison, Yeah, he's the best lefty prospect, but he may come up to the league and get rocked by the Dodgers or Padres and the Diamondbacks, and all of a sudden he's not that best. He's not that prospect we all thought he was. It's a big risk. That's why I think you got to go all in. If you go all in on Judge, you got to go all in on everybody, right? DeGrom, Verlander, whoever. I'm just throwing names out there. But if you don't get Judge, I'm willing to sit back as a fan and say, you know what? It's going to be another long year. I get there's going to be empty seats. Play the course.
See, I don't.
Play the course with the prospects.
And that's the danger of all this.
That's where I'm at.
Why are you shaking your head? I'm shaking my head because you can't afford to play the course again. The attendance is lower than it's ever been.
They won't do that.
You're coming off the worst possible year at 81 and 81, and that thing is a disaster right now in terms of the casual fans. We're all hardcore baseball fans. We're all going to go to as many Giants games as we're going to go to because we love ball. Yeah. We love this product, but the average fan has already halfway tuned out this product.
My mother-in-law.
And if you come, if you come back with this band of no names, and like Mark was saying, hey, we got Longo back, and don't miss one more run of the Brandons.
Oh my God! You know what I get worried about, Dibs? Though, what I get worried about if they miss out on Aaron Judge. So what Butcher was saying about missing out on these other players in yesteryear, Greinke and Jansen and Bryce Harper.
That's how they operate.
You go overpay for somebody else who's mediocre, and now you're stuck with a bad contract. You go overpay for a guy like Rizzo, right? Without Aaron Judge, and all of a sudden it's like, oh, why'd you do that? You know what I'm saying? So that's what I get afraid of when it comes to Aaron Judge.
Rizzo's a candidate though, because that's not going to be a long-term deal. Like I think that there are going to be spots where they want to go long-term. If it's a Judge, is it an Ohtani? Is it a Correa? Is it a Turner? Outside of that, they're probably going to also be willing to spend, but in spurts, like very similar to what they did with Rodon. Rodon opted out last night, and his wife went to Twitter and went, oh my gosh, my Twitter's going crazy right now. And so the reason everyone thinks that the Giants aren't going to re-sign Rodon, even though they need a Rodon, is that they can go probably get a Verlander or a DeGrom or whatever for a higher average, but 1 or 2 years.
Right. Yeah.
That's probably what they're going to do.
I'm good off giving Rodon 5 years.
Well, and for me, honestly, Monte, as a fan, I don't care about bad contracts. I just want a good product because they're going to charge me $17 for a beer. Tickets are already through the roof. Parking is astronomical. The Cha-Cha Bowl isn't what it once was.
It's delicious, though.
Back in Candlestick, you used to be able to get a chocolate malt carnation for $3.25. You can't even breathe in there for $3.25. So
go get Aaron Judge. And those prices may be higher.
No, but they're not coming down, is my point.
They're not coming down.
If they don't sign anyone, they're not going to say, hey, you know what? We didn't sign anyone. We're slashing prices. Everything must go.
To your point.
Thank you.
Dombrowski, who everyone's praising right now in Philadelphia, we were talking about him earlier. He's taken 4 different teams to the World Series, and he's notoriously known as a guy who will fix your problem. He will spend, he will gut your team, trade everyone away. You'll get to a World Series. You may not win it, but you'll get to one. And I'm looking at Philadelphia, and I'm like, okay, they had a great run. They barely get into the playoffs. 87 wins, Mark? 87 wins. They had a great run, and it was magical. Now what?
Right, and by the way,
is that fair for me to even say that?
Do you want a stat that Philadelphians? You remember Howard Eskin came on our show and blew the Phillies off as far as their playoff prospects, and here's why. And I think it was him who said this to us last week. If you take away the Washington Nationals, the Phillies were a 500 team last year. So
they were the Giants.
I think they were 15-4 against the Nats.
Correct. So, well, they were 12 games over 500 in the regular season. They were 12 games over 500 against Washington. So there you go. It's not really that great of a baseball team. They went on a run, and so that's wonderful.
It's kind of like the 107-win Giants, who were 28 games above 500 against Arizona and Colorado.
Sure,
32-6.
Yeah.
32-6.
So if you have data like that, like sometimes. Sure, you can put lipstick on your pig, if you will, and it makes it look okay for a little while. But that's not what you want. That's not what you want. That's not going to work against the Dodgers and the Padres.
And I'm looking at Philly, and I'm like, they spent a ton of money, and everyone loves Schwarber today, right? And Schwarber can hit. We all know that. He does hit bombs. Him bunting at the end of that game, I was like, what are you doing? Like Castellanos.
Brandon Beltian is what that was.
Waving the white flag. You said it.
No, and honestly, if you could take a Giants team next year, 87 wins and a run to the World Series, you would take that. You would love that.
Of course you would.
As opposed to 107 wins and one and done. But I look at that division, and you look at how nasty San Diego is. You know, the Dodgers are always going to be devastating with their lineup. I look at the Giants and I think you've got to do something. Either go all in on pitching and get the 5 best pitchers on the planet to try to counteract that, or you need to load up with some bats. You need to give fans reason to want to believe that you can actually compete in your own division.
Well, so to boil it down to like 2 sentences, here's what's happening, I think, this offseason. Farhan has always been focused solely on the baseball and the financial plan.
That's one sentence.
And now you have the other side, which is attendance.
That's beautiful.
So Farhan has not been doing that. He has not been like, what about attendance? And so that now comes to the party and muddies the whole thing up, and it will probably lead to short-term success in terms of the fan product.
Yeah.
Might lead to some long-term failure, but I think everybody's willing to make that trade right now. In other words, when Aaron Judge is 37, right? Like, that may not be a very good contract.
And I've already vowed that
whoever signs
when that happens, Aaron Judge in orange and black, Aaron Judge is on the 10-day IL with a strained fill in the blank. I will not be critical. I've already made a note.
I made him one promise.
Yes, and
I made him one promise.
I signed up on that promise because I want Aaron Judge. I want it bad, but I know that the backside of that baby is not going to be pretty. So the first 4 years are going to be all home runs and all rise and jurors box and gavels for the first 20,000 fans. But when he turns 36 and he's barely able to make it into the batter's box, I've already signed up. Well, I vow that I will not. This is a bad contract.
Well, I also think there's a selling point. This is going to sound stupid, but he'll be going for 400 or 500 home runs, you're hoping, at that point in his career, later on. Right. But there'll be some milestone sellage as well. And because you have the DH, like there are some things in place that I think are going to help that contract. I was saying, hey, maybe in 2 or 3 years, he's taking ground balls at first base. You're 6'8". You know what I mean? Like, you're going to try to squeeze the lemon for every drop on a deal like that. And I think selling the accolades of the individual home run thing, there is something there to baseball fans.
But that's a long way down as a first baseman at 6'8" to go from, a ready position to get down to the ground.
I just want Judge, see ball, hit ball. You're the DH.
Yeah.
See ball, hit ball.
He's a great outfielder.
Don't even bring a glove. Don't even bring a glove to the yard. Just bring your bat. That's all I need from you. By the way, Warriors Kings tonight. Warriors lose all 5 games tonight, right? We're going to see rotation.
Well,
how you doing, Mark? Where are you at, Mark?
We have a percolation sensation is what we have. Because I promised Dibs last week because I kept blowing off any concern meter. Concern meter was at a 0. Was at a 0, and I told him, I said,
concern now?
If they go 0-5 on the trip, then I will leave 0.
Oh.
So where are you at now?
Now we're at 1.
2.
Yeah, why are you giving it away?
2.
Should have teased. I was at a 3.5 before the disaster that took place, and good job with the load management, Warriors. Way to rest your guys.
What was that?
And by the way, miss me with Kuminga. He's ready to roll now. He played in a JV game against the New Orleans team you got toyed with in the Bayou. My concern's at a 5. I'm 1 or 2 losses away from saying they're a playing team.
Yeah.
This team's in team's in trouble, Bonte. They're real.
But to make a point, I listened to the whole thing with Slater. You guys were great with him. Slates was amazing. I mean, if he's going to be on the roster, you have to use him. So anyway, what is the number in this basketball game tonight? What is
the favored by 6?
7.5 last night.
The number is 0 for the amount of minutes that the fans want to see Wiseman get.
Warriors are favored by 8. The Warriors are favored by 8.
So now it's up to 8.
This is a great spot for the Warriors tonight.
Oh.
This is a
Kings
great
always
spot
play
for
them tough, though. I get worried.
I know.
Especially down 25. I mean,
they always get down 20. They make a run. The Warriors hold on for dear life.
How about De'Aaron Fox from 45 lighting it up from way downtown? Look at me with the league pass, Bonte. Somebody put my baby to bed. I'm watching the NBA, kids. Let's go, B. I'm worried about this team, though. Forget the Kings game.
I can hug you right now because this guy is Mr. Warrior. Just stays in his bubble.
What?
And I'm watching the Utah Jazz
last night. Don't get me started on the Cavaliers. I'll do hours on the Cavaliers.
Now you're trolling me. You're trolling me now. That's okay. You're trolling me now. You're trolling me now.
I knew they were 8-1. I knew they were 8-1.
8-1. You trolling me. Don't do that. Don't do that because I'm watching League Pass going to sleep. Come on.
But I'm with
Ron Harper.
I'm with you. If we went out in the street and just interviewed people and said, who's the head coach of the fill in the blank?
Yeah.
I got the over under at about 2.5.
That's what I'm saying. I'm not trying to be a hater. It's just I
know
have
you're
so
right.
much bandwidth.
Well,
Yeah,
the
I can
idea
name
that
the players.
The idea that NBA is not regional and baseball is, yes, it is.
Thank you,
And
Mark.
the NFL
Thank
is the
you.
only
It's more of a
thing that's
national
not,
sport than Major
it's
League
more than baseball, but
Because
if you think there are people running around the Bay Area that
No,
are like,
of course not.
Rock me that Charlotte-Milwaukee game tonight, and I can watch the whole thing.
I never said
No.
that. But but the Bay Area loves their basketball.
Yes.
Coach K talked about this. Bay Area loves their basketball, and they'll watch teams because we had to watch other teams because the Warriors stunk for so long. So we had to watch the Bulls and the Knicks and the Celtics and the Sixers and the Lakers and all these other
And
teams.
if you're sleeping on Cleveland with Evan Mobley,
I don't sleep
Donovan
on
Mitchell,
Cleveland.
and Jay Allen,
Don't
and
do
D.
this, Dibs.
Garland.
Yeah. Don't do this, Dibs.
And don't even get me started on.
I'm in a good mood right now.
R.
Listen,
I'm in a very
Lopez.
good mood.
I love R. Lopez.
Very good
R.
mood right now.
Lopez.
Oh,
Listen,
very
I'm
good
just
mood.
gonna
C.
go. I'm
Osmond.
gonna go out on
C.D.
a limb.
Osmond. He's legit off
Dean
my
Wade,
bench.
Dean
listen.
Wade, big steal in the
Don't
dunk
sleep
yesterday in
on
the third
Dean
quarter.
Wade.
Big names is Kevin Durant against Luka tonight.
Ben Simmons going to play 20 minutes.
And it will be outrated by the Ravens-Saints game. Just saying.
No
Go,
doubt.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
football. NFL is king. We all know that. All right, you guys have a good show.
All right, boys.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Have you considered walking through another door? I don't mean to pursue another opportunity, but upgrading a door in your home. Now, if you are in fact looking for another opportunity, Golden State Window and Door can provide you with plenty. You can create renewed function and design for use indoors and out. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Elevate In-Swing French Door, Barn Doors by Trustile, or Anderson Big Doors that welcome in natural light. Golden State Window and Door features a variety of materials, sizes, and glass options. You can get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com. Click on virtual tours and you'll discover beautifully planned displays of doors and windows of all kinds that will spark your imagination. Then, talk with our builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Score big with Xfinity Internet. It's made to do anything, so you can do anything. Supercharge your home with the game-changing speed of supersonic Wi-Fi. With 3 times more bandwidth, it covers the field and then some. And blocks billions of threats with advanced security that helps keep you protected at home and on the go. If you're keeping score, that's internet that does it all. That's unbeatable internet from Xfinity. Learn more at Xfinity.com. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
8-time Grammy Award-winning superstar Carrie Underwood presents the Denim and Rhinestones Tour with special guest Jimmy Allen. Chase Center, Saturday, November 19th. Get tickets now at CarrieUnderwoodOfficial.com. The brand new album, Denim and Rhinestones, is available everywhere June 10th. Carrie Underwood, produced by AEG Presents.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
This Veterans Day, Outdoor Supply Hardware is giving 20% off to retired or active military service members. Visit Osh November 11th through 13th and receive 20% off with ID. This discount is on top of Osh's end-of-season clearance sale. Save up to $200 on in-stock fire tables and patio heaters, or save $100 on select Weber propane grills. Osh has great priced in-stock holiday decor, artificial trees, lights, and inflatables. Visit 14 Greater Bay Area and Central Coast Osh locations. Osh, neighbors helping neighbors.
At the United States Postal Service, we're here to deliver fast and reliable service to help you get holiday ready. We offer free package pickup and deliver free shipping supplies to your address. So whether you're in Garland, Texas, Rudolph, Wisconsin, or anywhere in between, we're making it easier for you to spread festive cheer this holiday season. USPS, delivering for America. For all your holiday needs, including info about free shipping supplies, free package pickup availability, and restrictions, go to USPS.com/holidays.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. Okay, easy now. You're teaching your kid how to parallel park. Ouch! Turns out he likes to do it by feel. Don't worry, eBay Motors has bumpers, taillights, trunk lids, license plate holders, 122 million parts. Pull up just a little bit. And headlights. They've got lots of headlights. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
New Gillette Intimate gives guys a gentle and easy shave on there. And around there. And even under there. Don't treat your groin like junk. Respect it with Gillette Intimate. The best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs. On 95.7 The Game.
We got a problem. I mean, it's Monday. We're just getting started, but we got a problem. And I wonder if you know what that problem is. I actually have two problems, but I'm going to hold one of them.
At least you don't have 99 problems.
No, I only got two problems.
And a wish ain't one.
And one of them, I want to thank the great Whitey Gleason for coming in here on Friday and allowing me to be with my pops for his 80th birthday.
We shouted him out a few times.
Yeah, we had way too much wine, way too many back spasms, way too many migraine headaches, way too much Italian food. All of the things that you're supposed to do when you go away for a long weekend.
I broke my back.
Yeah, thank you. So thank you to Whitey, and it's great to have Spadone back. Let's welcome Spadone back into the family as he makes his triumphant return to the office. Thank you very much. Exactly. Let's go. Let's go. The whole thing is just going to sound better with Spadone back in the fold here at 95.7 The Game. So welcome back there. But I did have one problem with something that you guys did on Friday, but I'm going to hold that for just a second.
Oh, you're going to tease it?
Yeah, I got a big problem.
You mentioned it in the green room, and I've been racking my brain thinking.
Got a problem.
Did I take, I'm sure I took a shot at you because it's kind of what I do.
No, I got a thick skin. It's nothing like that.
Okay, good.
You can, man, when I'm not here, I don't know if you hear what we do to you. Holy hell, you could just,
I tune in occasionally.
Yeah, guns a-blazing. You can do whatever you want.
And I don't have a thick skin, so I got that tissue paper skin.
So, no, I'll hold that for just a second.
Okay.
We'll address it in a moment. I want to make sure that I get my words together. But anyway, 888-957-9570, our number. Xfinity Mobile text line as well. And good morning, Twitch and YouTube audience. We thank you, as always, for being there. Really, really appreciate it. You can watch along as I blow Dibs up here in about 10 minutes. But
that's a tease.
But anyway, no, the problem, I wonder if everybody's noticed, and we'll get to the Warriors and their matchup with the Kings tonight, which I think is a really good get-right game, as Bonte and Joe said earlier. Yes, baseball free agency is here. There's an Ohtani package that has been thrown out. It's just bags. doing something. All of the teams that might be in on an Ohtani trade. So there's all kinds of stuff for us to get to. And Softy Mahler from Seattle is going to join us. One of the best and most fun radio guests out there is going to join us in 25 minutes. And that is a clue into what the 49ers' new problem is. The problem is this Seattle Seahawks team is not going away. And I wonder if we've gone a little deeper into what we have here. A team that has now won 4 football games in a row. They are now 6-3. And I wonder if you've looked at the next month of Seattle Seahawk football. And it is this. They will be the favorite, followed by being the favorite. Followed by being the favorite. Followed by being the favorite. And then they'll host the 49ers on a Thursday night. Get your Amazon Prime now and get ready for December 15th. But between now and then...
They're favored in all 4, you think?
Well, listen, we never know what's going to happen. Is Geno Smith going to get hurt next week?
True.
Anything could happen.
And we know favorites don't always win. Shout out the JETS, Jets.
Clearly.
And a nice outright win with a double-digit underdog yesterday.
I'd bet against it because of what you're saying, which is that favorites get beat all the time. This is the NFL. There's a ton of parity. I get it. But plausible that when the 49ers get to Seattle, that the Seahawks are 10-3 next week in Germany against Tampa Bay, and the Bucs, who still stink, don't get lost.
That's a weird one. Don't get lost in the names.
Don't get lost in the
Evans, Godwin, Brady, Fournette,
and the drive that they had with 50 seconds to go. They were terrible again. Absolutely play their games in honey. The Rams and the Bucs are in slow motion. It's bizarre. I don't
First place, Tampa Bay.
Thanks, 4-5. Anyway, Spadone knows damn well what happens the week after that.
Oh, no.
The Seahawks will be hosting your Las Vegas Raiders.
Probably be favored by 4.5 or 5 in that one.
At least right now, the way that's going, they might be favored by a touchdown. Then they go to SoFi to take on the Rams. They also play in Molasses, followed by a home date with the Carolina Panthers.
My Carolina Panthers.
That's the Seattle Seahawks schedule. And understand what the Seahawks hold, which is the power to turn the 49ers into sort of a one-journey team. And so everything not Seahawks related went really well for the 49ers yesterday. Packers lost. Rams lost. That's all wonderful. If we give those 3 teams in the East playoff spots, we give the Vikings their division, we give someone the division there in the
Tampa Bay
in
or
the
Atlanta.
NFC South, right? Atlanta lost. That was good for the 49ers. All of that's good. But if Seattle doesn't slow the bleep down, then the 49ers are on a journey to get that last wild card spot. And all of a sudden, it felt like when they beat the Rams, you now look at the second half of the season. Let's look at the remaining 9 games for the 49ers.
Look.
They're going to be favored in most of them. They've got McCaffrey now. They're going to get healthy, and it is time for a run. And, oh, by the way, it's the NFC. They really only probably need to go 9-8, and they're going to be fine. Are we sure? The Seahawks are creating an urgency for the 49ers that I don't think even as recently as a week and a half ago we knew existed, because they were about to play the New York Giants, a good team, and they were about to go on the road to the Cardinals as an underdog. They won them both. They won them both by double digits, and they won't go away.
They won't. And I think those Tampa Bay games, and I say games because both teams play Tampa Bay before they play each other, that will be the interesting sort of head-to-head matchup before the Niners and Seattle play on a short week. The good news for the Niners is they have a home game against Tampa before they go to Seattle for that Thursday game. So at least they're at home. And by the way, they're at home for 3 straight. So for the Niners, it's home to the Chargers, the only road game in their next 5, because Seattle has a bye between now and the time those 2 teams meet. They go to Mexico City, and then New Orleans, Miami, and Tampa Bay all at home. So if you're the Niners and you can fashion a 4-1 stretch, you find yourself 8-5 going into that Seattle game. And honestly, I'd be stunned if Seattle ran the table and won all their games. Seattle's more likely going to be 9-4 going into that game. So
but still,
if you're one game back of Seattle and you beat Seattle in that game, you hold the tiebreaker.
Yes.
You hold the divisional tiebreaker. So I'm not as daunted as you are based on what's likely going to happen between now and mid-December.
Right. You're right. They probably won't go 4-0 because if they do, that's an 8-game win streak, and that just doesn't happen in the NFL.
Well, especially for a team that's not a juggernaut like this.
Right, but listen to the expectation that you just hung on the 49ers, and that's my larger point right now. They had one good game with Christian McCaffrey against a team they always beat, who, by the way, watch them play.
They're broken.
They stink.
They're broken,
The Rams stink. So now, because the 49ers can beat the Rams, and because they have Christian McCaffrey, and because we feel like coming out of the bye, they'll be blessed with health, the expectations are that the 49ers are about to go on this run. And I actually don't know if we have the full evidence that that's about to happen. And the expectations are not just ours. It's not just the 49er fan base. They are a touchdown favorite over Justin Herbert and the San Diego Chargers.
Right, Superchargers.
For Sunday Night Football this weekend. And I get it. The 49ers are better than the Chargers. The Chargers are kind of disappointing too, even though they're 5-3. But this is a team with a winning record, and we forget your 49ers, who you are now expecting to just start winning maybe 4 of the next 5 without problems. It's the same team that's lost to the Bears, has lost to the Broncos, has lost to the Falcons this year. Great. They can beat the Rams. They are beating the NFC West. Outside of that, I hope the acquisition of Christian McCaffrey makes them this different. It looked like that for 1 week.
Well, I think they're a lot different getting Debo back and getting other players back as well.
We would think.
Yes, and this team last year, we know they were 3-5, and they went on a run in the second half. This team feels like it's poised to make a similar run. And if you look at the Niners' next 5 opponents, the Chargers have been disappointing. It's a home game. Arizona stinks more than the Rams stink, in my opinion. They could have a stink off, and they will play each other, and we can decide who's worse among those two.
But we know the Niners have had trouble with that matchup.
Yes, we know that. But this Arizona team, it feels like Kingsbury's the next coach to get fired. Frank Reich, by the way, has been let go.
Just got let go.
Coach number 2. New Orleans is not very good. I don't care who their quarterback is, redheaded pistol, or if they go back to Jameis Winston. Miami's the interesting one.
Oh my gosh.
Because Miami's a good offense. Their defense has not been that great. And then Tampa Bay, we mentioned it before. Who knows what Tampa's going to be come December 11th. But I think the Niners schedule, we looked at this before as more of a gauntlet than it is right now.
It's funny when we look at the second half of the season, that game you just brought up. I mean, when we looked at the schedule, you remember when schedule release day in the NFL, and we were like, man, look at the teams that are coming
out of
to
the bye,
Levi's.
yeah.
Well, and to Levi's this year, you have the division teams, which are all sort of bring their own intrigue. But Patrick Mahomes was coming. Tom Brady was coming. All of these teams are coming into Levi's. Justin Herbert is coming. What's the game you're looking forward to the most? Miami is bringing the entire 2019 49ers backfield to Levi Stadium on December 4th, and their assistant coach.
And Trent Sherfield.
And River Craycraft. They're all coming on December 4th, and they are fun. Is there any NFL team in a year where points are down and parity is up? Is a Dolphins game right now not the most consistently fun thing to watch in the NFL?
It's up there.
Right or wrong?
No, I would say that team and quietly Detroit's pretty fun to watch because
it's just not very good.
They're not great,
right.
But a nice win yesterday for Detroit. Kansas City's traditionally a fun watch, and yesterday's Buffalo game was also fun to watch. The Jets they stuck it to them late in that game.
The Jets, don't tell them they're not good. They don't know. They don't know that they're not good, and they don't care.
Nasty defense.
Well, Sauce Gardner's a star.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to have fun, and I was talking to Ephraim about this last night, if you want to have fun, you know how, and I told him, I go, listen, there's certain things that we have in our life that we're like, you know what? If I never had that again, I'd be fine. Sushi. I'd be fine.
Mono.
Back spasms.
Exactly. Wait,
fine.
I have sushi every couple of weeks. I would not be fine without sushi.
And I know a lot of people are like that. I'm one of these people that I actually like sushi, but one of the things I have against it is I don't like it as much as other people. People's eyes roll back when they talk about sushi. I'm like, it's not that. It's for me, fine if you love sushi, but if I never had sushi again, I'd be okay.
Pizza, if I had to choose between pizza and sushi, I'd take pizza.
I'll take the pizza.
But sushi against like a sandwich, I would take sushi over sandwiches.
I'll take the sando.
Right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Sushi over like burritos.
Oh my God.
I would take sushi. I could do without burritos.
I think I'd take burritos over everything.
Over pizza?
Burritos.
Over pizza? That's
like
an
not
upset.
on pizza. That's
No,
great.
no.
That's gross. Anyway,
and maybe later in the bye week we can get into this a little bit deeper in terms of like foodstuffs rankings. Do like a food bracket.
In March, we'll do a food bracket. It'll be elite and it'll be all over social media. Thank you very much. Yeah, here comes Dimmer Claus. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh, the things that
Sauce Gardner.
If I never got him again, I'd be okay.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah, tell me.
Draft grades the day after the draft. If I never got him again,
I gave him a C+, Mark.
I'm gonna be okay. I want you all fun exercise. Go look now. Now that we actually have real information, not Mel Kiper's hair telling you that the Jets got a B-. Now that we've got real information, go look at what the Jets did in the first 36 picks of this year's draft. I want you to look at what the Jets did.
With the 4th pick, the Jets select Sauce Gardner from Cincinnati.
Star.
With the 10th pick, the Jets select Garrett Wilson from Ohio State University. Garrett Wilson of the Jets.
I mean, of all the rookie receivers, he is right there with all of them in terms
of...
With
the 26th pick.
There we go.
The Jets select Jermaine Johnson II.
Who had a sack yesterday against Buffalo, has struggled a little bit with injury, but...
And 3 first-rounders.
When he's played very well. Why don't you dip into the beginning of the second round and take a look at what the Jets did?
With the 36th pick, the Jets select currently injured but dominant early Breece Hall.
Was going to be
Iowa State.
Absolute star. However, now tore his knee, and so we won't see him until next year. But that was 4 of the first 36 picks of the draft.
Yeah.
It went home run, triple, double, home run. And you got Robert Saleh, who, by the way, we know...
He's salivating at those picks.
I mean, and in terms of culture, like that's where you can really see the coaching. Saleh, McDaniel, they're both 6-3. They're crushing it, man. They're doing what they can do with the talent that they have. Robert Saleh does not have a seasoned quarterback and big stuff going on offense. So what do? Well, you get a running back who's going to really give you some stuff. They went and got James Robinson as soon as Breece Hall got hurt. You get stars on defense. You muck up a game, and you try to win 20-17. This is exactly what they did to the best team in the NFL yesterday. I mean...
I wonder what their draft grade was. I'm going to Google that during the break to see...
Will you please?
You guys didn't get into this?
No,
I didn't. I'm sure they got some B-
I don't want draft grades today. Right. I want draft grades once the drafts start actually playing.
Well, and to that point, we go back to the 2019 draft because here on this very station, I know you were across the street at the time, but we did hour upon hour of Nick Bosa versus Quinnen Williams. Is it Quinnen Williams?
I remember.
Or is it Nick Bosa? And I was team Quinnen Williams.
Were you?
I was. I thought an interior, solid 3 technique, a guy who could be a run stopper and also pressure the quarterback from the interior versus a guy who was maybe a little bit more of an injury concern out of Ohio State. Immediately, Nick Bosa pops. Quinnen Williams gets into a little trouble. He underwhelms, but now skip ahead to this year, and he's another piece of this nasty Jets defense.
No, he's not a bad player by any stretch.
He's a great player now.
Well, he ain't Nick Bosa.
No, but he has closed the gap in terms of, what the gap was after the first year. It was like, I don't know if Quinnen Williams is going to survive in this league. And now you watch him play, and he's a big part of what they're doing in New York.
Well, and believe it or not, too, while you watch what those 2 coaches are doing, because I know we've had a weekly, how likely is DeMeco Ryans to leave watch going with the San Francisco 49ers. He's gone. He's gone because people are looking at what's coming off of the Shanahan tree right now. Saleh and McDaniel are both 6-3. Both of them have switched cultures. Both of them have brought things to the table that those teams did not have before. And that's a thing. You know how it doesn't take much to be a thing. Remember for a while it was like, man, he once met Sean McVay. we should hire him. Like, right? You had to be 38 years old and have a clean haircut. That's how Cliff Kingsbury ended up in Arizona. We're like, I think he had lunch with McVay once. He's got a clean haircut. We should hire him. So this is a prediction now for the end of the year, because I think the 49ers are going to play well in the second half too. I think their defense is going to get healthy and play well again. And the Jets and Dolphins may both end up in the playoffs, and 49ers assistants are going to be a thing. People are going to want to grab what's coming out of this organization because, quite frankly, these two teams that are grabbing assistants from the 49ers are playing better than the 49ers so far this year.
Does Kingsbury coach 2 games against the 49ers this year?
Yes.
Over-under on a game and a half for Kingsbury against the Niners. Because the last
I'll take the over.
The last game of the year is against Arizona, and that's January 8th.
January 8th.
So, and we know that a lot of the firings happen either before Week 18 or after Week 18. If Arizona continues this downward trajectory, he might be gonzo before that game even happens.
Softy Mahler at the top of the hour from Seattle. How big is the 49ers Seahawks problem? We'll get into that. Got some Warrior stuff in your phone calls coming into next hour as well. Going to go to the phones right now. But first this, speaking of assistants or taking over in the coaching ranks, you mentioned the Colts firing Frank Reich. Guess who they are hiring as their interim head coach? This is off the board. This is interesting. They will go with former 6-time Pro Bowl center and ESPN analyst
Orlovsky?
Jeff Saturday is their interim head coach. He's going to change his name to Jeff Sunday just for this week. He's been a consultant for the team. He's in the Ring of Honor, was also a head coach. Now, what is this? At the Hebron Christian Academy football team in Georgia. So he has some head coaching experience
in high school
at the academy level. So he jumps to the NFL.
That's a big jump.
That's a big jump.
It's a big jump, but as an interim, and I'm sure he will maintain the majority of the staff, and you come in with a team, by the way, you're not out of the divisional race right now. You're just 2 back at Tennessee with 8 left to go.
By the way, that was the weirdest. That's why this Ellinger thing was so weird. The Colts were 3-3-1 and were like a half game out of first place. And they're like, Matt Ryan's hurt, but we're actually you're never going to see him again. And we have Nick Foles, but we're not doing that either. We're going with Sam Ellinger for the rest of the year. And didn't you think when you heard that, oh boy, he must be showing some stuff in practice. He must have some things that we don't know about. Have you watched them play the last 2 weeks? That was a tank job out of second place with a 500 record. I couldn't believe that.
Yeah.
Ellinger their offense stopped. It's worse.
No, it's beyond bad. And, it's not like Matt Ryan was terrible. He was a byproduct of a bad offense, though. It's not like the offense was humming and he was the reason why they were being held back. That offense across the board is bad.
And Taylor's hurt. Taylor's been in and out of the lineup, their best player. Rich in Fremont here with Willard and Dibs. Hey, Rich, what are you doing?
Hey, I'm actually driving from Dublin. I had to go become a witness for a case.
Can I get a witness?
I'm listening to you guys, and I'm going to tell you something. You talk about teams that are fun to watch. Right now, I think the spiciest team that's fun to watch right now is the Jets. I mean, come on, man. That is a San Francisco 49er hybrid going on over there. And the way they're playing, dude, they beat the Bills. Come on, man. That win is explosive. It really is.
It depends on it, Rich. It depends on what makes you tick. The Jets are fun if you really get into defense and teams that win with special teams. Like Zach Wilson threw for 154 yards yesterday. So it's not an offense that's dynamic. It doesn't have a lot of playmakers, and their biggest playmaker tore his knee a week and a half ago. So but I get what you're saying. Like, if you like that style of football, then Robert Saleh and the energy of the sideline and all of that is really fun.
Okay, but this is the thing.
Something we lost Rich there for a second. But thank you, Rich. Appreciate the call. I like watching the Dolphins better than the Jets, personally.
I like watching Buffalo more. I like watching Kansas City more.
Well,
I meant Baltimore.
I meant the 49er assistant teams. I'll take a Dolphin game over a Jet game.
Sure, the Dolphins, especially when Tua's back and all the weapons they have, but without a doubt, the Jets are a fun watch because of the way they're going about it. They're playing with a purpose, and they're hearing all the chatter that they're not that good. And I wonder if Softy Mahler, when he joins us at the top of the hour, feels the same way about Seattle, because at what point do you start to look at Seattle and say, okay, you're for real. We believe in you now.
It's all sponsored by Yes on Prop 31. It is Willard and Dibs on a Monday. We'll take your calls throughout the hour. We got plenty of Warriors stuff to get to. 888-957-9570. But Softy Mahler coming up next. How big is the 49ers Seahawks problem? We're doing that next on 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area stop of the year with a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun the whole family will love. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the West Coast's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks of all years. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and vendor exhibit. Check out the Smash for Cash Demolition Derby. Experience a tire smoke and burnout competition, Nitro Thunderfest, and so much more. It's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event. Here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfent Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
This is your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort. To rock and to roll. Over the hills and bluffs. Go all out or go all in. With 4 stars and rising stars. Now we do more than ever, so you can do as much or as little as you want. It's your time to cash in at Cash Creek Casino Resort.
O'Reilly. When you need auto parts, O'ReillyAuto.com is just a few clicks away. We offer convenient options for you to get your parts quickly. Order online and pick up for free at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store. We'll even bring it out curbside. Or you can have your parts delivered right to your door with free shipping on most orders over $35. Visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Throughout the 60s and 70s, cops hunted down key figures of the Dixie Mafia, including its enigmatic ringleader, Kirksey Nix.
I'm interested in making money. I'm not interested in hurting people.
15 years into Kirksey's life sentence, the Dixie Mafia was practically folklore, but that would soon change. I'm Jed Lipinski. This is Gone South, a documentary podcast from C13 Originals, a Cadence 13 studio. Season 2, The Dixie Mafia. Available now on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Anywhere fans go to cheer on their team, there are behind-the-scenes MVPs, ensuring everything is game day ready. We see you, Joe, fixing seats so every fan can enjoy every game. And Allie, who keeps her stadium running smoothly from the moment the first game starts to the last play of the season. At Grainger, you're our MVPs, and we're always here for you with supplies and solutions for every industry and 24/7 customer support. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVPs Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
All right, Steph, why don't you take it away? Take it away from Wiseman and don't give it back. Go win the basketball game. That was a cheap shot. I'm sorry.
No, I mean, a better shot would have been to say, why don't you take it away? You're well rested. It's not like you played over the weekend.
It's true.
Chilling.
It's true. 0-4 on the road trip.
0-5 on the road trip.
But they were 0-4
I'm sorry, Mark.
when they made the decision.
Yeah.
And said, let's go 0-5.
3-7 on the year. Yeah. And you finally are starting to show a little concern.
Just a little bit, though.
Just a little, though?
They'll figure it out. But it makes your mind bounce around to some different things because it is a surprise. Oh, speaking of surprises, here on Willard and Dibs, glad you're with us. Thankful for your presence always. The show is brought to you in part by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And we get to hang out with one of our favorites right now from KJR in Seattle, Dave Softy Mahler, who knows a thing or two about teams that show up and surprise. Hey, Softy, what are they doing? This is ridiculous. This was supposed to be a tank job. Don't try to tell us that Geno Smith is suddenly a good football player. We'd already made that decision. What in the hell is going on up there?
Well, first of all, I'm sitting here as I'm waiting for your phone call, and I'm thinking to myself, why are these knuckleheads calling me now? We don't play the Niners this week.
Yeah.
We're not playing Stanford or Cal at UW. Baseball season's already over. Seahawks are in Germany against Tampa, and the Huskies play Oregon. We got no basketball team. We're not playing the Sharks this week. What's going on? And I'm thinking to myself, man, they must be really friggin' nervous about what's happening up in Seattle if they're making a call now to find out what the hell's happening with the 6-3 Seahawks.
Can't we miss
first place in the NFC West, baby?
Okay, another. Is that what it's called?
I'm doing it with you,
Geno. Everybody loves a good story.
Yeah.
Even you bozos. Geno.
Because you were chanting that back in September, weren't you, Softy? You were chanting, no,
everybody
Geno.
wrote this guy off except for me. I was the one guy who went on radio and said, you know what, on November the 7th, Geno Smith is going to be an MVP candidate. He's going to be the comeback player of the year. He's going to lead the NFL in passer rating and like number 5 in completion percentage or whatever. I knew it before anybody else did, and I'm lying.
I saw your tweets about Drew Lock 6 months ago. I know what you're actually thinking, but no, man. Look, the reason it's not that anyone's shook, but I sat down this morning and I looked at the next 4 weeks. And if you're going to chant his name, Softy, then I'm going to put your name on it. Your team has no reason to not be 10-3 when the 49ers get there on December 15th. What about that?
Well, I think you're right. I think the schedule sets up for them beautifully. But, look, there's going to be a game. There has to be a game, right? There's got to be a game at some point. They're going to kick that they're supposed to win. I mean, I'm looking at, like, Football Outsiders has the Seahawks at 90% to make the playoffs.
Yep.
I mean, are you kidding me? 90%. And on top of this, guys, not only do the Seahawks have a phenomenal chance to win the division, make the postseason, but we got the Broncos' first-round draft pick. So we could be sitting here talking about a playoff team in January and at the exact same time scouting and doing previews on the air regarding, like, top 5 picks in the NFL draft. I mean, it's beautiful. I got a hard time keeping my pants on thinking about it, man.
Yeah.
This is unbelievable.
Well,
it's supposed to be a rebuild. They were supposed to hit rock bottom. That lasted for like 5 seconds, and now they're on their way back up.
Now, why are they on their way back up? It's easy to look at the quarterback and see, like you said, MVP candidate, comeback player of the year, yada, yada, yada. But what other things, Softy, have clicked into place to make this team one of the biggest surprises in the league?
Well, it's not just Geno. You're right, man. It's look, you got 2 rookies starting at tackle in Charles Cross and Abe Lucas. They've been really, really good by rookie standards. You don't hear their name a lot. As a matter of fact, I think Abe Lucas at right tackle has been even better than Charles Cross at left tackle, and Charles Cross has been pretty flippin' good at left tackle. They got 2 rookies starting at corner in Kobe Bryant out of Cincinnati and Tariq Woolen out of Texas San Antonio. Tariq Woolen is going to be up for NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, and he might even be up for some postseason honors outside of that. He's been unbelievable, and this guy is a physical freak, 99th percentile in most of the attributes of the combine, and has really never played corner. He was even on our show in August at training camp and said, hey, you guys got to give me a break. I haven't played this position very much. And now he's going out and he's shutting DeAndre Hopkins down in this game yesterday against Arizona. So Kenny Walker, the third K9, the rookie from Michigan State, has been unbelievable. He was the offensive rookie of the month for October. As you guys know, Rashad Penny goes down with another injury, and Kenny Walker takes over, and he's been unbelievable. If you watch the game last night, the way he finishes these games, he seems to get better as the game goes on and really is an unbelievable closer in the fourth quarter. So you're right, it's not just about him. And, look, they got holes. They got holes at linebacker. They got holes at wide receiver. They really don't have a third option right now besides DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett. But all of a sudden now, because you got a 6'3" quarterback and not a 5'9" quarterback, you can actually start to hit tight ends down the seam. And that's what Geno Smith has been doing with Will Disley, Noah Fant, and Colby Parkinson, who you guys know from his Stanford days. So it really has been, I hate to use the cliche, man, but it's been a freaking team effort, dude. John Schneider needs to be up for Executive of the Year. He's got 4 rookies starting right now at corner and offensive tackle, and the other 2 are playing a lot in Boye Mafe. So actually 5 rookies starting plus Boye Mafe. So that class that John Schneider put together, unbelievable.
All right, Softy Mahler, KJR Seattle with us here, Willard and Dibs, 95.7 The Game. I'm going to take everything you've just said, even though I can sense, I hear your little plucky sarcasm that you're throwing into this conversation.
Oh, it's not even plucky, it's just complete sarcasm.
Be real with me.
Yeah.
Is this real?
Yes. Yeah, it's real. It's week 10, guys. I mean, this is not like a little blip on the radar where Matt Flynn at the end of the 2011 season put up a couple of big games and got a big contract from the Seahawks. It's real because they're protecting him and they're running the ball. That's the thing. If it was all Geno Smith and he had to throw the ball 45, 50 times a game like Mahomes did last night, I would say, nah, at some point in time the guy's going to fall apart. He's going to get killed. He's taking way too many dropbacks, but he's got a hell of a running game. and he's got a hell of a defense. I mean, this defense looked like crap about a month ago. Go back and look at the Saint game and the Lion game. They were horrible in those games. Absolutely horrible in those games. And now they've totally turned it around in the last month. They're getting after the quarterback. They're playing great safety play. Jamal Adams has been hurt almost the entire year, and they're better off without him. I mean, Quandre Diggs and Ryan Neal have been fine at safety. They've been unbelievable on defense the last 4 games. 21 to Arizona, 13 to the Giants, 23 to the Chargers, and then 9 to the Cardinals a month ago. So this is now 4 games in a row where the Seahawks defense has held the opponent to 23 points or less, not 13 points or less in 2 of them. So, yeah, I think it's real, man. I think it is.
You leave out the 27 they gave up week 2 to the Niners that didn't have Christian McCaffrey. What's going to prevent Seattle from getting rolled again in that game coming up in December? And this offense, Softy, have they faced an elite defense yet in this cute little run you've had? No, not really. And I'm sensing your sarcasm now. You know me, Softy. We go way back.
Okay, let's leave the sarcasm to the guest, not the host.
Appreciate it.
You invited me into your house, and I deserve that kind of respect.
You haven't called me in weeks now. You and Dick, I'm a little offended.
But I would just say this, and I got an answer for you, and I'm actually shocked I didn't see it yesterday. There's actually not a lot that we can agree on when it comes to San Francisco and Seattle. I think one thing we might be able to agree on is that Cliff Kingsbury is in way over his skis, man, in Arizona.
Yep.
I'm watching that game yesterday, and I'm asking myself, why the hell doesn't he run Kyler Murray 30 times in that game? Because what Taysom Hill did to the Seahawks, what Daniel Jones did to the Seahawks, and what Kyler Murray at times, even in that first game where they beat him 19-9, did to the Seahawks, the running quarterback, the scrambling quarterback, where a younger defense kind of gets out of sorts a little bit and can't contain. That has been a real problem for the Seahawks in certain games they've played this year. The problem is, I don't know who they play that can run the ball besides a guy like Patrick Mahomes, maybe a guy like Zach Wilson. I'm not going to really count on Jimmy Garoppolo to do that. I'm not going to count on Tom Brady to do that. I'm not going to count on Derek Carr, and I'm certainly not going to count on Matt Stafford against the Rams. He can't even move, for crying out loud. I don't know if there's a lot of opportunities left for a head coach, for the running quarterback to go after that defense. But I think McCaffrey is obviously a game changer. I'm not going to be stupid to say it's not. It's going to be a different animal when they get together again in December on the 15th in Seattle. But Cliff Kingsbury, man, again, watching that game yesterday, just why the hell he did not just unleash Kyler Murray in that game is beyond me.
Softy, before we let you run to your own radio show, if this is so real, why are the Seahawks underdogs in Germany to Tampa Bay, which can't get a first down unless there's only 40 seconds to go and they're playing the Rams?
I think it's a mistake. I think the Buccaneers are horrible on offense. I mean, Vita Vea, the former dog, is a problem, no question about it, on defense. And I look at a Tampa Bay offense that's broken. I look at a Ram offensive line that's broken. I think the Rams are terrible, guys. I don't know how many more games you have against the Rams, but that is a broken machine down there in L.A. So I think, to me, it's between the Hawks and Niners the rest of the way for this division. But I agree with you. I think the Hawks should be favored. Maybe it's because the Hawks are flying from Seattle and the Buccaneers are flying from Tampa. Although I was just told today by my co-host, Dick Fain, that because the Hawks fly over the North Pole, their flight is actually just as short or even shorter than Tampa Bay. He could be making that up, but I'll just buy it.
All right, yeah. I mean, let's make it all up. Say hi to Santa on your way to Germany, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right. Hey, thanks, Softy. We appreciate you and your sarcasm.
Come on, one more time.
Jimmy.
Trade Jimmy Garoppolo straight up right now for Gino.
That's fighting words. I remember bringing you when you came on and we asked you if you wanted Jimmy, and you were like, hell no, we don't want that guy.
Hey, listen, if you hurt, I know you guys got to run. My take on the Seahawks quarterbacks, what I said all through training camp is I don't give a damn who starts between Geno Smith and Drew Lock because they both suck. And now Geno Smith is a freaking MVP candidate. It's crazy.
Okay, cut this guy off. Let's run this guy.
Softy,
Enough of Softy.
We'll talk to him on December 14th.
Yeah, we will.
Thanks, Softy.
Yeah, we will.
See you later. There he goes.
He's a beauty.
Wow.
But he does keep it real because he was saying, I don't give a damn. And all Seattle fans were saying, it doesn't matter we're in the Wembanyama sweepstakes.
Yeah, it was a tank job.
Totally.
Wembanyama.
Everything's for Wembanyama, by the way. That's no matter what it is. I'm taking for Wembanyama.
Let's do it for Wembanyama.
Yeah, but that's Seattle fans were all worrying about who is going to be the quarterback next year, not this year, and then next thing you know, you've got something in Geno Smith.
Every week I go back to Bet Rivers, and there's the Seahawks, underdogs again, and they've won 4 in a row. And the very next week, they show up as dogs again. And that's why I'm sitting here going, hey, everybody, I don't know. Maybe this is actually something. Maybe this is real. Because and it's funny that people are like, well, no, that's adorable. The Seattle Seahawks are not actually good. Look, we got to this point, and everybody decided, all right, we'll believe in the Jets. I guess that's real. And we'll believe in the New York Giants. I guess it's real. But Geno Smith. Miss me with Geno Smith. Look, they just played the New York Giants last week in the ridiculous game of the week on Fox, and they won that one too. And then they were underdogs in Arizona yesterday, and they won that one too. And they played Justin Herbert 2 weeks ago on the, air quotes, road.
Yeah.
And they won that one too. And before that, they hosted Arizona. And they won that one too, and they won all 4 by double digits.
Yeah, and yesterday was another example where it looked like, okay, Arizona might actually have their number in this one, but then Seattle, third quarter, fourth quarter, they took that thing over. And I'm looking at spread formation, which is our in-house pick'em contest.
How'd we do?
Well, you had Arizona, Mark. So
I did.
Are you now going to start believing in these Seahawks?
Well, I'm biased. I don't like the Seahawks.
Of course.
I don't like the Seahawks.
But when it comes to making picks, and we're picking every NFL game this entire season, and your boy Dibberclaws has surged back into the lead.
You have?
Yeah, I had a good week.
You did? How good? Because I had a winning record this week.
No, you really didn't. You were 4, 5, and 3. There were 3 ties.
Oh, there were 3 ties.
3 ties.
That's because of the bad spreads that Kyle does. I was 7 and 5.
I love blaming the guy who's off today. That's so great.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what we do.
Well, then I was 10 and 2 with the actual spread. So,
by the way, speaking of blaming things when there's a day off, I held it too long.
Yeah, you've been burying it.
You want to know why I'm so ticked?
Tell me why you're so hot, Marky.
I was offended.
Wait, but not something I said.
It wasn't what you said.
Oh.
It's what y'all did.
Oh, but
you had no choice but to say some things once it happened.
It's 3 hours of radio. Things have to be said.
Look me in my eyes.
I am, Mark. I don't like when you get serious, Mark. We have a pretty fun, lighthearted show.
How dare you guys?
Oh.
Do what you did on Friday.
Who, us?
With me not here. How dare you?
What, did we talk?
It was Friday. I'm Willard and Dibs. Right. Where's Willard? You talked to Bruce Bochy without me.
It's a great interview, too. We did about 15 minutes with Boch.
You talked to Boch without me?
Did you hear it on your drive down south? Or did you catch wind of it?
I turned it off.
Thanks,
I know
Mark.
that.
Here's an endorsement.
Turn on Bruce. Hi, Dan. I'm Whitey. How are you?
Glad to be here.
Yeah, Bochy, Texas Ranger.
Great interview, too.
What are you doing?
What are
you doing to me? You're killing me. I'm dressing up as Giants managers last week for crying out loud. And you're over here cheating on me with Bruce Bochy? What are you doing?
Yeah, I'm just trying to.
If you ain't cheating, you ain't trying.
Thank you.
What are you doing, Dibs?
Well, you're going to have to direct this to look.
Yeah, I
because
know.
it was up to him to book. And happy 50th birthday to Matt Nahigi, our program director. But he set it up. And thank you. I'll tell you, our very own Sam Lubman, producer of the Morning Roast, filling in for Kyle on Friday. Yep. You should have seen the
was he
giddiness.
beaming?
Oh, my God. Hey, Bruce, it's Sam. Sam, thanks for joining us on 96. Thanks, Bruce.
Yeah.
Hold the line.
Yeah, Sam, you're going to have to put the phone down so we can actually put Bruce on the air.
Yeah.
Right, yes, I can imagine.
Great interview, and the coup de grace was late in the interview. Whitey asked him a question, and he answered, and it was seriously, Mark, It was like a 2 or 3 second as he was thinking about it. Rangers and I like the club, and I was like, oh my God. So yes,
Texas.
Apologies and thanks for being such a dedicated listener.
I just
there were many references to on
it hurt
on the
my
text
heart.
line. Everyone's like,
really
how
did.
can you do this without Mark?
It hurt my heart.
Yeah.
It hurt my heart. I wasn't mad. I was disappointed.
I'd much rather have you be mad.
Oh my gosh. I was very disappointed. I can't believe you did that.
I know.
I've never, listen, you know me. I'm not a jealous person.
At all.
But holy hell. I'm not mad.
Yeah.
I'm disappointed.
And that's your guy.
Yeah, that's my guy.
It's your guy. I mean, it's everyone's guy.
I don't know if he knows he's my guy.
No, and that's the thing about, and shout out Dusty Baker. Because
shout out!
We all feel like Dusty's our guy too. And we're also happy for Dusty Baker. And now with Bruce in Texas, if the Texas Rangers have a good year, we're all going to be happy about it because he's our guy.
Seriously though, Giants fan, real quick, how you feeling in those divisional matchups when the Rangers play the Astros next year and the lineup cards at home plate? Here's Dusty and Boach on what it's like. Oh hell! What I mean,
right?
You're just kicking me in the shin right now watching this. Yeah. So obviously, we're gonna put Dusty and Boach into a platoon system and only send one of them out to the plate at one time. So listen, I get it. I got nothing against Gabe Kapler.
4,100 wins, by the way, at the dish between those two.
Not easy to watch Dusty and Boach cruising around with other uniforms on.
Yeah.
It's just not.
It's not easy, but at the same time, you can be happy for both.
Totally.
In this case, for Boach, and he said in our interview, he had that itch. Got the itch.
Scratch it.
Yeah. Because I asked him, I said, were you out there kind of like...
Were you poking
sniffing?
around? Yeah.
Were you poking and sniffing? And he said, no, I got a call. The phone rang. And I answered it.
What area code is that? From Texas. Okay. Anyway,
and I also told him that 19 straight years of 90 wins, you can catch Connie Mack. And he said, I don't know. Connie's going to be safe. I'm like, what do you think? Are you going to chase down Connie Mack?
Oh, man.
Connie's safe.
Gosh,
Dibs.
The memories. Yeah,
totally.
So, no, good for Dusty.
Good for us.
Good. Absolutely.
And
not so good for me.
Sorry, Mark.
No, not so good for me.
Let's go to Mark on Highway 101.
Did Boach want to do every Friday? Did you ask him that?
Yeah.
Just a little weekly guest kind of a thing there?
We might just book him for every day you're off.
Every time I'm off.
Just to troll you.
Let's go right here in the back.
Let's go.
Yeah, totally.
Let's Black Friday with Boach.
Exactly.
Mark's off today.
I'm off too.
Yeah. Oh, are you? Okay,
Yeah.
that's good.
Big day for me.
You're taking the holidays off.
You know me. It's a little stretch for that weekend.
Well, I know what you're doing during our show on Black Friday. That would be the World Cup USA England match.
Yes.
Which is going to happen at 11 o'clock in the morning, our time, on Black Friday. And I believe that we will win. I don't actually believe that. But anyway.
Well, I like your chances. The boys are looking good.
We can win. Yeah, I do believe we will
That's coming
win.
right up. And I hated the idea of World Cup in November. It's supposed to be in the summer. But now that we're coming up on the World Cup in November,
cares?
I'm so in.
Bring it. So wait, Black Friday, no NFL this year, but starting next year. Is that what they decided? Black Friday football starting next year in the NFL. So World Cup, college football, I don't care who's playing. Is Nebraska playing Colorado again in a matchup of two of the worst teams in the history of college football? Thank God the World Cup is this year on Black Friday, or I might actually end up shopping. Thank God the USA team is playing England, or else I would have ended up at a mall. The worst thing that you could do on Black Friday.
Well, and Black Friday has really been tamped down now from a retail standpoint because of all the online shopping. It's not quite.
And then all the days of the week have names now. There's Cyber Monday,
Small Business Saturday.
Okay, Small Business. What's happening on Sunday? Leave me alone. The
Stay
NFL's
home
playing.
Sunday.
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Stay home Sunday.
Like even shopping doesn't want to go up against the NFL. We can get into this. Just circling back to Softy and the Seattle Seahawks situation. It really is going to be something that plays out through the rest of November and into December. You look at what Seattle has next, that Germany game against Tampa Bay, then a bye week, then Spadone, they get your Raiders in Seattle, then they go to the Rams, nowhere near as scary as it would have been, and then a home game against Carolina. I don't know if they're going to win them all and be 10-3, but it almost feels ridiculous to not think that they're going to be 9-4. At minimum, they're 8-5. So no matter how you look at this, the 49ers' second half has become very urgent, even in the first half. Like they're now a touchdown favorite in this game against the Chargers on Sunday Night Football. They have got to come out and start building wins, moving toward that game on December 15th in Seattle. That thing, and yes, both teams, if you look at this NFC right now, the likelihood is that both teams end up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
But Softy's right. 90% the analytics right now on Seattle's playoff odds. What a wrench that got thrown into this whole thing.
Well, and the other wrench in the NFC is the New York Giants. And I don't know what Football Outsiders say about their percentage chance. I don't know if you have it up, but
I can get that.
I would bet that they're darn near 90% as well. And, Philadelphia and Dallas, we thought both could be good, both could be playoff teams. And the Giants are the team that kind of threw a wrench into it in that division. Minnesota, 6 wins in a row, 7-1. You thought Minnesota could be good, maybe not this good. And then the South, you figured Tampa Bay would run things in that division, and that thing is still wide open, Mark.
The New York Giants, current playoff odds, Football Outsiders.
It's got to be 90%.
72.
Really?
Well, remember, they just lost. And they're in third place in their division.
True.
So, it gets a little dicey, but when you look up and down the playoff picture in the NFC, yeah, there's not a lot there. Okay, coming up next, we got a Warrior game tonight. Where does your concern sit right now? We take your calls at 888-957-9570 because for the first time all year, with the loss in New Orleans, I officially came off of the number 0. So you can put a 1 through 10 on it. Where does your current Warrior concern lie? Anthony Slater was on earlier today with some really interesting stuff, some post-game sound from Steve Kerr that you absolutely have to hear. We'll take your calls on that. Coming up next, Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game. And it's all sponsored by Yes on Prop 31.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only. And then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Finding the right Medicare plan? Oof, no easy feat. Kind of like those dances my granddaughter loves making me do. But then I found Walgreens FindRx coverage. Lets you compare plans online, over the phone, or in person. Made Medicare shopping so easy. Plus, I found plans with low-cost copays. I can get down with that. When you need to talk Medicare, Walgreens is here. Start shopping today at walgreens.com/Medicare.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Get a cash offer for your car, truck, or SUV today at your local Bay Area Chevy dealers. Selling has never been easier. Just bring it into a Bay Area Chevy dealer, get a free appraisal, and we'll make you a cash offer on the spot with no obligation to buy. We buy any make or model, paid off or not. Find your local Chevy dealer at BayAreaChevroletDealers.com.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. And more than anything, local businesses need access. Access to a knowledgeable banker and access to a full suite of business services. Can't come to the bank? We'll come to you. Our devotion to our clients ensures your business never misses a beat. That's why Fremont Bank remains the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The San Francisco Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the San Francisco Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
The Prophetic Matrix. Unlock the secret code to your destiny. A new revolutionary book by Michael John Toste. The first ebook to make history by being filmed in space. Discover your unlimited future. Get The Prophetic Matrix now on Amazon.com and BarnesandNoble.com.
Why wait to save? Dell Technologies Black Friday event arrives early with select deals on top tech to power business productivity. The savings start now with up to 48% off performance business PCs powered by 12th Gen Intel Core processors. Don't forget special pricing on the latest monitors, docks, and accessories, including free shipping on everything. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-ASK-DELL for Black Friday deals. That's 877-ASK-DELL.
And now an important message from music superstar Willie Nelson.
Hi, I'm Willie Nelson, and for as long as I can remember, I've been fighting for legalization of the one thing that can bring comfort to millions. And of course, I'm talking about Skechers. You see, Skechers shouldn't be illegal. They help so many people ease...
can we stop the commercial? Willie, I don't think Skechers are illegal anywhere.
Really? But they feel so good, I just assumed that the man made them illegal.
No, you can wear them anywhere, Willie.
Well, pass the Skechers.
Skechers Comfort feels so good, it should probably be against the law, because Skechers is the comfort technology company and has all the fits and features you need for ultimate comfort. Fits like Arch Fit, Relax Fit, Wide Fit, and more. And features like max cushioning and air-cooled memory foam. It's legalized comfort.
You know what? I'm going to wear my Skechers across state lines.
You do that, Willie. You do that.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 and 8 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Willard and Dibs.
Yeah, JP. I mean, a lot of people pointing at Jordan Poole right now. And this is kind of... I was listening to Anthony Slater talk to Bonte and Joe this morning, and it was a very, I thought, from all sides. This is an intriguing conversation and a window into the Warriors. I was really glad that Joe ripped this question off. He put it out to Anthony. When I say ripped off, I don't mean he stole it. I mean, that he got this question off and said, okay, Anthony, is there anything about this losing streak that has to do with the punch? Anything? Slater's answer, just to sort of encompass what he had to say without a direct quote, was to say, in a direct sense, no. No. Like the locker room feels like the locker room. The interaction between the guys looks normal. What indirectly may be affecting the Warriors right now because of the punch is that the staff with the Warriors feels like they did not get to do the normal amount of prep in the preseason that they wanted to do because everything went sideways. You had a trip to Japan, followed by a punch that sent Draymond home, and a conversation at all levels of the organization that took a lot of everyone's time.
Couple weeks.
That was not a part of the plan. So that's kind of fair. But when I watch Jordan Poole play right now, it just feels, Anthony talked about this too, there's this snowball effect when you're trying to do whatever you're doing and you can feel the criticism in real time. Jordan Poole is no longer this wonderful story of a guy who was in the G League 2 years ago and now is out here just averaging 20-something a game in the NBA. He's not that anymore. He's a guy that got a bag. He's got a bag now. And you carry that with you. You're no longer putting the pressure on in terms of trying to get the bag. Now you're the person that's got to live up to the bag. And when you get the bag and you've got a second unit that doesn't have any veterans and everyone's going, okay, dude, and you are slumping a little bit or you miss your first 2 or 3 shots, gosh, that can mentally snowball really, really fast. And that's what it feels like is happening right now when I watch Jordan Poole play. He is trying to be a superstar on every possession. That's a hell of a staircase to climb.
Right, and he's trying to do too much individually. Bonte talks about him over dribbling, and he's right. And the numbers would tell you that Jordan Poole is struggling. He's shooting 31% from 3 in his rookie year when we all maligned him. Oh, he's a bust. I can't believe it. He shot 28% from 3 in that year. So this is almost as bad as that dreadful rookie year. He's shooting 41% from the floor. Now, that rookie year, he shot 33%. So this isn't quite that bad, but this is way worse than his last 2 seasons.
For sure.
It's because of what you're talking about. He's forcing things too much. His shot attempts are where they were last year. His minutes are about where they were last year, but he's forcing things too much. And defensively, he's been pretty bad, as have most of the Warriors.
Absolutely. That whole unit right now, and this is another thing that Slater pointed out, is like that starting unit, think about the exhaustion level for them, physically and mentally, when they feel like they go out, they start the game, they get everybody a 7-point lead, then they go sit down, try to get a few minutes of a breather, and come back out, and they're down by 4. It's like, well, wait a minute, you guys. Like, your job is just to hold the line. You don't need to be great. You don't need to build on every lead. But your job is to not lose every lead, and that's too simplistic, but it's happening a lot. And so that ends up on everybody's shoulders, and it makes everybody try to do too much. And so this is the snowball effect that's happening. We'll let you hear what Steve Kerr said about the 2 guys who get the most discussion right now, which is the 2 young and raw players, Wiseman and Kuminga. We'll have that for you in a second. Absolutely line up on the lines. We'll take your Warrior calls right now at 888-957-9570. I promised you last week, Dibs, if they go 0 for the road trip.
Yeah.
And I said it early because, by the way, you could sort of see it coming. If they go 0 for the road trip, then I will acknowledge I'll get off of 0 on my Warriors. A lot of people like to call it the panic meter. Panic in the month of November is absurd.
Agreed. 0 to 10 knows where we put it.
We'll call it a concern meter. I said I'd get off of 0 if they went 0-5. They did. Kerr and Clay called it the road trip from hell. You don't want to have that this early. That's supposed to be in the dog days of the season. It happened now. So sure, I'll give you a 2. I'll give you a 2 because, A, the Western Conference is running away fast. This Warrior team right now, you want to hear, let me put it in one sentence that'll send a shiver down your spine. The Warriors are a half game ahead of the Lakers.
Ooh, got cold in here.
Half game ahead of the Lakers, who we're all making fun of. That's where the Warriors are.
And they're 2 games out of the 10 seed, which gets you into the play-in. They're 13th in the conference. You're behind Sacramento right now.
Right. So it runs away really, really fast. And they've clearly got some things to figure out, whether you want to call that getting in the lab or, experimenting with different lineups. And what if those don't work? So this can get out of hand fast. So I'll give you a 2.
I'm at a 5.
Are you at a 5 already?
I was at a 3.5 before they went 0-5 on the road trip. I'm at a 5 because even if they get in the lab and they figure things out and they get things right, this roster, as it's currently comprised, is not good enough to win a championship. This team is not as good roster-wise as it was last year.
That's true.
The second unit is not even close to as good.
But you don't have to win a championship in November. Like last year, they weren't good enough in November to win a championship.
They were 18-2.
Well, sorry, let me change.
They had Andre Iguodala playing quality minutes.
Let me change the months. In February, they weren't good enough to win a championship, and we
were
all
injured,
acknowledged.
Though, and they had so much hay in the barn that it was okay. If we get to, let's say we get to February, and this team they're 3-7 right now. You get to February, and you're 22-28. You got 32 games left to go. Maybe you started to figure things out a little bit. That's a problem. You're going to be sitting in that 9-10 seed, and you're going to have to work a hell of a lot harder. You're not going to be able to sit Steph for the last 2 weeks. Last year, you mentioned it. He was on with Steiny and Goo, and he said, I'll be ready for the playoffs. 2 weeks more of rest. You didn't have to play Clay before January because you had the hay in the barn. Draymond Green and his back issue, you could sit him for 2 months because you had hay in the barn. With Wiseman being unplayable, Kuminga, one good game, but otherwise he's been unplayable, and the rest of the bench has been mostly awful. These guys are going to have to play a ton just to keep you in it.
Well, the hay in the barn comment it's a good one, right? Because it creates some urgency. It is, by the way, and maybe I'll be wrong. I think it's a great spot for the Warriors tonight. And all of our coverage, obviously, always right here on 95.7 The Game. We'll get Warriors Live going about 6 o'clock. Game starts at 7. I think it's a great spot for the Warriors tonight because if you are a great team, if you have great players, when that urgency, it gets forced upon you. They've used the word, we need more urgency. Don't tell me, show me. And now it's been forced on the Warriors. Like 3-8, how many losses before you go, holy hell, like we're in a hole. So the Warriors have to come hard this week, and they've got a hard game Friday. Cleveland is good. They're 8-1, okay?
I'm all in on Cleveland.
Yeah, so like you've got to, I don't care that it's November. What is today? It's the 7th?
The 7th, yeah.
I'm sorry, this is an urgent game.
Are we chasing wins, Mark?
This is not a must-win.
You're chasing wins, aren't you?
Dibs, it's a gotta-have-it game tonight.
Against the Kings? I mean, good God.
It is. You've got to start winning basketball games.
The last time they were 4 games below 500 was 2 years ago. They were 20-24, and that was in the truncated post-pandemic season. They had that great rally at the end of the year. They got in the play-in game. Uno, dos, adios.
Right.
You were not a playoff team.
Right.
So other than that, if you take out the pandemic season when nobody played and they were god-awful, this team has never been 4 games below 500.
Never. So
under Steve Kerr.
That's why I said, and I promised that I'd come off of 0 on the concern meter, because we can say, they'll figure it out. How many more games do you want to do that? 3-8? 3-9? 3-10? 3-11? Before you just don't, they'll figure it out.
No, I've already gotten off that they'll figure it out. Because even if they do figure it out, they don't have enough right now.
Yeah.
They're not good enough. And we can talk James Wiseman, and I know you're going to play some Steve Kerr sound, but if you can't even be on the floor with the JV team,
then get off the floor.
Against New Orleans?
Then get off the floor.
Well, I mean, that's a problem, JD voice.
Maybe. But
that's a problem.
Yeah,
thank you.
A backup big.
Hit those notes.
A backup big is the kind of player that you can sort of find on the market, the buyout market. It might be a little while. They do need to find a way to bank some wins until they figure this out. And is it James? Is it someone else? Is there trip to G League in his future? I don't know. Man, I'm not writing the guy off. I won't do it.
I'm not either.
Way too early.
I'm not either. But to not be able to play in a game like that.
But we're in the now. Again, so I'm not going to write James off for the next year or two, but I'm also, how patient are you going to be? You got a season to go play. You got to do this thing. Robin in the city. Hey, Robin, you're on with Willard and Dibs. What are you doing, Robin? Uh-oh. Robin went to speaker. Just put her on hold and see if you can get her to say hello. Let's go to, is it Steffi or Steph in Emeryville? Hey, Steffi, what are you doing?
I was just about to walk into Target, but I'd rather be talking to you.
You know what? That is a hell of a compliment because Target's a wonderful place with many different things that you can buy.
Target's awesome, too. That Emeryville Target. Big parking lot.
That's a big one.
Yeah, I'll tell you what.
Yeah. And I have a different perspective to look at than a basketball lens regarding all of the nevers that we're talking about, regarding the secondary unit, the young guys that came thinking they were coming to a safe culture that the Warriors have, regarding JP and everybody now down on him and maybe forgetting the fact that Slater's comments that the locker room looks normal, but here's something that people in the mental health field and conflict resolution field know about that you can't see, and that's PTSD. And I just like to throw that out there because we keep skirting around the issue about the trauma that people have when somebody assaults them, that young players thinking that they have come to a place where they can get on the court and play in a safe environment, and that one of the leaders happens to be somebody that if he was in any other workplace, and I love Dre, I love him, he's paid for doing exactly what he does, and that is be physical, be verbal, and taunt and do his speech with the best of them. But there is no way of calculating what it is that the effect of that punch had on everybody.
So Steffi, let me ask it to you straight. Do you believe that Jordan Poole's struggles right now are because of the punch?
I do.
Yeah. That's interesting.
It's impossible to quantify, and thank you, Steffi, for the call and the perspective. It's impossible, but unless he comes out and says, this is affecting me.
I think it's impossible to just dismiss, though, totally.
Agreed.
Okay.
But between the dismissal and an outright assigning of blame to the incident, the truth, as we always say on the show, lies somewhere in between.
Yeah.
And it's hard. Only Jordan Poole knows how deeply that affected him.
Actually, even he might not. I mean, that's
exactly
sort of, you know what I mean?
Her point about PTSD. And, you know, I see Jordan Poole and the way he's playing. I don't see him shying away from interactions with Draymond. And it seems to me like he's able to compartmentalize and play, and he's just not playing well.
Well, but what is causing that? And look, this could just be physical. It could just be basketball. It could be so many different things.
Right.
This is still a very young player. But let's add all of this up, and you tell me if this feels like pressure to you, okay? You are young, brash. You have become known on an NBA team as the confident over-talker. And Draymond's a teammate, and you are known as the confident over-talker, right? I mean, Clay talked about it out loud. A lot of the guys are like, man, yeah, we need to chill Jordan's arrogance, even though they were doing it in a tongue-in-cheek way. Okay, so that's who you are, and that's the role you play. You're a young up-and-coming player. Then you get punched by Draymond Green, and all of a sudden, Jordan Poole, for a week and a half in this sports country, was one of the most talked about names everywhere, national media, all over the place. And they're all talking about you in a way that, quite frankly, could be processed as a little bit embarrassing.
Definitely.
In addition to hurtful physically and mentally. Okay, so that happened.
Well, you've got some people, some of his colleagues and former players saying this is no big deal. Others saying you outright, maybe lightweight, deserved it.
Right, like what'd you say to Draymond?
Right, other people saying how can you not clap back and all the rest of it. So they're telling you, Jordan Poole, how you're supposed to process this.
Then what happens?
Bag alert, Major, bag alert.
Now you get a bag.
Oh, boy.
And instead of...
Does it all fit in one bag, by the way?
I don't think it does.
It's a hefty bag. It's a big bag,
so
dog.
This guy comes to the podium, and he's probably dreamt about this moment for years, his whole life.
Right.
And when he gets to the podium to celebrate arriving as an NBA star and a multi-millionaire, first question, hey, how are we doing with that whole punch thing that happened last week?
Man.
Okay, so now you're dealing with that, and then you get out on the floor, and you are the captain of the second unit. There's no veteran, stabilizing force there to help you out like there have been in the past. There's no Livingston. There's no Iguodala. There's no Otto Porter. There's no David West. It's just you, man. Come on, Bag Alert. Come on, 135. Let's go. You're a star now, so show it. And the team collectively around you is off. They're not playing well.
Off is short for awful.
Wiseman's sitting there looking at you like a baby giraffe who's just like, I don't know what are we doing out here?
Kuminga can't crack the rotation.
So does it now? I'm not like building an excuse for Jordan.
You're providing context, Mark.
I'm trying to look into his life and go, could that feel overwhelming to the point where a little underperformance feels massive? I would say yes. This has been a very tumultuous 6 weeks.
Yeah.
Good and bad. And just weird for Jordan Poole.
Unprecedentedly weird. Yeah. And it becomes an overcompensation sensation
sure.
when you're on a second unit without any help. So, and by the way, his second unit running mate, Klay Thompson, is having a worse year than you are.
Sure.
And he doesn't get the same level of criticism because he's a made man. He's a 4-time champ. Yeah. He's a yachtsman. He is a Bay Area beloved athlete. So we can, and Klay's coming off a couple of catastrophic injuries. So Klay will be back, but think about that second unit. You've got Klay Thompson, who all the metrics will tell you is having a worse year than Jordan Poole. James Wiseman, who can't catch a cold in a flu ward. You've got Jonathan Kuminga, who can't play. JaMychal Green, a veteran who can't score. Ty Jerome, nice little player. And you. And you're supposed to go out there and carry the torch. And by the way, the pressure's on because every time you get out there with the second unit, you see the lead slip away, and you know what's going on, and you know that your team is struggling.
Steve Kerr, 2 weeks ago, this is someone the organization is going to rely on for years to come. We never said that before.
Right.
We didn't even say that last year, even when he was one of the stars. Nobody ever said the organization's on your back, and now it might feel like that to Jordan Poole. Matt and San Rafael next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Matt, what are you doing?
Hey guys, I'm just I'm heading home, and I was listening to the caller who said they thought that maybe the Draymond punch had something to do with Poole's play, and I don't necessarily think that, physically, I don't think Dre knocked anything loose or there's a physical issue going on, but I do think anybody who's been part of an office environment or a team environment knows how something like that gets sorted out can have a ripple effect and, sit different ways with different people. And I think maybe, Dre's play and on-court performance has kind of been hot and cold and in question, trade him, don't trade him. And then he punches your young star to what I feel and a lot of people felt was kind of underwhelming punishment. It may have sent a message to the younger guys, like, if Wiseman cracked Dre, Wiseman might get traded or suspended or what have you, but it was pretty light-handed. So for all we know, the Warriors may have more division in that locker room, and it's reflecting in the chemistry because they're just not clicking. And when you're dropping games to Orlando and Charlotte, with this lineup, I think it might have, there's residue that the Warriors' PR department's doing a better job of covering up more than we know.
Well, Matt, it's an interesting comment. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate you. I would say it this way. There's no way for any of us to know what's actually going on inside the locker room. And I will tell when Anthony Slater says, hey, they look normal to me.
Yeah.
Well, people learn how to make it look normal, even when it's not. And in fact, even if it does look normal, it might feel normal to them. Like, just think about your office or your group of friends or your family and someone where there's some history, some negative history. You can kiss and make up. You can have a conversation and talk it out. And you can find a way to coexist and move forward. And everybody acts like everything's cool.
Yep.
And largely it is, except for as soon as something else kind of goes awry, that's the first person you'll leave. And you'll be like, you know what? I didn't like that person anyway.
Yeah.
Like, it's way easier to get to a stressful spot because of that negative history. And here are the Warriors, 3-7. And so it is a little chicken and the egg. Did the punch cause the 3-7 record? No. Does the 3-7 record sort of bring the punch back up? Yeah, it does, because everybody's frustrated.
Right.
And when you're frustrated, the first person you get frustrated at is the person where you've got negative history.
If they were 7-3 right now, we wouldn't be looking at Jordan Poole. Even if he was struggling, we wouldn't be looking at his struggles in light of what happened with Draymond Green. But the caller, I think Matt, made a great point. You lost to Charlotte, Detroit, and Orlando. They are 13th, 14th, and dead last in the Eastern Conference. If you take out their 3 wins over the Warriors, they are 4-23 collectively, Mark.
Thank you.
4-23. So not only do you have struggles within your organization, but these are games you would never lose in the past. You would never lose all 3. You might have lost one of those 3. Okay, a little hiccup on the road. These teams are 4-23 against the rest of the league.
They're awful. And thank you for bringing up the text chain that we all shared after they lost to Orlando last week. And I sent it out to you and Steiny and Guru. And I'm like, let me guess.
Oh, yeah.
Orlando really got up for this one.
They did.
And congratulations to Steiny and Bonte. I love the homework you've all done. It's really cool that you can name 1 through 10 on the Magic.
Always.
Here's my take. They stink. They stink, and you lost to them. I don't care what they're going to be in 3 years. I don't care that Banchero, whichever way pronunciation you want to. I don't care that he's good.
It's Banchero.
Thank you.
And he's real.
Oh, boy. And spectacular.
Banchero is Portuguese for real deal. You got to Google it.
It's English for not there yet.
Oh, wow. Rookie of the year.
This is the Warriors we're talking about. I don't want to hear that anybody got their best punch. I don't want to hear that they're up and coming. I do not want to hear that, well, they've got a really deep roster and, home court, and they grew up watching the world. I don't care. You're better than those teams. You're better than most teams. If you can't beat Orlando's best punch, what the hell are you doing when Boston comes to town? What are you doing when Phoenix comes to town? So this is the Warriors we're talking about. And I'm done with the 1-8 team, but they got up for the Warriors. So
2-8. You take that back. They 1-8 if they didn't beat the Warriors.
Because of the Warriors.
Yeah. Warriors have not beaten a team with a winning record this year.
So let's go ahead and flash that to tonight, because I don't want to hear that the Kings got up for this one.
Oh, you're damn right they're getting up for this. It's a Mike Brown revenge game. The Kings are coming off a win.
The Kings are 3-5, and the Warriors are better. And there's no excuse.
Kings looking down their nose at the Warriors in the Western Conference standings.
There will be changes.
Facts.
There will be changes tonight in that lineup, and Steve Kerr spoke to it, and we'll have that sound for you, plus your phone calls next. 888-957-9570. It is all sponsored by Yes on Prop 31. It's Willard and Dibs.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Hey, Dan Dibley here. What's the best way to deal with triple-digit and below freezing temperatures? Keep them outside. Golden State Window and Door understands the vast range in temperatures across the Bay Area. Thankfully, technology and style are ever-changing when it comes to windows, doors, and home siding. With assistance from Golden State Window and Door, you or your contracted clients can live comfortably year-round. You'll find modern options like Marvin's Ultimate Sliding French Door, which offers space-saving sliding design and is engineered for years of energy-efficient performance. Anderson's A-Series windows provide a wide range of popular designs and are the highest performing weather-tight products Anderson has ever offered. Get inspired by the many possibilities when you visit goldenstatelumber.com and click on virtual tours. Then talk with your builder or designer to see what might be a good fit for your home. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations, Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
He's the best interview in the Bay Area.
Splish Splash. Coach, are you taking a bath?
Did you hear a little water in the background?
Yeah! He's a 9-time NBA champion.
Not 5, not 6, not 7.
And he's on with Damon and Ratto every single week during the NBA season.
Wow.
It's Warriors head coach Steve Kerr on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity.
Hey, this is Kenny Mayne, host of something called Hey Mayne. That's a podcast. We're working busily on season 2, but let's not forget about season 1. Remember Roy Wood Jr.?
Wow, opening for Ron White. I've arrived. He's such a nice man. Maybe he wants a ride. Maybe he wants me to drop him off at the American Airlines terminal. Roy, I have a private jet. My pilot hangs with me like my homeboy.
If you missed that episode of Hey Mayne, check it out on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is here. Get a bacon or sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, plus a small seasoned potatoes. That's a better breakfast for just $3 in 3 easy steps. 1, wake up. 2, get out of bed. And 3, head to Wendy's for your $3 breakfast deal. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Select or request $3 breakfast deal in order to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Price and participation may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
When a cold comes on strong, knock it out with Vicks DayQuil Severe for max strength daytime relief. Just 1 dose of Vicks DayQuil Severe starts to relieve 9 of your worst cold and flu symptoms to help take you from 9 to none. Power through your day with Vicks DayQuil Severe, the daytime non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, 9 to none medicine. Use as directed.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
O'Reilly. Cleaning your fuel system can help your engine run better and improve gas mileage. Visit O'Reilly Auto Parts and pick up a bottle of Chevron Techron Fuel System Cleaner on sale now. Buy one, get one free, plus double O Rewards points. Get more fuel-saving tips from the professional parts people at your local O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event. Here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfent Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC-FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
It's real talk, Mark.
Oh, my God.
I'm sorry. Sorry, Spadoni, I didn't mean to jump in, but yeah.
Woo!
48 minutes.
Now back to Willard and Dibs.
Thank you.
There you go.
Sorry about that.
95.7 The Game.
It may pay you more for that. There you go.
Yeah, dude, seriously, it's a way quicker job, too. Like, no complaints, man. Like, we have the greatest job on earth.
Totally.
But yeah, if you want to pay me the same to just come in, like, I don't know, take me about 12 minutes. Now back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. And then that's it.
You're hired.
Can I do that? I'll do that. Now back to Damon and Ratto. on 95.7 The Game.
How about a promo for Dan Devone and Alan Stiles on the weekend?
Warriors Live, 7 p.m. tonight on 95.7 The Game. Oh, wait, it's 6, right?
Yeah, 3, 2, and 1.
Warriors Live, brought to you by Xfinity. 6 p.m. tonight on 95.7 The Game.
It's good.
Yeah, if you want like a pause in between, right? I'll do that.
No pause.
I'll do that. Pause.
Yeah.
Anyway.
That's great.
Thank you.
Yeah, sorry about that.
All right. We'll keep doing this until they call. 888-957-9570. That is the number. I keep promising Steve Kerr sound. Here it is on Jonathan Kuminga.
We went into it knowing that he was going to play big minutes. We didn't know how many, but he was playing well. So the 38 just sort of happened, but it wasn't an issue at all. I mean, he looked fine the whole time. We're trying to help him with all the little details that young players need to learn. I think the other night we got to look at some different combinations, which was really important. The first 8-9 games of the year were really about getting our feet underneath us and trying to see what we had with different combinations. And I think we've learned we got to try something different. And so JK will be part of the new rotation, and I'm excited to play him, and he's just got to keep doing what he's doing.
Okay, so here we go. That is one of the things that as a Warrior fan you can really sit down and try to watch tonight. Jonathan Kuminga, you got a little bit of a taste of it when they went baby dubs the other day, but he's right. And what I don't even know how this is going to work. What I'm glad to hear is that Steve Kerr has reached a moment where he's like, well, we're not doing this anymore. We're not going to just go 0-5 on the road trip and be 3-7, and that's cool. So if the Warriors truly are chilling, we'll figure this out. We're the Warriors. All right, well, then now's the time to show that. Yeah, you can't wait till January to be like, all right, let's go on this massive run, snap our fingers, and win all of our games. You can't fall too far behind. And so the changes start tonight. I'll be very interested to see how they look. I think it's a great spot for them.
It's a massive spot for them. It gets no better, Mark. You rested everybody. You rested 4 rotational pieces in New Orleans, so they played on the 3rd. You play tonight, then you don't play again until the 11th.
You can leave it all out. Yes.
Wednesday, Thursday. You got 3 off days, and then you're still at home. So you don't even have to travel over the course of the next 3.
By the way, Warriors, we're going to end up all looking like Bonte this week. There's no World Series.
Yeah.
Right? We got a football game on Thursday. Are you telling me I've got a Tuesday and a Wednesday? What am I watching? What am I throwing my $11 bet on tomorrow night and Wednesday night?
Got to have Maction, right?
We got nothing.
Is it time for Tuesday night Maction?
Oh, that's a good question.
The
return of the Mac?
Yeah, I believe it's going to be Tuesday night Maction.
Okay.
And that's always something that we can get excited for. I'm just checking the schedule
football.
right now.
Yeah.
A little college football.
College football. We do. Eastern Michigan and Akron.
Trio games.
Ohio, Miami of Ohio, and then Ball State and Toledo, followed by triple header Wednesday as well. Oh, the Mac knew. The whole conference is playing between Tuesday afternoon and Wednesday night.
Yeah.
Perfect.
My motto on those games is take the directional school and don't worry about the spread. So Eastern Michigan, they're directional. You take Eastern Michigan. The tough one, though, is Northern Illinois and Western Michigan. It's
both
a matchup,
directional.
Double directional, and it's a pick 'em. So I usually would go for Western over Northern traditionally.
I got the same thing for all 6 games. Just bet the over. Just bet the over.
Little Mac over.
Oh, my gosh. The whole conference eliminated defensive coordinators. They just were like, never mind. Everybody's having job cuts. The whole conference is like, I know where we can save. Defensive coordinators. Let's just go play football.
The smallest total is 50 in those 6 games. So
everybody's getting to 30 in these games. Everybody's getting to 30. Okay, so what Kerr said about Kuminga, what do you say about Wiseman?
It's going to take a lot of reps and time, but I see a really talented young guy who's eager to learn, who is committed to the team, who has overcome an awful lot to get to this point, dealing with his injury for over a year. So he knows how to overcome adversity. Now we have to help him because modern life is unforgiving, and people don't take into account organic growth, and everyone wants results right now. it's not going to be that way, especially for a big guy with very little experience. It takes a little longer for big guys to adjust to the NBA game. And if you play 3 college games, then you got a lot more to learn. So he's got plenty to learn, but he's a willing learner, and we're going to take our time with him. And I have no doubt long term he's going to be a really good player.
Okay, he uses
I don't like that.
He uses long term, which that's telling you. And by the way,
he started with eager and committed.
Well, there was a phrase in there that I think should end up on 957thegame.shop.com. We've been talking about all the phrases that end up on hoodies and T-shirts.
Yeah.
What are you doing? Get your "What are you doing" T-shirt, by the way. 957thegame.shop.com. 957thegame.shop.com.
Cash me out one time.
Did you hear his phrase? Modern life is unforgiving. I want one of those. I want a modern life is unforgiving hoodie from 957thegame.shop.com.
Well, what he's saying is that Twitter people are mean.
Well, you won't have to worry about Twitter for
Instagrammers are so cruel. Come on. I mean, life is unforgiving. Not only modern life, all life is unforgiving. And James Wiseman is lucky that he's in a situation where he's got a guaranteed contract.
Yeah, he's a millionaire, but
the guy's on the hook.
Because
he's going to make $28 million over the next 3 years. That's not very unforgiving.
I'm a buy what Steve's saying here for a sec, because I think
I'm selling that part of it.
Well, but
if we're playing buy or sell,
I don't. To be honest with you, I don't know how you can love sports if you're going to attach salaries to how we process what we're seeing. Like, no one is saying James Wiseman's life is out of control. But James Wiseman's career right now has been incredibly disappointing, mostly to him. Mostly because of injury, right?
Yeah.
What he's saying is, and this is true across the board no matter what you do in life, certain people take longer to get there than others. I mean, let's go to Marco Luciano and the Giants for a second, because everyone's been like, dude, this is a generational prospect. Well, how come Juan Soto and Ronald Acuna were ready? How come Vlad Guerrero Jr., they're ready to be big leaguers at age 20? How come Marco Luciano, well, we got to wait until he's 24. Why? What? I don't know. But it doesn't mean Marco's not good. It just means his arc might be different than others. So when LaMelo Ball comes into the league and is like, boop, I'm good. And James Wiseman was picked one slot before him and has a wonky meniscus and a totally different position and a completely different arc to his career, we're like, that's not okay. Even though Jordan Poole is sitting right next to him going, hello, I am the example of sometimes it takes 2 years. Sometimes it takes 3 years. What Steve Kerr is saying is this does not mean he's not going to be okay. It just means he's not okay right now.
Yeah, I agree with it. And anyone can tell you that based on just watching him play basketball and the fact that you had the JV lineup out there, and still he is not in a spot where he can play even at that level in a game that they basically gave up on by sitting their 4 best players. They were telling their own team, we don't care if we win this. Go play, fellas. And even in that setting, he was unable to play. I just bristle at the notion of modern life being unforgiving for a guy who is going to make $39 million for running up and down the court with T-shirt, with a tank top and shoes on. But that's that rubs me the wrong way.
It's just money, though.
But
that's not what we're talking about.
No, what we're talking about is modern life is unforgiving.
Right.
That's actually very forgiving.
No,
they're forgiving the fact that he stinks as a pro basketball player.
But he doesn't stink.
They're allowing him to go out there and be not very good.
Well,
by the very nature of how they're going to slow play his development, and I agree with their approach, that's very forgiving in and of itself.
For a lot of people, you can give them money, and if somebody was there at the end of, like, what if at the end of every sentence on this radio show, at the end of every sentence, there was a crowd, millions deep, to sit there and be like, dude, you suck. That was the worst sentence I've ever heard. And it was every day. And it was constant. And by the way, you'd had vocal cord surgery just last year that completely stunted your process. Okay? The fact that you financially were being compensated well doesn't cover every base.
Covers a lot of them, though.
That's it covers your financial security. Sure. That's not the only thing in life. Like, he wants to be a successful basketball player.
We all want to be successful.
Right? And you also want, especially if you're in the entertainment industry, this isn't so simple as he wants to be liked, but he wants to be well received. You're in the entertainment industry. You've got to be giving people something that they want to spend money on.
Agreed.
Or else you are not good. And
he has to live his life as a 7-foot person. So after his career, if he's walking around the streets...
Pretty recognizable.
Pretty recognizable.
Yes.
And if somebody looks over and you see a 7-footer, you're going to look and double and triple take, and you're going to say, oh my God, that's James Wiseman. That's that bust that the Warriors had. So I get that part of it.
I'm not here to worry about whether he's going to eat. Like, he's going to eat. That's not, you know what I mean? Like, and Steve's not worried about that either. There's nobody in the NBA. The minute you get to Chase Center, if you've got an employee badge, you're good on eating. If you get a uniform, even if you're on a vet min, right? You're eating.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right? You can go to any of those Chase Center restaurants that some of us can't afford. So they're good on that front.
Of course.
So there's a completely different conversation, though, that's happening, especially about a number 2 overall pick. I think that's what he means by modern life.
I know exactly what he means.
Loud.
He means that social media and the fan clamor and the pressure and all of it.
We want now.
We want now. And when a guy, like when you throw the ball to James Wiseman and he ping pong paddle hands it and it bounces off his shin out of bounds, we all scream, he's a bust. You got to trade him. We need a real big man. That's the nature of being fans, and I'm afraid, and James, I'm sure, knows this, and Steve knows this better than anyone, that's a part of the gig. People come at us on various social media platforms, and we either deal with it or we don't deal with it.
It's a modern part of the gig. It was not part of his gig when he played.
And it wasn't part of our gig when I started.
Right.
You didn't have a text machine. You had a fax machine. People couldn't email you. You know, the only way you could get at somebody would be to write a letter, a handwritten letter, and mail it to the PD.
Right.
Or, get on the line, 888-957-9570, and call in. So, yes, I understand what Steve's saying. Modern life is unforgiving, but this is part of the gig.
Right, and you also got drafted by a team, by the way, that now won a championship last year. Let's never forget that. And that's why last week I loved when we had that conversation with Mike Silver, and he let us in on a conversation he had with Steve Kerr, where the two sort of compared James Wiseman to Trey Lance. Never forget this with the development of those two players. They are top level draft picks that went to good teams. That's not the easy street that sometimes we make it sound like. Because when you are a top level draft pick and you end up on a good team, which is very rare, but when that happens, you don't have 3 years to be good. Dude, we're good right now, and you need to meet us here. We don't have time for you to be a project.
See, I think it's the other way around.
We're trying to win a championship. That's why after one game with Trey Lance, we're starting to hear Garoppolo whispers. Because it's like, dude, we don't have time to drag you along.
Yeah.
We got to try to go win right now.
It's a little different with the QB1.
It's unrealistic.
Than it is, a big man, because he's an accessory.
Totally. Listen, you're right. I'm not saying they're exactly the same.
Right.
But the point is that's not necessarily easy because some guys do need that time, and these teams don't have time to offer.
Right.
They don't have it.
But I think at the same time, and I will go on the other side of this equation, if he went to a bad team and he played a bunch on a bad team and didn't get better, his NBA career might be close to over by now if he had been exposed as a guy who's not very good. A team that drafted him and needed him to be a really good player immediately. And if he would have played 70 games, 30 minutes a night, and shown that he's not that good of a player, that same team would not have been as patient as this Golden State team is able to be.
Maybe, but there's just, again, there isn't that pressure because no one's expecting you in, right? Let's go to Banchero. No, we don't need to win. Nobody in Orlando is worried about your record.
Right.
They're just like, let's watch his development. By the way, before we go to the phones at 888-957-9570, the 49ers have opened the injured reserve practice windows. So in other words, they're setting themselves up to be ready to activate this week running back Elijah Mitchell, linebacker Azeez Al-Shire, and offensive lineman Colton McKivitz. I forgot about Colton, that he was out also.
Oh.
So we knew this team in theory. We don't know yet because the practices haven't started yet. But if you're getting those three back potentially, if Greenlaw can play, if Debo can play, if you're getting all those guys back, is Armstead playing? Could Kinlaw play? man, you could be talking about a very, very different roster that's hosting Sunday Night Football this week.
And that, to me, is a big reason why the line has them as such significant favorites, because of the health and I guess what we have fresh in our minds still about Christian McCaffrey and what the Niners were able to get in that steal. Now, ultimately, those draft picks, in 3 years, we may look back and, they gave up so much because Carolina got this player and that player and that player. But right now, F the picks, as we look at it through the lens of F those picks, they got Christian McCaffrey on this team, Mark.
Exactly. All right, Glasses in Vallejo. You are next up here on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Glasses, what are you doing?
Well, I wanted to call in and say I was so excited to see the talent on the floor in Orlando. Yes, they lost, but I am expecting Steve Kerr to come up with a plan that allows these young fellas to demonstrate and show off what they can do.
You mean, by the way, you mean New Orleans, right? You mean the Baby Dubs game on Friday night?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yes. Okay, I just wanted to make sure we were getting you. Yeah, you're doing all right.
With the Pelicans, I apologize.
Yeah, that's all good.
Right. So here you have these young guys. They're 20, 19, 23. They know they can ball. They're in the NBA. But they're being asked to support or fill in on like a top-line car, a machine. The Warriors are legendary. And I expect Steve Kerr to understand that they were like a C-, D+, whatever, I don't know. But these kids can play. Give them some time on the court to play their way. Also, Steve Kerr should demand that they perform certain tasks when they're on the court that will eventually fit into the Golden State Warriors machine. Second, Jordan Poole. The punch. I'm tired of hearing about the punch. Here's what I thought. Draymond was wrong. But so was Poole. Now, I'm not trying to be controversial. I'm not saying he deserved it. Jordan Poole did not deserve that. But I've been on both sides of that, the instigator and the bully. As soon as Draymond started walking toward Poole, one thing he could have did, that's what I always did, I started running. Laughing, joking, make a joke of it, break it.
Yeah, I'm sure that would have cooled Draymond off.
Someone could have.
Yeah.
Thank you, Glasses. And
Glasses,
I
first of all,
I pause at the nature of him as an instigator, too.
And speaking of pauses, the dramatic effect from Glasses was as dramatic as it gets.
Great.
So, you can forget me.
I jumped in the neutral zone a couple times.
Forget me being the VO person for 95.7 The Game. We've hired Glasses because she would like to say,
talking about Glasses.
Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Yeah,
our guy used to pause like that.
Exactly.
By the way.
That's it. So she's tremendous with pauses. I'll tell you what I'm tired of hearing. I'm actually tired of that conversation. I'm tired of who's at fault, who's to blame between Draymond and Jordan Poole, and getting into the whole, here's what could have happened. Look, we know.
I agree.
Yeah, we already know what happened. There's no excusing Draymond Green whatsoever. There just isn't.
I'm glad she didn't go to the, what do you expect when you push another person? Because that's the one that gets me the most.
Well, I guess the thing is this. At a certain point, and this usually happens when the further we get from a dramatic moment, I love it when people will walk in a room and go, let me tell you what happened then. You don't know, and you're going to have to settle with you're never going to know. You don't know what was said.
We still don't know what David West was talking about all those years ago.
So you can't call Jordan Poole an instigator. I have no clue what the hell anyone said to anybody. I have no clue what got us there. Draymond came to a press conference and said that he was having a really, really bad day, and he was in a bad mental spot. So if that's the case, then maybe his own mentality was the instigator. I have no idea. We're going to have to settle with that. Sometimes you have to move on in life with, I don't know.
Well, bottom line to me is there was one punch thrown.
Right.
And the guy,
there's no excusing it.
And the guy who threw the punch was not reprimanded at a level that many people thought would have been appropriate. And the guy who received the punch shortly thereafter got a major contract extension. Beyond both of those realities, what has taken place since is maybe the most unacceptable part of all of it, and that's the fact that the Warriors, they stink right now, Mark.
Exactly.
They're a bad basketball team. They've lost 5 in a row, an 0-5 road trip, and you look at what they have ahead. They have games that they should win. If they win these should-win games, you're still fighting to get back to 500.
Exactly. Oh, Robin's back. Let's go to Robin in the city. Hi, Robin. What are you doing?
I'm sitting here absorbing all the BS that I'm hearing. Hi, Dibs.
Hey, Robin. How are you?
Been a daddy?
Yeah, it's been
I'm
great.
all right, sugar. I'm okay. I told my son the other day when he tried to check me, you can't check me, sugar. I'm your mama. You ain't none of mine.
That's your mama. That's right. That's your mama.
Anyway, good God, being a parent is so overrated. I'd like to say this. I am not worried. You know, I tend to look at things for what they are in front of me. And then I do have the ability to look at things that are beyond me, okay? And so, in terms of the Warriors, I would like for you guys to tell me, because I don't know everything. Like Daddy said, you could have fooled me, but he had 8 daughters and my mama. So anyway, and he used to always tell us, boy, women are something else. So I'd like for the men, you two, to tell me, what is the ultimate goal of the Warriors this year? We get the players' goal. Now, last year, I heard Lakem say that he owed it to the core to give it one more try, one more run back. And to me, that means money. That's dollars, okay? Because he's the owner. This is the business. You understand? So I know you understand. So what is the ultimate goal right now? I'm not talking about the players. I'm not talking about anything. I'm talking about the ultimate goal right now, whether we're winning or losing, because this is a money-making business.
Yeah.
Robin,
Thank you, Robin.
I love this. I love this question because all I'll say before we set it up for a longer answer, the answer to that question, what is the ultimate goal? It is way too simplistic to simply answer that by saying winning a championship.
It's money. Money.
I think that's too simple also. I think that's way too simple also. I think both of them are a part of the conversation, but I think there's a lot more to say there, which we will coming up next. Plus, what's your Ohtani package look like? What are you willing to do for the biggest, maybe, right? The biggest star in the game.
That's a damn good package.
But a free agent next winter. What are you willing to do should your favorite team do it at all? We'll get into all of that coming up next on Willard and Dibs.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride.
From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to GetRefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com.
This Veterans Day, Outdoor Supply Hardware is giving 20% off to retired or active military service members. Visit OSH November 11th through 13th and receive 20% off with ID. This discount is on top of OSH's end-of-season clearance sale. Save up to $200 on in-stock fire tables and patio heaters, or save $100 on select Weber propane grills. OSH has great price in-stock holiday decor, artificial trees, lights, and inflatables. Visit 14 Greater Bay Area and Central Coast OSH locations. OSH, neighbors helping neighbors.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults, amateurs to elite professionals. As one of the best orthopedic programs in the nation, UCSF has programs to optimize an athlete's performance and the latest advancements to treat the most complex sports injuries. With locations throughout the Bay Area, now including Marin, Walnut Creek, and Redwood Shores, it's even easier to make an appointment today. Visit ucsfhealth.org so you can get cleared to play. UCSF Health, redefining possible.
Kelley Blue Book is the one-stop shop for pricing, fixing, selling, and instant cash offering. Instant cash offer is exactly what it sounds like. An official offer to buy or trade your car. Just enter your VIN or license plate, answer a few questions about your car's history, and what kind of condition it's in. In minutes, you'll receive an offer to sell or trade your car that you can be sure is fair. Then choose a dealer to purchase your car and schedule a time to meet. For all of the it's, KBB.com.
At Target, Black Friday deals are happening right now. Save on the hottest gifts to get ahead this holiday, like must-have toys, the latest tech, and incredible offers to get your home holiday ready. You'll discover new Black Friday deals each week in stores and at Target.com. And make holiday shopping easier than ever using free drive-up, free order pickup, and same-day delivery. Get low prices and great deals so you can holiday your way. Only at Target. Exclusions apply.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Willard Dibs on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Kevon. every time they say it, I'm like, no, you take it away and go put it in the basket.
Please.
You need to score more points than the other team.
Can we get a stop?
Yeah. Well, yes. Or if you can't get a stop, then just score more baskets, please. You got to have more points than the other team.
That's astute.
You got to have more points than the other team, okay? All right, let's answer Robin's question, and then I have a very petty gift for you from a former Willard and Dibs, Bonte and Joe changeover. conversation. It's actually not really that petty.
You're bringing it back. You're bringing something back?
Back.
Man, all right.
Back.
It's like the History Channel today.
Anyway.
I love it.
How do we answer that question? Forget like she acknowledged. Robin said, we know what the players' goals are.
A couple great points from Robin,
Right?
including being a parent is overrated.
How you feeling about that right now?
Jeez, man. 10 weeks old today, and I love that little baby, but
God
good
bless.
God, I forgot how hard this is.
Oh my God.
Good Lord. Yes, Badone.
I feel like I tried to remind you, but
it was too late. It's too late. The hay was in the barn.
Yeah, I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Yeah, me and you both
sometimes you got
do.
one kid and a bunch of problems sometimes.
Steiny's got 3. You got 3.
How you doing, Spadone? You okay? You asleep? You awake? What are you doing in there?
Thankfully, Shasky brought me a very large coffee at 4:30 this morning.
Okay, good. I mean, it's going well. Everybody's sleeping, and
Yeah.
You're doing,
No,
good stuff.
sure.
How's Benny doing? Benny okay? Benny having fun?
Yeah, he is very good because it's 2 ways it can go. Either he hates the kid or he loves it.
Right.
Loves his sister. He wants to be a big brother. He loves it.
My big sister would pinch me in my crib until I cried, but make it look like she was playing with. Oh, look at the little whip. Boop, boop.
Really?
Oh my gosh, Mommy's crying. I don't know what's wrong.
Who could have seen that
That's
coming?
some Cersei Lannister type stuff to Tyrion right there.
No joke.
Bend the knee.
It's wild. My older sister, we had a great weekend. She was there with me for Pop's
You guys are
80th.
good friends
We're
now.
very, very close, which is a miracle. I should still be livid with her. I should absolutely be livid with her. The treatment was abusive.
Buddy, I had 3 of them. I had 3 older siblings. Including my sister, the Hurricane Gale, who pushed me off the deck in 1971, and I had to get 114 stitches in my head.
I'm sure there was a very large pile of leaves that she was aiming for.
Yeah.
Maybe she just missed.
She said I slipped.
Well, did you?
It was a clear push. Targeting.
That's how you ended up being a ref.
Totally.
We've totally figured it out.
Come full circle.
You were like that. She's like, it's a charge.
It's a block.
It was a block. Hip thrust. Anyway. All right. So, what is the Warriors' goal this year?
Yeah, it's got to be. It's money as an organization.
Well, it's always a championship, but it's always money. I feel like those are standards.
Yeah.
Those are just there. But there is something that goes well beyond that. I mean, the quickest way to say it is just to be successful. It's to be sustainable. I mean, that's the first word that I would come up with. If I'm the Warriors, right, the Giants are trying to ring this bell too. That's what they're telling you. We want to be a sustainable contender. Nobody, not even a fan, expects a team to go win a championship every year. Nobody does that. So if the Warriors don't win a championship this year, we're not going to be livid with them. We're not going to call them busts or chokers or any of that. If they don't win it this year, they'll have won 4 of the last 9. And that is incredible.
Yeah. And they would have been to 6 of the last 9.
But this idea that, like, okay, we've extended Poole, we've extended Wiggins, we want to be relevant, we want to be successful, we want to be a perennial contender, we want to be entertaining, we want to be sustainable. Those are all the words, I believe, that come up in the business meetings with the Golden State Warriors. And you can see it when you're over there. They're not just about Warrior basketball. They're about their concerts.
Right.
They're about Chase Center. They're about branding.
Video games.
I mean, right?
All
Everything.
of it. Office
Everything.
buildings.
Totally.
Waterfront construction.
Gott's Burgers. I mean, all of it.
And it all comes back to the almighty dollar. But you're right. It's the idea of a sustainable dollar. It's not, hey, let's be a championship team now and F the future, F those picks. No, they actually re-signed their picks, and they want this thing to be sustained and sustainable, and that's a good word for you to use. So that is the ultimate goal, and beneath that, very close to that, is sustainable financially and sustainable in terms of success, because if you're a winning team, that helps you make money. And if you make money, you can stay a winning team. If you're not making money and the owner's hemorrhaging dollars, it's hard for him to go ahead and invest deep into the luxury tax for a team that's 22-60.
Exactly.
So those two things go hand in hand with sustainability being the backbone.
All right, so this was from May 18th, okay? May 18th earlier this year. So put us back in May. We're in the playoffs. And obviously talking Warrior basketball. The only reason I bring this back, the main reason I bring it back, is someone resent it to me on Twitter. And as the Warriors are sitting here at 3-7, I feel a little bit validated. okay, if you will. Because let me just give you the backdrop here. Because you guys actually didn't come that hard down my road on this one. But man, social media did. I got hammered for this take.
Hammer time.
Which I wonder now at 3-7 and watching Wiseman and Kuminga struggle and watching the Western Conference fill up with winning teams, I wonder if now is a better time for me to explain my point. It's kind of like a draft pick with the Jets, right? You make a draft pick and you're like, your draft grade's a C-. It's like, well, wait a minute. Wait till they play and then tell me about the draft pick. So let's wait until the following year and now tell me about my take. It is, in theory, a harder conference next year than it is right now. You have sort of stumbled into having home court the rest of the way, which you didn't expect.
Incredible.
Please take this how I mean it. This is his best
seize the
last
opportunity.
chance.
We don't know that, though.
That's what I'm saying. He's trying to close everyone's window.
No, I'm not, which is why I
This guy's a
tried
window
to.
closer.
No, because I knew you'd label it that way, and it's not what I'm saying. The window's not closed, but you're not. It is highly likely.
It's a great opportunity.
You do not get a chance like this again. Home court, rest of the way. Everybody who has rings, all out of the way.
It's an interesting
You're
point.
turning 35 next year. Just play the odds.
No,
if we want to play analytics,
but I don't.
You got to get it
I don't do the analytics. I use my eyeballs and I look at the basketball players. And I look at the IQs. And here's the deal: you're forgetting about something. One, Phoenix is not going to be the same. Yes, Denver's going to get their guys back, but I'm not afraid of Jamal Murray. He's going to have to guard somebody on the Golden State Warriors, which he struggles at doing. Michael Porter Jr. has an 80-year-old back, so I'm not really worried about him. Memphis. They want to run back Dylan Brooks in that team? Go ahead. I'm not worried about them. And also, you're forgetting, Kuminga will be better. Poole will be better.
We think.
Moody will be better.
We think.
It will gain from all that experience.
All the young guys.
Will be a lot better. There's no doubt there's a good opportunity, but I would not shut the door.
I'm not shutting the door.
You're forgetting something.
Leave it open, Mark.
I knew this label would come.
No.
Let me say, hold on. No, cut the tape. Cut the tape. No, cut the tape.
I'm not doing that.
I'm not shutting the door. However,
you're saying it's the best opportunity.
The door will not be as open as it is now.
Bruno Mars, leave the door open.
Thank goodness we got an awesome Shasky Snicker there at the end. Those are elite. They're fun. I'll take them anytime we can get them.
A lot of voices there, simultaneous.
Absolutely. Look, it's a
three-way
changeover.
car crash.
Changeover sometimes has a temperature to it. Okay, but Wiseman will be better. Kuminga will be better. Moody will be better. Poole will be better. I was sure about that.
Right. Moody's better.
So
Poole's not better right now.
That was my point last May. Take a look at Warrior basketball 10 games in and tell me that last year was not Steph's best remaining chance to win a championship.
We don't know that.
Well, but he won it.
Right.
And how are you feeling right now versus
feeling
then?
good that they won the championship.
Exactly.
Had they not won the championship, we'd be feeling even worse about a bad 3-7 start.
And that was my point. It does not have anything to do with whether they can win it next year, this year. Has nothing to do with the rest of Steph's career. But I did not believe in that moment that a better chance was going to exist than that one because we underrate how hard this is. This is so hard. Do you know how many things have to go your way to end up being the last one standing? It's so hard.
Yeah.
And there's so many things that can go the wrong way. And here are the Warriors. Half game ahead of the Lakers at 3-7. So 888-957 is the number. We'll get Steiny and Guru on this conversation as well. And Shohei packages still ahead. Willard and Dibs.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only. And then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KAR
kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for kids. KARS Cars for kids. 1-877-CARS for kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Meet Joe A,
Hi.
Joe B,
Hello.
and Joe C.
What's up?
3 everyday Joes perfecting their banking with Chase. Joe A is locking his lost debit card with the Chase mobile app. Joe B is cruising toward his new ride with AutoSave. And Joe C's Chase banker is helping him budget to go back to school. Tools that help protect, support for what's next. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Messaging and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You're the one who protects the flock, and that requires an eye for detail. Because when safety and well-being are on the line, it's the details that can save lives. Even when no one else is watching, you see everything. Grainger gets you, and we're here for you, and all the ones who get it done with a wide range of safety products and solutions, plus board-certified safety consultants here to answer your questions. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
In San Francisco, showers this afternoon, highs in the upper 50s.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey, and together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Hey, it's Dante DiVincenzo. Now back to Willard and Dibs. Take it away, Mark.
Okay, Dante. You
Why
too.
do I ever get to take it away?
Yeah, take it away, Dibs.
Take it away, Mark. Let's go to Mark.
Let's go.
Dante, how you feeling? When are you going to be back on the floor?
Don't know. Yeah, take it away, Dibs.
We need you, Mark.
Exactly. Take it away, Nick. Nick Wagner, not on the 49er practice field for the early portion open to the media today. Javon Kinlaw, Eric Armstead, Dre Greenlaw. Not on the practice field. It's only Monday.
Yeah. Monday, it'd be nice if they were out there fresh, rested, and ready to go, but all coming off of injuries, so no need to really worry until you get to Thursday and Friday. That portion of the week is where you start to really get some concern in terms of their ability to return. But, then again, even if you don't have any of those three, I still like their chances against the Chargers.
I agree with you. Yeah, those are actually not. I mean, it sounds to me like, Debo's name's not on that list, so that's wonderful.
Yeah.
If you can get Debo back out there. And the Chargers have been, I don't know. They're 5-3, they're fine, but they just don't seem to quite have that pop that we expected from them this year. Speaking of big-time quarterbacks, this also from Ian Rappaport, and adjust your fantasy plans accordingly. Quarterback Josh Allen likely to be limited this week with an elbow injury suffered on Sunday, now considered just a situation to monitor rather than an ailment that would keep him out. But he is still undergoing tests. Josh Allen with an elbow injury.
Yeah, you could see it in the game yesterday where he was kind of feeling it at times. And so, you play a position like that and you play as physically as he does, you're going to get some of these nagging injuries. And certainly you want to see a quarterback like that at full strength, but something to watch as we get deeper into the colder months.
Steiny and Goo going to get in here shortly. I'm sure we'll welcome them into the Warrior conversation, maybe a little 49ers too, but definitely want to circle back to Andy Baggs and what he wrote for The Athletic. There were a number of teams, just the ones that would actually be contenders, so maybe a third of the league, considered contenders to trade for Shohei Ohtani should the Angels make him available, which they are somewhat expected to do. Baggs' deal that he put together was prospect 1, which is now Kyle Harrison, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Prospect 2, Marco Luciano. Prospect 3, Luis Matos. And David VR, just for fun. And the Giants would get in return Shohei Ohtani and Matt Duffy.
Duffy.
And Duffy,
and
yeah.
Duffy's cat, too, I would hope.
I would hope. I mean, actually, I hope.
Unless the cat has 9 lives. I hate to.
It's been a minute since Duffy was here. Yeah, I don't.
Rest in peace?
Don't know. I think I heard that. But anyway, we'll check.
In that case, no deal, Mark.
Yeah.
In that case, no deal. If the cat's not a part of it, I'm out.
Baggs seemed to sort of write about why Matt Duffy is in the deal, just because he knew people were like, why Matt Duffy? And he was like, why not? Everybody still loves the guy. Toss him in there. I don't know. I mean, the Giants offseason and free agency for other teams will officially get started on Thursday. You might want to actually stay tuned for some special stuff.
Special stuff indeed.
Free agency related right here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game.
I'm liking what you're putting down over there, Mark.
Might want to just make sure you're pretty close with us this week in terms of how we handle the launch of free agency.
And how impactful two men outside could possibly be.
In a world.
Totally. Can two loudmouth Giant fan talkers really impact the goings-on? Stay tuned.
Let's try to find out.
Let's
try to find out.
I'm into that.
Okay, so, but if Shohei were somehow to become a part of this, remember the Giants' plan was we're going to spend in the offseason of 2022 into 2023, but we want that to coincide with the farm system spitting out hot prospects.
Yeah.
And they may not be ready to do that, but they know they need to spend right now anyway because attendance, whoops, this isn't going well. But can you spend and also then just flat out get rid of the prospects that may still be 1 year away in an effort to get Shohei and risk losing Shohei 162 games later? That's scary to me.
Yes.
If you just say Shohei for prospects, forget it. Yes, I'm in. But the prospect of getting Shohei and then losing Shohei 162 games later, and now you've given up your top 3 prospects, I don't know. If the Giants were to do a deal like that, you got 48 hours to announce the extension with Shohei, or else it feels like, I don't know, it feels like a bad bet. It feels like a bad bet.
Well, if you have to give up those 3 top prospects to get 1 year of Ohtani, I agree with you, because Ohtani, even though he's a phenom, he can pitch, he can hit, he walks in the door as an MVP candidate, and you put him alongside the likes of, Aaron Judge, your attendance goes from 23,000 a game, lowest in Oracle Park history. You go up to 30,000 a game instantly, and that's good for the organization. But what happens after that year if Ohtani says, yeah, I think I'm going to go to the Yankees. It was nice here for a year, but you were nothing but a stopover. You lost Luciano, who's the 16th ranked prospect in baseball, according to MLB. Kyle Harrison right now is 21st. Both are expected to be a part of the goings-on this upcoming season. And Luis Matos he's also in the top 100. I'm scrolling down, and he is like 94.
Yeah, he fell a little bit.
But still, you're looking at three guys who should be able to help you this year at some interval, players about whom we've been waiting. We're excited about them. Now, if you can trade all three and get Ohtani for, 6 to 8 years alongside Aaron Judge and maybe one other guy.
If you get that, take your pick.
Yeah.
Take your pick. You can have whatever you want.
Yeah, even though, Kyle Harrison is the brightest pitching prospect since
the answer's yes.
Madison Bumgarner, would you say?
Yeah, but the answer's yes, and I'd even be okay with it if Kyle goes out there and has a wonderful career. You've got to be willing to make a move like that, and I will admit, I'm sort of in a headspace right now. This is just today, but there's two things that have happened with two of our other teams here in the Bay that are making me feel very willing to move on from your future hopes and dreams. And that is, the 49ers were like, we don't need picks. Let's have Christian McCaffrey. And then
those picks.
He went out in his first full game and got NFC Offensive Player of the Week. And then, go to the conversation we were just listening to from May. Well, Wiseman's going to be amazing next year, and Kuminga's going to be amazing next year. And it's like, well, but no, maybe they're not. And maybe they never will be.
And
I don't know.
So in that same vein, and we can talk about this as we get closer to the NBA trade deadline, but if you could package Wiseman, Kuminga, and even if it had to be Moody, three guys to get one Shohei Ohtani type player for right now, would you be open to that?
You'd have to be. But again, I would, and I don't know how you do this, but you need some sort of guarantee that you're going to be able to keep the guy long term. So there's that. I wonder, did you also see Brian Cashman spoke about the Yankees free agency plans, and he gave a quote, "We'll see how it goes," which I feel like is the kind of thing a GM says to the fan base when they're starting to prep them to be disappointed.
Yeah.
It was very vague, but you can just tell maybe the Yankees are playing possum, but their confidence feels low with regard to their ability to re-sign Judge. So we'll see. Thursday is the day of full-blown free agency getting started on November 10th. It is Willard and Dibs. Appreciate you being with us. It's now get ready for Steiny and Goo time. We call it Changeover 2. And on a Monday, hello, boys.
What's up, baby?
How we doing? What's going on?
I really look forward to this, man.
So do I.
Yeah.
So do
Me
I.
too.
And you guys in the morning, you guys do a great job.
It's big time slate today, slates, as we talk about what's really going on in sports. College basketball, gentlemen, is here. We got all kinds of monster.
Valparaiso?
I'm sure they play. I got my eye on Defiance taking on Oakland this afternoon at
Gary Payton.
Yeah, he's so great.
Defiance?
No, different Oakland.
Does your daughter play for that team?
No, dude,
That's a 4.
My son does.
That's a 4.
That's
Clay
a 5,
Thompson.
actually.
Clay Thompson's on that team.
That's so funny. I was referring off the air earlier. I was talking about my baby girl, Mila, 10 weeks old today.
The eyes.
She's the Draymond Green of babies.
Wow.
She's going to give you all 48. She's arguing calls.
Okay.
She's involved in virtually every play. There's contact on every play.
I love it.
She's an all-day baby. I'll tell you that. And you can't win a title without her.
I couldn't deal with it because, you can't talk about another person's baby. But
You see, I got quiet.
Right, we didn't tighten up. He's like, she's the Draymond Green of babies. She just
was just mum's the word.
That mouth never, ever stops going.
She's
I'm like,
elite,
oh my
though.
God.
She can distribute. She wins championships. But at the same time, it's like, You're about to get 2 T's here, baby.
Yeah, about a year in, Mary Page is my little one.
Yeah.
But we almost changed her name to Khalid Sheikh Mohammed because she basically was a full-on terrorist at 1, 2, 3 years old. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
I remember, and I don't know.
She's coming around now. She's 16 now.
When you and I we were hanging out about 14 years ago, and we walked through the living room. Mary Page is watching TV. She's maybe 2 years old. She's locked in on cartoons. He and I walk by, not in front of the screen. Not in front of her at all.
No way.
She turns from the TV and looks over and says, "No, Daddy." And I look at Matt, and Steiny's like, "There you go." Steiny didn't say anything.
Not one word.
He didn't. I mean, there was not even
girl dad,
dude. No, Daddy. And so I laughed, but now it's not so funny anymore.
You're about to live it.
I am living it, Goon.
Willard, you know who my best friend is, so it's just fitting that I ask you, how was Mr. Tom Willard's event?
Oh my gosh,
I forgot.
No, thank you for staring at my Instagram all weekend. I appreciate it. We had an unbelievable time. But I told Dibs earlier, we went up to the Central Coast to celebrate him getting old, and I was the one who was aging right in front of everybody's eyes. We had 6 people there, other than my lovely Christy. I was the youngest one there, and after 3 full days, we had way too much Italian food.
Okay.
We had way too much wine. I had one too many migraine headaches, and one too many back spasms on the golf course. This guy, I missed Friday night's dinner with a migraine, and I'm getting out of the car and doing my pregame stretches for the Sunday golf round. Boom, right through the lower back. There goes the spasm. I'm like, Dad, I'm like, you're the old one. You're 80.
So
what am I doing over here?
My cousin Cynthia from Fremont. When there's always a family function, her go-to. Oh, she's not listening.
Fremont Bank
is migraines, and it's like she'll have to go to the doctor, turn the lights off. I've never had one.
Brother.
Are they really? Are they really that bad?
Do you want the TMI? It's not that gross, but I mean, I try to power through these because sometimes you can get on the other side of them, whatever you take, or if you just fresh air, whatever. I ended up trying to power through and going to the dinner, and the dinner was probably the last place on earth you want to be. One of these tight little Italian places where everyone's right on top of each other and it's loud and it's bright. Like, this is the worst. I'm like, I need to take a walk for a second. I go for a walk. I literally vomit on the street corner in front of this restaurant.
Oh, man.
I walked back in and I looked at the other 4 lovely people at the table. I said, I don't think I'm going to make it.
Wow.
I'd like you guys to enjoy your dinner. Drove home at 9 o'clock, got in bed, stuck a rag on my head. See you later.
Because there's no meds for it, right?
Well, not once it gets there.
Oh, okay.
There's nothing you can.
You got to shut it down. Eyes closed, cold compress, the whole deal.
Cold
My
compress,
8th grade year, I
gone.
transferred to St. Rita's parochial school.
grade?
Pressure was on. I spent a year with migraines. So when he gets his migraines, I used to see like the bright. I couldn't see it. All I could see was like the bright light, and then it's not even a pounding of the head. It's like an exploding of the head. So I feel for you, and welcome to the old guys club.
If somebody
When did you vomit?
This is
Friday night. Yeah.
I vomited yesterday.
About 8:45. Oh, nice. Vomit club. Yeah,
There you
right
go,
on,
buddy.
brother. Yeah,
Absolutely.
that's
Why
fun.
did you vomit?
I did something really dumb. So yesterday, my boy Dana, we get together. Now, it wasn't maybe 10 a.m. and drive out to Livermore.
Okay.
Livermore.
The outlets.
Who knew?
Yeah.
No, there's action in Livermore. There's action in
Downtown
Livermore.
Livermore in the house.
Sounds like liverless after the story we're about to get.
No, there's a twist here.
Okay.
That's the thing.
It went over my head, too.
There's a twist here.
I got a liverless after my weekend, but anyway, go ahead.
As Dibs knows, I don't usually drive when I'm out and about, but I drove on yesterday because I got a nice little car now, that VW. It's big, so Dana can fit in it. So I drove. So we went to this place, Sons of Liberty in Livermore.
Oh, okay.
Had a few, and then we were leaving, and he's like, well, let's go watch the 4th quarter of the Raiders game at La Positas Golf Course. There's a Beebs.
Beebs is awesome, dude. Right next to the Livermore Airport. I used to fly out of there.
There you go. So anyway, at that point, I was like, you know what? I'm done drinking. So I started drinking Diet Pepsis, which can taste really good. I had about 4 of them. Got home and threw up.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, you don't drink
I don't have Diet Pepsi.
Just random. Like how many drinks? How many drinks?
Like alcoholic drinks?
Yeah, prior to the
3
Pepsis.
beers.
3 beers and 4 Diet
So
Pepsis.
it's just a Diet Pepsi.
You know what that was, Mark?
I think it was the
a
Eggs
carbonation
Benedict.
sensation is what it was.
Could have been the Eggs Benedict.
Oh, God.
With the beer at 9:45.
Blame it on the hollandaise.
Oh,
yeah.
Dude, I just remember. I've had a migraine.
You threw up this weekend, too?
No, I get a migraine from 12 to 3.
Yes.
Steiny,
Yes, you do.
You know I love Steiny.
Oh,
That was
gosh.
pretty good.
You're listening
I've
to
been
that.
on fire lately.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game,
Just ask me.
KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. Well, and here's how I could actually bring it to Warriors. I used to think this. Remember when Steve Kerr was going through his back stuff?
Ooh.
Right? And remember when he was out and Luke Walton took over for a little while? So I was
3-4.
Well, I was talking to just to leave the name out, but I was talking to an NBA reporter that was kind of on the inside of a relationship with Steve, and it was like, imagine. I guess this back thing was leading to
real
migraines that for weeks were round the clock. And I don't know if everybody knows that. Yeah, Steiny, you're nodding, you know that. And I, like, as somebody who has dealt with this off and on my whole life, like, the thought of that, it almost brought me to tears. Like, if I was, and I thought, I mean, I have tremendous respect for Steve Kerr just because of all the obvious reasons. But when I heard that, the sympathy I had, if anybody, like, the idea of having a migraine for a month.
Oh, man.
Nonstop.
Oh my gosh. That is, if you've never experienced it, that is, I don't know if I could make it. Like, it's that debilitating. And so he went through that, and I've always just been like, my gosh, that is a tough SOB right there. To be able to go through that. And
I'm reminded by that whenever we don't joke about it, but the old expression of, and the surgery was a success. You know, so-and-so had ACL surgery.
Right.
That was a surgery that was a failure.
Yeah.
Because they nicked his spine.
He was leaking.
And he was leaking spinal fluid, which caused pressure on the brain. So, I mean, that's
brutal.
I mean,
brutal.
So I'm glad you said that.
He also doesn't like to talk about it, if you've ever noticed.
Well,
like about a year or two after he came back, he came on one of our shows, and I was like, you know what, nobody's asking, how you feeling? And he was like, he just doesn't like to go there.
I mean, I can't guess as to why he's got his own reasons, but I do know, like, for instance, I mean, I have no problem telling you guys I had one on Friday night, but, like, when you're in one, it is, you know, like, God love Mom, who was there, but I have a very, very stereotypical mom. Okay, when something's wrong, she's there, to give you 27 bad ideas on how to fix it.
That's great.
and then shame you for ending up in this position in the first place. When I've got a migraine, I'm like, Mom, I love you so much. You're the last human on earth that I want right now, because you're going to try to give me 28 pills that won't work, and also, you really need to do something. You need to see a doctor. You need to, and I'm like, Mom, my head's about to fall off. It gets very, very
dark.
It gets emotional.
How long can they last? Like an episode? Is there?
It's hard to say, because it's really, for me, it's till you fall asleep. There's nothing. You have to pass out and wake up 6 hours later and hope that it's gone.
That's scary, man.
It's pretty crazy.
Brutal.
And you haven't had one since then when you went to yours?
I get a ocular migraine. Sometimes you get, like, in my eye, all I can see is like a bright, like a fuzzy bright light, and those are different kinds of migraines than he's talking about.
That's death. That's when death is at your door.
Oh, man. Trust me, bro. He's always at the door.
Yeah.
I keep thinking he's trick-or-treating, so I don't open the door.
So, you had said that when you heard the Steve Kerr story, you were,
it hit home.
Yeah, tears.
Yeah.
My question is, you said you were bringing it back to the Warriors. Is that how you were going to? Because
just bringing up Steve Kerr.
They were crying shame, the Golden State Warriors.
Well, actually, he was going to mention how I threw up Friday night when I was watching that Warrior game.
Wow.
Realizing that, I mean, none of the big four are playing, and James Wiseman can't even get on the floor. In a JV game, you can't even play him in that setting. So, not to cut you off, but that's what made me sick to my stomach.
I told Dibs last week, and I think we all talked about this, because I was just going to blow off any concern level as they're going through whatever they're going through. But I told him last week, I go, if they owe for this road trip, then I'll get off of 0. And
Street's been talking, Willard.
And
a little concerned for Mark.
And so here we are. And I'm very, very intrigued, especially in a night like tonight, when you're rested, you're at full strength, you're home. This is not a very good team that's coming in tonight. Like, if the Warriors truly do have this, as they're telling us, we got this, we're okay. well, then you come out and win by double digits.
And I told Steiny in the green room that second half or that fourth quarter comeback by the Kings when they were down like 25 or 27 is when all this started. But again, I won't second guess Kerr. I can't. I don't have the resume to do it. But Friday night, I'm not asking for a scholarship. But I don't care if he was
a second guess.
Horrendous. Okay, just let the guy play. I love Anthony Slater. I'm reading today, Jonathan Kuminga is promoted. I'm like, oh, where's he going? To the rotation.
From the doghouse.
Go figure.
Yeah.
Young guy needs to play ball. Like, I don't understand anything that's going on, and this is the glaring one that's really taking me back. Forget Hawaiian, the punch. Jordan Poole led the NBA in free throw percentage. He's at 82.1 this season. Now, you can it's early.
No, punctuate that stat. And he's coming off a 7 for 7 from the line.
Yeah.
To get up to 82.
But those are the things like, if you don't know what's going on, shout out Marvin Gaye.
That's a 4.
Maybe there was something to what went down before the season started.
His field goal percentage, I mentioned this earlier, Steiny, is almost at his rookie level. His 3-point percentage is only 2 clicks higher than when we all called him a bust in his rookie year. He's been that ineffective
he earned
shooting
that
the ball.
chicken, but that was 1 year of getting that chicken, right? Of showing us he was just incredible.
Hey, if you're mad now, just how about when Kuminga, you know whose minutes he's taking, don't you?
Whose?
Wiseman's.
Oh,
yeah. He is.
Yeah.
So you'll still have something to complain about tomorrow.
No, I'm not complaining. It's just curiosity. Mark, I'm like,
well, I mean, listen.
Rotations? You get new people? Because if you ain't getting new people, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah,
the Rubik's Cube is a Rubik's Cube.
You're getting new people. You're getting Jonathan Kuminga.
Right, and James Wiseman goes not into the doghouse because we don't want to shatter the young player's fragile ego, but you're not going to be able to play for a little while. Kuminga earned those minutes. He was able to play. He played great in the loss against New Orleans, so now you get a chance to play some more. And bottom line, you don't have a lot of other options, you know. So Kuminga goes from the doghouse to the rotation. Wiseman goes further down the bench. And you're still going to get a lot of JaMychal Green. And Jordan Poole is struggling. And, guys, let's put the rat on the table. I know that's your bit, but Klay Thompson's been bad this year offensively.
When does he get good?
Well,
that's the question.
And, again, you have to be patient with Klay coming off of 2 catastrophic injuries. But the analytics would tell you he's a bottom 10 player in our league.
I hadn't heard it like that.
Now, Guru always used to refer to it as our league, and Steiny would get mad because, Guru, you never played a second. It's not our league.
We pay for it.
We pay for it. So that was a dig at Steiny because it rankles him a little bit. The association.
Evan and I got into a conversation this morning, and it's probably what we're going to talk about. It really came together. What's my sentence here? I feel like this is for me. This 0-5 trip, like now it became official that the Warriors, I think they have a problem that's not going to solve itself. And it's this balancing of the young and old. I don't think the veterans are bought in. I don't think the young players are ready. And Evan reminded me over the course of last year, the number of times that a Warrior veteran said, it's 2 timeline, I don't know. And the reality is they won it last year, but it wasn't the 2 timeline thing because the young kids didn't play.
Right.
So now, what do? You got to repeat. We'll run it back. Well, they're kind of not running it back because they traded out 3 young guys for Toscano Anderson and Peyton and
Bielitsa,
Damian Lee.
Porter Jr.
Man.
So
5 guys.
I almost feel...
Not the burger.
I just don't...
Thank you.
I don't know, man. I don't see it.
I hear you. I mean, I really hear you. We've understated what they're trying to do here. We've bought into something that's not really believable, I think is also true. And so that's why what happens next is really interesting. When Steve Kerr comes out and says there's going to be some changes, it's kind of like, okay, so which timeline are you going to lean toward with your changes? So I guess there's almost 3 things they could do. They could sort of kick the can down the road and just swap out one young player for another and take out Wiseman and put in Kuminga. or you're going to realize that at 3-7, this could start to be a boat that takes on water really fast, unless you start to lean more toward the veterans and go, no, we're still going for this year. Maybe you make a move. Maybe you use that last spot on the bench for another veteran. Or do you take it the other way and say, look, this is an acknowledgement that we're not the team we were last year. Klay Thompson's not the player. Draymond now has a shine that's gone, and we are going to keep developing in the hopes of being better in the future. Like that kind of, they're not going to say that out loud, but their actions are going to speak to that here within the next 4 weeks.
And if it happens dramatically, then somebody would get traded and you'd really bring in a veteran piece thinking that we can still salvage it. But I think that at a certain level, upper management, ownership maybe, they're all in on the second part of the two timelines, which is Kuminga, Wiseman, Moody, Poole, Baldwin, Rollins, and the future. Because of what we talked about, Mark, they want this thing to be sustained. So knowing that, the only course of action is young guys get better and get better soon.
But what if they can't?
Then you're
they might not win a title that everybody thinks they're entitled to every year.
No, I was just saying you abort mission on that though, because I think right now if you're watching these young guys, you might be like, I don't know, but for you to say it soundly like they're going to get more opportunity and time and years, I don't know. Like,
well, if you get to the deadline and you are 24 and 32, you trade Draymond Green. If you're that fed up with him and you realize that this year is not going to end the way you want it to end, and you don't want him back next year, maybe that's when you make a move. Trade him to Orlando.
We saw a report, and I'm not running material. You guys tell me what you think. Anthony Davis in a Warrior uniform.
Yeah, I can't see it. I
actually don't think it's outside the realm of possibility.
How's he get here? What's the scenario?
Well, Draymond probably would be involved in something. If they went that way and used Draymond, I don't know. And one of the youngsters, Kuminga or Wiseman.
I don't know why you wouldn't be into that if you're the Warriors, quite frankly.
And I think that's the decision they're going to have to make is, are Curry, Clay, Draymond, and Looney and Iguodala, Wiggins, are they Wiggins? Yeah, but are they pushing management? We can't do it.
Right.
We can't do it. Well, you know it, and I know it.
So Slater said something this morning that caught my attention. Yeah, Slates.
I love it.
So
every time I need it.
If you're the starters, and obviously it's different every night a little bit, but if you get into a cadence of we play the first quarter, we play the first 9 minutes, and we're up by 7.
Yeah.
And then we go sit down. And then here we go through the rotation. And when we get back in the game, now we're down by 7. That's exhausting. It will harbor anger, and it will lead to them pushing harder for change. Because that is not only that is too physically taxing, that is mentally taxing, and that will split your quote-unquote two timelines.
And they lead the league in plus-minus, the starters. The second team is like 37. They're at plus 56.
Just go to the NBA standings. I know that everybody's played a different number of games. Points per game by the opponent, the Golden State Warriors number is larger than any number in the entire NBA.
It's incredible, really.
Number one. Or number 32 or whatever, however you want to look at it. 30, thank you.
No, and it's if you talk about plus minus, Jordan Poole has had 2 games where he's been in the positive. Man. One of them's a +1, the other one a +2. And that's not on him. No. It speaks to that second unit, though. And Mark, what you're talking about, when those guys, the OGs, 4 titles, it's 26-19. They take a breather, and by the time Draymond takes the ice off all his body parts, they're down 43-34. It's like, wait, that escalated quickly.
And just think back to the height of the dynasty. Curry didn't play fourth quarters.
Remember
he sat out like 20 of 82, remember? Right. And everybody used to get bummed out because let's see Steph play 6 minutes, get some more numbers. He never played in the fourth, not never, but he didn't play in the fourth quarter so frequently.
Yep.
And you guys are going to laugh.
He's going to play in all of them this year.
And playing March, too.
Yeah. That's what, to me, is even more sort of feather ruffling about the road trip, where some of these embarrassing losses.
Dude, 0-5, the bottom feeders.
You were up by 16.
Yep.
How the hell that happened?
Yeah.
Well,
you were up by 16?
No, it's real.
In the late third quarter?
How about this? Is there any way to figure this out? Clay and Steph were 15 for 30 from three-point range. I wonder if they've ever had a game where they've been 50 for 30 or better with that amount of shots.
Right. And what did they combine for? I want to say 39 and 27.
Something like that.
Yeah.
They were off the hook.
I mean, they lost.
And they lost.
Yeah,
they lost.
That's the thing. And they lost.
Red light district.
When they lost to Orlando, Charlotte, and Detroit, if you take the wins that those three teams earned against Golden State, they have a combined total of 4 wins. Orlando, Charlotte, and Detroit. They've only won 4 other games. And by the way, none of those teams that they lost to have won since.
That is... Yeah, we saw Sacramento beat Orlando. I was watching that game.
De'Aaron Fox from Fulton.
Yeah, but
big game tonight.
After they turned it over.
Because we don't know what this team is, and if you listen to all the tidbit, I don't think they know. And this is why I said don't laugh. Last year was like, Andre, take your time, get ready. Even if you don't make it back, buddy, we got it. Now, to me, it's more imperative that he gets back and plays. And if you're telling me Guru, that's a pipe dream, good luck on that.
And it's not just
then that's another egg in the face.
If you're looking at Iguodala and saying, we need you, this season's already over.
But you do, though, Dibs.
Well, go trade for Adonis Haslam, too, then.
What's he going to do?
Money for nothing. Dire straits.
It's not just suit up and play. You're asking him to go have a major effect on the game. I don't know how to do that.
Oh,
man.
I don't even know if we could do that. Yeah. So.
And I want to throw an egg at the NBA. Go ahead. I know.
I was just going to ask you. Go ahead.
Laptop's open.
Years ago, the NBA, when the team, they called the take foul. I hated that where a team was on the fast break.
Yeah.
And they stop it. I was like, that's not fair. The team was about to score. I'm watching a lot of hoop. I just want somebody to break down this carrying thing. It's out of control, and it's happening. And even it's hurting the game. Yep. And it's like, guys are by themselves, beat their man. Here goes a whistle. Oh, inadvertent was. No, it's, what are we doing? This is not CYO.
We're enforcing the rule.
Thank you.
But the way they're enforcing it is awkward.
And the timing.
The timing of it is
describe awkward.
Well, it's like
it's a point of emphasis out of nowhere.
If right now I said, you guys, the changeover, it starts at 11:50 and you guys were late and that's unacceptable. It's like, wait, you can't tell me that 30 minutes after the fact. And so they came in 7 games into the season and said, by the way, we're going to start enforcing this thing that's been in the rule book for 50 years. I love the fact that they're enforcing it, but you can't come in 7 games in and say, oh, by the way, point of emphasis, that's weak sauce.
Well, Willard, what player do you think, if they would have gave him that notice, I'm going to change how I dribble?
Wow.
You can change how you dribble.
Honestly?
Yeah, you can. I mean, it's not easy, and you're going to revert.
Yeah, exactly.
Periodically, but you can.
It's like there's another form of defense now. It's like if the ball handler he's been doing it forever, but now it's a carry going the other.
I don't have a problem.
Like that.
Team just score 130. That's fine.
If you're allowed to dribble the ball and let it come up above your waist, put your hand underneath it, and squeak, 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 and then give a and then either cross over, not, or continue the dribble. You can't guard these guys.
But see, here's the problem. Yes, you mean similar to how you can't guard anyone in the NFL. Like Guru has a point here, because what you guys are doing, which is not wrong, but you're falling into the actual rules. Well,
I love the rules.
But we can change those whenever we want, and these are entertainment entities. And the NFL has roundly stated on a yearly basis, we don't care about fairness. We don't care about the rules. We care about our quarterbacks being healthy, upright, and we care about points. And so now we've reached a spot where somebody who's 350 pounds running full speed is being told you need to stop and transfer your weight in a different direction, which is impossible. It's impossible for a human being to do it. And the NFL's like, cool story, we don't care. That's a flag. Tom Brady, first down. So Guru is right in that not only did you do this, the timing is weird.
Timing is awful.
But you have to ask. It's like baseball deadening the ball. In an effort of fairness. Fine, it's fair, but did you just lessen your product? Because why would you do that?
The NBA would argue that the offense has gotten to be too dominant in terms of the ability to not guard anyone. The only way you can guard a guy is to body him up, and that's a foul. We don't want to see a physical game. We need to control some of this. We're already letting guys travel.
Warriors played great defense in the finals last year. You can play defense.
Yeah, but the amount of carrying that's going on the regular now.
I hear you.
I think offensive players abused that rule to the point that the league had to do something. I agree with you that the timing is awful.
I've not run into anyone who's like, man, I want to watch the NBA, but it's just too many points.
Too many carries.
Too many carries, though. Who said that?
I've not run into anybody. I have run into plenty of people. I'm one of them who hated the way that they played basketball in the 90s.
Oh, man.
I hated it. I'm like, this is not entertaining, and this is not within the rules either, and this is stupid. Like, the Jordan rules were cool. No, they were a punch. That was an elbow to the face.
Yeah,
it's not cool.
I loved it. You could just lock a guy down.
That's why the 80s were the greatest.
Hand check a
Willard,
guy.
you make a great point. It's
only
the
with
product,
one hand.
man.
I agree with Mark. I think the 90s were a joke. And now I think it's come full circle, and I think we're saying, well, wait a minute, you can't touch him, and we're going to let him carry.
Let him travel.
And it's hard to contest the three-point shot without it's. I think it's just one thing that they're trying to get under control.
You should watch me referee CYO.
I would love to.
First time I see anyone's hand go past the horizon.
And he likes it. He gets off on it.
I'm wearing my stripes tomorrow. It's hoop season, baby. I'm ready.
I might show up to your CYO game dressed as you.
Oh, it'd be so
All
great.
30 teams play tonight.
Yeah, shave it.
I'm going to officiate you.
Do it.
While you're officiating them.
My brother Mike actually did that a couple years ago. I had to throw him out of the gym.
By the way, just a preposterous, just a preposterous prediction from you earlier today.
What'd I say?
Aaron Judge.
No chance the Seahawks are winning their next 4 games.
Oh, no. Hold on. I did not predict that.
That's how you introduced it.
No, I didn't.
You introduced it, and then
it was not a prediction. I said, give me a plausible reason why they wouldn't be 10-3.
Dude,
no, I agree with you. They're not going.
They got what the Warriors need. They got some mojo going.
And
they believe
if they win the next 4 in a row, that's an 8-game win streak. I don't think that's happening.
The one thing I will say is,
but I bet you they win 3 of them.
Does it feel like 49ers will beat the Chargers Sunday?
Totally. For me.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, they should.
Easy.
They better.
should.
Yeah.
The Chargers,
By the way,
Niners at home off a bye. 7-point favorites. Huh?
Time for the 49er fans to thank Kirk Cousins, by the way. Big win
Did you
over
see him
the
with the
Commanders,
bling
who would have
doing
gone
the
a game
dance?
up on the 49ers.
I'm so glad you brought up the Vikings. Did everybody see the defensive celebration?
That was incredible.
My favorite celebration
I
of the year.
retweeted it.
Did you watch it? Here it is.
Look at this.
Here it
It's
is.
phenomenal.
I'm going to put it on for the YouTube and Twitch audience. Here it is.
It is pretty
That
good.
is great.
It is so
The
good.
microphone's in the way, but that's all right.
A strike.
I mean,
look at the last
58.
He
Wobbles. He wobbles and then he goes down. The bowling
That
pins.
could be the best one ever.
Yeah, go
I hate
ahead.
to be a nitpicker, but there was more than 10 pins there.
Well,
Come
the
on.
referee.
Yeah, seriously, I got to call a flag on that.
Damn
And he
You
stepped
get
over
the
the
little
line.
T, Dibs.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I'll take
were
it.
there though?
Count 'em. It's
1,
about
2,
12 guys
3,
in
4,
there.
5, 6, 7, 8,
Yeah.
9, 10,
Extra
11,
man on the
12.
field.
Yeah, who are these guys?
That
I
should have
thought-
been flagged.
I thought to be in the celebration, you have to be a part of the turnover.
Better Vikings. Count your pins.
Who are the bench players that ran out onto the field to get the celebration? Yeah, gosh, you ruined it for me. All right, here we go. Steiny and go.
You like that? You like that?
Welcome to the Aaron Judge Sweepstakes. Your leading contestants are the Yankees, the Dodgers, and of course, the San Francisco Giants. Who will win?
That was an absolute laser off the bat of Aaron Judge.
You have to stay tuned to find out.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out video only before you buy.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
Okay, smile naturally. Perfect.
Cam's Photography knows wedding season ramps up in a flash.
Smidge closer.
They need to say I do to a studio assistant before clients go full bridezilla.
I'm so sorry. I have to get a different lens. I'll be right back.
Indeed can help them hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. We instantly connect you with quality candidates whose resumes on Indeed match your job description. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
It's Pro Time, which means at Lowe's, you're invited to enjoy a Lowe's Pro Happy Hour. Kick back with free Pepsi Cola drinks and Frito-Lay snacks. Plus, earn 3 times bonus points per dollar on purchases of select Pepsi products. Come into Lowe's and get the full MVP treatment at Pro Happy Hour on November 17th from 2 to 5 p.m. While supplies last. Bonus points offer valid 10/27 through 12/8. Calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event. Here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfent Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
Where can you find gifts for anyone and holiday inflatables for any home? Lowe's, actually. Save big on top tool brands like your choice of a DeWalt 20-volt Max drill kit or Impact driver kit. Was $159, now $99. All backed by the Lowe's Price Promise. Plus, outdoor inflatables starting at $22.98. Check back daily for deals during Black Friday month and start saving now at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid through 11/9 while supplies last. Terms apply. Learn more at Lowe's.com/price promise.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
He brings the perspective.
Yeah, I think they both have great points. Get off me, text line.
He's truly one of a kind.
That is wow.
Oh, my God.
And he's doing a great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Damon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
Got to put some rats on the table today, baby. I don't want to do it, but I have to.
Okay, coming
Let me
out
ask you a question, Goo. The Golden State Warriors are 3-7. If you're a person out there that says realize that they're going to be fine, what does that mean?
That you're
what
in
does
denial.
fine mean?
That you're in denial.
No, but let's say they can. No, I think it's possible they can turn it around. But to what? What's fine? To me, if you're a Golden State Warrior fan, you got to define fine. Because to me, when people say they'll be fine in the Bay, that means we're going to win another title. Right?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they're not going to be fine then because this is not a title team.
Okay.
This is a team right now that doesn't have an identity, and I don't know that they can get one in 5 months. And here's the other thing. It's becoming clear to me. I'm not sure the veterans are bought into this playing of the young players. I just don't think they are. And they've said as much over the last year or so, but maybe we just weren't listening.
Or maybe the team, and you said it in the changeover, they went and won a championship, but we played sound Friday. You just referred to it talking to E this morning where we got Iggy in the athletic story saying that the veterans could have went to management and said, you know what, we need a ready-made player to maximize what's left of what we got. And then Draymond Green also saying what he said about the two timelines last year. So when you ask me, fine to me is, you know what, we do have the Splash Brothers, but when you play the Golden State Warriors 82 nights, you got to play a badass defensive team that can lock down when it's crunch time. And that's why, to me, Steiny, and I keep saying this, I understand what people are not seeing from Kuminga and Weissman. What worries me is they're not the only ones not playing good defense. And I don't know how you fix that.
Steph Curry's defense has stunk this year. Why can't we? Klay Thompson has been a shell of himself.
Jordan Poole.
Jordan Poole. I don't think anybody's blaming the young players, but how about pitching in?
And there
Can they
you go.
pitch in?
They used to say that to me in high school, Steiny.
This is from last September. This is before last season. You alluded to it.
All right.
This is Draymond Green before last season.
Historically, we have not seen that work where you kind of got a mix of old. I wouldn't say any of us are old, but older. Andre's old as shit, actually. But, a mixture of, experience, hardly any experience. Historically, I think in just being a fan of the NBA, I can't recall the last time you've seen someone have success with that. But in saying that, that's our situation. And so you do what you got to do to make that situation work. And so that's where we are. At the end of the day, as a player, you don't make those decisions. I think we have a pretty good balance of young and experience, and, you just try to bring it all together and make it work.
All right, that's Draymond Green before last season. And I like this from the 650. Explain how it's clear. Back up what you said about the veterans not being invested or not being totally on board. All right, that was before last season. Okay, before last season, they were talking about the two timeline things, right?
Yeah.
Can we do it? Can we do it?
And they did it.
No, they didn't do it. That's the point. They didn't do it. Kuminga did nothing. Wiseman did nothing, and Moody did very little. They did not win a title combining young and old. They won a title old because Otto Porter helped.
Bielitsa
helped.
GP2.
Gary Payton II helped. Okay, so they did not overcome this two timeline thing last year. In fact, they scrapped it.
Okay.
They essentially scrapped it. So guess what? They won it all without the kids. And now the Golden State Warriors are saying, I know we won it last year. I know the goal's to win it again, but we've got to get these young kids some playing time. What do you mean? If I'm Steph Curry, I'm like, what do you mean? We won it last year. Give us a little more help than
when would if you were Steph? Let me ask you this: when would that have taken place?
Well, it took place last offseason when the three guys went and said, "Get me a veteran."
Okay, I'm doing the temperature check now. How do you think the veterans are looking at this now? Is it still kind of early,
I think
or do you think they're picking up the phone on the way home or to practice? Like what would you do, Steiny?
What do you mean? What would I do? I'd do nothing now, but. I'd let it play out, but like, what can they do?
That's the sobering part. And I'm not mad at Kuminga. I'm not mad at Wiseman. Okay, I understand why you're not getting it. Maybe you're overwhelmed. You ain't ready. Upstairs, you ain't ready. But team-wide, this defense and what they did on this road trip, and then to have leads and squander them. Leads of 16 points? Lead 4 points in a minute when that's been a staple of this championship run? And I'm going to ask you this. We love Coach Kerr. Just sat down with him. What do you think he meant when he said there's going to be changes in the
Big deal. Kuminga's going to play, and he's going to take Wiseman's spot.
And that's concerning.
Why?
Because that means I don't think you really, if that's what you're going to do, I don't know if you got the antidote in that, Coach.
I actually
It's bigger than the rotation.
No, maybe it isn't. Maybe Maybe Kuminga gives better minutes than Wiseman, and it helps the bench a little bit.
Would you be at the point where Poole maybe starts and you
no?
And so that's off the table.
Hold on.
I was just going to say
it again.
Maybe Clay coming off the bench until he gets ramped up.
He's never going to come off the bench.
I'm just
because
asking.
It's Klay Thompson. And we heard last year Steve Kerr say, I'm riding or dying with Klay Thompson. Klay ain't coming off the bench. Like, that ain't happening. And you know what? Okay, he's been terrible this year. What's moving him to the bench going to do? He's going to all of a sudden get great? No. This is Iguodala last year on the Point Forward podcast. Really, I want you to take a listen to what he's saying. 888-957-9570 if you want to jump into the conversation on if you think the Warriors are going to be fine, please define what fine is. Because if fine means a title, I don't think they're going to be fine. Not with this team. Here's Andre Iguodala and Curry last year on the Point Forward podcast. This is last year.
Like, they got this narrative now. You know, we got a championship squad. And then they're going to build another one at the same time that's coming right after us. I'm like, man, y'all know how hard it is, man. And do y'all, like, we know.
I've been talking about that all day today.
Yeah, like,
the people that are here, like, how hard it is to win in this league.
It's so hard. We made it look so easy that they think it's like, oh, we about to do it again. I'm like, all right. We kind of wait for 6 years to come. Be like, I told you.
And that's what you got to wait on. Either it's going to happen or it's not.
Right.
That's the game that you're playing.
And we're actually we're putting sweat equity into that team by what we're breathing.
We believe it.
But what we're breathing into Wise and what I'm breathing into Kuminga and what you're breathing into Moses, like, we're breathing into them like, yo, y'all can be great too. Like, dudes don't be doing that. You have bad vets.
For sure.
Oh, man, that was
from last March, the Point Forward podcast.
Again, you're going to laugh. You're going to be like, what are you talking about? But, Iggy, that was strong, but it's too strong now a year later, and you're nowhere to be found. They need him on the court, man.
650, give me a sound bite from this season.
And that's what's scary.
It's Steve Kerr.
I also think young players in America grow up attacking one-on-one all the time, and then they don't generally have much college experience. And so they're used to being able to just put their head down and drive to the rim because they're the best athlete on the floor. So young players have to learn when they get to the NBA how to play without the ball, how to play as a five-man unit, because unlike 20 years ago, they don't play in college for 3 or 4 years and learn how to do that. So the NBA is, we're a development league. We've become a development league. Half the guys in this league are projects that we're trying to develop because the system is kind of built that way.
Yeah.
Damn.
So how can you play guys who aren't ready to be NBA players and expect to win an NBA championship? Like, they're saying it. To me, they're all saying it. That I don't know if this can be done. And the mere fact that 2 of those were from last season, the principle holds. Because they didn't rely on their young players last year, Goo. They got off to an 18-2 start with Iguodala. Then they found the Poole, Porter, and Bielitsa and Gary Payton II. And Poole was terrific last year.
But if now, okay, it's like a chessboard. If I can take off Kuminga, any impact from Kuminga or Weissman, and it's no shade at Green, it's no shade at DiVincenzo, but those to me, they're just guys. And now if you're going to get, I don't want to call it a step back defensively from the core guys, and it's those guys taking over for the guys from last year's roster, this is what you get. But I'm looking at you right now on this Monday, Steiny, and I'm telling you, if I'm the Warriors organization, and this is the dirty little secret because this is how I feel watching this team, maybe they shock the world and the next 10 games they hit a button. I don't believe that. I don't like the fact that they got jerseys and Kuminga, the youngsters, and they're not getting time because the only way for them to grow is to mess up on the job.
So you agree they can't do it?
Yeah, and that's my last part of the point is you got to go make a move.
You realize that.
Yeah,
okay.
It's done.
Okay.
Yeah, I've accepted it. Yeah, I reacted to new information. You got to go make a move, Steiny, and it's gonna be uncomfortable. But you don't. If it's how. Tell me and the masses how this defense is going to get better. Keep a status quo.
They'll get a little better. And this is one thing I haven't heard anybody talk about, but to me it's obvious. It's putting 2 and 2 together. They foul a lot. It's because they're old.
And that's what we said.
They foul because they're losing
blow-bys.
A little step.
Yes.
That's what happens. I'm sorry, I don't want to be a jerk, but that's what happens when you get older.
It's real. I know.
888-957-9570. That's the phone line here at 95.7 The Game. It's also the Xfinity mobile text line. Where are you with the Warriors? And if you're a Warrior fan who says we're going to be fine, I want you to define what fine means. And I like this one from the 831. Fine, to me, is defined as getting a 4th, 5th, or 6th seed in the playoffs. That's the real expectation. That's T-Dog. I don't think you're winning at all from the 6th spot.
Right.
I don't think, because here's the reason I don't think you're winning at all from the 6th spot. Because if you get to the 6th spot, that means you're a 44-win team. Well, why are you a 44-win team? Because you're a 44-win team. Not like last year, would they win 53? A 53-win team can win it all. A 44-win team? There's a reason you win 44 games, and that's because you're not elite.
Okay, but Steiny, it's not about being elite during the 82-game season. And the reason I made that bet is, but listen,
they have no bench.
I just gave you guys a scenario to where Kuminga and Weissman have no impact. I didn't think that's how it was going to be. I thought it would be, hey, why'd you win 44 games after you just won a championship? Oh, we let our youngsters go through puberty, and we took a couple steps back, so by April, we'd be ready to go. But if you're not going to play them, and we got to just sit there and watch them rot, then I'm worried.
They're both playing 15 minutes a game.
But Steiny, sometimes they don't even play. And Weissman, when it was open gym Friday, he couldn't get in. Like you did. He just. See, now it sounds like I'm begging or I'm asking for a handout. And I'm not. But Steiny, for the mental aspect of it all, Wiseman would have been in that game Friday.
And what, giving up rebounds?
He wouldn't have been no different than anybody else.
Well, you can't say that because now the starters didn't play. You tell me why Wiseman can only play 12 minutes when 5 guys are missing.
Okay, so all of a sudden now, go. No, I don't get it.
Steve Kerr does not want to keep these guys off the floor. He just can't play them because they don't help.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm everything I'm reading, Anthony Slater, and I'm not saying he's wrong. So let me get this straight. Kuminga goes 3 or 4 D coaches to send DMPs. Did not play.
Right.
Okay, gets to play in a game where the starters aren't there, which I didn't understand.
Right.
So now he cracks the rotation with basically I'm not no shade at Kuminga. I know he's athletic and has an upside. So now 18 points in an open gym environment, that gets you into the rotation, and now Wiseman is the man on the outside looking in. What about empowering these guys with an opportunity?
You want to make the playoffs this year? Do you even want to make the playoffs?
Do you really? Are you really telling me they're that bad to where you think this team can't make the playoffs with them, even on a bad night?
How many minutes a game are they playing?
12 to 15.
Well, that's what they're playing now, Goo.
Well, Kuminga ain't playing 12 to 15. Well, Kuminga's getting DMPs.
Well, the average number of minutes when they play.
Wiseman's playing 8 minutes.
Well, you don't win with 20-year-olds. You don't win titles with 20-year-olds. And you know what? How about this? I know I'm kind of kidding here. You know why Steve Kerr's going to put Kuminga in the rotation?
I'm listening.
Because of people like you. That's why. Because he hears the noise. He hears the noise outside. Nobody knows why this Kuminga guy isn't playing. Nobody can fathom it. And you know what? Steve Kerr's finally like, okay, fine, I'll put him in. I'm going to put him in so everybody can maybe see what I have to watch every day in practice.
You know what? And I'm going to take it one step further. Listen, I was the biggest Jonathan Kuminga fan, but I saw something in Summer League where they empowered him to have the ball and show what you got, your gifts. And there was nothing foul or erroneous. I just saw, you need to work on a lot of stuff. So, Steiny, when it's just open run and Kuminga can run and jump, he's going to look like the best athlete in the gym. But guess what? When there's resistance and guys are set up, then you got to use what's upstairs. And with his inexperience from only playing, 12 G League games, he doesn't have that. And it's different. He reacts and plays different. But you can't overcome that by sitting on the bench. That's all.
And you that's can't win with him playing. So now what do you do?
I don't have that answer.
Yeah. 888-957-9570 is the number. Question I have, and it's after watching the Warriors. They're 3-7 right now. And it feels like to me, the way this roster is constructed, I don't think the problems that the Warriors have are going to solve themselves. I think they can be a much better team than they are now, for sure. But I don't think they're going to be able to meld the two timelines and win another title. If they win another title, it seems so far-fetched at this point to believe that Kuminga and Wiseman will be every game rotation players on a championship team. I see such a chasm there that I don't know and maybe what you do is you keep them on the bench, or guess what? They're not going to play as much as we all thought this year. Maybe that's the answer. And you know what? If that's it, hey, fine. What's wrong with that, Goo? You know what? We got two Wiseman here and Kuminga. They're young players. We got to get them in there. We got to shoehorn them in there. You shoehorn them in there, you realize, we might not be able to win with these guys. So you know what? Let's give these veterans one more crack at it. And Kuminga and Wiseman, you're going to be on ice a lot of the year again.
Let me ask you.
I got no problem with that.
And if you could win 55 or 40 or 50 games doing it that way, I'm all in. Could you explain to me before break, Steiny, what you meant by what would it look like if the problems did fix themselves? What would that look like?
About a 48-win team. About a 48-win team, maybe 50. But I don't. Okay. They're starting 5 and Poole. Dynamite. I'm not crazy about any of their guys after that.
And again, is Poole really dynamite?
Well, he can be. He's proven.
But right, yeah.
Who else is proven? Like, I'm not going to hold it against Poole for getting off to a slow start, coming off the bench, when he didn't come off the bench a lot last year, and you're trying to teach the kid a new role. I'm not going to kill him yet.
I got you.
But you know what? Because he's proven.
Yeah, all right.
Kuminga and Wiseman haven't done a damn thing in this league.
Right. And I'm with you on the Poole thing, and I'm with anybody that's listening on Wiseman and Kuminga, but part of this season I thought was going to be, hey, you know what? We may take a step or two back in the regular season, but our two guys that everybody's excited on, we're going to see them, and we're going to give them the opportunity to make a jump. By April, we're ready.
They did.
But I never once, and you
They're
told
behind.
me, I never, man. And how do you make that up if you say, you know what, Goo, we're going away from them? And it's happened.
Well, you make it up with the veterans, but I don't think the veterans are as good as last year's veterans.
And if I'm telling you I'm really counting on Andre now, not to be talking to play,
I mean,
you would tell me, Goo, that's like,
I mean, you can hope.
Shouldn't he know now whatever you're trying to do to get back on the floor, it ain't last year. Last year was cool, walk in the park, oh, we got it, Bielitsa, oh, we're good. Now he has to know, okay, this is urgent. This needs immediate attention. I need to be on the floor.
I don't want to be a jerk. Yeah. I'm not even talking about Iguodala. Why are we even talking about it?
Because I'm grasping Dub Nation's grasping his straws.
So what? You know what? I'm sick of Iguodala. I only talk about guys that play.
I'll be there when
Seriously, thank you, Andre. Right. Really appreciate that. I mean, no, I'm not like
I hear you, man.
Being a jerk about Iguodala. What I'm really saying is, really? We're 10 games in, and that's what you're left with? Waiting for Iguodala to come back? Well, you're going nowhere then. He's done. Yeah. And even if he's not done, he'll help you in a handful of games. I mean,
I listen to
what are we at? Where are we at in society when we think Iguodala might be the difference between 3-7 and 7-3?
Hey, I listen to our partner, John Dickinson, after every game on the Warriors wrap-up. I listen to Devone and Allen and Shamari. I listen to Whitey and JD Saturday morning. Everybody's talking about this team the same. Tell me if people are out there to calm down or take a chill pill and what will be different, give it to me. I'll take 2 of them. But Steiny, Helen Keller can see that there's problems on the right, they're right in front of us. And how do you navigate? How do you avoid it?
Good question.
130 to Orlando, 128 to Dump Truck Detroit.
Orlando's a good young team.
Dude, everybody's a good young team.
Exactly. And that's why when these young kids weren't even playing because they're behind a championship core, but everybody thinks, oh, well, 2 timelines, the young guys will help the old guys win it, and then the old guys will turn the young guys into champions. Guess what? While you were chirping about all that, young guys on other teams were playing. And they probably were already better than those 2 guys who came into the league. Kuminga and Wiseman have no experience. Right. They have none.
Right.
None. Zero.
But wasn't this season about giving them
some of the guys who have come in, who've played college basketball, came into the league more mature than them, and now they're even more mature than them, if you know what I mean, because they've been playing. So, yeah, this is not... I mean, I know Warrior fans aren't dumb. I know they didn't think it was going to be easy. I know they didn't think Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody were just going to be 25-minute players on a championship team. So what is everybody thinking? 888-957-9570. That's the number. If you're a Golden State Warrior fan who says, we're going to be all right, things are going to be fine, what does fine mean? Does that mean you're still going to win a title, or this is still a playoff team that can make a run? But if you're not, if you don't think this team's going to be quote-unquote fine, what do you do? What do you do? Hey, it's all sponsored by Yes on Prop 31, a commitment to protect kids.
I want Iguodala.
MLB free agency starts Thursday.
And the payoff. There goes the deep left. It is high. It is far. It is gone. Number 61. He ties Roger Maris.
Can the Giants land Aaron Judge?
Is Aaron Judge willing to do that? Can you sell Aaron Judge on that? That's the key for me.
Find out right here. I want to go back to the playoffs! On 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. See rare specimens, ancient fossils, and more at our new exhibit, Hidden Wonders.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic. They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Are you interested in new career opportunities in the Bay Area and want to make a difference in your community? The SF Sheriff's Office is looking for people considering a job in law enforcement right now. If you're at least 20 years or older with a high school diploma or equivalent, the SF Sheriff's Office wants to hear from you. Enjoy full benefits, flexible schedules, and opportunities for growth and promotion. For employment announcements and more information, visit sfsheriff.com. That's sfsheriff.com to apply today.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 and 8 p.m. Pacific.
To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Universal Studios Hollywood is where the holidays come together. We've tested it. Festive food with refreshing Coca-Cola. Family, friends, and fa-la-la. Dazzling lights cranked up to maximum merriment. The Grinch and his dog Max stealing your tree. All the science adds up. It's the awesomest celebration of the season. Save $20 on a Coca-Cola 2-day general admission ticket. Offer ends 12/14/22. Restrictions apply. Details at universalstudioshollywood.com/Coke offer.
Fremont Bank. If there's one thing we understand more than anybody, it's that it takes a local bank to really get the needs of local businesses. Fremont Bank has the flexibility and motivation to service your business loan needs like other banks can't or won't. With our full suite of business loan products and recognition as a top SBA lender in the Bay Area, Fremont Bank is the right choice for local and family-owned businesses. Fremont Bank. Learn more at fremontbank.com. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco.
Always live on the free Odyssey app.
He's the GMOAT.
It's JP with the Golden State Warriors. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
Hey, make a shot, JP.
Man, you
Come
on
on
one
now.
today.
Not on one.
It's our boss's birthday, Matt
Means
Nahegan.
nothing.
Happy birthday.
I already wish
Some
him
of the
one.
guys go walk down to the Safeway, the local Safeway, come back with a cake. You and my man, me and my man in the locker room, we don't actually have one, but we're getting ready to come in here. You look at the cake and go, who's going to eat that?
Who is?
It ain't about what the cake tastes
By the
like.
way-
It's the thought.
Well, I know. And it's a great thought. If somebody could take a photo of the so-called birthday cake that was clearly gotten at the last minute and Safeway was out of birthday cake, so they got that one.
Dude,
Which, again, it's the thought that counts. But it ain't
you
getting
are
eaten.
Lex Luthor for real.
What's wrong with, all I said was nobody's going to eat it. It was a great thought. A great gesture from young professionals.
Okay, now it sounds better.
They got there and they were in a bind because clearly they didn't have any birthday cakes. So they got that monstrosity. And nobody's had. For those, if somebody could take a picture of it, we could put it on social media. Otherwise, it's like one of those with what, like
Did we have
cherries.
strawberries in
It's
there?
no, it's cherry.
Dude, my wife makes the greatest spaghetti. If I said, hey, you and the fam come over and have it, you would, oh, Mia,
love it.
This is dry. The sauce is too,
I would never do that.
but it sounds like you
Sauce
don't have a
isn't
filter
dry.
to, well,
Sauce-
I was reaching.
Yeah, okay.
Bad D.
All right.
But you know what I mean? You would say it don't taste good.
No, I would not. If it's good, it's good. If it's not good, I'll say thank you for the meal.
Okay,
and
so
I
you do
appreciate
have
your
that component to
consideration
you.
and hospitality.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
You a cold one, boy.
Oh, please.
Are you the kind of guy, Steiny, that leaves food on your plate? Like if you go over to someone's house and you don't like it, you just don't say anything, but you take one bite and then you leave it there.
I'll put it in a napkin and ball it up.
I don't
so you
put
won't
it
see
on my plate in the first place
But you got.
How do you know?
Yeah.
because I know what I like.
People are watching it
and
all
what
times.
I don't like.
Yeah.
So we're talking about the Golden State
Good job,
Warriors.
Lucas, getting the cake.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Might bring some in.
I'm not. It's just not.
I want to force you to eat
First
it.
of all,
Open up.
First of all, I'm fasting
Eat it.
today. So.
Are you fasting?
Yes.
Did you?
Usually like to fast on a Monday after the weekend.
Now, will you go 48 hours and fast? Why do you stop at 24?
I don't. Who said I'm stopping at 24?
That's what I'm asking.
Last I ate was last night about 6, 7 o'clock at night.
After you threw up?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Did you get any looks from the daughters or anybody in the house like, oh,
Nobody was
really
home.
been
Nobody was home.
Solo.
Yeah. But funny thing is once I did it, I was back. It's fine.
Dude, I've been thinking about a migraine. Like, thank God. Have you ever had one?
Yeah, I was watching the Warrior game on Friday.
It's a
Let's go to Matt in Roner
You're
Park.
fired.
You like that? What's up, Matty? All right, get him off. I'm
Good
not
Lord,
talking to somebody in a twister.
A tornado. You said I was watching the Warrior game.
Okay.
That
Can
was
I-
great.
There you go.
Well,
Can I tell you, listen, there's no greater indication, all right, of the Golden State Warriors knowing inside that building that Kuminga and Wiseman ain't ready. There's one thing you could have just looked at and said, well, that That's a problem.
We're all ears.
Ty Jerome and Anthony Lamb.
That man.
Both played 37, 38 minutes.
And they deserve to play.
Why did they? No. See, I want to do my Windhorst. Okay. So,
Wendy?
So you have Kuminga and Wiseman, 2 20-year-olds on a team, but they don't play. So why is that? Well, Steve Kerr doesn't like inexperienced players. That's why he plays Ty Jerome, who's 25 years old, who played 3 years at Virginia.
I like it.
Over Kuminga and over who else out there? Over Wiseman, over Moody, and Anthony Lamb. Anthony Lamb. He played 4 years at University of Vermont, the Catamounts, 4 years. He's 25 years old. So, interesting. It looks like Steve Kerr likes 25-year-olds instead of 20 and 21-year-olds. That makes sense because they're better.
But, Wendy, that was a great job. That's not what you'll prefer.
No.
You would prefer the two.
I would prefer to be making $300,000 a year, but I'm
you know
not.
What I mean,
so I still go along with the program and bust
If you asked them, if we talked to them off the record right now, they would want Lamb and Jerome to be behind Wiseman and Kuminga.
Right.
So yeah, you're right. And dude, if Kuminga had the IQ, the basketball IQ of Jerome, who just knows what I won't say Luka. He goes at his own speed. The geometry that he uses he knows what he's doing. If they had that, they would be dangerous. But okay, I'll give you what you just pointed out, but it don't make you more dynamic. It ain't gonna get you to the
those
Western
two guys
Conference.
who aren't ready to contribute. See, that's the other thing
Lamb was playing his ass off.
That's the other thing I was starting to think about. Well, you know what? I'm using Kuminga. I'm using Kuminga and Wiseman. And maybe this is our fault. And this is the way I'll say.
But why is it our fault? I can't wait to hear this.
I'll
Why
tell
is
you
it
why.
our fault? The
It's
Warriors
because-
drafted these guys.
Yeah, exactly. And they were a championship team. And if you really thought, you know what? Joe Lacob didn't draft these guys for now. He drafted these guys for when Curry's 40 years old. You wouldn't draft a 19-year-old 7-footer who played 3 college games if you really thought we need help in a year or two. That's the thing. The Warriors, Myers, and Lacob are not that dumb. They would never have drafted Kuminga or Wiseman if they really expected them to help first year. They hadn't played basketball. They are projects. Those guys were drafted for 3 or 4 years down the line.
Right.
So
But
they're
if
not ready yet.
If I'm working out and listening to our show and mowing the grass, Joey Lightyears would give his right arm to repeat. It's about chips. We just
They still can.
won one.
They're just going to have to put those guys back on ice.
But you're saying Jerome and Lamb and JaMychal Green, who it's not bad, but they can get it done with those guys?
They can't get it done with Kuminga and Wiseman. See, that's what's going to happen
But there's
eventually.
another
If they
option.
Get in,
Okay.
Which is what?
Making a move.
What's wrong with you? Got your starting 5.
Yes.
Poole is 6, Moody 7, DiVincenzo's 8, JaMychal Green's 9. Let's see what we can do.
That's what you think Kerr was alluding to?
What do you mean?
When he said get ready for some rotation changes?
No, because Kuminga's in there. They have to. And you know what?
And he should be.
I wonder if he should be. I wonder if this is Kuminga has worked hard and deserves it, or this is one of those Kerr's like, you know what? I'll put him in the rotation, and we'll see what happens.
You know what? When you're at the end and you have no answers,
they're not at the end. They're 3 and 7.
Well, not the end of they're not out of it, but when you look around, it's like, I knew didn't you throw him out there.
Steve's in Noe Valley. What's up, Steve? How you doing, man?
Good. I think it's Mill Valley, not Noe Valley.
All right, Mill Valley. We'll go up to Marin. How you doing, Steve?
Yes, sir.
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting ready to go to the Warriors game today.
Nice.
There you go.
Gonna be a tight one.
Yeah. We'll see. I guess I want to talk about the defense. I keep hearing everybody talk about it, but I feel like they're missing the main piece there. Last year you had Mike Brown, who's considered one of the best defensive coaches in the league, and he's gone. So to expect us to sort of play the same level of defense immediately seems a little bit naive and almost a little bit insulting to Mike Brown. So I think that the Warriors are going to be fine. I think they're going to figure this out, and they'll get their defense together. But coaches are training, the new players are training, and they're fun to watch.
Thanks, Steve.
So he's saying it's coaching.
They're not that fun.
I want to hear from City Boy.
No, why would you do that?
Because he is the most level-headed outside of Dickinson, and we haven't heard from him. That lets me know, Steiny, whatever he's doing, he's worried. But you can't just call and say it's coach. It's Mike Brown. We saw the Niners lose Salah, and then see what happens with the defense. Now your guy's doing his thing, getting his groove on. So it's do they miss Brown? Yes, but is that why we're seeing a team-wide blow-bys? The other day, Orlando had 46 free throw attempts to the Warriors 17. Let me ask you a question. As much as I love Curry's playing at the MVP level, who attacks the rim on this Warrior team? I'll wait.
Who attacks the rim?
Nobody!
Cool, a little bit. Wiggins.
We give you a one. Yeah, but not with reckless abandon.
All right, so Mike Brown left. Okay, Mike Brown left. But this is the kind of thing that...
And we love Mike Brown.
So wait a minute. So I thought Ron Adams was like the greatest defensive mind in the NBA. Is he still there?
Yeah, that's where I was going.
Oh, so Ron Adams is there, but it's like, come on.
Right, it ain't. You can't say it's coaching.
I mean, it might be part of it, but come on. Mike Brown. 818, Peyton loss was bigger than they thought. Might be right.
And you were saying, I'm trying to point you out, but remember people were calling our show like when it happened, it jumped off the season had started. Gary Payton II's gone, and we were all, I kind of was like, come on, snickering. It was a loss.
You don't appreciate role players. You like guys who dunk.
You're talking to Dub Nation.
No, I'm talking to you.
No,
I'm talking to you. When you, let's face it, you want Kuminga to play so you can see two cool dunks.
Now stop. No,
forget a win or loss.
I fell in love with that. Then I watched Summer League and was trying to tell you, but you were just, I don't know where you were at. You weren't taking me serious about, they empowered him to get his Kevin Durant on. Or he ain't there yet. It's not, he played 38 minutes Friday with those 18 points. Guess how many rebounds? Just the fact, 4. That's not enough, son.
It makes you wonder why anybody would try to compare him to Moses Malone or Karl Malone early in his career.
Who did that? Wasn't over here. Let's stop.
You were way.
Karl Malone?
No, it was Karl Malone, not Moses.
Just
no, it was.
He ain't. He's built different.
You deemed him a championship player 3 games in.
I know.
Priest is in Palo Alto.
Our guy.
Get him, Priest.
I need to hear him.
Go
Priest.
get him. I'm going to take a little breather.
Priest called the other day.
Hey, thanks for taking my call.
Talk to us, man.
Last year, when they were getting ready to go in the playoffs, everybody was saying, we need a big man, we need a big man, we need a big man. Who did Steve Kerr say they were waiting on?
Wiseman.
Exactly. The same guy that everybody's criticizing right now because he's only played 8 games in 2 years. Also, look at the Warriors' record. Well, the record is 3-7. Whose fault is that?
It ain't Kuminga and Wiseman's fault. That's all I've been saying.
Exactly. But everybody points at them. They can't win a championship with them. They can't get the 3. They can't get the 7-3 without them. Listen, I'm gonna just say it like this, man. The record that the Warriors have is not Kuminga's fault. It's not Wiseman's fault. We will see going forward how these kids play. In my opinion, and I'm saying they ain't guaranteed no championship no matter what they do.
Exactly. Yeah, good call.
Let me talk, Matt. I am saying this. I do not believe that they believe. The Warriors have been to 6 finals, won 4 championships. They know what they're doing. I don't think that they believe that they can win a chip without them. I don't think they believe it. So you can say everybody can have their opinions and prognosticate and pontificate all they want to. The Warriors have not moved these kids for a reason, because they believe in them. They just need to get their feet under them so that they can contribute. And that's all I got to say.
Priest, I was going to say appreciate Priest. Yeah. I said I didn't like when he said, let me finish, because I was affirming. It was just a quick affirmation. That's a good point, Priest.
My fault.
No, that's not my fault. It's his. Priest a little edgy from 2-3 weeks ago.
No, he called in since, though.
One time.
You didn't apprise. He called Friday.
Which one do you want me to get here? Just because I take my shots. Sean, who says Warriors, Steiny predicted the Mavericks. And then Daniel, Steiny needs to calm down.
Daniel.
Okay, let's go to Daniel and Martinez. Hey, Daniel. How you doing? They're done.
Hey, Steiny. Hey, Guru.
Hey.
Steiny, you and I just don't get along. Because we're both not from here. I get it. I understand everything like that. But I'm telling you right now, hey, Guru.
Hey.
Steiny.
Yeah.
Cavs, Warriors, finals. That's what's happening this year. Again.
Daniel.
5.
Let me ask you this. Okay. Will the Warriors make a trade between now and the NBA Finals, which clearly they're in, according to you?
Yeah. It wouldn't surprise me, because Jacob is not afraid to spend money. He's not afraid at all. So, and I just come on, guys. How awesome would that be? Cavs, Warriors.
All right. Thanks, Dan. You appreciate it. Yeah, it'll be all right.
And the trade is imminent. It's coming.
Thanks, Dan.
I believe it's coming. And to Priest's point, Steiny, you got to give me credit. I'm not asking for it, but
begging for it.
And we got to talk about that watch you're wearing, Steiny. You are swagged out today, and I appreciate my partner. I'm rubbing off on you.
That's a carry right there. We're watching.
See,
that's
people in radio don't know what you're talking about.
You.
Set it up.
Good job. Go ahead. Finish your thought.
It is not Weissman and Kuminga's fault. That's what's the scary part is. Right. No, let's talk about that. Hone in on that.
Who's saying it is?
I think
don't say people.
No, you.
And other people are saying
they're not ready.
They're not ready.
Hey, okay, you're going to take a step back. Why are they not getting early on through 10 games, 9 games? Why are they not getting the license to air?
Why are the Warriors 3-7?
Because
Clay stinks. Poole is not playing well. Wiggins has been so-so. Draymond's been average. Right. And Kuminga and Wiseman have been unplayable.
But
it's nobody's fault.
But we don't hear enough of that.
Yes, we do.
More than we hear Wiseman and Kuminga.
You have a 3-hour radio show.
And I do it every day. I'm tired.
But you're afraid to rip the veterans. That's the problem.
I ripped the veterans all last week.
No.
You got to step in and do it. I know you don't do it. I know.
Don't do what?
Like it's your guy.
What do you want me to tell him?
I'm the guy that brings the heat. Like Draymond when we had him on. I'm the one that told him.
Sean's in San Diego. Hey, Sean. What's going on, buddy?
Come on, people. Hey, thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah.
Talk to us.
You picked the Warriors not to make the finals last year, so I can't really take you serious right now.
Yeah.
Guru.
Why can't you take me serious, Sean? Because I made a prediction
Sean,
that was wrong.
Describe
Sean, you're scared of the Warriors. You're scared. They're in a little trouble. Admit it.
No, they're 3-7, 10 games in.
Yeah.
Got 72 more games to play. They'll be all right.
What does that mean? All right. What does that mean?
No, let's.
They'll finish top 5 in the West.
Did they win it all?
So.
Yes, they can make it to the finals.
Okay.
They can win it all. They have a chance. With Steph, Clay, and Draymond, they always have a chance to win it all.
Okay. Now, hey, I agree with that. Yeah, break that down for me if you can, all over the place.
Last week, I say probably like 10 days ago, they were like 3-5. You said they'd be all right. It'd be okay. Now today, you said I can't pick them anymore to win a championship.
No, I have not backed off of that. I've not backed off of that. I have not. I'm nervous. I have not backed off of that. And 8 days ago, they weren't 3-5 because they're only 3-7. So you got to get the math right. But I'm not all over the place.
3 and 5.
I'm advocating the rookies need to play. Do you disagree with that? The rookies, the young guys. Wiseman and Kuminga need to play more.
Kuminga would definitely play more. He showed Friday if you put him in the lineup and let him do some things, he can score the basketball and play tremendous defense. Wiseman, he's a different story. He's a young guy. I think he probably needs some G League games just to get a better feeling of what to do and what not to do.
Thanks, Sean. Appreciate it, man.
So, to his point, the G League. We talked about that Friday, Steiny. We missed you. Is anybody above the G League after Jordan Poole went and showed you what it could do and he got
Clay
his back?
is. Clay's above the G League.
See, now you're right.
I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. When he was coming back from his 2-year absence, there was talk about him playing in the G League.
But he's too
well, exactly. But that's why I threw him in there.
But you think he can help him, though? Go.
He's not going to do it. But no, Clay's not going to none of the big boys are going to the G League. None of the top 6. JaMychal Green's not going. DiVincenzo's not going. So.
And I haven't backed off of my chip tape.
What does this mean? Guru the Wiggler. Wiggling out of his takes again.
That was the guy that just called. You see, I got him on his math. He said 8 days ago they were 3 and 5.
You were desperate.
No. I made the point. The thing is, I still got the Warriors doing it. I'm telling you what needs to be done for them to get to the promised land. And I didn't envision them, and I don't think they can win it without contributions from Wiseman and those guys being part of the second unit. There's just no way. I wouldn't have made that bet.
3-1-0. And you know what? How can you not give it some thought?
Okay.
The rookies need to play more. In the G League. Oh. I love it. Good one there, 3-1-0. Let's go to I say, all right. We'll go to Vince in San Jose. There's another guy here, Maney Main. I'm not giving him the benefit of the doubt. Let's go to Vince first in San Jose.
Hey, what's going on? Steiny
Hey, Vince.
Guru.
Hey.
Hey, you know, I really like Guru's take with this one. I think Kuminga, I love Kuminga's so plus minus. And what I mean by that is he has so much to give on the offensive side on the ball. Yeah. His first step is lightning quick. Now, defensively, it's a little bit of an issue. I want Kuminga to look himself in the mirror. I want him to say, I want to be a dog in this league. It's the same thing even you guys. Hey, I want to be a dog in that studio. I want to make things happen. It's the same thing these athletes do. Kuminga's got to unleash that firepower, man. And offensively, he could be one of the top 5 guys in the entire league.
Who?
Defensively, he's got a whole lot to work. Kuminga.
All right. Thanks, Vince. I appreciate the call.
By the
way, 3-1-0. Clay did rehab in the G League. I forgot about that. So he played 2 games.
Oh, I remember.
No, you don't, because you would have said he played 2 games when I said, remember, they were talking about him playing, but he didn't. That's when you should have said, no, he did play 2 games.
There's not should have. Had I been asked, did he play in the G League, then I would have said it.
But you didn't know. Like I didn't. I'd forgotten. It's all right. The point remains.
Boy, I had fun Friday.
The point remains that, Kuminga and Wiseman can play in the G League.
You think there's going to be a move if this keeps up?
I think it's too early to talk about that.
But this ain't nothing to write home about.
Your boy Bob Myers on Wednesday. We have him for the executive
tomorrow.
Show. We have Bob Myers and Zaza Pachulia every Wednesday on 95.7 The Game.
I thought he said it
every Wednesday on 95.7 The Game. Not Tuesday. Ross Tucker's on Tuesday, the Bay Area's favorite.
Yeah,
and
you're right.
We've moved Lorenzo Neal to tomorrow because we figured we want to talk Warriors.
So I was right.
You're in my ear?
Special
Take
edition.
a break?
No, tomorrow's Tuesday.
No, I'm listening to Evan.
We got Bob Myers tomorrow.
Yeah, we are going to go to break. You're both right in that we're going to break, and also we will have Bob Myers tomorrow, Tuesday at 1 o'clock.
I listened to you, Ed.
Wait a minute. Why Tuesday tomorrow?
Because that's when Bob Myers could do it.
Yeah, that's going to change. I'll text him.
I got some cake, baby. Take it to him.
From Lucas Alexander.
Seriously, I'm not being a jerk. Just don't. I'm fasting today. I appreciate it. Seriously, I appreciate it. I'm not, but I'm just not going to, I'm not eating food today. You're eating on the air? This is a new one. Eating, texting.
I'm trying to get to you.
This is the real.
Yeah.
That kind of bothers me.
It shouldn't.
Well, I mean, it's an indication of how seriously you take
If you
your
would
profession.
do your job,
Our
you
online
wouldn't worry
store is
about me,
now,
'cause
by the
I'm
way,
not
I was
talking.
hosting the other day.
Talk about it when you get back. I'm eating.
It's not funny.
I wasn't even trying to be. They laugh.
Oh, my
I want to
God.
punch you out right now.
But you can't.
And I won't. Our online store
I
now
love
live. You want the freshest Steiny and Guru stuff? Go to 957thegame.shop.com. One of the things that really annoys me.
Welcome to the Aaron Judge Sweepstakes. Your leading contestants are the Yankees, the Dodgers, and of course, the San Francisco Giants. Who will win?
That was an absolute laser off the bat of Aaron Judge.
You have to stay tuned to find out.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
O'Reilly.
Count on the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts to recommend the best products for your vehicle and budget. Get maximum cooling system performance for 10 years or 300,000 miles with peak long life universal pre-mixed antifreeze and coolant. Now just $3.99 after mail-in rebate. Limits apply. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts today or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event, here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturefint Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
At Fisher Investments, we do things differently, and other money managers don't understand why.
Because our way works great for us.
But it may not work for your clients. That's why Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, obligated to put clients first. It's the highest standard for a financial advisor.
So, what do you provide? Cookie cutter portfolios like the rest of us?
No cookie cutter portfolios here. Fisher Investments tailors portfolios to meet each client's goals and needs.
But you do sell investments that earn you high commissions, right? And make commissions when you make trades for your clients?
No, Fisher Investments doesn't sell any commission investment products, and we never earn commissions on trades.
So what's in it for you?
Fisher Investments fees are structured so we do better when our clients do better. When it comes to helping clients achieve a comfortable retirement, we're clearly different. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you switch to us. Fisher Investments, clearly different money management.
Investments in securities involve the risk of loss.
I found the place to shop Black Friday, Kohl's. I earned Kohl's cash on everything I bought. Got 15% off and saved big with their early access deals like sweats for under $10, a throw blanket for just $8.49, and boots for $16.99. Did I mention these deals are for a limited time? Don't wait. Get more gifts and more savings at Kohl's. Select styles. Deals valid through November 10th. 15% offer valid through November 10th. Some exclusions apply. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
Where next?
you earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Santa Clara County sports fans. The new Omicron booster is here and available for everyone 12 and older. Remember that kids can get really sick with COVID and the effects can be serious and long-term. You can't be at the top of your game when you're super fatigued. So keep your athletes safe this fall and winter with this important booster. And of course, wear a high-quality mask whenever you're inside with lots of people. Visit sccfreevax.org or call 211 to make your booster appointment. Stay healthy and stay in the game.
Where can you find gifts for anyone and holiday inflatables for any home? Lowe's, actually. Save big on top tool brands like your choice of a DeWalt 20-volt Max Drill Kit or Impact Driver Kit. Was $159, now $99. All backed by the Lowe's Price Promise. Plus, outdoor inflatables starting at $22.98. Check back daily for deals during Black Friday month and start saving now at Lowe's. Home to any possibility. Offer valid through 11/9 while supplies last. Terms apply. Learn more at Lowe's.com/price promise.
Hi there, I'm your host, Dog, filling in for the human who's normally here and bringing you the smells and sounds of the holidays, courtesy of Beggin' Dog Treats.
We wish you a begging Christmas. We wish you a begging Christmas. Dog rest ye merry Doberman, let begging you acquire. Deck the halls with strips of begging. Arf, 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 arf.
Remember, for bacon-loving dog excitement this holiday, it's beggin'!
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
AJ Anunoby.
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Man, imagine Steph Curry. I got to believe Steph Curry's feeling some kind of way. He's playing lights out. They're 3-7.
When was
Curry's
the
been
last time he was
terrific,
3-7?
and they're 3-7. I would have thought that Curry being this good, guaranteed 5-5. But that's how much players other than Curry have been struggling.
Man, and we talked
Poor
about
Steph.
it. No, poor Steph.
Yeah.
They get it together, which I believe they will. He'll be right where in MVP consideration, but nobody saw this.
De'Aaron Fox will get more votes right now than Steph Curry.
But Steiny's
they have a better
games.
record than the Warriors.
No, they do, but still. This started that second half against, remember, they were beating everything out of Sacramento, and then the Kings came storming back in the fourth, and since then the defense has been porous.
It started game one, even against the Lakers. We just couldn't see it. Yeah, we couldn't see it. Lakers, they couldn't make anybody pay for it.
Now, if I had $1 for everybody on the Xfinity mobile text line telling you to take me out.
One person. Why do you do this?
We got it on Twitter and YouTube. We break bread together. We're not on boys. YouTube. We're family. That ain't going to happen. We don't get into it like that.
You know what, Goo? I never said this before. And actually, one other time, and you got really mad, but you're a liar.
That did.
I've got to expose you.
You got up and walked
There's
out.
There's one person on the text line saying take him out.
Well, Twitch and YouTube. I got
No. The YouTube comments have been disabled.
Oh, no. Get in the game, Snotty, like Bob tomorrow. He's rescinded that.
No.
They're back on.
No, they're not.
Yeah. I'm on YouTube now. I've been on it.
Be careful.
Yeah. Guys giving us positivity, saying they love us. Guys and gals.
I don't see it.
Go to YouTube.
I think you're messing around.
So now I'm really being a liar. Yeah. He put it back.
Let's go to Derek in San Francisco.
Love the young people.
Derek in San Francisco. What's up, Derek? How you doing, man?
Gee.
What's going on?
Derek. But who calls and says I'm not going to say anything?
Well, you know what?
Or you get nervous.
No, they call and they don't come on right away, and then
it's like doorbell.
They're like
ditch.
you. They lose their focus.
See ya.
That hurts.
Let's go to Maney, Maine. Yeah, Maney, Maine. What's up, Maney, Maine? Maney, Maine. What do you got, buddy? How you doing?
What's up, fellas?
Maney,
Hey.
You seem hesitant to pick up my call, but it's okay.
What do you think? You're the only caller to 95.7 The Games? Come on, man. The game?
Oh, no, never. You guys are amazing. I love you guys. I get to listen.
I can take Leroy first.
What's up? I told Leroy to call. What's up, man?
It's all good. So I was looking around the league about GP2 and who is somewhat similar to GP2. And I was looking at the Chicago Bulls, and Alex Caruso comes to my mind. And I was really thinking about if we could really...
That's a good name.
Yeah, definitely. And I was really thinking I would hate to part ways with Jordan Poole. I love him. But if we can make a trade for Jordan Poole, Kuminga, and Wiseman for Caruso and Andre Drummond, I think our team would be very legit.
All right, thanks, Manny Main.
Oh, my boy,
Gotta cut him off.
He loves him some
Wiseman,
Andre Drummond.
Wiseman, he was ready to give up Wiseman, Kuminga, and who? Oh, Poole. Oh, my God. For Caruso and Drummond.
No, please.
I don't like any.
Here's the
I
cup.
like
Here's the
Caruso.
cup. You know what they're going to do with the cup. Yeah.
You know what? He gets the little T.
Yeah, that wouldn't happen.
Yeah, that's I like the idea of Caruso, though. Believe it or not.
Yeah. But why would the Bulls get rid of him? He's fitting in, doing what he's...
Why would the Warriors ever get rid of Wiseman and Kuminga? Because maybe they know something. And maybe they... Let me tell you something. First of all, if the Warriors said, hey, tell you what, we'll give you Wiseman, Kuminga, and Poole for Caruso and Drummond... Of course they're going to
even match.
do that in a second.
Please.
Let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Our guy.
Steiny Guru.
What's
How you
up,
guys
baby?
doing, brother?
We trying to figure it out. You need to help us.
Okay. I just think it's defensively, right, where Draymond, he's the head of that. He's the head of us defensively, right? He tells everybody where to go. He puts everybody in position. And I think since the Jordan Poole incident and, you know, his teammates came out and said they didn't like what he did and, you know, they got to win his trust back and, you know, the organization kind of coming down on him a little bit. I just think Draymond he seems like the type of person that, you know, he's a little butthurt about that. And I think he's being petty out there on defense, and I'll tell you how. Just by not saying anything. Just not telling guys where to go. I remember when he was out there pushing guys, go here, go there, telling guys where to be, and he's out there enthusiastic on defense. Now you look at Wiseman, you look at Kuminga. I mean, their head is just everywhere. It's just on a swivel. They don't know where to go. It's because they're not getting any instruction or enough instruction from Draymond Green. And I think he'll get over being, you know, butthurt, just like I got over being butthurt when they told me I was calling you guys too much, and I said I'd never call again. I'm over it. I love
We took care, Leroy. I personally took care of that. Yeah. You're good, baby.
Even over my objections.
No, but I thank you guys. Thank you guys.
Oh, sure.
I really think it's just Draymond being petty, and he'll get over it, and he'll start.
Leroy, do you think that's fair, though, that you're putting it at the doorstep? You got me thinking, and I'll watch tonight that he's not doing that, though.
No, I don't. I just see it, right? I mean, I don't even think he's got a text since then. You know, I don't think he's been barking at the ref since then. So I just think he's a little hurt. He'll get over it. But, yeah, the guys are suffering because of it. But Draymond runs that defense. He gets everybody in position, and he's just not doing it right now. But he'll be okay. They'll get over it. That championship DNA will kick in, and Warriors will be fine.
All right. Thanks, Leroy. Man, a championship DNA will kick in.
Yeah.
For Kuminga? For Wiseman?
For all of them, everybody involved.
No, they don't have it. You don't get championship pedigree till you win a title. Then you have it.
Yeah, they got to play, and they got rings. They were on the squad. I get what you're saying.
You know me. I don't.
Contributions.
I'm not a big scorekeeper, you know. But boy, you know, just going back to Wiseman and Kuminga, are you feeling like maybe, I might have blown him up too much?
Do you want to?
I might have thought they were.
No,
He might not be.
I'm gonna
Karl
keep it real
Malone.
right
Might
now.
not be David Robinson and Karl Malone.
Or Chris Webber. River. I said the next great word, big man. I'll tell you what about Wiseman. I got Trey Lance vibes, and I got Trey Lance vibes of just what they were. They were unknown at the level before the league, and that's what has me a little nervous. But I'm telling you, I'll never second guess the Warriors organization, but Matt Steinmetz, if it was me and we won 38 games and you said, Coach Darrell, Coach Johnson, why did you win 38? Because this season, it was about trying to win a championship, but it was also about these young dudes going through their NBA puberty on the fly. And that means they were good, they were bad, but yet we still put them in the game so they could get that experience.
And play with Steph Curry, a 4-time champion.
But don't you get it, Steiny? Sometimes they are going to have to play with them at some point unless something is done.
It's not so much about playing with them as I believe Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, and Draymond Green are smart enough to look at that team and say, you know what?
Yeah.
I don't think we can do it. And if they're saying that, my question would be, then what? Austin's in San Jose, and you know what? I'm going to tell you right away, not sure I'm going to buy what Austin's selling. What's up, Austin? How you doing, man?
Come on, Steiny. Come on.
What's up, hey?
What's up, man? Listen, this is Mythgate Monday. Let's break the myth, guys. What the first myth is that guys that are veterans and have won championships want to play with guys and develop them. I think that's a big myth. It sounds good. Fans want to believe it. But think about it, Guru. When you go to the gym, you're trying to get a team together, I understand right now. Now, are you going to pick guys on a team that you think need to be developed? Or are you going to pick guys you know can play? Okay? So why would you expect those guys to be different than what you would do logically, right? The other thing is kill the punch gate. Punch gate has nothing to do with how they're playing.
Damn.
I don't know, man.
Well, explain Jordan Poole then to us, Austin.
Let's talk about that.
That's real,
do we know that?
And you didn't get hit, either did Steiny or I, Austin, but everywhere you look, nothing's explainable with this kid except what if that punch that you think and a lot of others didn't bother him, what if it's having some residual effect? This is what it would look like.
Let me say this, Guru. If it did affect him, he got $130 million. So you and Steiny can line up and punch me tomorrow.
Well, you got me there, man.
$30 million, man. That's it, brother. Thank you.
He got
Appreciate
me
the
there.
call.
So, okay.
Can you understand how it might have taken some steam out of Jordan Poole?
Man.
Yeah, I think so, too.
And am I saying he's going out there, not trying? No, man. But you try to walk in that man's shoes, and no amount of money is going to take what the world saw and what went down. And I see him dap Green up after they score and make a good play. I see that synergy, but still, that ain't overcoming it. Explain to me, Matt Steinmetz, why Jordan Poole, to you, the basketball savant, why he's shooting 82% from the line? I'm going to, before you answer, say something's going on upstairs. Am I
I don't like when you ask me a question, then you answer it and say, am I right? Because that automatically makes me want to say, no, you're not right.
God.
You're missing the 82%, and he was 7 for 7 Friday. So he must have been at 70%.
Okay, guys, see, that's what you've been saying before. Right, talk to me.
Jordan Poole, to me, he's trying a whole new role. Forget the punch for a minute.
Is different. What you mean the whole new role?
He's coming off the bench.
Oh, okay, right. And last time he came off the bench, he got sent to the G League, Steiny.
He basically, the thing about Jordan Poole is
he was a starter.
He hasn't really come off the bench.
Wow, man.
Let me look at the numbers.
No,
I know it seems like he has.
When he showed the world Fred Astaire last year with all his growth, he was starting.
51 games he started.
Oh, man.
He came off the bench for 25.
I hadn't thought of that.
So
he didn't
this to me is a new role
and get this bag coming off the bench.
By the way, he's shooting 82.5.
He's playing 28 minutes.
He's playing 29.5. Is that too much?
No, so for the people.
What's wrong? That's about.
Well, when you tell me he ain't
why
starting,
is that surprising?
I'm like, he's getting minutes to do what he did last year, even though he ain't starting.
It's the same. His minutes are the exact same. 30 and 29.5.
But the production's not
right because they're asking him to do something different than he did last year. I respect the guy. He's trying to get others involved. He's trying a new role, dude.
But
he's trying to be more of a creator than a scorer. To me, that's admirable. Like, that's the one I can kind of understand, and I think it's admirable. I'm dead serious.
But all the metrics would keep.
Yeah, he's not playing well right now.
Okay.
Like, fair.
Yeah.
He's not.
Right.
He's certainly not shooting it well.
Well, outside of Steph on this Warrior team, who is playing well?
Nobody. Like, Wiggins and Green have been okay, but, like, don't even tell me those two guys have been themselves. No, they haven't.
Who posted Green up? I think it was
everybody.
P.J. Washington gave him a shoulder
Everybody.
at the and one.
Let's go to, here's Derek. Hey, Derek. What's going on, man?
Hey, Steiny Guru. Hey. What's going on?
Hey.
How you guys doing this afternoon? So I'm calling about the Warriors bench. Specifically, I disagree with you guys about the impact of Wiseman on the Warriors record, specifically because he is a minus 66 in 121 minutes. That's basically a half a point a minute. It's kind of hard when you're playing 14 minutes a game to spot the other team 7 points and still expect us to win. If you look at their plus minus, Wiseman has been a minus 11, and the Warriors have lost by, minus 11 the first game, they won by 14. There was a minus 14,
I know.
they lost the next one.
Do we have to go through these? These are painful, but go ahead.
Okay, fine.
But we get the point for sure.
Okay. Yeah, the point is that basically every game the Warriors have lost, Wiseman has been a greater minus than the point total we've lost by. So if you just take Wiseman out of the rotation, those minutes going to either Kuminga small ball 5 or to Michael Green, we get it. Like, the outcome is the Warriors are probably 7-3. I love Wiseman, but he just needs to go down to the G League and get some minutes. That's all.
Thanks, Derek. I think that's fair. Thank you.
Damn. And Looney's playing well. We forgot about Looney. He's playing like Looney. I took that from 415 on
You notice, though, when Looney plays like Looney and nobody else is playing well, he ain't a difference maker. Looney's a role player, and how's Looney been? He's been the same Looney as ever, only I don't even notice him. Well, that's because you're 3-7.
And he didn't sit out the other night when the starters did. What did you think about that? Like, if you were a coach, did they earn that?
That was a sign to me. That was a sign to me that the Warriors are basically telling their fans, sit down and shut up.
Wow, that is nothing. He had me looking at you like...
Sometimes I do things for effect. No, I'm kidding. Not really. But listen,
that was an odd time,
they had lost 4 in a row.
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you there, but
they
lost
back 5 in a row because of that decision.
Yeah,
a lot of first under Kerr this year with this team.
That's not necessarily true. Remember, they went 15 and 50. They went 39 and 33.
You had the greatest excuse there. The chef broke his hand.
Yeah.
And Draymond wasn't.
Could you make a case that, as good as the chef has been, he's not the player he was either because they're 3-7. I can't imagine a team that Steph Curry'd be on that's 3-7.
Nope. He just had a championship in June. We were at the parade.
No, so what are you saying?
It's not his fault.
Whose fault is it? It's not Wiseman's. It's not Curry's. It's not Kuminga's.
I want to say structurally, it's that the structure is the fault, but they're not riding or dying with Wiseman and Kuminga to where when people call like that previous caller with the stats, okay, let them play more. Even if we get blown. Dude, you gave up 130 to Orlando with Kuminga not even getting on the floor.
Are we going to do this? All year. You play them 8-10 minutes. They stink to high heaven. You can't reward them after that. You cannot reward young players when they are not playing well. You just can't. I don't think.
Damn.
Okay, fair enough, 408. And you know what? I'm with you. It's nobody's fault. They're just not gelling yet. All right, that's possible.
Okay.
It's absolutely possible.
Didn't Kirk kind of reward Kuminga? I mean, he had a DMP earlier in the week, last week, and then played 38 minutes against New Orleans.
I guess.
By default, he played.
Yeah.
And Anthony Slater, who I love, my teammate, he says...
He's not your teammate. What do you mean teammate?
We played on the same basketball team together, and when I see him, like I did at the arena, him and... Now you're talking about my relationship with Anthony Slater.
Oh, I am.
Ask him what I call him.
I don't know. I know you call them slates. My point is...
I don't call them slates.
I don't call everybody I've ever played pickup basketball with a teammate.
Speaking of which, Devon and Shamari were talking about you the weekend. But
what does Shamari know about my game?
That Devon said he used
knows
to play.
about my game.
Yeah, and that's
Shamari doesn't know anything
playing.
about my game.
Anyway, the guy, you can't hate on our friendship or whatever we got. We call each other teammate.
You and I.
No, Anthony and I. We played on the.
And what
Chris
do you do
Haynes
together?
We played on the Chris Haynes Invitational.
For what? An hour and a half.
Dude, you got this jealous streak.
It's not jealous. It's just an accuracy. I'm just a stickler for accuracy.
He wrote today that Kuminga gets promoted to the rotation.
I don't know why you think that's so funny.
That's a given. There's no promotion when you're
out of the rotation.
I got a noble ideal. You got a guy that could be a part of the future. Play him. This is not a promotion. And that was an open gym run. I'm not taking away the 18. He had 4 rebounds. I'm sorry. Maybe you're saying, Goo.
Did you have that many?
Yeah, 4.
Wow.
That's not enough.
He's banging.
Yeah. I'm just saying the promotion into the rotation. And
I don't understand why you think that's funny, though.
That was really...
He's not in the rotation.
You want to be, can I put the right on the table?
No, he's basically saying, look, Kuminga's DNPs for the foreseeable future are not... They're done. For the foreseeable future... Jonathan Kuminga will be playing.
But that is a byproduct of everybody, just the whole team not clicking. Because Kerr said there's got to be changes. Oh, what can change? Who hadn't played? Oh, Kuminga. Okay, now you get up and go in the game. But my thing is, this thing that you keep selling me like you're a coach or a GM, hey, Goo, and they're not rookies. The younger players got to earn their keep.
Yeah.
I understand that, but if you show up to practice and you get on the plane and you travel and you go to the layup line, you know what? I'm going to see how bad. What's your floor? How bad can it really get?
They've seen the floor in practice.
Wow,
I don't understand.
That is just wild.
I agree. 310.
The floor in practice. What about is the Goo okay?
We're worried a little about you today.
Please,
nah,
I got points.
510 Steiny, you are jealous for real.
I'm like teammate. I'm like, whoa. Anyway,
Will's in Marin. Hey, Will, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call. I appreciate it. I just think it's think they're losing ways or just being kind of looked at a little bit too much. I mean, I remember the whole consensus was, it doesn't matter where the Warriors are. They could be the 6th seed and they'll run the table. So what does it matter if they lose 4 or 5 in a row? I mean, the last time I checked, it's kind of like a marathon with basketball. There's 82 games. There's been 10% of the season played? And also, too, I mean, I'm not really so surprised with how Jordan Poole's playing. I mean, last year, I kind of watched him a little bit more just to see how he would develop. I mean, he's kind of streaky. I mean, I think that the Warriors paid a streaky man a lot of money. And there's no offense, there's no disrespect to his game. I'd rather have him than, someone else. But I just think that, things are being overlooked. There's a lot of basketball
no doubt
to be played. And I truly believe that. Like, the Warriors could have
Let me ask you this. Let me ask you this, Will. No, you're right. It is absolutely positively possible for them to get it together. But don't you think after 10 games, they got a few issues that they've got to figure out?
100%. Like, I thought that they definitely thought coming into the season that it was going to be a little bit easier. Hey, we're the champions. They were probably riding a little bit high. These guys will fall in line. They'll figure it out. But I don't think a few hiccups mid-season or at the beginning of the season is going to be the Warriors' demise when you have Steph Curry, Draymond, Clay, and a mind like Kerr in the building. I don't see them not being successful and possibly giving it a good run. Thanks, guys.
Good stuff, Will. Appreciate the call. Concise, solid, logical, smart. Smart takes. What's your problem?
That I always bring up CNN when it comes to these.
Why are you doing
I'm
your
about
soft
to tell you
voice now?
Because I just something hit me. So there's politics in sports, and when you get drafted number 7, something comes with that. You know what it is? It's
nothing
like Trey
comes
Lance
with that.
and why
sorry.
he beat Jimmy Garoppolo. The politics of what they did to make you a part of their team, and a number 7th pick should not have to go get donuts and ice cream and carry laundry to get on the floor. That's all. I get what you're saying. I'm not talking about a scholarship, but when all else is failing you, play the guy.
Philosophically.
Because you might lose him upstairs.
So, you know what? That's where I want to open it up to. 888-957-9570 on the phone and the Xfinity mobile text line. I just basically said to Guru, maybe they're not really deserving of the playing time. Like, I've been saying that for weeks and weeks. Like, they're not doing what they need to do to get on the floor. Well, Wiseman's a 7th pick. Kuminga's a lottery pick. Or Wiseman's a 2nd pick. Kuminga's a 7th pick.
Man.
Do they deserve just to play? Do they deserve to play because they're high picks? I think I know the answer, but maybe not. 888-957-9570. Warriors return to the court tonight at the Chase Center to take on the Sacramento Kings. Tip-off set for 7. Pre-game coverage 5:30. Tune into Warriors Live on 95.7 The Game. Presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. The original Spider-Man was only a Spider-Man.
Tomorrow, Warriors GM Bob Myers joins Steiny and Guru at 1 for the executive show.
You guys are all great. Come on. You're all great. Guru's, Guru's great too. Don't you love that guy's passion? Guru too. Yeah, come on.
Hell yeah. Hear Bob Myers tomorrow at 1. Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
This year's ratings of the best TVs just got published, and Samsung, LG, and Sony scored the highest. Also, they warned about the poor performance of the bargain brands promoted at some stores. So where can you get the best deal on the top-rated TVs? At the club? Online? Nope. At Video Only. They've got their better than Black Friday deals on right now. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only before you buy.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Our company, Repurpose, has a really cool mission: get rid of plastic. Meanwhile, we had this problem. Our office was all paper, and nobody wanted to file paperwork, print checks, mail them. We don't do that anymore. Now we've got Bill. It lets us be digital. Bill saves us paper and time. No matter where our key players are, they have visibility into our cash flow. Goodbye plastic, goodbye paper.
Automate your finances with Bill. Learn more at Bill.com.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Salute our veterans and wrap up the Bay Area hot rodding season in style at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all happening this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the Bay Area's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks of all years on display. Plus, don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the Fall Shootout. Our Veterans Day weekend celebrations include our Vets for Vets Parade and so much more. It's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
You've got advanced prostate cancer, but you're not waiting around. You want straight talk, the facts about Orgovix.
Orgovix Relagolix 120 milligram prescription tablets is a treatment for adults with advanced prostate cancer. Fact: Orgovix is a different kind of androgen deprivation therapy treatment, a pill, not an injection. Orgovix may cause serious side effects, including a heart condition called QT prolongation. Tell your doctor right away if you feel dizzy, faint, have a racing or pounding heart, or chest pain. Orgovix can cause harm to an unborn baby or miscarriage. Use birth control during treatment and for 2 weeks after Orgovix treatment. The most common side effects include hot flushes, increased blood sugar and blood fat levels, muscle and joint pain, decreased blood hemoglobin levels, increased liver enzymes, tiredness, constipation, and diarrhea. Other side effects include weight gain, decreased sex drive, and erectile function problems. Orgovix may cause infertility. Talk to your doctor if infertility is a concern for you.
Go with Orgovix. Ask your doctor. For more facts, visit gowiththefacts.com.
Here's to Prilosec OTC. Just one pill each morning and no heartburn all day. My holiday hero.
Prilosec OTC. 1 pill a day, 24 hours, 0 heartburn. It's possible while taking Prilosec OTC. Use as directed for 14 days to treat frequent heartburn, not for immediate relief.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event, here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Venturfent Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Guru, you're like the U.S. Constitution. You're from the people, by the people, and for the people.
This is James Wiseman. Now back to Steiny and Guru.
All right, that's James Wiseman.
The big fella.
Everybody, anybody out there want to see or hear Guru moonwalk?
About?
That's like when you backpedal.
Gotcha.
All right, follow me here, everybody.
Twitter. Speaking of which, how long?
Follow me here, everybody. So, a year or two ago, The Last Dance came out. And talked a lot about Jerry Krause and how they were going into that season knowing it was the last one. And you just said that Jerry Krause is an idiot. He ruined the dynasty. He should be blamed for everything. He's got no redeeming qualities, etc. How is that different than Bob Myers and Joe Lacob saying to Steve Kerr, you must play these young players? Because by saying that, they know they're also saying we might not win it. Wow. So, in other words, Goo, you want to play Kuminga and Wiseman and Moody and Poole all the time? And you're breaking up the Golden State Warriors is what you're doing. That's what you're doing. Mm-hmm. Scary stuff, huh? Let me tell you something, and I'm dead serious about this. If you really think, like, let's go play Wiseman and Kuminga 20, 25 minutes a game, you might as well trade Steph Curry. And I know you're rolling your eyes, but...
You're saying you're wasting them.
Yes. Yes, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying, yes, you're wasting Steph Curry if you mandate that these two kids have got to play.
Okay, with that said, let's remove
real quick. I'm sorry. A lot of people will disagree with that.
No
that's
doubt.
fair.
It's all good.
But that's what I think.
So you think without them is currently constructed? Well, you took the bet and you took the field, so I think I have my answer. But I just don't think they have enough without those two because, again, you've been watching Disney, Goo. I thought by April their growth would be enough to where they would be a part, not starting, not even, but they would be a part. And both of them have something, they're unique in their own self, just physically. But now if you're telling me JaMychal Green, he don't rub me the wrong way. Steiny, he's a guy. DiVincenzo, he's a guy. Are you telling me that's what you're going to after the starters? That's when I say, oh, now we got a problem. And now I understand what the callers meant when we found out Porter Jr. was out. I kind of understood that. Things happen. They'll replenish. They'll replace them. Those guys aren't the replacements that are enough to me to where I can sit here and look at you on this Monday and say, oh, it's all good. 6 seed or not. No, now we're talking about a different team. And now if I'm a team playing the Warriors, hey, first quarter was cute. What you got coming on out there when Steph goes? That's when you get the Warriors. And
of course.
And that's
so
what's scary. You make a move.
Oh, so now, okay.
So hold on, E, before you put me on social.
Are you trading Karl Malone or David Robinson? Are you trading Kuminga or Wiseman?
He could be number 23. It might not be. Okay. Something is going to, I have to wait and see more, but something's about to pop off. If what you're saying is correct, and I'm keeping this real. You know how a coupon expires? That soundbite you played about Iggy saying that was real. And I thought that was going to prevent them. I remember us having a conversation. I thought that was going to prevent them from getting to the heights of hoisting up the O'Brien trophy. And then Draymond said the same.
It did.
But now we're right back at it.
I know.
That is valid still.
I know. That's why I played it. That's why Evan came up with that great idea. Iguodala and Curry on the Point Forward podcast. This is from March last year.
Not saying that if we're all going, they're all going to win a championship, and if they don't, then we're a failure as their vets and all that. Right. But for them to just be true professionals, that's not a guarantee either. In terms of the young dudes that come in the league and what it takes to establish yourself on this level and all the nuances you need to get game taught to you. If you have vets like us that are willing to do that, go out of your way to do that, and even though it's not a part of the nature of the game, we got to worry about ourselves and our own performance and all that. But that doesn't mean necessarily they win a championship. But it's our job to help them become true professionals. Would they do with that?
Right.
Time will tell.
But
time will tell.
It's telling.
So basically, Curry.
It's early.
Yeah,
it's telling.
He's basically saying we can mentor these guys all we want. It doesn't guarantee they'll be great players. And he was even what was the part about?
I almost want to hear it again.
That's not really that shouldn't be our deal.
That's what I was just
not saying that. If we're all going, they're all going to win a championship, and if they don't, then we're a failure as their vets and all that. But for them to just be true professionals, that's not a guarantee either. In terms of the young dudes that come in the league and what it takes to establish yourself on this level and all the nuances you need to get game taught to you. If you have vets like us that are willing to do that, go out of your way to do that, and even though it's not a part of the nature of the game, we got to worry about ourselves and our own performance and all that. But that doesn't mean necessarily they win a championship. But it's our job to help them become true professionals. Would they do with that?
Right.
Time will tell.
But
time will tell.
Wow.
They know. Don't they? They know. And they were good on Draymond and Clay and Steph and Looney and even Poole, but Porter too. They were so good. And there was such a chasm between Wiseman, Kuminga, and Porter, Bielitsa, and Gary Payton too, that they kept the young guys off the floor.
Man.
Kirk could not play the young guys because you want to lose a team, go play guys who don't deserve it. That's how you lose a team.
Man.
Let's go to... Okay, Mike wants to defend Wiseman. I don't have a problem with Wiseman. What's up, Mike?
Hey, how's it going, fellas? You still have the best show on the radio. Listen every day.
Wow.
So
it's not as much defending Wiseman as, Friday, Clay was the reason for the season failing. Clay has 27, so Monday, Wiseman's the reason the season's no good. He plays like 15 minutes a game.
Yep.
Steiny, you've been saying something the whole year that I've just screamed to people if they listen. You have an old team and a young team. No team in history has ever done this, right? There's a reason. It's almost impossible.
Right.
And you take the young guys. What would anybody think? You have Clay, Steph, and Draymond, who are arguably 3 of the top 100 players in the history of basketball. How can you expect a new team to be them? They'll never be them.
Right.
Ever. And and people thinking so is crazy.
Right.
I've looked. It's funny. In the last 10 years in the Bay Area, we've had 3 major draft choices: Wiseman, Lance, and Joey Bart. None of the 3 are exactly what you'd say is setting the world on fire. And what I think Belichick has proved better than any coach alive is when they're not what you think, move on. A 2-year mistake's better than a 6-year mistake. So, with that said, I have a question.
All right.
It's an old one, but does Wiseman, Poole, Kuminga, you might have to put Looney and whoever else to KD, why he's miserable with the net, and then you try to win 7 for a simple reason. When Steph retires, the whole building's going with him.
Thanks, Mike. Appreciate the call. Yeah,
Wow.
thanks for the go.
He had some Ratto in him. Right.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah.
I think the Durant stuff will be revisited if things continue.
And if I told you in the green room, I think Kyrie might be hanging him up. I hope I'm wrong, but imagine KD's mindset then and the team.
So I want to play this. We played it a little earlier, but I want to play it again because in light of the recent call, I'm starting to think there's something to this too. This is Iguodala and Curry on the point forward. I want you to really listen to Iguodala here.
Like, they got this narrative now, we got a championship squad, and then they're going to build another one at the same time that's coming right after us. I'm like, man, y'all know how hard it is, man. And do y'all, like, I've been talking about
that all day today.
Yeah, like,
the people that are here, like, how hard it is to win in this league.
It's so hard. We made it look so easy that they think it's like, oh, we about to do it again. I'm like, all right. We kind of waiting for 6 years to come. Be like, I told you.
That's what you got to wait on. Either it's going to happen or it's not.
Right.
That's the game that you're playing.
And we're actually we're putting sweat equity into that team by what we're breathing.
We believe it.
But what we're breathing into Wise and what I'm breathing into Kuminga and what you're breathing into Moses, like, we're breathing into them like, yo, y'all can be great too. Like, dudes don't be doing that. You have bad vets.
For sure.
Bad vets. Wow, Steiny. So for me to sit here after hearing that and tell you, forget their record, forget 3-7. This is bigger than that. This is a mindset that the ownership knows and the GM knows if they're feeling this way, at some juncture, if you're going to give them the best opportunity to go repeat, you got to do something.
Knows. They know. Because here's what I'm hearing. And you tell me if this is out of bounds. What I'm hearing is, whether it's Draymond, Steph, Iguodala, what I'm hearing is they're offended in a way that the organization or fans, I'm not sure, combination or two of the two, somebody's been talked into that they can just continue this thing with Wiseman, Kuminga, and Moody and Poole, and the organization kind of thinks they can do that too, and I think it pisses Iguodala, Draymond, and Curry off, and Clay, because they're like, we're great.
Did you hear that sound?
We are great. We're not good. You can't do this. And we're kind of annoyed that you're even asking us to try it. And you know what? Here's the other thing. You asked us to try it last year, and what you found out was those kids can't play. And so we had to go to Peyton, and we had to go to the older guys. Okay, let's try it again this year. And you know what? They're all rolling their eyes before the season started because they all knew we're going to try it again this year. But you know what? We can't do it. We can't win a title with these guys right here, right now.
I can't be mad at that. That is just, and again, I know for the people like a fine wine is aged a bit, but when you say it with the intensity and passion, that we just heard, that doesn't go away. And now I'm sitting here like hitting my own self. I'm punching my own self, Steiny. I know it's 10 games, but you shocked at the 3-7 with the young guys supposed to? Wow.
Not after seeing it. Not after seeing it. Watching 10 games, I get how they're 3-7. Before the season, if I told you they'd be 3-7, I'd say, well, I want to see how. I'm not really sure. And look, the defense is so bad right now. There's two things. Klay Thompson, to me, is a major issue. Can he get back? And the defense. And I don't think the defense is ever getting back to where it was.
And it's team-wide now.
Because they're older. And they're a step slower.
And you're going up against young
And they're
studs.
fouling more. And they're less athletic.
46-17 free throw line disparity against Charlotte, Steiny. Orlando, 46.
Tim's in North Carolina. Hey, Tim, how you doing, man?
Hey, guys. What's going on? I guess what I really want to say, guys, I think we keep asking these questions about Kuminga as though, like, Kuminga's a rookie. Guys, if you look at last year, go look at all of the highlights and his success on the floor. It happened when Bielisa was on the floor and Otto Porter was on the floor, ball spacers. The difference out of this team and what you see not happening is we thought we were going to sub JaMychal Green for Otto Porter and Wiseman was going to be Bielisa. Those guys aren't ball spacers. So Kuminga is not being maximized the way he was last year. We keep acting like this kid, like, literally didn't play. But I think he averaged, Guru, check on it, but I'm pretty sure it wasn't around 15 minutes, 17 minutes. So I think with those two, and I hate to call them out, but that is the big difference. Those guys are just not spacing the ball like those other guys we had last year. That is really the main difference.
Fair enough.
Is right. He's right in the same lane he was last year. We don't need any more from Kuminga. We don't need any less. But he's just out there with a different group of people. So everybody early in the year, remember he was running that lineup with JaMychal Green and Wiseman and Kuminga? Well, last year that would have been Kuminga, Otto Porter, and Bielisa. That's what Kerr was trying to get out of that. But Wiseman isn't a ball spacer like Bielisa, and JaMychal Green isn't a ball spacer like Porter. But we keep lumping Kuminga in like the kid can't play. This dude is a baller. He's known nationally after his rookie year. So I don't know what we're talking about when we're talking about him.
Well,
17
thanks, Tim.
minutes
Great
for
stuff.
Kuminga last year.
Great stuff, Tim. And the ball spacing thing's absolutely right.
17 minutes.
Bogut couldn't shoot threes, but he was effective at the top of the circle. You know why? Because he could pass and he could set screens. So Wiseman can't shoot the three from out there.
And
he can't set screens. And he doesn't pass, and he's not a great rebounder. Right now.
Right
now.
And to his call.
Not 5 years from now.
And to his point about the ball spacing, those guys are gone. Okay, so what are you going to do now to bring out the best in Kuminga if you don't bench him? Like, he can't just go to the coach, hey, some guys are gone. I'm not set up or put in the right position I was in last year. How do you fix it?
How do you fix it?
He plays 17 minutes.
You need Kuminga and Wiseman to grow up in a hurry, and you need your veterans to get younger. That's what you need. Because where the veterans are right now and where the young players are right now, I don't see it.
What's Lakeup thinking?
I don't see it.
If we know what the veterans are by playing that sound, if that's true, Steiny, and they really are, dude, I would be a bad vet. Worried about your own, everything that's going on. I ain't got time to show you the ropes. But you made a reference to The Last Dance. Do you think Joe Lakeup is still drinking or the euphoria of winning the chip last year?
No, that's done.
Then what's the holdup then, or what's the discrepancy? Or do you think Joe's not thinking right now that they can win it all? I'm thinking he thinks they can win it all.
Maybe.
But the starters are feeling like they need something else.
Maybe.
And if that comes at the cost of losing some of the youngsters, okay.
Maybe. Yeah, they got a lot of questions right now, the Warriors. They got a lot of questions right now. 310, Bogut was underrated. You're damn right he was. Darn right he was.
Man.
He was really good. Here's the other problem that Wiseman and Kuminga have, and this is the part that might be kind of unfair to them. Any 20-year-old who's come into the league at 19 or 20 and they start to get playing time, they have no concept of fitting in, nor should they. They're trying to figure out if they can play in the NBA. All right? When you have Shane Battier coming out, or a 4-year guy, Draymond Green played 4 years. When he got to the NBA, he had a clue. These guys do not have a clue, nor should they have a clue when one didn't play in college and one played 12 games in the G League. It doesn't fit. It doesn't work. It doesn't mean those two guys aren't going to be good, but they ain't going to be good enough, fast enough for Steph Curry. They're not. I don't think.
And tell me this. I read in The Athletic, Slater's article, Draymond talked about his first year in the league under Mark Jackson and how he would have to stay ready. You know, he wasn't in the rotation. He was playing just to get in the rotation. But he said this, and I said, is he sending that to Wiseman and Kuminga? You tell me what you think. He said anytime he got put in the game, he took that as a privilege. Like, he didn't take that for granted. If it were 5 minutes, 4 minutes, just the fact that he went in the game. But when you read this article, Steiny, I feel like, is he saying that to those two, like 18, like, well, I'm saying 15 to 20 minutes for both of them just because they were number 2 and number 7 pick. But Draymond was like, you got to have that concept of it's a privilege to get in whenever, I don't care how long.
Okay.
I thought he was sending it to them.
Well,
I
and
thought
you know
he
what?
was saying it to them too.
Yeah, and you know what? I think that I know you don't like this word, but I think in a way, Steph, Clay, and Draymond, they're liars. You know why? Because every interview they've done, and they've been asked about Kuminga and Wiseman, they all say, we've all been there. No, they haven't. They have not been there. Curry, Draymond, and Clay joined a team that had no success.
Well,
they came into a franchise that had no success. Yes, of course, he struggled to get some minutes. Yeah. But Steph Curry wasn't a DNP every other game. They came in to a subpar franchise. So I think that is completely and utterly disingenuous when Steph, Clay, and Dre say, yeah, we've all gone through it.
No, you haven't.
You really haven't. And Draymond, who went through it more than anybody, even he only went through it for a year. And then he started playing more. So
to be honest, Kuminga and Wiseman, they got drafted in like arguably the worst situation because of the championship.
Thank you.
I keep saying if Kuminga was on the Rockets, that up and down, man.
Yeah. Ramon in Santa Clarita.
Uh-oh.
They got a nice amusement park
There's a jail named Santa Rita. We sure is
right,
not
but
that.
this is Clarita.
Okay, all right.
CLA,
all right.
Rita.
I want to make sure.
And they got an amusement park, which is very different than a prison. What's up, Ramon? Oh, boy.
Think he was on the yard? It was Clarita. Hey.
That's a 4.
Actually, I didn't hear what you're saying.
I said you think he was on the yard if it wasn't Clarita and actually Santa Rita.
Oh.
Yeah.
Santa Rita's like minimum security.
Dude,
it's nothing.
Boy, you tripping.
Minimum security. What are you standing up for in the back? You know what? Let me tell you, Santa Rita's filled with those guys. The guys who kick windows in.
Oh,
that's real tough.
Stop.
It's real tough.
Oh, Steiny, let me handle this. Nah, it ain't.
How long do you think Steiny would last?
Oh,
Santa Rita?
Steiny, I wouldn't
last forever in Santa Rita.
No, I would have a sheet around.
Oh, please.
I ain't ready for
Santa Rita's a country club.
Now you're joking, but you know it's not.
I tell you, when I was a freshman,
I went and saw my friend, and I looked at the dudes in the next thing. You know, I'm not supposed to be looking, but I'm like, you're in here with them. It's miserable.
Watch yourself.
You're right. That's why I never did crime. And then you got to use a restroom in front of somebody. Oh my God!
You do?
In the jail cell, you don't got like.
Oh, no, I think in the new jail cells, it's just a little bit in the corner.
It's worse.
No, like there's a little opening where you do have some privacy.
Yeah, no, I'm out.
888 957-9570 is a number. Have you ever been in prison?
That's right.
Are there
Or
some
jail.
prison cells where you can get privacy
You can't.
while using the facility in your cell?
Speaking of which,
Ever been to San Quentin State Prison from the 408? Yes, I have.
Bob Myers and the Warriors play there, Operation Q.
I have been. Not on the inside.
Oh, yeah, but
I did
play.
a protest. I was involved in a protest on the outside of San Quentin. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Are you
I've got an
kidding?
extensive history with prisons.
Were you paid to show up?
No. I believed. I'm a believer.
Wow.
All right, when we come back, again, can you get any privacy when you're going on that? It's all sponsored by Yes on Prop 31, a commitment to protect the kids. I'd be a great cop.
Hey, you like 95.7 The Game, right? Yes. Then you'll love our brand new merch store. Oy, oy, oy! We've got custom t-shirts, long sleeves, and hoodies with your favorite quotes from the show.
Let's put the rat on the table. What are you doing?
Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31, Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
November is a great time to get a new TV. Now that the top-rated brands like Samsung, LG, and Sony are at the lowest prices of the year. With Black Friday deals available, what more could you want? How about better than Black Friday? Before you click, you should call Video Only to see how you can go lower than Black Friday. That's right, the best TVs at better prices. Check out Video Only before you buy, or you'll be sorry.
California, you deserve more. And with United Healthcare, you'll get more. Annual enrollment is October 15th through December 7th. So call United Healthcare today. With the United Healthcare Medicare Advantage Plan, you get more from your Medicare dollar, now including better than ever dental, vision, over-the-counter, and prescription drug coverage. Call United Healthcare at 1-888-CALL-UHC today and speak with a licensed sales agent. Benefits, features, and/or devices vary by plan and area. Limitations and exclusions apply.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
My dad has a cold, but also has high blood pressure. That's why I got him Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure for max strength daytime relief. Unlike some ordinary cold medicines, it's specially formulated for people like my dad. DayQuil High Blood Pressure is sugar-free, alcohol-free, and decongestant-free.
Vicks DayQuil High Blood Pressure. The daytime, non-drowsy, coughing, aching, fever, sore throat, cold and flu for people with high blood pressure.
Like my dad.
Medicine. Use as directed.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/find. That's ZipRecruiter.com/find.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Kirby is your driveway mechanic.
They bring the shop to you with brake replacements, oil changes, washes, and so much more. Get $50 off your first oil change with code OIL50 at Kirby.com. That's CURBEE.com and use code OIL50.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
You can't get much for $5 these days. Unless you go to Wendy's for a $5 Biggie Bag. Get your choice of double stack, junior bacon cheeseburger, or crispy chicken BLT. Plus 4-piece nugs, fries, and a drink. All for just $5. You got that bag. You got that Biggie Bag. You got that bag. That was smooth, wasn't it? That's how you're gonna feel when you get that Biggie Bag at Wendy's.
U.S. price and participation may vary. Includes 4-piece nuggets, small soft drink, and small fry. Prices may be higher in Alaska and Hawaii.
Qatar, here we come.
Christian's travel agency has one goal.
Talk to you soon.
The world's biggest soccer tourney.
The hotel is 7 miles from the stadium. Are you serious? Did you email the transportation company?
Now he needs an Arabic interpreter on his roster.
I don't speak it either.
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
In San Francisco, showers this afternoon, highs in the upper 50s.
Weather brought to you by One Thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
I don't give a damn who you say.
Now back to Steiny and Guru. Take it away, Steiny.
Nice, Steph. Appreciate it.
Who was that before,
Good little player. I think it might have been Priest.
No, that wasn't Priest.
Oh, Stephen A. Can we hear that one again?
Wow.
I don't give a damn who you say. God-given snipers.
Remember, that was our show.
I don't remember.
When we had Stephen A.
He's on a lot of shows.
Yes.
Not in the Bay? And I think if I'm correct, we're the only show that's had him.
By the way, remember, we have a caller, Tracy, in Tracy.
Oh, yeah.
And he said it's very possible to go to prison, get your life together, and start a company.
Oh, I got friends that have done that.
That's what he did.
Yep.
I don't know if I could do that.
You got to start over and...
I don't know if I can make it through prison.
Oh, I already told you what I'd be doing.
I don't know if I'm coming out.
I'd go to the crazy ward. That's what I'm crazy of.
Somebody with a sense of humor said, yeah, you get privacy in the hole.
Yeah, please.
All right. Let's get off the prison.
Hypotheticals.
I don't even like the prison movies. Because I always think if I did
like Shawshank Redemption.
And I liked Oz. It was on HBO.
So in other words, when you say you don't like prison movies, you like prison movies.
But as you get older...
See how you're hard to follow sometimes?
The Green Mile?
Like you say Kuminga's going to be Karl Malone, and now you're like, send him to the G League.
I told you Shafsky used that. Karl Malone.
Yo, how y'all doing?
Doing well, man. Thank you.
Hey, look, I got two things I want to say, man. Hey, James Wiseman, this Warrior team kind of reminds me of the old school Magic when Dwight Howard was playing, when he was demanding the ball and they wasn't giving him the ball, and everybody just kept shooting threes. That's what the Warriors are playing like this year. To me, I feel like either they're being selfish or the big three playing with a chip on their shoulder for some odd reason, who knows. Or this Warrior team can be like the Kings when they have Vadi D-Box. Wiseman can be a Vadi D-Box if they want him to be a Vadi D-Box, or they want him to be a Dwight Howard. Which one is it? I feel like it's the Magic where James Wiseman needs to be a beast. Needs to start being bullied and demanding the ball. The same thing with Moody. These old school players that with Curry and Clay, they need to take a back seat a little bit. We got to save them for the season and let these youngsters run.
Appreciate it, Polo. No, that's what the Warriors want to do. Problem is, if they get the young kids playing time during the year,
I'm listening to you.
They rest the starters like they want. I don't know that they're a playoff team. That's the conundrum. That's the dilemma. That's the rat on the table.
So,
yes, sir.
I know you played D3.
Oh,
and
yeah.
You're a student of the game. Your dad
Thank
was
you
a
very
ref.
much. Mm-hmm.
And this don't have to just stay with sports. But what can you be
Life?
taught? And here we go.
Yeah.
And what can you not be taught? And that's why knowing me, knowing you, I marvel at the guys that could hoist up 30 shots a game. The Iversons, the Westbrooks. I know Hardens. You got to be in shape to do that. Forget if they go in, but it takes a gangster, a cat burglar, to have the guts to just say, I don't care about anybody else, I'm getting mine. And where I'm going is,
go ahead.
Can you teach James Wiseman to be a goon? No. To have that nasty? No. Because what
Why would you
I've
ask that?
known is,
if
you come from the suburbs,
you just don't want to hear it.
That's fine. But if people say you need to be hood, you're taught that. You can't go, you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean.
And that's what I'm worried about.
You know the answer. Why are you asking that question?
Because Ralph Sampson didn't have the if he were more and he was one of my favorite players.
Again, you know these questions, you know the answer to.
But no,
you cannot get taught dog.
Okay.
All right?
Right.
That's not a course you can take.
But we saw dog
get credits
when he came out the game, Wiseman, and he cussed.
Exactly.
And he got the technical.
Come on, Goo.
All right, I'm gonna say something to you. This is what I'm asking.
Seriously.
Have we seen enough of him to say he doesn't have the dog?
That's a good question.
That's where I was going. I'm going to say N-O.
I'm going to say yes.
You think he don't have it in him?
I don't think he's got it. I don't think he's got the dog. Doesn't mean he can't be a good player.
DeAndre Ayton got the dog?
No. Actually, he's,
he's more.
Yeah, DeAndre.
I'll take that. Whatever he
You're
ate.
damn right you'll take that.
And Wiseman was that?
But
I think he's got some dog in him. He got a little Ayton.
He speaks.
He's confident in
He
his.
speaks like 4 languages.
Well, so did Kobe.
That's true.
Kobe spoke 8.
True.
How many you speak?
What's that?
How many you speak? No, honestly.
1, but I speak it
No
extremely
Spanish?
well. I can understand.
Your parents are disappointed. They were school teachers.
They spoke 1 language too. Why would they be Well, my mom
I would
speaks
expect
Italian.
more from you guys.
From who?
The Steinmetz. The family.
What about your family?
Pop Spanish.
Well, you grew up in Texas.
I got slang.
Had an unfair
I got
advantage.
slang.
Yeah, Bill Lambier's dad was rich, and he was a dog, no doubt.
Hey?
Yeah, you can be a dog and be rich, and you can be a dog and be poor.
So when
but
Drake
if you ain't a dog, whether you're rich or poor,
I'm
you
asking
just ain't
you
a dog.
Yeah, I'm asking you a question in Dub Nation, and I'll quit. When Draymond showed up here, because I didn't know Draymond in college.
I watched.
Did
a
you
lot
know
of
he
them.
had the dog
Yes.
in him?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
More than David Lee, who was a good player.
Yeah, it wasn't hard to tell after a few years.
Outside of Draymond, who'd you say has the most dog in him on this roster right now?
Probably Curry.
And he's a killer.
Yeah,
and we talked about
Curry.
K-Wig. You've made growth, and it's working for you now. Clay?
Not now. Joe's in San Jose. Hey, Joe, how you doing, man?
Hey, the problem with this team is everybody around Clay, Draymond, and Steph. We don't have to go hard because we got the 3 dudes that are going to carry us anyway. That mindset is, you got to go out there and get it. And Simons, I know you see a lot of basketball in your life. Do you see? Give me a percentage when I get off the air. Derek Coleman and Wiseman.
Oh,
wow.
He asked you, but let me stop.
Wow.
Bodies are totally he asked you.
I'll tell you what. You look at Derek Coleman's numbers. Thanks for the call, Joe.
He was a bad dude and had a big butt.
Okay. So if I said Wiseman will be him.
Oh, I'll take it. I'll sign up for that and throw some.
You know he was an underachiever.
But if you're an underachiever, but you still,
but what?
Or like Shaq, the underachieving, you still
Coleman didn't win anything.
You still gave something. It's not Barkley didn't win anything.
Right, but don't put Coleman and Barkley in the same category. Barkley's a Hall of Famer.
Yeah, but D. Coleman was a bad dude.
How did I get a show with this guy?
Rookie of the year, Steiny.
Yeah. Okay. And then what?
No, I get what you said. He left some chicken
Give
on
me
the
all
bone.
his accolades. Player of the week.
5 years in New Jersey, 20 points a game, 11 rebounds.
He's Joe Barry. He's like the Joe Barry Carroll of
he was
his career.
Joe Barry
of his era.
But no, I'm not telling you that he was an overachiever.
How many all defensive teams?
There's none on his ledger, but he did make the All-NBA team twice. Third team.
Good.
2 times.
But I'll tell you what, we'll change names and you'll still food this guy, Dwight Howard, whose resume's already taken him to Springfield, but you'll still laugh at him like you did Coleman.
Yes, I will. But, of course, I would take Wiseman if he's Dwight Howard.
But my point to you
that doesn't mean Dwight Howard
is
reached
you can get lost
his
in this league.
potential.
Yeah, you can get lost in this league.
When you stink, you can get lost in this league. Derek Coleman didn't get lost in the league.
I was thinking Dwight Howard. A lot of he brought on himself.
Oakland and Dean in the house. What's up, Dean? How you doing, man?
Hey, how you doing, Steiny? How you doing, Goo?
Thank you. Yeah, good. Thank you.
So I just wanted to make 2 quick points, and then I'll let you guys discuss it off air. My first point was I feel like the Warriors are a true dynasty now, and they're in dynasty mode, meaning, all those years the Patriots were winning those Super Bowls, they always started slow, and they got their act together in, like, November, late November, and made a run late in the season. Now, you can make the argument, well, last year they started off high, and they kind of limped into the playoffs and did the opposite, but I feel like they know what it takes to win a chip now, like Curry, Clay, Draymond, Looney, and Iggy. So I feel like, yes, we are playing bad. We look horrible. The rotation is not the best. The young guys need to step up. But I feel like it's just sensational type of media. Not just you guys, but I'm just saying, like, national media, too. It's just something to talk about right now. And they keep bringing up the Draymond punch. I'm pretty sure that's an issue, but I feel like the media is making a bigger thing than it really is. That was my first point. And then very, very quickly, I'm taking my son to his first game during Thanksgiving break. They're playing the Clippers the day before Thanksgiving.
Oh.
And we got horrible seats. And I was wondering, during shoot-around, if I show up early, can I sneak down to the lower seats, just standing up? Just
yes,
to watch
you can.
Kurt
No, he
warm up?
can't.
I'm not allowed to do that.
What are you crazy?
During warm-ups, he can go down.
He said during shoot-around.
Oh, I thought he said warm-up. I thought he said, like, when Steph's warming up. So you got me.
I thought he meant like the day of the shoot.
Oh, no.
I think he meant warm-ups.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Yeah.
I'm so literal.
Yeah.
Sometimes. Yeah.
I don't even know if they'd let us into shoot around.
Yeah.
By the way, here's what I was going to also thinking.
Because I want to ask you a question before we get out of here.
Okay, let me make a statement first.
Uh-oh.
Imagine you're Steph Curry, okay?
Oh, my God.
Imagine you're Steph Curry or Clay or Draymond, and you're a champion. You're a champion.
4 times.
And you kind of feel like, what this organization should always give us it should always give us another shot to win it all, right? So, if I'm Draymond, Steph, and Clay, I'm looking at our roster. Anthony Lamb, Ty Jerome, Jonathan Kuminga, Wiseman, Patrick Baldwin Jr., Moses Moody, and Ryan Rollins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Those are 7 players who we don't even know if they're pros yet. We don't even know if they belong in the league. I mean, sure, Wiseman and Kuminga are NBA players, but after that, what do we know? Half the roster is completely and utterly unproven.
Okay.
Wouldn't that piss you off if you were Steph, Draymond, or Clay?
I've been thinking about this. It would if we hadn't won a championship the year before.
So now you're saying they can give up?
No.
Why would you rob them of winning another one?
You're using my word.
You're right, I am.
But this thing can be stopped, and they can change the course of the whole team in its entirety if management says, okay, Bob, I've seen enough. We got to do something, even if it's at the expense of moving Kuminga or Wiseman or whoever. So that's still on the table. But I was just thinking about it. We still got the honeymoon, the hangover of the chip. So if my vets are feeling that way, how long you been feeling that way? We ain't played but 10 games, and I know we're 3-7.
Been feeling that way since the beginning of last year when the organization tried to shove down our throats guys who couldn't play.
Now that's different than
and
if
they
it started.
found out. They found out they couldn't play. And now we're coming on to another year, and Curry may be saying to Draymond, maybe saying to Clay, can you believe they're going to try to do it again? Well, they're not ready.
Wow. All right, hey. Now, you got me because you said, Goo, it didn't just start. What we got?
Coach Hall
from
in San Diego. Hey, Coach Hall, how you doing?
Hey, what's up, fellas?
Hey,
I'm an
talk to
avid
us.
listener. I usually call in the morning, but man, this show is too good.
Thanks, man.
Not to call today. I was just having an observation. You know, Curry went through the dynasty with the Bulls and the Spurs, so he's seen it like self-destruct, self-sabotage with the Bulls, but also with the Spurs, where Tim Duncan came in and they have a David Robinson situation. So I think Curry's just going to have some uncomfortable conversations, with Joe and Bob. Like, man, we can't keep mortgaging our future with the young guys. Otherwise, we're going to keep taking L's and find ourselves in, a bad seed or not the playoffs at all. So I think Kerr's the perfect person for the job. What you guys think?
I got no problem with Steve Kerr. Although, I will say this, and thanks for the...
Yeah.
I mean, there is a
I agree with
there's a
everything
small
you said.
case to be made that Kerr is incredibly old school, and that's why he's reluctant to play rookies, just like Don Nelson or young players.
That's it.
That's all.
Yep.
Steiny, stop doubting us. Is that from a Warrior?
Yeah. They
say Anthony Lamb, Wiseman, and Kuminga will lead us to the chip.
Hey,
That's your favorite.
I'll tell you what, if I'm Dre
Tell me.
Steph or Andre Steiny, I'm feeling some
Andre's
type of
gone.
way. See, no, Bob told us that he's got to come back. But I want to switch it up before we get out of here.
Bob says so, then it must be right.
So, I don't know
Talk
what's
to
going
Bob
on.
Myers tomorrow at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, good look at my boy.
Let's see. We'll see how tough you are tomorrow.
Let's talk. What is tough?
We'll see how tough you are with Bob Myers tomorrow. Doing a lot of chirping now.
Let's talk a
about
little
their
Kyrie
draft
Irving,
picks.
Stoney. Let's talk a little Kyrie Irving.
God, are you serious?
I have to get this off my
Why
chest.
don't you do it? I'll
Okay,
listen.
No,
seriously.
and I need your feedback.
I don't even.
So,
Okay, go ahead.
and I'm going to do it in a way we don't go too deep.
Mm-hmm.
I'm disappointed in society right now. There's such a divide, even before this whole situation jumped off, with everybody on social, all platforms. I'm just disappointed. But I got to say this. I don't know everything that's going on, so maybe I should keep my pie hole shut. But what I do know is that video that Kyrie posted basically was insinuating that the Holocaust didn't happen. Now, what if you said that to black people, that slavery didn't happen, Steiny? You would get in a fight. You wouldn't walk 2 blocks, and I know you wouldn't. So I'm disappointed in Kyrie Irving, who I think is going to retire because he's not going to meet the demands of the team because he's not even taking into account, maybe I insulted Jewish people. And if I was that guy and I was him and I thought I even did, Steiny, I would apologize. And what's saddening to me on Kyrie's part is it's a power trip. I don't think he's doing it because somebody's telling him to do it. And for that, I honestly believe, like the NBA, from a player standpoint, the Nets will never look the same and he's out of here. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm reading and watching these videos, and it's sad, Steiny, that you got pro-Kyrie, anti-Kyrie, but I'm telling you, Matt.
Not many pro-Kyrie.
Yeah, no, but it's out there.
Very few.
Yeah, and I'm telling you, I'm asking you, do you think he's played his last game?
I don't know. I didn't
with the
even
Nets?
think about that.
Well, I do, and it's just sad, though, man, because even if he put that video up and didn't watch it, I think he's trying to hold on to his guns by saying, you know what? Hey, I'm not going to make them make me apologize. And you're going to let that cost you your career? Sad, man. That's all I want to say.
He's in control of his life. He can change anything, anytime he wants.
Well, you're right.
He can.
If he meets those demands that they put in front of him, I think it's like 4 or 5 things. But it's just about
It's like
pride.
John Cougar Mellencamp.
Oh, give it to me.
You change your mind, you change your life. Mm-hmm.
Now, who'd he borrow that from? I use that on the kids. I kind of have my own sayings. But no, you change your mind, you can change your life.
That's right.
Dudes in prison and girls in prison can hear that.
It's a little tougher for them, but...
No, but you fight to live in
You know what the problem is with our society right now? We're in the era of inconsideration. We're in the era
on fire.
of incivility. We're in the era of jackassery.
That goes to what I shared with you about my BART ride. Exactly. I saw a dude use the bathroom on BART.
Exactly. And what do we say, Goo? Just because you can do something doesn't mean you do it.
I really wanted to do something to him, but what if he had a weapon? What if he had a weapon? Seriously, I was like, let me just.
But didn't he have his back turned to you?
Yeah, no, he was to the side.
He could have cold cocked him.
It was the most. I'm done.
Couldn't you have hit him over the head with a brick?
Then I wouldn't be here. That's assault, Steiny.
But he was defecating.
So you said
on a
citizen arrest?
I think if somebody's defecating, I don't care.
Yeah, no, it was worse.
Defecating can be either.
Yeah, no, you're right, but
I'm not going to say that word anymore. No, I think you got a right to knock somebody out. Well, see, there it is.
No, there was. Okay. Last thing, Steiny. Yeah. There's a post that said breaking news: Kyrie retired. It was from yesterday. It was fake. So somebody's saying, "Goo, you're wrong. It was a fake post." It's not. I'm saying. I think this guy may not meet those demands to get back on the court.
Anyway, maybe,
but it's consideration, man. You just said it. That's what's killing us.
Yeah, everybody's rude to each other. It's all about
since the pandemic. You believe?
No,
it's gotten worse.
Last decade or two. Absolutely.
I hold doors and elevators. People don't even say thank you. I just let it close now.
Yeah. See, you're now part of the problem.
Damn.
I don't like any of it, to be honest with you.
You're okay. 408 says picks for tonight.
Lamar, your boy Lamar against New Orleans.
I'm talking about the Warriors. What's the line tonight?
Warriors -7.5.
Oh God.
No boy.
244 over under. This could be a track meet. Warriors going to step it, but how?
I don't know.
Where you watching?
How many threes taken?
There was a game that almost had 100 threes.
90.
That's wow.
45 a pop.
I don't even think that's a stretch.
Of course not. It's the NBA.
This carry rule, they got to do it. It's killing the game. We talked about it.
It's not killing the game.
It's stopping the game.
Good. Follow the rules.
When have you ever said, hey, Goo or Evan, they don't call carries? That's when it's a problem. They're going to do what the NFL did with pass interference. Remember, we're going to put a point of emphasis on it, and then they did away with it. I think
this is the problem with our society, the 925. You shouldn't expect praise for basic common courtesy. You do it just because it's the right thing to do. But what about when you don't do it and you don't get praise, and when you do it, you don't get praise? This country.
Dude, I'm telling you, man.
Godless. By the way,
Michael Irvin. Vote tomorrow. All NBA teams are playing tonight. Pops
hit the YouTube. You can see I got my
vote.
Ballot.
Make a change,
my ballot's right there.
Be a difference.
I'm putting it in the
camera's in the corner up there, Steiny. By the way, I got about 20 seconds left here. Michael Irvin coming up at 4:15.
That's great.
It's not that great. Go ahead.
Everybody laughed at my joke with the cake.
That's pretty funny.
Those are wins. I gotta celebrate them when I can.
I think you were going to say something.
Oh, my Betty.
I was going to say Damon Ratto coming up next in about 5 seconds here.
Oh, later.
You are now free to move about the country.
Black Friday is coming, and that's the smart time to shop for a top-rated TV from Samsung, LG, or Sony. But why wait? You can get those Black Friday TV deals right now at Video Only, and then enjoy Thanksgiving with your new TV. Still want to wait? Then how about better than Black Friday deals? The top-rated TVs at stupid low prices. Check out Video Only now before the rush, or you'll be sorry.
At Fisher Investments, our clients know we have their backs.
How do your clients know that?
Because Fisher Investments is a fiduciary, the highest standard for a financial advisor. It means we're there for our clients and always put their interests first.
So wait, you do it because you have to?
No, we do it because it's the right thing to do. Our clients trust us with their retirement savings, and we know how important that responsibility is. So we take the time to really get to know them.
Get to know them how?
We make sure we understand their unique goals, finances, health, family, and lifestyle so we can tailor their portfolio to their specific needs. Our goal is to help them achieve a comfortable retirement.
Sounds like a big responsibility. You must make big commissions then, right?
No, we don't sell commission-based products. We have one single transparent fee that's structured so we do better when our clients do better. Visit FisherInvestments.com to find out why investors like you are switching to us. Fisher Investments. Clearly different money management.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Flying Ace, this is Sky Hunter. I've got my compound eyes on the target.
Copy that. You're on his flight path.
I'm going in.
Got him! Nice move, my four-wing friend.
Tasty. That mosquito never saw me coming.
See how dragonflies catch a mid-air meal at Bugs, a new exhibit at the California Academy of Sciences. Explore the secrets of bugs, massive models, and more. Now open. Get tickets at calacademy.org.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Hi, welcome to the IKEA Holiday Prep event. Here to help you host the season with offers, in-store workshops, and more.
Oh, great. I may have invited the whole neighborhood for the holidays.
Don't worry, you can do this. To start, IKEA family members save 20% on Vinterfint Christmas tree decor and gift wrap.
You are my hero.
Visit us in-store or at IKEA-USA.com/holiday prep to get ready and save. Offer valid 11/9 to 11/23/22. U.S. only while supplies last. Selection may vary by store and online. Restrictions apply.
Football season is here. The new Odyssey app lets you stay connected to your NFL team, your station, your shows. Follow your favorite stations and come back again and again. Get real-time updates on everything you care about. Miss your show? Jump back to their awesome rewind feature. The Odyssey app is NFL football. Live and on demand. Wherever you are, whenever you want. And did we mention it's all free? Download the Odyssey app today.
Hey, I'm Andy. If you don't know me, it's probably because I'm not famous. But I did start a men's grooming company called Harry's. The idea for Harry's came out of a frustrating experience I had buying razor blades. Most brands were overpriced, overdesigned, and out of touch. At Harry's, our approach is simple. Here's our secret. We make sharp, durable blades and sell them at honest prices for as low as $2 each. We care about quality so much that we do some crazy things, like buy a world-class German blade factory. Obsessing over every detail means we're confident in offering a 100% quality guarantee. Millions of guys have already made the switch to Harry's, so thank you if you're one of them. And if you're not, we hope you give us a try with this special offer. Get a Harry's starter set with a 5-blade razor, weighted handle, shave gel, and a travel cover, all for just $3 plus free shipping. Just go to harrys.com and enter code JOY at checkout. That's harrys.com, code JOY. Enjoy.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS or go online at carsforkids.org to donate today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Live from the corner of Broadway and Battery, you're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on
on 95.7 The Game.
And happy Monday to everybody. I'm neither Damon nor Ratto. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon, who's sick on this Monday. But Ray Ratto is here.
Yay.
Raymond, good to see you. Does anybody in your sphere call you Raymond? Your wife, your kids, your in-laws, your anybody, your closest friends, your high school friends?
No. Hey, you or blank head.
Blank head's nice.
Yeah.
It's very warm.
Well, I cleaned that up
Welcoming.
for the FCC. But.
Thank you. We appreciate it. Well, happy Monday to everybody. Welcome to 95.7 The Game. Michael Irvin is going to join us, as he has been known to do with you guys on Monday. So the playmaker, fresh off of Florida State and Miami this weekend at 4:15. The playmaker will join us, and we'll talk a little bit about Week 9 in the NFL, which wraps up tonight in the Superdome. The Saints and the Ravens go tonight, and Ray, I got to ask you, were you there the only time I've ever seen the Ravens play in the Superdome against the 49ers? Were you in the house for Super Bowl, what was that, 40, 47?
Yeah, whatever it was. Yes, I was.
You were.
And I saw Jed York jam that wrench into the generator when things were going south. And they got to make the game close, but in the end, the right team won.
Yeah. Well, what were you thinking? I was sitting actually next to Damon watching that game, and we were positioned, I think, on like roughly the 10-yard line, and the lights went out. And not only did the lights go out, you could feel the warmth in the building starting to increase because all the AC was out, and you got a packed house in New Orleans on it wasn't a winter day, it was February, but you know the way it works in New Orleans, it's always fairly warm. But what were you thinking? Because that was history. I mean, we hadn't seen that. By the way, Friday night I'm watching. I had money on Washington against Oregon State. Same thing happened with I think it was like 100-mile-an-hour winds up in Seattle, and the lights went out. And I'm like third quarter, and the teams are stretching again. But what were you thinking watching that situation? Did you, because the momentum swung in the Niners' favor coming out of the light out, the blackouts?
I was hoping they would not resume the game and we could all go home.
That's it.
And then
Nothing
I realized,
here. Let's all get out of here.
And then I realized it would be like the Masters. No, you have to stay tomorrow. Right. At which point I was screaming for the lights to come back on. I didn't notice, necessarily that the 49ers suddenly played dramatically better as much as I saw that the Ravens sort of, I don't want to say they were deflated, but they had been pretty well ramped up, and then sitting for as long as they did, they just sort of got stale.
Right.
And so the game got progressively worse as it got progressively closer, because by rights that game should have been a boat race. I mean, Baltimore was way better, and they had shown it right up until the point that Jed blew out the generator. And then after that, it became unnecessarily close. I'm just glad that Baltimore won in the end, so we wouldn't have to hear a lot of, we got screwed because Jed screwed with the generator.
The Harbaugh Bowl. Jim Harbaugh, John Harbaugh.
That was the best part of that whole week, was the Friday coaches press conference where they decided to have them both together, and they brought their parents, because it's
right,
it's an unusual thing.
Who's got it better than us? That was the dad's line, right?
Yeah, and John was very welcoming and happy to see them, and Jim was looking at his watch like, I got a place to be.
Right.
I mean, that's when I started to become convinced that he had some sort of ADD, where if he was going off schedule and something was unplanned, he would start to come unhinged. But he wanted to get out of there as fast as possible.
Well, this is an aside that's going to continue, but did you enjoy covering Jim Harbaugh when he was the head coach of the 49ers? Or did you, like Lowell Cohn and a couple others, have any, Jim had some really good back and forths with some of the media people back then, but generally you keep yourself out of harm's way, at least in front of the microphones. But did you ever incur the wrath of Jim Harbaugh for some idiotic question or some I'm not going to peel the onion, Ray.
No, I never got any of that. But one time he had promised me like a half hour when he was at Stanford and then tried to renege on the deal. And I said, well, that's fine. I'll just make up your quotes. And he said, well, you can't do that. I said, watch me. You promised me a half an hour, and I will get a half an hour of material even if I have to make it up myself. And I got the half an hour.
That's awesome. That's awesome. My recollection from that Super Bowl, the game's over. I'm in the locker room. I interview Alex Boone, interview Dante Whitner, a couple other people. I'm just trying to get out of the corridor and get back to the broadcast booth. And I start opening doors, and it takes me into a different room, It's like all these different rooms. I open this one door, and there's just a big chair, like a singular chair in the middle of the room. And there's a guy sitting in the chair. And I'm like, I walk over, I'm like, hey, do you know how to get the hell out of here? I'm just trying to get back to the media room. It's Harbaugh sitting by himself about maybe 10 minutes after maybe 15 minutes after the Super Bowl, 20 minutes after the Super Bowl ended. And I'm like, and he had this, obviously a frustrated look on his face, but I'm like, you know what? I'll find my way out. Thanks. I think this one works, and just quickly ran for the next door.
Yeah.
But
and who'd have guessed he didn't choose to help you?
Yeah, he didn't. Well, he wasn't in the mood.
Oh, when was he in the mood? I mean, no,
very
he's
rarely.
Yeah, he's like most coaches. It's that they're never in the mood.
Yeah.
There are two kinds of people. People who can do something for you and people that either need to be ignored or stepped on. And the number of the people in category 2 is infinitely larger.
So you're putting me in that second group. I was in
we're all
in the ignored, stepped on group.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if he even saw me. He just kind of saw right through me, and he kind of pointed towards another door, and I just scurried out
saw you.
That door. Oh, he saw me.
That was him being charming.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Coach. Really appreciate it. Good luck next year. Let me get the hell out of here.
And good luck with that debating class with Trent.
Yeah. Those guys did not get along.
And weirdly, early on, when Harbaugh was jousting with Jed, which was the real cause of his self-created irritation, Balky was in his corner.
Well, you know what happened there?
I've heard different versions. What's yours?
My version is, and I've got pretty good source on this, is that Harbaugh agreed to the contract through his agent, I think David Dunn maybe, and he had agreed that Trent Baalke was going to be the general manager, but within days of the press conference, went to Jed and was like, I want Michael Lombardi instead. And that somehow, some way, that little nugget of juiciness fell into the lap of Trent Baalke. And so Baalke knew that Harbaugh tried to undercut him like 2% of the time, that 2% of the way into his tenure together as head coach, general manager. He knew that his head coach wanted him out and wanted somebody else in. And so if you looked for that honeymoon period, it was short. And then if you ever saw them appear anywhere at any point during their tenure, it was somewhat frosty.
Well, that was part of it. The other part was, though, that Harbaugh first started to work over Jed because Harbaugh thrived in chaos. And so he needed to pick a fight, even when there was not a fight to be had. And Jed ran out of patience with him before Baalke did. And so by the time Harbaugh allegedly tried to undercut Baalke, they had already started to turn because Baalke realized, I can back my coach or I can back the winning side. I think I'll side with the guy with the money.
Yeah. I had my moment with Baalke as well. I got in the elevator with him after a game, and I'm like, hey, how's it going? And the Niners were losing really bad, and I didn't realize it was Trent. I just saw somebody in there, and then he looked up. I'm like, hey, what's going on? And they're like, you don't have to answer that. And he kind of murmured.
Well, that was him being effusive. No, that was a bizarre
linebackers.
Yeah, that was a bizarre front office in so many ways because everything leaked then. They couldn't keep a secret.
It was constantly.
Now you could. I mean, you can't get the final score out of Kyle Shanahan. I mean, they have buttoned that up so well that almost everything that goes on there is papered over quickly. Shanahan learned very quickly from his father that if you want to keep the annoyances to a minimum, you pay attention to what the media is doing and you keep them from doing it as often as possible. And he does it sort of with this passive-aggressive face, but you can see when he's getting tired of it because his answers get shorter and the consonants get clipped a little harder. But by and large, he'll schmooze you just enough to give you a long, involved answer, which really isn't an answer at all, but it's, it'll keep you mollified. He's really good at that. So is Kerr.
Kerr seems like he's a little bit, what's the word? A little bit smoother with the media, a little bit.
He's a lot smoother.
Yeah. I mean, but Kyle's not rude to ever. I don't know that I've seen Kyle be rude to anybody.
He's gotten snippy a little bit here and there.
A little bit, but it's pretty...
He gets annoyed quickly with a couple of guys, Grant Cohn most notably.
Right.
But, yeah, it's a subtle annoyance, but you can tell it's there. And now that he's been in the place for 6 years and he's seen the same faces over and over and over again, asking largely the same questions over and over again, viz., when are you getting rid of your quarterback for the next quarterback? You could tell when he's getting irritated.
Yeah.
He hasn't snapped yet, but I live in hope.
He really hasn't. And maybe it's because the media kind of, knows the line and walks right up to it, but he really hasn't snapped.
No, but he's got a resume.
Give it time.
Hard to argue. Yeah. The first 2 years don't count because he was shoveling out a stable filled with other people's poop.
Right. The cleanup
So basically, it's been 3 years in which he's gone to a Super Bowl and gone to a conference final and then had a year in the middle when everybody was hurt. So he's still playing with the casino's money. He's got another 5 years at least.
I'll tell you, the job has aged him incredibly in this short amount of time. Damon Ratto, sponsored by Vote Yes on Proposition 31. If you want to jump in on the text line, the Xfinity mobile text line, feel free. That is 888-957-9570. Michael Irvin joins us at 4:15. Up next, we'll get into Week 9 in the NFL, which wraps up tonight in the Superdome between the Saints and the Ravens. A lot of good stuff from this weekend to get into. We'll get into Dusty winning the World Series. We'll get into the 49ers coming off the bye. And, of course, the Warriors' road trip from hell, as Klay Thompson talked about it. We'll get into that and so much more as we take you to 6 o'clock on 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
For everyone who is interested in a huge Monday Night Parlay, absolutely free on a recorded message, the guys over at Taken Vegas have you covered for tonight. That's TakenVegas.com. Baltimore, New Orleans, plus a monster NBA mismatch for free on a recorded line at 888-9. Win now, 888-994-6669. That's 888-994-6669. Baltimore, New Orleans, free. We are 13-4 with our weeknight pro football releases. That pick is free. We are 8-1 over our last 9 NBA plays. Hook them up together. It's a true team parlay for Monday night, and it's free on a recorded message at 888-9-WIN now. That's 888-994-6669. TakenVegas.com has been on fire all year long. We'll prove it again with a guaranteed parlay winner tonight for free on a recorded message. 888-9-WIN now. 888-994-6669.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you the money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types can qualify, including those that took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help you too. Just go to getrefunds.com/sports, click on Qualify Me, and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com/sports. That's getrefunds.com/sports.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now, everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah.
Y'all never told me that.
But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
Let me guess. Unknown caller? You could reduce the number of unwanted calls and emails with online privacy protection. The latest innovation from Discover will help regularly remove your personal info, like your name and address, from 10 popular people search websites that could sell your data. And we'll do it for free. Activate in the Discover app. See terms and learn more at discover.com/online privacy protection.
Doug. Hey, listener. Welcome to Limu's Karaoke Lounge, where Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it.
There's an emu with a full-time job. His partner's Doug, but Limu's the heartthrob. Grubs and worms, that's what Limu eats. Gotta fuel up to save you money and hit the streets.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Provember is back at Lowe's, and so are the savings. Power the possibilities with savings on the DeWalt tools you trust to get the job done. Like the DeWalt 16-piece reciprocating saw blade set was $29.98, now $19.98. And the DeWalt 14-piece assorted drill bit set was $16.98, now $9.98. These deals are tough to beat, and so are the tools. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Offer ends 12/28 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 and 8 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnationnow.com/join us.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Damon and Ratto on a Monday. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon, who's out sick today. And we are sponsored by Trimark, which has been partnering with independent restaurateurs in Northern California for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative, productive solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. Visit their website, trimarkwest.com. All right, Ray, give me your takeaway from the NFL weekend. I mean, it just seems like there's Packers look done. The Niner assistant coaches are thriving with the Jets and Dolphins. The Raiders had another nightmare second half. Belichick still owns young quarterbacks, and the Eagles are still unbeaten. Justin Fields can run. What can really run? What jumps out at you from this weekend?
Jim Irsay, who was the first owner to pick the public fight with Dan Snyder, has undermined all of his credibility with what he did today.
Yeah, dumping. We should tell people they dumped.
He fired
Frank
Reich, his coach. Fine, 3-5. They look awful, and then replaced him with a guy in Jeff Saturday, whose coaching experience is largely bending over the football and centering it to Peyton Manning. He had 3 years as a coach at a little Catholic school. And when I say Catholic school, I mean Catholic high school.
Right.
He's the first guy in 61 years to get an NFL head coaching job without any college or pro experience. The other one was Norm Van Brocklin with the expansion Minnesota Vikings.
Before my time. 19, you got to go back to 19 when he won the 60 MVP and then coached in 61. Is that what the deal was?
Yeah. I mean, it was. I mean, back then, nobody got vetted for anything. It's just, hey, here's an interesting name. Let's use him. He sounds Norwegian. Let's do that. And he was, of course, a failure because there was an expansion team. And then we went to Atlanta where he was a failure again. But this is a classic example of all the loony things that went on this weekend. And the coach who probably should have been fired was probably Josh McDaniels, but we'll get to him in a minute. Firing your guy and then hiring a guy who shows up at the alumni meetings.
This weekend, by the way, it was this weekend, the alumni meeting that you're talking about.
Yeah, it's the sign of a lunatic. I mean, there's no elegant way to put this. I mean, if you want to fire your coach, fine, that's the deal, they know it. But when you just hire the first guy you see on television, I mean, if he had changed this channel, he might have hired Mina Kimes. If he was watching the right channel on Monday morning, it could have been anybody. It could have been Hoda. Jim Irsay has lost his mind. He's thrown away this season, and unless he is actively tanking, the only thing he accomplished today was to ruin Jeff Saturday's career before it got started.
It is weird. Somebody's made the point years ago, and I'm not sure if it was in relation to NFL jobs. It might have been in relation to an NBA gig or a manager job in baseball, that if you're not managing, the best thing you can do is get on TV. Just have your image on TV, be giving your opinions about your sport on television. Somebody will see you, and just because of our fascination with everything that comes out of the box, oh my God, look, Buck Showalter's on TV, must hire him. This guy's on TV, hire him. Jeff Saturday's on ESPN. Man, he sure sounds wise, and he used to play center for us. Hire him.
But Buck Showalter got his TV job because he'd been a manager.
Right.
So, I get that. And it's not like he ruined the Mets this year. I mean, he knows what he's doing. But when you hire a guy with essentially no experience in the field in which he is operating, which it means coaching, it's staggering. It's basically telling your fans you don't care whether they show up or not. It's telling your players you don't care whether they play hard or not. And it's telling, whatever other stockholders the Colts have, you guys are going to take a bit of a beating the rest of the year. Don't tell anybody you own the team. Just blame me. Because it's a daft idea in a season where daft ideas have been going on, running rampant. I mean, he moved into a firm third place on the list of the worst owners in the NFL.
Should we be surprised? Because isn't Irsay walking around with a pillowcase full of prescription pills, and I mean, these guys had all kinds of issues. I mean, but he's never been thought of as a model of stability from other organizations. But
he never did anything remotely close to this. I mean, the fact is, he had sort of cleaned himself up, to his credit. And he was the guy who was willing to, pick the fight that needs to be picked with Danny Snyder about whether he should continue to own the team. But this was just a mad impulse. And owners do that a lot. And even the most successful owners want to do that. They have to be pulled back from the ledge from time to time. But there was nobody in Indianapolis, not Chris Ballard, not anybody, who could get him off this ridiculous jag, which is, okay, I have a need for a coach. What's the first name I can think of? I mean, if Johnny Unitas wasn't dead, he might have hired him.
Okay, I'm gonna push back on this. One, I think we're in agreement for the most part because there are better candidates. There are
candidates. I mean, you're
you're saying
you're soft pedaling here. This is a guy who has never coached at a higher level than high school, and even then for only 3 years. This is basically, it's like walking through Walmart and saying, oh, that guy runs checkout line number 6 pretty well. I bet he could run my company. That's the equivalent.
But he's not a guy off the street. He's a former player, and he's not just any player. He's a center. Centers are considered to be right there as one of the cerebral positions that are making a lot of the line calls. Old linemen always give you the best interviews. I think they're in many ways the most cerebral players on the team. They seem like they can discuss the game plan, the offensive plan or the defensive plan with great detail. To me, just being in the Niner locker room, Ray, Daniel Brunskill is like easily the most. I feel like I'm talking to a coach when I'm talking to him. He knows everything. But my point is this: Saturday has the traits, right? He's intelligent. He's a leader. He's relatable. It's either really dumb or really smart. And I say that because who else are we honoring today around the country as being a future Hall of Famer and a great leader? Dusty Baker. And who was given a managerial job in 1993 with no previous managerial experience other than the Arizona Fall League?
But he'd been a
Dusty
coach.
Baker.
But he'd been a coach.
He had been
before.
a coach. He had.
I mean, that's the thing.
A major coach.
Yeah, it's not a question of whether Jeff Saturday understands football. It's a question of having never managed a clock, having never hired a staff, never having run a draft room,
never
or
called
even
plays.
been in a draft room.
Never called any plays.
Yeah,
Who's going to call the plays?
He's literally coached a high school team. And there's nothing wrong with coaching high school. But it's the first step. It's not the last. I mean, that's what the problem is. It's not that he was a center. Centers, as you say, they have to know stuff. But they can't know all the stuff. And if you've done nothing but that, you're supremely unqualified for this gig. I mean, they told the rest of the staff, basically, I know you guys have put in your time, but I'm not interested in any of you. I want this guy. I mean, I don't know how any assistant on that staff is going to look at Jeff Saturday with anything other than contempt. And they know it's not his fault, because when he gets offered the job, he has to take it. But it's inane. It's the sign of a madman. Jim Irsay, blew up his team for no apparent reason except that Sam Ellinger's not very good.
It's so interesting you brought up Ellinger because so many of these decisions are tied to your quarterback decisions. If Indianapolis, instead of going with Matt Ryan, had traded for Matthew Stafford a year ago when it was the Niners, the Rams, and the Colts all being rumored to be interested in Stafford, maybe things go differently. But they just made some bad decisions at the quarterback spot. They brought in Wentz. It didn't work. He lost the room. They quickly moved him out. Then they went with Matt Ryan. He's too old. So now they're looking at Sam Ellinger, who's nothing more than a Nick Mullins, in a different time zone. And that's where they're at. But I think they were wrong to fire Frank Reich. I think Frank Reich's one of the better coaches in the NFL. 40-33, never had a big-time quarterback. I think Irsay's jumping in front of his really talented GM, Chris Ballard, who has the respect around the NFL, and just saying, you know what? Screw whatever you're going to do. I'm going with Jeff Saturday. I like Jeff Saturday. And what about all the minority candidates? What about Gus Bradley, who's been a head coach? He's on your staff.
He wasn't interested.
Yeah.
Jim Irsay, he didn't even think about who he was stepping over. It's just I want that guy out and I want this guy in.
Yeah, simple as that.
I mean, it's literally, it's Elon Musk. I'm firing everybody, and oh my God, now I have to hire people back. I mean, it's the same kind of delusional, I'm the boss, so whatever I say has to be done kind of thinking. It's why the economy's in the toilet. It's why we're doomed, Larry. It's why I pray for the meteor to hit as soon as possible.
Will you pay $20 for a monthly for a blue check?
Nope.
Will you be out? Or you just abandon your blue check?
I'm waiting for the next outrage. And he's already started to ban people for calling him names on Twitter. And that's sort of the antithesis of that. I mean, he's already sort of looking the other way on, lunatic Nazis and racists. And, I'm probably out. I'm close. but he hasn't done the thing yet that, sets the place on fire. I mean, I also wonder if he didn't just buy this to make his profile bigger for some sort of weirdo run for the White House.
Elon Musk for in 2028 or whatever.
Maybe 24.
Really?
I mean, look, Dr. Oz is running for the Senate.
That's right.
I mean, just literally, he's...
And Oprah turned on him yesterday or 2 days ago.
And that's it. I mean, when Oprah,
Finally.
who invented you, turns on you publicly, you must be an idiot.
One of the things I thought was interesting on this Colts front is a week ago, we're not talking about 6 months ago, 1 week ago, Jim Irsay told Chris Mortensen and Ian Rappaport that Frank Reich was safe. So I guess we know what that means. You're safe for a week.
It's the kiss of death.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You never want the vote of confidence is like always like, oh, my God, honey, I got the vote of confidence. Uh-oh, we should start looking around. Here's the question, though. If you're the 49ers, we spin this back to the Niners. The Niners have had a lot of interesting players through the years, some that still go on the radio and give their thoughts, some that go on television and give their thoughts on the team. If the 49ers had to hire a former 49er to be the replacement for Kyle Shanahan to coach the Niners
with no experience at all.
No experience at all.
None.
Who would have the most success? I know who I'd want.
Let me think about that for a minute.
Think it over. I'm going to throw out Alex Smith. Really cerebral, been through good, bad, been through tragedy. Probably, I think to this day, has the record on the Wonderlic test. Very, very, very cerebral person. Graduated Utah, I believe, in like 2 years. And somebody who covered him at Utah told me years ago, man, the guy's going to be a good player, but he's going to be a hell of a coach. Now he's made so much money as a quarterback.
He'd be an idiot to be a coach.
Yeah, no NFL quarterbacks are ever going to coach because they make so much money. But if I gave you Rice, Montana, Young, BY, Bryant Young, Brent Jones, Alex Smith, Alex Boone, who do you want?
Dwight Hicks.
Dwight Hicks.
Really smart guy.
Dwight Hicks and the Hot Licks, going back to the 80s.
Worked in the league. I think he understands the politics of football, which is important to remain a coach. But I think he understands the football part of football. Beyond that, I mean, just having a big name doesn't make you a coach. Usually makes you a bad coach, in fact. So I would eliminate Montana, Rice, Lott, guys like that.
Why is that, though, Ray? I mean, Ted Williams couldn't manage the Washington Senators.
Because
why is that?
The one big disconnect with great athletes is when they're teaching you something and you can't do it the way they did it, they can't figure out why. It's because that great player was an exceptionally skilled athlete as well as everything else. It's why Barry Bonds, in some ways, failed as a hitting coach in Miami. He couldn't translate his physical gifts and the fact that he grew up in a baseball environment to a whole generation of players who didn't have his talent and didn't have his experiences. It's just, I mean, sometimes it works. Dusty Baker was a more than creditable player.
Multiple-time All-Star.
Yeah, but he put in his years.
Pete Rose was
not a good manager.
Well, not a great manager, but I was thinking just great players who became managers. But Lou Piniella was a great manager.
Piniella was a good manager.
A very good player.
But I wouldn't call him like a great player.
No.
He was
not like Bonds.
He was a classic six-hitter. I mean, a hell of a six-hitter, but a six-hitter. I just think that they have a hard time understanding guys who struggle. And just go, well, why don't you just do this? It's obvious. Well, it's not obvious to the guy who's hitting 219, because if it was obvious to him, he wouldn't be hitting 219 anymore. I think there's just sort of this cognitive disconnect that most extraordinary players have, because in some ways they have the gift of making the game around them slow down, and most players really don't.
Always makes me wonder if that's why Kerr is such a good coach. Obviously, he's coached some great teams. He's had talent. It's a talent league. But the one thing about Kerr is that he, as a bench guy, I just always feel like he doesn't leave anybody behind. He doesn't just bury guys for weeks on end. I mean, most NBA teams do. Most teams bury 2 or 3 guys and just don't ever play them. Kerr kind of doesn't really do that.
Well, except that he's getting criticized for doing that very thing this year.
Yeah, but it's early. It's only,
look,
give it 20 more games.
It's always early. But the thing about Kerr is that he inherited not just players, but he invented he inherited a hierarchy. You knew who your best player was. You knew who your second best player was. The big change he made, really, was making Draymond Green an important part of that nucleus after the David Lee years. I mean, that's what he did. That and changing the offense so that it wasn't so 70s Knicks, artery clogging slow.
More ball movement, more body movement.
Yeah,
just
more
movement.
He made it an up-tempo
Passing.
kind of game. And, that wasn't, Mark Jackson's gift. Mark Jackson could change the culture of a team, and he did.
Yeah.
He made them defenders. But his offense was stuck behind the times.
More ISO, right? More ISO based.
Well, because that's where basketball was. I mean, I'm not criticizing him for being so out of date, but Kerr was able to say, you know what? This is about our guys moving, because our guys can move all day long, and I bet your guys can't. And I think between that and his sort of ability to recognize that the players have some stake in this, and he lets them talk more than I think most coaches did. Now, a lot of players want to talk in huddles. His patience with Draymond Green over the years is a measure of how willing he is to go to not worry about, well, I'm the coach and what I say goes. He will seek out other opinions. And part of that is because of his political gift. And that's what I was referring to earlier with Dwight Hicks. You can't be a top-down guy anymore unless you've got skins on the wall. And Kerr could be a top-down guy, but he chooses not to be. Most guys, like Bill Belichick, is very much a top-down guy. Said, I have 7 rings, you have none. Let's talk about what we're going to do at practice today. It's not really a debate. And so, I think that's part of what the nature of Kerr's style is. I could be that guy, and at heart, I might actually be that guy, but it's counterproductive because they're not going to follow me in the end. They're going to follow the point guard, and they're going to follow the guy who plays guard with him, and they're going to follow the power forward because they have the voices that young people want to hear now, and that is the guys who are doing it now. I mean, the leader of this team has always been Stephen Curry. The vocal leader's been Draymond Green, but the guy behind which they all coalesce is Curry. And now that, Green has had his punching issue, Curry's being asked to be more of a leader now. And we've sort of dovetailed away from your question, but that's really the thing is you've got to be able to not only communicate with your players, but to allow them to communicate with you. And I think that's why Jim Harbaugh didn't succeed here, because he couldn't communicate with the 2 people above him. And I think for the most part, the players are getting tired of him. Meanwhile, Kerr is on eternal scholarship. It's all part of recognizing that the dynamic of the modern sports franchise in America is changing. And it's not just player empowerment. It's not just saying, okay, you guys pick the roster and you guys pick who your friends are and, we'll do whatever you want. It's giving everybody a stake in the bigger picture. That's why Stephen Curry has as much power as Kevin Durant does in Brooklyn, even though you wouldn't think so. I mean, Stephen Curry fights the fights he needs to fight, but he doesn't have to be the guy who goes in and tells Bob Myers, I want DeAndre Jordan and I want him now.
I think it's bigger than even sports. It's more about societal. I mean, I don't think teachers teach the same way that they did 20, 30 years ago. I don't think people, that necessarily are in positions of power operate the same way as they may have years ago. I think it's more now give everybody kind of a voice and keep everybody involved in the discussion. Before we take a time out here, Give me your thoughts on the Raiders, because I just think the Raiders...
They're done. They should. Josh McDaniels will be the next coach fired.
You think so?
Not even close.
Did they blow it by not hiring Rich Bisaccia? Because Bisaccia had some good results, and it seemed like he was a very popular guy in the room. That's not to say that's the end-all, be-all. It's not. But it seemed like Bisaccia had some really good things going on, and I've heard great things about him individually from coaches I know.
Yeah, he would have had to hire a real strong staff, which he had never done because he was an interim guy. But he looks a whole lot better given what Josh McDaniels is doing. You cannot blow 3 17-point leads in your first 8 games. Can't do it. I mean, that's a sign that either your players have stopped listening to you or you don't have an idea what you're doing when games start to get important. You know, everybody was laughing at Nathaniel Hackett after a few weeks.
Right.
Well, they're not bringing that up anymore because they brought in people to help him understand how you run the end of a game. And, you know, maybe Bisaccia could be a good coach now, but he'd have to have a real strong staff. And Josh McDaniel he's shaming himself. Their 2 wins are over Houston and Denver. I mean, help me here. You know, that's a team with 4 aggregate wins between them. And 2 of their blown leads are against Jacksonville, who is god-awful, and Arizona, who is working toward being god-awful. That's a coaching failure. Yeah. I mean, Devontae Adams came out yesterday and saying, it's not like we're a crappy team, but you are a crappy team.
They were yesterday in the second half.
Because you're always a crappy team. The Raiders have been to the playoffs twice in 21 years.
It's a bad outfit right now. And also, they don't have the quarterback. I think Carr's not the guy, but...
Who would know?
Yeah. I mean, we'll talk more about that because I think that's there. You know, a lot of times it comes down to the quarterback. And I want to talk a little bit in the next segment about the NFC West and look at the quarterbacks in the division and look at the way the division is shaking out as we, head into the 10th week of the season. Very interesting to me to see the way the quarterbacks are ranked, what they get paid, and how these teams are doing. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. And Damon and Ratto is also sponsored by Vote Yes on Prop 31. All right, coming up next. Well, Michael Irvin's going to join us in about a half hour at 4:15. We'll get his thoughts on Week 9 in the NFL. But up next, the NFC West. And how important are wide receivers in the grand scheme of things? We'll get into that next. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon Bruce on Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Does your heart long to wander? To encounter colorful creatures from the deep blue sea and amazing animals from the Amazon and beyond? Feed your wild heart. Travel the world right here in San Francisco. Make your reservation to the California Academy of Sciences at calacademy.org. Explore Wanderwoods, our new outdoor playscape, now open.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
If you owe back taxes to the IRS, have unfiled returns, or are worried about an audit, the IRS is hiring 87,000 new agents to address these very issues. That means if you need to get your tax problems resolved, now is the time to get started. I'm tax attorney Robert Goldstein, and my firm specializes in helping individuals and small businesses resolve their tax problems. We work to stop IRS and state seizures. We may be able to settle your tax debt for pennies on the dollar with an offer in compromise. We prepare your past due returns, even if you have no records, and represent you before the IRS and state in an audit. At the law offices of Robert Goldstein, the consultation is always free, and we have offices located throughout the Bay Area. To schedule your free consultation, call 1-888-TAX-EXIT. That's 888-TAXEXIT. 888-TAX-EXIT, and make us your last stop.
No one knows where this market will go. Things could change tomorrow, next week, or next month. At Merrill, we've been here before, and history shows this is the time to stay focused on your future. Because through every market, the bull will always have your back. Find an advisor in the Bay Area at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor. Member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
It's pro time because at Lowe's, it's Provember. Save big with inventory you can count on, like Flex products or DeWalt power tools starting at just $99. Plus, Lowe's MVPs members earn up to 3 times bonus points per dollar on select items. Save all Provember long. Bonus points calculated before taxes and fees after applicable discounts, if any. MVP's Pro Rewards Program terms and restrictions apply. See Lowe's.com/L/Pro Loyalty terms. Subject to change. Prices valid from 10/17/22 to 2/3/23 or until supplies last.
In San Jose, steady rain overnight, lows in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Improve your gas mileage by properly inflating tires and taking your car in for a tune-up. Join Odyssey. And together, each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Locked On Warriors is a daily podcast covering your favorite team, the defending world champion Golden State Warriors. I'm your host, Cyrus Softas, and every Monday through Friday, Locked On Warriors brings you all of the biggest Warriors stories in around 30 minutes. We cover Stephen Curry and the dynasty that is one of the greatest teams in the history of this beautiful game. Listen to the Locked On Warriors podcast every day on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Kansas City Steak Company, another AmericanEagle.com success story. Started in 1932 as a family-owned butcher shop, today they're a leading distributor of superior all-American steaks delivered right to your door, ready for the grill and your taste buds. When it came to their website, an average site wouldn't do. They chose AmericanEagle.com to take their website to the next level. With a dramatic increase in competition and a softening market demand, they had 2 challenges: improve their brand presence and message, and produce a positive return. AmericanEagle.com got to work and executed usability studies and detailed audits of site experience, digital assets, and marketing. The result? An integrated digital marketing and customer experience plan, organic traffic increase of 20%, and a long-term roadmap for success. If you love great steaks, go to kansascitysteaks.com for website design, development, and online solutions that bring efficiency and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. If you need a results-driven website, call the team at AmericanEagle.com at 877-WEBNOW1. That's 877-WEBNOW1.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
And happy Monday to everybody. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon. Damon and Ratto on a Monday, streaming live on YouTube. Head to youtube.com/957 The Game to watch us live and see what's going on inside the studio. And remember, like and subscribe for all of 95.7 The Game's content on YouTube. We're about 25 minutes away from the playmaker, Michael Irvin, joining us, giving us his breakdown on Week 9 in the NFL, which wraps up tonight in the Superdome, Ravens and Saints. Ray, I watched Seattle and Arizona yesterday. And then I watched a little bit on the red zone of Rams-Bucks, only to see Tom Brady just rip out Sean McVay's heart right out of his chest. McVay embraced Brady afterwards, but man, it was very brief. It was like, good game, out of here. Look at, Jan Orlovsky, who I don't know how you feel about Dan Orlovsky. I guess it really doesn't matter, but he tweeted out last night from ESPN. He says, if you don't have a 15, he's talking about Mahomes, or a guy who can at least go toe-to-toe with Mahomes, you can't be a Super Bowl contender. And it made me kind of ask myself the question, is that a true statement? Do I agree with that statement? I mean, it was only a few years ago the 49ers had a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter of the Super Bowl with Jimmy G as their quarterback. Has the NFL changed to such a degree now because of how good Mahomes is, how good Josh Allen is? By the way, Josh Allen's got an elbow injury, with the severity of which we don't really know quite yet, but a lot can happen between now and playoff time. But do you agree with Orlovsky that you have to have a Mahomes, or you have to have somebody like Mahomes to win a Super Bowl? And if that's the case, is this entire NFL season just down to it's the Chiefs or the Bills? Whoever wins the AFC Championship game is the Super Bowl champion? Is it that simple?
No, it's not that simple, because it's not just the fact that Kansas City has Mahomes or that Buffalo has Josh Allen. They both have excellent defenses as well. And the truth is, the trick to football is not necessarily in having the best quarterback as much as it is having the best offense. And you can have the best offense without scoring a ton of points if you know how, for example, to keep the ball for 36 minutes a game, so that your very good defense never gets tired out. It's a little more harrowing than running up 45, but it can be done. I mean, I think Philadelphia is a legitimate Super Bowl contender.
They're the favorite right now because they're
because that's
NFC.
The last team anybody saw. Mahomes threw the ball 1 billion times yesterday, and they barely beat a dead Rams team. Josh Allen didn't win yesterday, even though he's probably the second best quarterback, and Hurts probably by definition is the third best quarterback. But that's the easy, facile way to compare teams, by looking at their quarterback. I mean, the 49ers right now are an infinitely more interesting 4-4 team, not because of quarterback change, but because they changed the nature of their offense to one that's going to be guided by Christian McCaffrey. And as long as he stays healthy and no defense figures out how to corral him, 49ers are going to be incredibly dangerous, because their defense is really good and they have a way to keep and move the ball. And it doesn't have to be because your quarterback's doing it.
Now, the Raiders are the counter, right? Because they have Devontae, and they have Waller, and they have Jacobs, and they have weapons, but their offense sucks.
Well, it's not so much that their offense sucks, because Carr's not a bad quarterback. What they've got is a terrible offensive line, no discernible running game, and a defense that is awful almost all the time. And they've been awful for a while now. Their organization is a shambles. And it has been for the better part of 2 decades.
And why is that? Forever you could blame Al and anybody, because Al was at the top of the masthead. But is it as simple as his kid? Or because now it's New England's guys, right? It's the guy, whatever the GM's name is from New England. It's McDaniels from New England. They cherry-picked New England's hierarchy. But now you're saying that that's not good enough and that they're still a tire fire?
Well, no, they're a tire fire for any number of reasons. But a lot of it is the organization. And it was Al for a while, because what happened to him was he got old and the game passed him by. With Mark, it's different, because his only real guiding vision since he inherited the team was, I got to get John Gruden. And that didn't work. And it was not in a position to get to work, because ultimately you have to be an ultra-modern team in all the things you do, in the scouting, in the technology, just all of it. And the Raiders had to spend 3 years just getting out of the middle of the 20th century. And then after that, they had trouble getting coaches who could stick around. And Gruden set them back, because Gruden was a coach of the past. They haven't had a forward-thinking guy in a long time, and they haven't had a forward-thinking guy with a team that can match those ideas. The Raiders are a team that, when in doubt, they'll spend a ton of money on the best offensive guy they can find. Meanwhile, their defense has been awful, and they never really put it together in such a way that free agents go, God, the only way I'll consider the Raiders is if they overpay me. And Devontae Adams, they overpaid because they had to. And now he's catching 10 balls a game and going for 146. But it doesn't make any difference, because the team is not complete or even close to it.
Yeah. I mean, it's such a bad vibe around the Raiders.
Yeah, you're going there to either cash out or get one last contract.
Exactly. And you can name a ton of guys who've done it. Randy Moss, Richard Seymour, going right on down the line for years and years and
Warren
years.
Sapp.
Warren Sapp and others. And they don't ever seem like they replicate what they did at their previous stop when they get to the
because they wait
Raiders.
till they're 32, and they say that's the guy we want. Devontae Adams is a better signing than most for them.
Yeah, absolutely.
But a wide receiver can't change what you are or do if the offensive line is poor, or if you don't have a running game to keep the quarterback upright, or any of the other things that make a modern offense work. And the modern offense works when you've got no holes anywhere, or the hole you've got is maybe at right guard where you can just fake it. The fact is, they do have some talented guys, but they have some supremely untalented guys. And their coaching staff is a tire fire, because it usually is. And, like I said, John Gruden set him back years because he thought this was 2003. And it's not. The game changes faster now than it ever has. And the Raiders have always been way behind all those changes.
Give me your thoughts on the NFC West, because I think it's also interesting when you look at the NFC West. Here's how the quarterbacks, if you said at the beginning of the year, who's got the best quarterback in the division? I think everybody would say Stafford. Would say Stafford was your best quarterback. Kyler was your second best quarterback.
Garoppolo third, Geno Smith fourth.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say Trey, but where would you? Trey, you couldn't evaluate Trey, so because he was so young.
Geno Smith was going to be fourth no matter what.
Right, I agree.
I mean, his resume was hideous.
Now listen to what they pay. Cardinals are paying $46 million for Kyler. Rams are paying $40 for Stafford. It says here on the list that I saw that the Niners are paying $7 million total, but there's incentive money going to Jimmy, so that number's not really accurate. But still, it's the third most. And then paying the least are the Seahawks, who are paying $3.5 million to Geno Smith to be their quarterback. Now, do you believe that more in what Orlovsky's saying, that you need an elite guy? Or do you look at those numbers and say, in the modern NFL, the way to do it is to spread your money around in a capped sport to your 53-man roster and pay your quarterback, nominally? Because the Seattle Seahawks look like they're doing exactly that. And they've got Geno running the ship right now, and they're spending less on their quarterback than any team in the division, and he's the best quarterback in the division right now.
But the lesson there is that the quarterback is not the most important player. If you have a way around that, you don't have to pay your quarterback the most. You end up having to in the end. But through sheer accident, the Seahawks have managed to get a year out of Geno Smith that nobody thought he was capable of. So I'm not giving Pete Carroll credit for going, I'm going to reinvent how the quarterback is paid. They just lucked into that. And the 49ers, in their way, lucked into this too. But Kyler Murray is on a Cardinals team. It is weird on weird, and up until and other than the Super Bowl year, they've always been that. They've always been disjointed and goofy, and
it's a dysfunctional organization from the top. The Bidwells
and the
really
Rams have just been
way back.
The Rams have been just eviscerated by injuries. They don't have a running game. Odell Beckham, is still out. So they have Cooper Kupp, and that's it. And he'll put up numbers every week because he's that good. But he won't put up enough numbers. I mean, the Rams are a shambles.
They have a terrible line. They can't run it.
Yeah,
neither
of those things
disjointed offense.
Yeah, and neither of those things can be directly pointed, at Matthew Stafford as the culprit. Matthew Stafford is a victim here because they can't protect him. He doesn't have a running game to keep him from having to sit in the pocket and throw the ball 40 times a game. So he's hopeless. And I mean hopeless in that he doesn't have much hope. He's on a bad team like some of those Lions teams that couldn't run the ball either. And Kyler Murray, they always think that all we have to do is get him the electrifying receiver. And they got him that with DeAndre Hopkins. But they still, who's their best running back?
James Conner.
Who's their best running back?
James Conner.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
It just, again...
He's their only running back.
It's a one-dimensional offense and a sub-average defense, And, you get the record you deserve. Their defense right now is 26th in yards per game, 26th in yards per play.
As Damon would say, wait a second, Ray, hold that thought. Welcome to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app.
Was that a one?
Better be free.
I stepped on your soundbite. Was that a one take?
I don't put in any effort in this job.
That wasn't multiple takes?
I don't want to disillusion
Try it again.
you.
This time a little bit of emotion. Really get into it. No?
No, they say we need a 15-minute break.
15 seconds.
They get 15 second break. They get 16 seconds.
Yeah.
They get me inhaling, I ramble on, I exhale, and I'm out of there.
Seriously, you do it
I don't get
very
paid
well.
overtime for
No,
this.
and you bring the exact right amount of effort to every segment.
Yeah.
What do you make of Seattle? Do you think that Seattle is this a statement about Geno? Is it a statement about Pete? I think it's a statement about Schneider. I think Schneider had one of the greatest off seasons anybody's had in a long time. I love John Schneider and what he did this year. But give me your thoughts on Seattle, because even the people in Seattle, I talked to Dave Softy Mahler from KJR beginning of the year, and he's like, "Krug, we're going for the first pick in the draft." They're going to wind up being a playoff team, and they still may wind up with the first pick in the draft because they've got Denver's number 1. They fleeced that George Payton in the Russell trade in the worst way. But give me your read on the Seahawks. How legitimate are the Seahawks, Ray?
If you believe the 49ers are legitimate, you can't believe that Seattle's legitimate, because only one team is going to make the playoffs from this division. And if it's going to be the 49ers, then it can't be Seattle. So I don't know that the 49ers are legitimate in that way either. I think the winner of the division is the team you have to, that's the one, because they're not getting a second one. It's going to be the two
You're
teams
sure
that don't
You're
win the
sure
East.
that the NFC West won't produce 2 wild cards?
I don't see where the second one comes from, because I think they all have flaws. And
So
I think
Philly wins the division in the East. Then you're saying Dallas
and the Giants.
and the Giants, who are both 6-2. Then you got Minnesota winning the North, and there's no wild card team there. Green Bay's in second at 3-6. Tampa wins the South, or do they? Maybe the Falcons win the South.
See, I think Atlanta's defense is good enough that they can fake a 9-8. I don't know that Seattle is a winning team, because if you look at the individual components and where they rank in the league,
right,
they're either average or below average in most of the important things.
But they're getting really good play out of 2 key areas that I know are key to football, which are O-line, even though they get the rookie tackles, they're playing great. And then the corner, the defensive backfield. I thought it was going to be a joke, and this Tariq Woolen character's 6'4" with long arms, and he's shutting everybody down. And Kobe Bryant won the Thorpe Award.
Yeah, no, the offensive line, I think, has surprised everybody. But Pete Carroll has built great secondaries forever. I mean, that's his specialty. So I'm not as surprised about the secondary. I just don't know how endurable it is. Because at some point, they're going to look around and they're going to go, you know what? I don't know if we have a running game, even though we got Walker.
He's good.
He's good, but
you don't like him?
I don't know if I like him. There's too much about Seattle that doesn't make sense to me yet. And I could be dead wrong on him. But I don't know that what their success has been is going to be replicable in November and December. I don't know why I think that, but I do. And maybe it's because I think most of the conference stinks on ice. I find it intolerable that the Giants are 6-2 with the team they've got. They're ghastly.
I mean, it's hard to... Brian Daboll, coach of the year, right?
Probably, unless it's Carroll.
But I mean, what's more impressive, that Harbaugh got something out of Alex, or that Daboll is getting what he's getting out of Daniel Jones?
Well, is he getting that out of Daniel Jones, or is he getting it out of Barkley and a real good defense?
That's a good point. Barkley's had a total career renaissance this year. He's finally healthy.
Yeah, and I think Daboll trusts him more than he trusts Jones. Jones doesn't throw the ball very often.
No.
And
but he's not
looking at his
over
receivers, you know why.
Yeah. What receivers?
Yeah, I mean, just Darius Slayton. Yeah, he's hit.
Right.
No, I
Kenny Golladay. Remember Kenny Golladay?
Oh, yeah.
Didn't you used to be Kenny Golladay?
Yeah, how many teams has he been on? But no, I think the Giants are preposterously overachieving, but I'm not sure that they're overachieving more than the Seahawks are. And the Coach of the Year award always goes not to the guy who did the best job, but to the guy whose team overachieved by the most.
Yeah. It's
and
like
everybody knew Seattle was going to be 3-14.
Right.
Except the fact that now they've already won twice as many games as that. So it might well be Pete Carroll, as much as 1,400 fans might hate that. Somebody's got to get credit for that. And if you want to say John Schneider should be the executive of the year, I'm fine with that too. But Pete Carroll's got to be in the discussion because this team shouldn't have 6 wins. Not now, not at the end of the year.
No.
But they've got them.
It is amazing. By the way, I mean, this draft class, Kenneth Walker, Abraham Lucas, Charles Cross, Tariq Woolen, Kobe Bryant, Boye Mafe, and then he traded for Noah Fant, Shelby Harris, who's a monster in the middle, Uchenna Nwosu, they brought in free agency, and John Schneider's got 5 picks in the first 3 rounds in next year's draft, including 2 number 1s, including Denver's number 1, which could be top 10. So it's amazing that Schneider, I would give Schneider the executive of the year. I'd probably give Dable the coach of the year. But yeah, Pete deserves some credit as well. Speaking of wide receivers, we're going to talk to the playmaker here in a few minutes. We only have a few more minutes in this segment, but one of the happenings that came out this weekend is that Jay Glazer thinks the 49ers are going to be part of a bidding war to sign Odell Beckham Jr. in the coming days. There's a lot of people, Ray, that believe that Odell may be ready to play as soon as next week. I saw that this week. Now, I did see an interview that John Lynch did with Matt Mayoko on NBC Sports Bay Area, and I mean, he didn't say he was going to sign OBJ, but the way he addressed it makes you think he is going to sign OBJ because he's like, well, do we have more than one football? And that was like, ha, 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 everybody laughed about it. But then it was like, we great respect for this player, and he's got great respect for us, and so on and so forth. Do they need OBJ? Is this a statement that Jawan Jennings is disappointing in some eyes? I mean, does this make sense, I guess, to you?
If you're going after Odell Beckham Jr., what you're saying is you're dissatisfied with either Samuel or Ayuk. This has got nothing to do with
Danny Gray?
Jennings.
What about Danny Gray or Jawan?
You're not bringing, but you're not replacing the third receiver. You're basically saying, I need a go-to guy, because that's what Beckham is. And either you believe that your 2 best wide receivers aren't sufficiently go-to, or you think that Jimmy Garoppolo has been hiding an atomic arm all these years. But what you're saying is, if I need Odell Beckham, means I'm not happy with my top 2 guys. My third guy doesn't matter. And the truth is, how are you going to fit getting him the ball as much as you need to while keeping Samuel, Ayuk, Kittle, and McCaffrey involved? McCaffrey's going to have to handle the ball 25 times.
A lot of touches there.
How many plays do you think Kyle Shanahan can run in a game? It's not like they let him kick off every time he scores. You just go, no, you get the ball every time you score. You can keep it for all 60 minutes if you want. I don't know how they make that happen, but I do know that John Lynch is as good at being disingenuous as anybody in sports. He is nothing but uncontrolled word salad. He'll give you the charming, delightful answer that doesn't tell you anything every time. It's very much a Stanford trait.
Michael Irvin, we expected to talk to the playmaker in a couple minutes, but he has pushed to tomorrow. So Michael Irvin will not be joining us, but we'll talk a little bit more about the NFL.
And wait a minute.
No Michael Irvin.
What's
You're
his
going to have to
excuse?
hold off until tomorrow.
Why is he begging off today when we desperately need him?
Yeah, where is Michael Irvin today? Where's the playmaker?
He's in the air somewhere.
He's in the air.
Yeah, he's flying.
Like
Didn't
Phil
he
Collins.
know that
He's in the air tonight.
Damn
That's
it,
my
Lucas,
answer.
we need answers.
No, Larry just answered it.
That's right. He's in the air tonight. He'll be on tomorrow.
I don't know
You're
if I
very
can go on.
disappointed. Yeah, seriously.
I'm fine.
You're going to be all right?
Son of a...
I will say this, though. I'm eager to see what Michael Irvin has to say about OBJ because, there's a lot of ways to read this. And one, do you think Odell gets money? Or do you think it's just he's made his money and this is going to be a very frugal type acquisition no matter where he goes?
If it's a frugal acquisition, all it is a rental. But even at that, you're still going to have to say, okay, you're now the difference maker, even though we just traded for a difference maker. And Christian McCaffrey has a better chance of being a difference maker because he's going to handle the ball more often. So, and I don't know how you keep all that together with Deebo Samuel, who got paid, but only after he said, I don't ever want to run the ball again. And Brandon Ayuk, who is continually on the verge of breaking out without ever actually breaking out. And up until 2 weeks ago, they couldn't figure out a way to get the ball to George Kittle. So how many balls do they have?
Right. No, I mean, it's a great question because they don't seem to lack for weapons. And yet, OBJ's got incredible hands, and you could never have enough really, really talented go-to guys in the red zone. But maybe my read is not that it's about Deebo and Ayuk. I think it's more about Jennings has been inconsistent in their minds, and maybe more importantly than that is that Danny Gray, I think, has fallen out of favor, or at least he's in that rookie mode where we had some expectations coming into the season. I don't really think they have any expectations.
Well, but replacing Juwan Jennings with Odell Beckham is kind of overkill.
Yeah.
And the truth is, if Odell Beckham has multiple suitors, he's not going to get paid like your standard rental. So I don't know whether the 49ers have the wherewithal to do this.
Well, we'll get into it. We'll talk more about the Niners and how they look coming out of the break. They get the Chargers on Sunday Night Football next week. Damon and Ratto, sponsored by Vote Yes on Prop 31. We'll continue with more straight ahead on 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
The holidays are sneaking up fast.
Ho, ho, bleepin' ho.
So check out our brand new merch store.
I look real good today.
Denzel was me, son.
I look real good today.
Damn it! Check it out at 957thegameshop.com. That's 957thegameshop.com.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
O'Reilly. See better and drive safer with Rain-X Advantage wiper blades at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Right now, purchase a pair of Rain-X Advantage wiper blades and get a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate, plus 2 times O Rewards points. Our professional parts people will even install your new wiper blades for free. Stop by O'Reilly Auto Parts or visit O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at GoldenStateLumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
Without the ones like you, who work tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. Hospitals, factories, schools, and power plants, they all depend on you. No matter the weather, emergency, or time of day, you're the ones who get it done. At Grainger, we're here for you 24/7, with supplies and solutions for every industry, and access to product specialists ready to help. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Provember is back at Lowe's. Save up to an additional $750 off now on select major appliances from Hisense and get free delivery on items $396 or more. Plus, get an industry-leading 2-year warranty and great low prices on items like a Hisense refrigerator and air fry electric range, exclusively at Lowe's. Find the right appliance for your jobs and properties today. It always pays to be a pro at Lowe's. Exclusions apply. See Lowe's.com for details. Offer ends 11/30.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride.
From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Don't waste your time trying to sell your old car. Donate it to Cars for Kids. It's the easiest and fastest way to donate your car and get a tax deduction. Donate online at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K.
1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your car today.
This is Staples.
So, rumor has it that Staples has everything I need to ship.
Mm-hmm. We have all the shipping supplies and services you need.
Boxes?
Yep.
Mailers?
Yeah, and we have UPS here in store.
Huh. What will Staples think of next?
Right?
No, seriously, I'm asking, what will they think of next?
Staples is your one-stop shipping destination. Now get 50% off shipping boxes, mailers, or tubes when you buy 5 of the same item in-store or online with 1-hour pickup. Staples, the best-kept secret in shipping. Ends 12/31. Exclusions apply. Visit staplesconnect.com/shipping for details.
Now Martha Stewart for Skechers.
When I make a dish or embark on a craft project, I always use the finest, most fabulous ingredients and materials. Which is why, when it comes to footwear, I love Skechers. Because Skechers is the comfort technology company and uses the most luxurious, innovative materials and designs to make wondrously comfortable footwear. It's exactly the way I'd make shoes. They've meticulously designed stylish footwear with all the fits and features you want. They have fits like wide fit, relaxed fit, stretch fit, arch fit, and more. Plus, they have luxurious features including Skechers' world-famous air-cooled memory foam. It's like walking on a cool side of the pillow all day long. And best of all, they find a way to keep them affordable. You simply can't get more comfort and style for your dollar. So if you want the kind of footwear I'd create, get yourself a pair of Skechers. It's comfort with style and more.
Find Skechers at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
In San Jose, steady rain overnight, lows in the low 50s.
Weather brought to you by one thing. Install a low-flow shower head and keep water off when brushing teeth or shaving to save water every day. Join Odyssey, and together each of us doing one thing makes a greener tomorrow.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Damon Ratto on a Monday. Larry Krueger sitting in for Damon, who's out sick today. The 95.7 The Game merch store is live. That's right. Visit 957thegameshop.com today to check out all of our merchandise from show-specific shirts to hoodies. It's all at 957thegameshop.com. Ray, do you shop there often?
I've yet to look.
Do you have lots of merch in your humble abode that says 95.7 The Game?
I would say the next thing I acquire will be an even one.
Really? Do you have
I have clothes.
Do you have Chronicle gear from back in the day?
Oh, I do have Chronicle gear.
Do you?
But most of it was about the union when we were getting ready to go on strike a couple of times. But I don't have like a read the Chronicle shirt. I mean,
gotta read it. Get the green. Get the sporting green. Oh man.
It was at its height when the sports section was green, the entertainment section was pink, and the rest of it was an indistinct gray smear.
Ben Fong Torres. That was my go-to in the pink section. And, of course, you and Dickie, and that's pretty much it.
I don't think he likes you mentioning me next to him.
Dickie?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, he had little time for me.
Really?
And I have to agree with him. I have little time for me.
There was a time growing up here in the Avenues, in the Sunset District in the 70s and 80s, that I can remember my late father. Did you see what Glenn Dickey wrote today? I mean, Glenn really, he had, I don't know if I could say his finger on the pulse as much as he understood how to kind of nudge the Bay Area sports fan in the sporting green. How would you term it?
He knew how to put sand in your eye. I mean, that was the gig.
Which
I mean,
never is a good thing. That's never a good thing. Sand in the eye is never a good thing.
Yeah, but your dad seemed to go for it. So.
He did. He liked it.
I mean,
He
that probably speaks about your dad more than. And I didn't really want to go there about your dad.
I know.
So I used to like him, but.
By the way, if people want to jump in, 1-888-957-9570 is the call line. All right, let's get to the Warriors. We buried the lead. It's been a disaster road trip. They go tonight against Sacramento. Not only was it a disaster road trip, it was a disaster road trip against bad teams. And they lost and lost and lost and lost. And then the first defending champions to start 0-6 on the road in the history of the NBA. Now, that's surprising. The entire history of the association, nobody's ever been a defending champion and started 0-6. I mean, that to me is a little bit of a surprise that nobody had, injuries or anything that would interrupt anything at the beginning of the year.
Hey, give up 124 a game, you'll find out how quickly you can do that. They're not victims here.
It's a bad D.
I don't know if it's a bad team yet.
No, I said a bad defense.
They're an uninvolved defense. They're not a very bright defense right now. They don't react well. They foul a ton because they're always late to the spot. They're brutal to watch when they don't have the ball. And Steve Kerr has never had a competitive team that couldn't play defense. This is the first team that either can't or won't. And if it's can't, then they got to fix it. And if it's won't, then they've got to start moving people, because this is intolerable for a team with championship aspirations.
What or who is their biggest issue?
I think that's it. As a team, they don't defend well. Where
did this start? Because wasn't this team second in the NBA in defense?
Yeah.
Defensive rating just a year ago?
I think
Is it all GP2? Is it all Otto Porter?
No, well, that's part of it. But the young guys all sort of made their reps, such as they are, by being offensive players. And they haven't learned how to play the kind of team defense that Steve Kerr wants. Jordan Poole probably isn't ever going to be a good defender. He might be passable, but he's going to have the gift that Stephen Curry had, which was to play next to a shutdown defender in Klay Thompson. He doesn't have that. And I don't know that he's going to become that. In fact, I would tend to doubt it. Kuminga just wants to run up and down and block shots and dunk. And Weissman, I guess, is just having trouble absorbing all the nuances that are required of him. And maybe part of that is because those two guys played about 9 minutes of college basketball. Kuminga didn't play any, and Weissman played, I think, 69 minutes.
3 total games for Wiseman.
Yeah, so, they're incredibly raw, and a lot of incredibly raw players never get out of that raw stage. So it could be that they're just going to be, that's a possibility that people around here don't want to hear. But it's a possibility that very much exists.
Really? You think this,
I think it could be. I don't know, because I can't tell the future.
Well, first of all, how long do you wait in your mind before you evaluate an NBA season? 20 games? 25 games?
Oh, yeah.
Don't tell me it's anything less than
that. They
that.
haven't hit that yet.
Right.
But when you've played 40 quarters and you've given up 30 points or more in 26 of them.
That's not good.
That's atrocious defense. And that's not just, those teams are better than us. That's inattention to detail. That's forgetting the stuff that you worked on in practice the day before.
How much of it is mental? How much of it is physical? And I ask that because I think of this starting 5. Looney, Steph, Klay, Draymond. Wiggins has got pretty good quickness, but the other guys, lateral quickness, I don't know.
No, but they made
lateral quickness. You can beat their starters off the dribble, seemingly at will, and then you get into that kind of inside against them, and then you can kind of pick what you want to do.
No, but because they recognize that, they are very good at switching. They're very good at dropping off their guy to help with your guy. They're very good help defenders. And that's how they got to be a good defensive team. They had two standout defenders in the early going. And that was Thompson and Green. Then they inherited Wiggins, who suddenly blossomed as a great defensive player to the point where he was the guy who was guarding Luka Doncic, and he was the guy who they would stick on Jokic, and he was the guy they put on Tatum in the final. So they've got guys who can do that. But they did have guys on the second unit who you could put in here and there, and you wouldn't lose much defensively. They don't have that now. Ty Jerome is not that, obviously. Kuminga's not that yet. Weissman's not that yet. Poole probably won't ever be that. He's a scorer, pure and simple. And I think because of that, defense is not at the forefront of everybody's thinking. And if it's not at the forefront of your thinking, you're not going to be a good defensive team. And until they change that mindset, or Steve Kerr changes it for them, that's going to be a struggle, and that's going to make them a much less imposing team after 20 games, after 40 games, after 60 games. They have to be better at that. And if they're not, then they're just going to be an ordinary team.
They're allowing the most points per game this season of any team in the NBA. I mean, 121 a game.
Yeah, and that's
and you look at the other teams down there.
That's 2.5 points a game worse than Detroit. That has nobody who's ever heard the name defense.
Well, and look at the neighborhood they're in. They're the worst. Then there's San Antonio, Detroit, Indiana, and the Rockets. There's not a title contender anywhere close to that.
No, Houston's trying to see if he can be the first team to lose 85 games.
Right. That's the Victor Wembanyama sweepstakes teams right there. I mean, none of those teams are going to even make the playoffs, probably.
In all likelihood.
And you look at it, the Warriors are only teams that they're only the Rockets and the Lakers have worse records than Golden State. I mean, that is unbelievable, really.
And even though the road trip had 2 back-to-backs, those weren't good teams they were playing. With the single exception of New Orleans.
Miami
I think is going to be really good.
What do you think, Miami?
I think they might be too old. I think they might just be fried. I mean, Tyler Hero's being exposed now because they're asking him to do more things and play more minutes. And he was a great guy to give you 24 off the bench and be really good. Duncan Robinson's disappeared.
Though in the game against the Warriors, he was drilling threes every time he touched the ball.
Yeah, but that was the first time. And people in Miami were pulling their heads off watching him or not watching him. And it's not because Eric Spoelstra suddenly became an idiot. He's still one of the best coaches in the sport.
He is highly thought of.
Yeah, I just think they're kind of old and they don't score much. They're
Well, let's talk about this because the Warriors starting 5 all have decent plus minus, even though that it's kind of a flawed stat. But the guys
because they're playing
bench,
with each other. I mean, that's the thing. That unit is pretty good together, so everybody's plus minus will rise.
Right. How much of this is on Jordan Poole and his propensity to over dribble? I bring that up. He had 20 points against the Pelicans at Smoothie King on Friday, but 5 of 18 from the field. He shot 27%. He had 9 assists, but he also had 5 turnovers. He's shooting 30% from the field in the last 3 games, 22% from the arc. 14 turnovers, though, and 13 assists, and just not a lot of defense and an awful lot of dribbling. What are you seeing from Poole? Why have we seen regression from Poole?
He's ball-centric on a team that lives on ball movement. When he gets the ball, his first instinct is, how can I shoot? Because I think in the back of his mind, he thinks, I'm supposed to be the heir to Stephen Curry. And that's what he envisioned Stephen Curry as being, the extraordinary shooter. And maybe he'll be that, but I'm betting not because I think Kerr is a once-in-a-lifetime deal. And everybody else that has turned out well with the Warriors over the years has been a more well-rounded player than Poole has been so far. And I'm not trying to dog him. It's just that he
works hard. People like him.
Yeah,
He's a good
I know.
kid. Yeah.
There's nothing really unlikable about him except that he's a one half of the court player. And that's not the kind of guy that the Warriors tend to gravitate to or haven't in the Kerr era. You have to be able to carry your end, You have to be able to pass. You have to be able to involve others. And I think his first instinct, as it was when he was at Michigan, is first chance I get, this baby's going up. I mean, it's his last 5 games, he shot 80 times. I don't know that Stephen Curry, other than Stephen Curry, they have anybody who's done that, not just this year, but maybe ever. I mean, 20, 21, 10, 12, and 18. And, he doesn't have a governor on the way he views shot selection. And I think that's going to have to change.
Let's hear from the audience. 888-957-9570.
Just for the record, we don't like to hear from the audience.
What's your number one issue with Golden State? What is their number one issue? If Steve Kerr were sitting here and he said, you know what? Open up these phone lines and let me hear from the 95.7 The Game audience.
If he said that, I'd fire him.
What if he came in here? I need me some audience.
But I'd fire him twice.
Seriously, though. 888-957-9570. What's your biggest issue with Golden State? And I'm gonna throw 3 to you, and I want you to tell me how these would rank. 1 is they don't box out with any consistency. That's just the basics of rebounding. Anybody who's ever played basketball on any level, somebody's got to go get the ball. Somebody's got to box out. They don't box out on the glass. Guys go to the glass regularly against them. They never can seem to defend anybody these days without sending them to the line. What game was it the other day where somebody shot 31 more free throws than them?
Yeah, the one where they gave up 46.
Is that Orlando?
Yeah.
I mean, that was a disaster. 31 more free throws. So they were minus 23, I think, at the line that night in makes. So, I mean, is defending without fouling, boxing out, or transition defense. They don't stop anybody in transition. They're 25th in points per shot allowed in transition in the NBA right now. They're 23rd in field goal percentage allowed in transition. So they don't play transition D. They don't box out on the glass. They can't defend without fouling. Those are 3 major issues. Of those 3, Ray, before we hit the lines and see what the incredible audience has to say at 888-957-9570. What is the Warriors' biggest issue? But what would you say out of those 3 that I threw out? Which one do you think's ailing them the most?
Transition defense, for one. Their idea of getting back on defense is so they can figure out who's going to take the ball out after the ball goes through the hoop. I think the fouling is a real problem because it, again, I think their problems are all defensive in nature. I think they're a passable offensive team, though they're not nearly as efficient as they could be. But I think their defense is 85% of their problem. I mean, the Warriors used to make it hard for teams to score. Now, it's like the old ABA, first team to 140 wins, and we're okay if it's 145. I mean, they've been brutal defensively. I mean, Steve Kerr's been critical of them, but as critical as he's been, it's been worse than that. I mean, it wouldn't be as annoying if they were a bad defensive team in historical Warrior terms. But, over the last 7 years since Kerr even before, when in the 2 years that Mark Jackson was a coach, those teams defended. That's almost a decade now where the Warriors were hard to score on. This year, they're free money.
They're running to the bat rack.
Yeah, I think that's 85% of the problem.
The text line's interesting. One says impatient bandwagon fans are the problem. That's their number one issue. Okay.
Well, I'm good with getting rid of fans.
You don't like bandwagon fans?
No, fans.
Just any fans.
Yeah,
good or bad. Impatient or bandwagon or loyal fans. We've got the biggest issue is Kerr can't develop players. He's Phil Jackson light. I don't think that's the issue.
That's nonsense.
415 says they're not hustling.
That's part of it. It's an easy way of putting the fact that they are not being mindful of the details, the lateral movement, the getting through screens, the hard work of playing defense. I mean, if all you had to do was just stay with your guy and never worry about having vision, they could do that. But that's not the defense of the modern NBA. You've got to know where your guy is, where he is in relation to the ball, where he is in relation to the other four guys around him and the other four guys around you. You have to be able to see all of that. And there are too many Warriors that either can't or won't do that.
All right, Ray wants to go to the lines, so let's
No, he
do it.
doesn't.
The Ray needs to go to the lines. Give us Mike and Arinda, who wants to weigh in on the Warriors' number one issue. Hey, Mike.
Hey, how's it going? Maybe it's my number one frustration, but I just don't understand how Steve Kerr, Bob Myers, the front office didn't anticipate this. I mean, it's so glaring how bad the defense is. I mean, like what happened there?
Well, what would you like? What would you have liked them to have done? You re-signed GP2 maybe?
At this point, yeah. In hindsight, for sure.
In hindsight. I mean, other than that, I can't think of what they've done. I mean, Rollins has got defensive chops, but he's a young kid who hasn't played yet.
If you want to say they made a mistake, it's that they expected an awful lot out of two guys who haven't played very much in their lives, in Kuminga and Weissman. And Weissman was having a hard time picking it up before he got hurt and then lost a year and a half. So he's essentially still a rookie. Kuminga hasn't played enough to not be a rookie, even though he's been here for a year. I think that was the miscalculation, that they would be able to teach these guys how to play the defense they want taught. I mean, I think they were probably willing to accept the fact that Poole is not going to be a plus defender. I think of their four guys, they like Poole scoring the most, but I think everything else they like Moody the most. And Moody was not the guy that they were, planning to build their future around. So I think that's it more than anything else, is they thought that their two big guys would come along a lot quicker so that they wouldn't have to worry so much about Poole's defensive deficiencies.
I think Kerr even kind of referenced it. He said, it's like some of the things we're doing, it's like these are things that college coaches should have been doing, but these guys didn't go to college. Let's go to, is it D or Dre in Walnut Creek? D. D's in Walnut Creek. D, welcome. You're on 95.7 The Game. What is the Warriors' main problem, their number one issue?
Defense, but I think Jordan Poole is still a raw talent. He's got a lot of oohs and ah moments, but he needs to learn how to catch and shoot the ball like Clay, and that involves you got to move without the ball, and that goes for Kuminga too. And next time you guys talk to the owners, let's get Luke Walton back on the bench because the guy next to Curry isn't doing the job. I'll take my answers off the air.
Wow, now we're taking on NBA coaches.
That's ridiculous.
I mean, Walton is the reason?
No, it's not. And I'm not saying anything about Walton at all. Steve Kerr managed to fake his way to 4 championships in 8 years. You can't be a lunkhead and do that. I mean,
do they miss Mike Brown, I guess is the question. He was like their defensive coordinator, I guess. How much do they miss Mike Brown? How much of this is attributable to Mike Brown being up in sack now?
I don't think very much at all. And this is not a knock on Mike Brown. He was very good, but they had a good defensive coach in Ron Adams before that. I think the problem is this 2-track system that they've got has shorted them in one significant area, and that is defensively. Their best defenders, their youngest of their best defenders is Wiggins, who's 27. The other guys are in their 30s. And you start to slow down at some point, especially Draymond Green, who has been getting beaten up and beating up guys for a decade now. That wears on you. And even now, he's still a plus defender by any standard. I think the problem is that they haven't been replaced with guys who care as much about defense or are as accomplished at it. And I think if you want to say somebody screwed up, it's the folks in the draft room who said in back-to-back seasons, we're going to go for a guy who hasn't played college ball that of any recognizable value. I mean, just Weissman and Kuminga. Weissman's in his third year still trying to learn it. Kuminga's in his second year still trying to learn it. And I think the Warriors thought that they would each pick up enough so that they could sort of buttress each other. Instead, whoever's in is a defensive liability. And teams can spot a defensive liability quickly. And so between those two guys and Poole, who's still, his goal in defense is to try to outscore his own deficiencies. Now you've got a second unit that can't defend, can't hold leads, and all of a sudden, when the starters come back in, they're looking at a deficit after they had built up a lead. So I just think if you're looking for a reason, that's it. They expected too much out of guys who were too young.
One more before the break. Marvin's in Concord says he wants to weigh in here. Hey, Marvin, you're on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, hi, guys. How you doing today?
Good.
I think the Warriors management is confused. They don't know their identity. They don't know if there's an old team trying to go for one last dance, or if they're a new team trying to develop. And they need to make a decision. There are fork in the road. They need to go left or right. And they're trying to do both at the same time, and it's impossible.
It's interesting. The Niners are doing the same thing in a lot of ways. They're trying to do two different things at once. Contend for a title, contend for a Super Bowl, and develop Trey Lance. And, of course, it wasn't working well necessarily, or it didn't look like it was going to work well. And now that decision got kind of made for them. Warriors are doing the same thing. They're trying to win the NBA title and bring along Kuminga and Wiseman, and maybe they just didn't realize how raw those two players really are at the end of the day. I want to hammer down a little bit more on James Wiseman, though, because I think he's really interesting, and whether or not they can play these guys together. I think that also is a major, major question. We are presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. 1-888-957-9570. What is the Warriors' number one issue? They take the hardwood tonight on 95.7 The Game against the Sacramento Kings, trying to halt the losing streak. But what is their number one issue? We'll continue to take some of your phone calls coming up next. Ray Ratto, Larry Krueger, Damon and Ratto. Larry sitting in for Damon on 95.7 The Game.
Tomorrow, Warriors GM Bob Myers joins Steiny and Guru at 1 for the executive show.
You guys are all great. Come on. You're all great. Guru's, Guru's great too. Don't you love that guy's passion? Guru too. Yeah, come on.
Hell yeah! Hear Bob Myers tomorrow at 1. Right here on 95.7 The Game.
Cache Creek Casino Resort is the place for the biggest names and the very best in live entertainment. On November 5th, catch multi-Grammy Award winners Train. Then on November 12th and 13th, experience America's Game in person when Wheel of Fortune Live takes the stage. This is your time to cash in at Cache Creek Casino Resort. Find tickets and see our full lineup at cashcreek.com.
Everything, our farm, our stand, our pop-up shop, it really all started when we discovered the benefits of local, raw honey for our family.
And then we decided to turn it into a business.
We were looking for something to help us get up and running.
So we got the Chase Business Complete Banking Account.
It's more than a bank account. It comes with Quick Accept, which lets us take card payments anytime, anywhere in the U.S. using the Chase mobile app. Plus, we get same-day deposits at no extra cost. For us, it's more than honey. It's about sharing a little sweetness with the world.
Get the Chase Business Complete Banking Account with the essentials you need to help get your business going. Learn more at chase.com/business-complete-banking. Chase for business. Make more of what's yours. Quick Accept is not available in U.S. territories. Enrollment required. Usage subject to approval. Same-day deposits available for payments before 8 p.m. Eastern Time, Sunday to Friday. Fees and rates apply for checking and processing. Limitations and restrictions apply. Participants compensated. Merchant services provided by Payment Tech LLC and WePay Inc. Subsidiaries of J.P. Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
America's favorite car show makes its final Bay Area stop of the year with a jam-packed weekend of hot rod and fun the whole family will love. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the West Coast's coolest hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks of all years. Plus, shop the huge swap meet and vendor exhibit. Check out the Smash for Cash Demolition Derby. Experience a tire smoke and burnout competition, Nitro Thunderfest, and so much more. It's all this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
I'm Bob Burke,
founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
If you have certain chronic conditions, such as heart disease,
asthma,
diabetes, and you're 19 years of age or older, 52,
36,
42, you may be at increased risk for pneumococcal pneumonia. Ask your doctor or pharmacist about getting vaccinated with Prevnar 20, pneumococcal 20-valent conjugate vaccine, a Pfizer vaccine that can help protect against pneumococcal pneumonia in just one dose. Prevnar 20 is approved for adults to help prevent infections from 20 strains of the bacteria that cause pneumococcal pneumonia. Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you've had a severe allergic reaction to the vaccine or its ingredients. Adults with weakened immune systems may have a lower response to the vaccine. The most commonly reported side effect was pain at the injection site. For additional common side effects and full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138 or visit Prevnar20.com.
I'm going to ask my doctor
about getting vaccinated
with Prevnar 20.
Someday, you might be with friends in the Bay Area, telling the story of how you navigated these complex times. The market was all over the place, so you reached out to a Merrill advisor, and with their help, charged ahead. And unlike your fishing stories, you won't have to go overboard. Find an advisor at ml.com/bullish.
Merrill, a Bank of America company. What would you like the power to do?
Investing involves risk. Merrill Lynch, Pierce, Fenner & Smith Incorporated, registered broker-dealer, registered investment advisor, member SIPC, a wholly owned subsidiary of Bank of America Corp.
What's worse than calling your groin your junk? Treating it like junk. Respect your pubic region with Gillette Intimate. Gentle and easy pubic hair care from America's #1 trusted men's grooming brand. Gillette, the best a man can get. Buy now at Walmart.
Ray Magliozzi here for eBay Motors. So you have to drive 300 miles to your cousin's wedding. Okay, so it's his fourth. But you know what they say, fourth time's the charm. Well, here's the problem. Your tires are as bald as I am. But lucky for you, eBay Motors has tires for just about every make and model. Plus wheels, lug nuts, jack stands, and more. 122 million parts. Do they have tissues? Oh, good, because I'm definitely a crier. Get the right parts at the right prices. eBay Motors. Let's ride.
At Target, you can shop with confidence knowing that if you spot a better Target price, we'll match it with our holiday price match guarantee. Pick up the hottest gifts of the season, holiday hosting essentials, and so much more right now. If you spot a better Target price, we'll match it on items purchased between October 6th and December 24th. Get the gifts you want at prices you love all season long with Target's holiday price match guarantee. Get price match policy details on Target.com. Some exclusions apply.
Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Welcome back, Damon and Ratto on a Monday. And you're saying, where's Damon? Where's Damon? Damon is out
None
sick.
of your business. That's where he is.
Yeah. Don't ask.
We wanted to tell you. We would have let you know by now.
Damon is out sick today. Larry Krueger's sitting in his spot today. He'll be back tomorrow, I'm sure, doing his thing. But we are presented, or we should say the Warriors are back home tonight against the Kings. And that means Warriors Live starts at 6 p.m. on 95.7 The Game, presented by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi, unbeatable internet only from Xfinity. All right, we started talking a little bit about the Warriors, 888-957-9570. What is the Warriors' biggest issue? And people want to weigh in. Dennis has been waiting patiently in San Francisco, so we'll get Dennis's thoughts. And then I want to get Ray's thoughts on James Wiseman. Dennis, welcome. You're on 95.7 The Game.
How you doing, guys? Great show.
Appreciate it. What's going on?
You know,
Yeah, as much as I like Steve Kerr, he was handed a loaded roster, and he's never really had to develop anybody, and they were able to get veterans. They got Durant in a big move that helped them, gain those championships. And I didn't like the way he's been handling Wiseman since Wiseman got here. And I didn't like the way he handled Kuminga last year. Kuminga had some really big games last year, and then you'd never see him. Like that game against Miami, he had like 25 points, and then he didn't play after that. And that affects a kid's psyche. What do I have to do to get on the floor after I have a big game? These guys are young guys. You know what I mean? You got to, and Wiseman is always looking over his shoulder. Every time he does something wrong, he pulls him out of the game. He's never going to get any better if he doesn't play. And the refs won't let him play. He gets in there. If you watch that Miami game, there's a play where, Wiseman was watching the guy going across the key, never touched him. The guy called a foul. And if you remember that one thing where he went up and got a rebound and when a misstep shot, went right back up and scored it, they called an offensive foul on him. He never touched anybody. I don't know. I hate to see how the refs treat him, but I especially don't like the way Kerr treats him.
Well, it's interesting, and we appreciate your thoughts. And opens up a line at 888-957-9570. My only frustration with Kerr all of last year was I felt like there were times where he forgot GP2, like that he forgot how almost every game where the Warriors lost in the regular season, I looked up and I'd be like, Kerr forgot about GP2. He didn't bring him back. He didn't play him enough, in my opinion. I looked at GP2 as a totally dominant on-the-ball defender and just an impact guy, Ray. A guy who could you could be dribbling with your right hand and he could be on your left side and he could reach across your body and pick your pocket. I mean, his length was just so impactful. It kind of reminded me of like a Spreewell or somebody like that back in the day. And I just felt like he didn't play GP2 enough. As far as Wiseman, I mean, I'm looking at some of these numbers. The Warriors' defense is just not as good with Wiseman. I'm going to ask you, would the Warriors have won last year's title if James had not been hurt?
Yeah.
They would have won with him?
Yeah.
And he would have played a role?
That's an open question. I mean, first of all, Looney is the perfect Warrior because he never makes the mistake. He won't do anything dynamic, but he's always in the right place defensively. He gets his share of rebounds. He will chase down a loose ball and make a play. Kerr loves...
close out on shooters.
Yeah, I mean, he does all the stuff that Kerr wants a basketball player to do, except score. The problem that Looney has is that he's often on the floor with another non-scorer in Green. So it took people a long time to warm to him. As for Wiseman, I believe Kerr would have found a way to use him in sort of spot ways. He wasn't going to be a 30-minute-a-game guy because the center in the Warrior system doesn't play 30 minutes. It's an army of people, and it goes back to when Kerr was playing with the Bulls, where the center was always the fifth most important guy, and sometimes not even that.
Luke Longley, Bill Wennington, those guys.
The whole
Williams, Scott Williams.
Yeah, the whole mad army of big guys. You have one job: get a rebound, change a shot. That's it. Well, that's two jobs, and he would have figured out a way to spot Wiseman in situations that he would either be able to thrive, because he's not going to be. They don't want him to be an offensive player. I mean, if he's got some offense to bring, fine. But his principal responsibilities are defend and rebound. That's it. And I don't know if Wiseman is that guy. That maybe he's a guy who needs to prove his worth by having the basketball and going hard to the basket and being an offensive player. That has never been a key component of Kerr's Warriors because he's got all the perimeter scoring he could possibly want. In fact, more than enough. So I think in some ways, Wiseman might not be a fit just temperamentally. And by that, I mean he wants to be more impactful with the ball. And he plays a position on this team that doesn't get you the ball much. And when you try to break the Warriors down by individual components, you go, well, he didn't give Wiseman enough time, or he hasn't given Kuminga enough time. Steve Kerr believes, and I think rightly, you earn your time. And you earn your time by doing the stuff we want you to do the way we want you to do it. And I think they're both a little deficient there. And because they're a little deficient, they don't get as much time. I mean, they're trying to win games. This is big boy school now. It's not like, CYO where everybody's got to play some and you're trying to teach people how to play the game. Your job each night is to win and put yourself in the best position to win. And if Kuminga or Weissman, just to use the two we're talking about, aren't helping you get closer to that goal, then they don't play. Yeah, it's not ultimately about developing them. It's about winning the game while the championship window is still open.
No doubt. The problem is you can't play them together. That's an issue.
Yeah, I think that's a considerable issue because, and really, I don't know if you'd want to anyway, because they both need to be around the basket, and that's just not. I mean, the Warriors have never done that sort of Twin Towers thing. When they had a center, Draymond Green would play at the wing and guard at the wing and operate at the wing. He could go down low, but he wasn't going to go down low if Andrew Bogut was down there. I mean, it's a duplication of bodies. You don't need that. So I don't know that you'd want to play them together, but you'd want them to be complementary to each other, where you can get certain things out of Kuminga in the 25 minutes he plays and the certain things you get out of Weissman in the 23 minutes he plays. But neither of them are providing what Kerr needs in a center. And that's, you cannot look at them as guys, well, boy, their offense would be so much better if they got more time. They don't want them to be ball dominant. They want them to be ball adjacent. And you just got to get used to that, because that's what a center is going to be as long as Steve Kerr is coaching, and Steve Kerr is going to be coaching as long as Stephen Curry is playing.
It just seems like Steve and this coaching staff have to teach these guys how to play the game. I mean, they're incredibly talented athletes, but incredibly raw basketball players.
Profoundly. And Steve Kerr, one of Steve Kerr's biggest complaints about being a coach in the NBA is you never get enough practice time. So you never get to do those things over and over and over again. At some point, you either have to put them in the game and hope they figure it out, or don't put them in the game because you don't believe they will.
This should be a good week for Golden State, right? Because they play Sacramento tonight, then they don't play again. When's the next game after Sacramento? Friday. So they get the rest of the week to have kind of a second training camp. All right, here's a couple numbers on Wiseman that to me are really interesting. And I got this from Cleaning the Glass, so for what it's worth. Golden State's defense allows 14.1 more points per 100 possessions with Wiseman on the floor compared to their starters. And opponents are getting a 6.9% more offensive rebounds with him on the floor, despite the fact that he's the biggest guy out there by 3 or 4 inches, an incredible jumper, leaper, long. They also allow 126.3 points per 100 possessions with him on the floor. That's the worst mark in the league for any center. And what we're seeing is just that both ends of the floor, he needs like massive instruction. On the defensive end, it seems like he struggles with switching, poor positioning, and then the footwork and the lack of footwork kind of hurt him. And then on offense, I don't know if you caught this the other day, but I think might have been the Orlando game. It might have been the game before the Orlando game where, the mic that's courtside, he's setting a pick right around the elbow, and he sets the pick, and then you hear one guy, and then 2 guys, and then 3 guys all yelling from the Warrior bench, "Dive, dive, dive!" Did you catch that at all?
I did.
And then he dove, and I think he actually made the bucket. But that's nothing that should have to be announced multiple times.
But he gets lost. I mean, it's just and it's not that he can't figure it out. It's just that NBA play is not yet instinctive to him. And I don't know why. I'm not an expert coach. I'm never in any of their practices, so I'm just a blowhard. But it looks like he has to think about everything he's supposed to do. And when you have to think about everything, you're going to forget some stuff, or you're going to be late with it. And that's the stuff that I think annoys the Warrior coaching staff. It's that He never does it sort of as just part of a play. It's always, he's got to be told. And I don't know if this is just more proof that he's missed too much time over the last 4 years, or he's just not that guy. I mean, there are some guys who probably wouldn't thrive in this system. Maybe he's one of those guys. I don't know.
I mean, that would be really, really unfortunate.
Yeah, but you know what?
If they can't work him in, because what they're asking him to do is very limited. Very limited.
No,
by the way, we should tell everybody, welcome to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on Twitch, YouTube, and the free Odyssey app. Damn well better be free. Oh, my God.
You were saying?
I'm watching Adam Schefter with no shirt on.
Oh, my.
And I'm not doing that by choice.
That is bad.
So much of that. Well, never mind.
Never take unless you're ripped, don't take your shirt off.
No, even if you are ripped.
No, but if you're ripped, you're ripped.
No, but not if you're working network television. All right. All that said,
and ripped and have a pretty good tan.
No.
If you have no tan and you're not ripped, leave your shirt on.
Oh, no, wear 2 coats. No, what Weissman is being asked may seem like it's limited, but it's very complicated. The stuff that he has to do, it may not seem like it's a lot to the casual fan, but it's still complicated because you have to know reads, you have to know when to react, you have to know when to dive. You have to know that stuff, and you have to know it almost instinctively because you've done it over and over again. And he is, for whatever reason, not there yet.
He needs reps. But is it insulting to send Wiseman or Kuminga at this point in their NBA career to the G League?
No.
I don't think so either, but I've thrown this out to other Warrior fans who say, oh, come on, they're beyond the G League. And I'm like, they're not beyond the G League. These are two of the rawest players in the league.
They can't get minutes. That's what the G League's there for, to get you minutes.
Exactly. And the things that you just described as he doesn't naturally dive on a pick and roll, that's got to be second nature. You can't wait for the bench to call out the dive.
Yeah.
You have to know to dive, and you could get those reps in the G League setting picks for somebody else.
Yeah,
right?
but you'd also have to be willing to do that. And I don't know if they are, and if they are, I don't know if the Warriors can afford to send them down, because who are you bringing up then? Are you really going to live with Anthony Lamb night in and night out? I'm not sure. But, the Warriors, basically, they rolled the dice with those two guys this year. This is the year that we need them. And the truth is, they do need them, but they can't use them like this, or they can't use them in very long stretches like this.
Before we jump to the lines here, because we've got some people want to talk, Scott's hanging out in Orinda. Would you say the Warriors' issues are more along the lines of Kuminga and Wiseman and how raw they are in the second unit? Or it seems like the Draymond punch of Poole just is always brought up, like that is somehow impacting their vibe, their slow start, their struggles, maybe Poole's performance. If you had to say, I know that's generalizing completely, and you don't like to do that necessarily, but if you had to generalize Draymond and Poole and the drama surrounding the fact that Draymond dropped him, or the rawness of the two young bigs is the primary issue?
It's more complicated than that. But I think if you had to stack them, the rawness is a bigger worry than the punch.
Really?
Because they can get around that. In fact, they already sort of have settled it. Poole got paid. End of discussion. Now, has that played into Poole's mind going, well, now that I got paid, I got to score like I'm getting paid, and that's why he's jacking up shots at a breakneck pace? Yeah, I don't know, but, that could be part of it. I think, though, that the rawness of Kuminga and Weissman, is exacerbated by the fact that the rest of the second unit, which has to share blame on this rawness, does not have Otto Porter or Gary Payton, or, guys who were veterans who could fill in and do it, who could hide the deficiencies of their young guys. I mean, JaMychal Green is supposed to be that guy. He hasn't done it yet. Dante DiVincenzo has been largely hurt, so he hasn't been able to do it. It's guys being left to their own devices rather than having a veteran or veterans, and I should include Andre Iguodala in that because he hasn't played yet, and players listen to other players when those other players are playing, not when they're dressed in civvies. So I think in general, it's their rawness and no backup to help ease their transition.
You mentioned JaMychal. I've been very disappointed with how he's played. The idea that he had that one aberration year and that he's going to go back to being a better three-point shooter to this point has not happened. Let's hear from Anthony Slater, who kind of weighed in on the Warrior locker room. Let's hear from Slater.
I would say this: the tension, directly related to the punch feels like it's lifted. If you're in the locker room, if you're around the team, it does feel like, old Draymond joking with the veterans, chatting with the young guys. It's like there's no more conversations I have around the team where it's directly talking about the punch.
There you go, Anthony Slater on the Morning Roast with Bonte and Shasky. That from this morning. Let's go back to the lines here. We've got Scott, who's in Orinda, and I don't want him to wait any longer. Scott, welcome. You're on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, guys, great show. Thanks for having me. Yeah, you just touched on it. My plan would be send them down to the G League for 2 months, give them a month back in the show, and if they don't fit, do what the Rams did to get to the Super Bowl and the 49ers might have done to get to the Super Bowl, trade them both for Miles Turner.
That's interesting. Miles Turner's 26. He's also had a bunch of injuries and has struggled to stay on the court. I do think Indiana does kind of set up well as a trade partner if the Warriors get to that juncture because of Turner, because of Duarte, because of some of the players they have in that team that I think would be, the Warriors would like to have back.
Well, that's helpful for the Warriors, but what does that get Indiana?
Well, Indiana's looking for a reset, right? Aren't they?
Yeah, but you don't just reset with guys who have not yet proven they can figure this out.
Well,
they have other options. They have better options for Miles Turner and Buddy Hield, and if you want to say Duarte, than those two guys.
I'd like to know what you're hearing, because I'm not. First of all, I like Kuminga and I like Wiseman. I just don't like them on a team that's a title contender ready to win right now. They need, as the caller said, I don't know about months in the G League, but they need G League run, and they need a year, maybe 2 to develop. I don't think it's going to happen overnight. But there are NBA teams that could work them into their rotation because there is no pressure to win. There is no talk about a title. On this team, if they could get them to play the way they want them to play, in the spurts they want them to play, in the roles they want them to play, then they're going to be effective. If not, they might be a detriment. You see what I'm saying? I
see what I'm saying is the Pacers can put Miles Turner in a bunch of places.
Oh, sure.
But
6'11" guy, 26.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is they may not want to take
Wiseman and start over.
Or just projects who haven't shown anything yet. They might just want, give us the draft choices, we'll figure out guys we like. And there are teams that have draft choices and would do that. So I think it's a nice trade in theory for one team, but not the other.
Right. The team that the Warrior fans care about, the Warriors. That kind of makes me think that you think there's a very viable, realistic bust factor for both. And is that, am I reading you wrong there? Because that's what it sounds like.
I'm saying it's possible. Again, I can't see the future. I can't see when the light bulb goes on for either of them. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. What I know is it hasn't gone on yet. And as long as it hasn't gone on, there is a possibility that it may never go on. But again, that's trying to foresee a future that none of us have. And I don't think the Warriors have that either. I think they would like to know with certitude, these guys will figure it out. Right now, they're in the mode of, God, we hope they figure it out. But they're not in a place where they can say, these guys absolutely will nail it.
It's interesting. From the Golden State's perspective, they really can't do more than they've done to feed into the idea that, you develop players at 5 o'clock and the game's at 7 o'clock. You know what I mean? They brought in the Jokic's coach. They've emphasized developmental coaches and you know, I'm sure they've verbalized many plans that they have to try to develop Kuminga and Wiseman. I can't really put any blame on them for not developing these players. I just look at these players as just being hugely crude, raw, young, talented players. And we rarely ever see this, right? We rarely ever see guys this raw, this crude, this young, this talented on teams with title aspirations. And that's the exact situation they're in right now. So
if they wanted playing time, they were drafted by the wrong team. I mean, there would be teams that would play both of those guys 30 minutes a game without hesitation. But they'd be Orlando. They'd be Oklahoma City. They'd be Houston. And then if they didn't work out, they'll have another high draft pick the next year. They'll pick the next one. That's the thing. It's, you can give a guy minutes, but you can't teach him what he needs to know unless he can absorb it. And until they can absorb it, all that talent, sort of doesn't matter. You can't survive without it. But if you don't hone it and make it skillful, you can't survive with it either.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's a good point. Slater's just tweeted, Anthony Slater on Twitter just now, Dante DiVincenzo out pregame going through his normal shooting routine. He's not going to play tonight against Sacramento, but the Warriors sound hopeful that he could return Friday against the Cavs. So that's good news. DiVincenzo obviously very much a big part of that second unit. It's funny. 415 on the text line says, "Let's get back JaVale McGee." McGee is a veteran big who can, and then we've also heard, you saw the Dwight Howard situation where Howard went on a podcast and basically begged to be a Warrior. I mean, he really had thought about it. Just listening to those comments from Dwight and the podcast that he did, I mean, it's clear. I mean, he's really thought about how he would play with the Warriors and what it would be like. I just look at Dwight as such, I mean, he's weird because it's like he's a future Hall of Famer, no doubt in my mind. And yet there's something really clownish about Dwight Howard. And I don't know. I think the Warriors seem like a more serious outfit than one that would want to take on, some kind of a guy who's kind of silly and he just does some things that are just not along the lines of winning culture basketball. What's your thoughts on the potential for either McGee or Dwight? Dwight's a free agent.
You can't go back in time.
So no on McGee.
No on either of them. The truth is, Dwight Howard's skill set has been basically overgrown by what the NBA wants out of centers now. He's just
doesn't shoot the face up shot from distance at all.
No, I mean he's a guy. If you need 6 fouls spent, yeah, he's your guy. But that's about it. I mean, just the whole let's bring back guys who used to be here. Why? There are players out there that can do the JaVale McGee thing. You're remembering the McGee of 3 years ago when he was really helpful, or maybe 4 years ago, to be honest. That's gone. Guys get old. Guys, pass out of the league. I mean, so, looking through old Warrior media guides for the answer to the modern conundrum that's nuts to me. That's why I don't take calls.
You don't want Victor Alexander?
No, Smoothie will not help.
You don't want
the big fundy.
You don't want Chris Gatling? You don't want Gat?
I think Gat's got a different gig now.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yes.
Wasn't he a squatter for a while?
I think he's in jail now.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
So he's being detained right now. Okay, let's take another one here. Tim's in North Carolina. We're big in North Carolina, big in Charlotte. Tim, you're on 95.7 The Game. Wants to talk a little bit about the Warriors and Kuminga and Wiseman. What's up, Tim?
Yeah, I'm when I hear the tone, guys, I'm amazed at how I'm trying to understand how Kuminga fits into any of this. This young man played 17 minutes a game last year. I think he did a phenomenal job last year. I think this year the only thing that has changed is some of the pieces around him. If you go back and look at a lot of Kuminga's success last year, it happened with Otto Porter on the floor. It happened with Bielisa on the floor, guys that spaced the floor, and he utilized his driving ability. This year, if you look at those first couple of games, you'd notice that we substituted Otto Porter for Jermichael Green. We substituted Wiseman for Bielisa, two totally different players. Thus, you saw a different Kuminga out there with those guys. One thing I saw with Kuminga, he wasn't trying to force it. He wasn't trying to get his. He was actually out there moving the ball, doing things that he needed to do. Yes, he was making mistakes on defense, but I don't understand how he keeps getting lumped in. Now, listen, Wiseman hasn't played basketball 40 games in 3 years. Any of us that know anything about the game of basketball, you are going to be a step slow. And I'm not saying it's okay, but you are absolutely right, guys. He is so slow-footed when guys are making moves and doing different things. I can see that, and he definitely probably needs to go down and get some minutes. But I don't need anything more for Kuminga. I don't even think I need anything less. If he can give us somewhat just what he did last year, maybe a few more improvements if he gets more time. But nothing has changed with Kuminga. I just don't understand how he gets lumped in like he's not developing. I mean, the guy is confident. He went out there. I mean, one thing that was scary that could happen with any young player who gets all those DNPs that he was getting after contributing and playing last year is their confidence gets shaken. And I was glad to see that with him. That's not an issue. I mean, the guy went out there after not playing, and he did a great job the other night. I mean, so I think we keep lumping him in like he's the same as Wiseman. I think Kuminga is right where he needs to be for a 20-year-old who basically moved to this country 5 years ago.
Oh, I mean, Kuminga, no, I think there's a lot to really like and be intrigued about. We appreciate the call, by the way, there. But, you know, it opens up a line if you want to jump in, 888-957-9570. I don't look at them as identical, but it is interesting. I do think they kind of are the same position. I know Kuminga might think of himself as a small forward, but he's not. This just in, he ain't a small forward. He might not even be a power forward, Ray. He might be kind of an undersized 5. You know, we may really be looking at Wiseman and Kuminga as kind of the same guy in some ways, except Kuminga's 6'8" and Wiseman's 7'1" change or whatever. I just think, I don't know. I mean, I don't look at Kuminga as a 3. I look at him as a 5, like a small ball 5. That's his best position, and I would say 4 might be his next, but he's not a small forward. But the caller is right. They're different people, and they're at different points in their game. But I think there's a lot of raw traits for both players. I think both guys have great upside, but both guys have to be kind of taught the game, and it's not necessarily instinctive. I'm amazed that Jonathan's, made the, adapted to, he's been away from home. This guy's spent a lot of time away from home at a very young age, and here he is in the NBA. And what'd you think of him Friday night against the Pelicans, by the way? What'd you think of his performance? Because, they gave him some run, and he looked more natural. I love the way he attacked the glass, and I'd like to see him do more of that. To me, without GP2, Kuminga could be that dominant, long-armed, defensive menace that really bothers other teams if he committed to it.
He could be, but you have to be able to do it night in and night out.
Right.
And that's where the issue is. It's just they are not holding minutes back from him because they don't like him. If they didn't like him, they wouldn't have, re-upped his deal. They'd send him to Santa Cruz on a one-way ticket and never see him again. They want him to be what they want him to be. And that takes learning, and it takes sort of a culture inside your own head where you go, okay, I'm not going to be the guy who gets the ball at the end of the possession. I'm going to be the guy who chases the ball down and then gets it to one of the scorers. They're not waiting for me to suddenly go for 20 and 12. If you get 20 and 12, that's gravy. But for the most part, they have a role for him to fill, and he's not filling it. And the reason why he gets lumped in with Wiseman is because they are both guys on the same team who are not getting much run because they haven't earned it yet. It's not that they're the same player. It's not that they have the same experiences. It's that they are on the same team at the same time, and one of them's getting DNP CD'd half the time, and the other one's getting 7 minutes here, 8 minutes there. That's why they're put in the same boat.
Let's hear a couple quotes from on Kuminga. This is Kerr on what he saw from Kuminga Friday night against the Pelicans.
I think the other night we got to look at some different combinations, which was really important. The first 8-9 games of the year were really about getting our feet underneath us and trying to see what we had with different combinations. And I think we've learned we got to try something different. And so JK will be part of the new rotation, and I'm excited to play him. And he's just got to keep doing what he's doing.
Whose minutes is he going to get?
Well, I mean, logically, some of those minutes will be Green's because it has to be. I mean, I don't think you can afford to take away any of Wiggins' minutes. I mean, he's now vital to everything they do. You're not all of a sudden going to say, okay, you be the 2. We'll let you, you take Clay's spot. I mean, there's only so many options you got. I think it's either Green or,
JaMychal?
No, Draymond.
Okay, so but Kuminga's not playing. You want to see Kuminga play with the starters?
I don't care. I mean, I don't think it matters that he starts. I think if he can give them 18 minutes of quality basketball, they'll find a way to turn that into 22 or 26. The problem is that other than the game against New Orleans where they sat all their starters, he gets 6, 5, or none. I mean, he's got to make his own way. But in terms of where he would do this, I mean, the minutes, I presume, would have to come, away, obviously, from Weissman. I mean, I don't think Looney is going to get any fewer minutes than he gets now. He's too important in Steve Kerr's head for that. So it sort of falls on Draymond Green, and Green is playing so well right now that I don't know how much you can take away from him to find more run for Kuminga. And I think that's the most important thing to remember here. It's not the Warriors' job to find run for Kuminga. It's Kuminga's job to make himself so good that they're forced to give him run.
No question. And
we're putting
hand minutes out.
Yeah, we're putting the cart before the horse. It's not about Kuminga's development. It's about the team's development. And Kuminga can either be part of that or not. But it's largely up to him.
Let's hear from Clay. Clay had this comment. He just wants to see Kuminga. And let's hear what Clay had to say. I thought it was interesting the way he kind of crystallized it.
I just want to see his energy at the highest level at all times. He's such a great athlete that he can do so many great things out there when he just plays hard. And he's a great cutter. He's a great defender. And I'm excited for Jonathan. He's easy to find around the rim, and he's a great cutter. And he's got such a good size on the defensive end that as long as his effort's there, he's going to contribute. So, I mean, what a great position to be 20 years old and on defending champs. It's pretty cool. So I think the world of him.
We parse out, what guys say and think that has great meaning. But Klay Thompson is basically saying,
I like the guy. I like the kid. Nice kid.
But he's also saying, we'd like him to be more energetic all the time doing the stuff we want him to do. He's not consistent enough to get the run that it would be fun for him to have if he could do that. I mean, that's, he mentioned energy like 4 times. So he's sort of leading you down to the answer, which is
when he brings the energy, we really love this kid.
Yeah, but we can't always rely on him bringing the energy on from one possession to the next.
Yeah.
And I think that's where this is at. It's, maybe he gets frustrated easily, or maybe he gets baffled by what they're asking him from play to play. But, you can't go say, every time down the floor, I know what Jonathan Kuminga is going to give us. The reason why Kevon Looney starts is because every time down the floor, they know exactly what he's going to give them. And a guy who maybe is 80% of another guy, but does the same stuff over and over again, is often more valuable than the guy who's 20% better, but only gives you 50% as much consistency.
Is it possible, Ray, that Gary Payton II kind of camouflaged some of the weaknesses on this roster because he was so quick to loose balls. He's so long, such a good defender, such a good finisher in the lane. I mean, he
on the second unit.
Yeah, I mean,
I'll give you that. Not as a
points.
starter. He was, yeah.
He gave them defense. He gave them paint points. He gave them rebounds. He was quick to loose balls in a league where there's more three shots seemingly every game. But there's more long rebounds. It seems like he was the guy corralling those long rebounds.
But it's important to note that the biggest problem the Warriors have, other than defense, is that their second unit is so much less effective than their first.
Yeah.
And that's where Payton and Porter were able to disguise those deficiencies, because they filled in a ton of those gaps so that defense got played and, the right decisions got made and the correct pass got made. And, sometimes it was them. Other times it was, Poole on that side. There was a more efficient second unit because those guys were on it. Now they don't have, that's where they mattered. They didn't matter as starters as much, because the Warriors had their starting lineup. Night in and night out, you knew who it was. And at best, Porter was an ancillary member of that. At best, Payton was an ancillary member of that. It's mostly that they were able to putty up the cracks in the second unit and make the second unit not a profound deficiency. And that's where I think you're talking.
Well, and then the other thing is that, Bielitsa and Porter gave that second unit some offensive, options. Now, the way the second unit is kind of constructed, I'd like to see Jordan Poole hoist up a lot more shots. But are the rest of the guys on the floor with him in that second unit going to help facilitate him taking those shots and getting those shots? I'd almost like to see them work a little bit more as a group on that second unit to free up Poole, to help him get better looks, because he's the guy I want shooting the ball on that second unit. But
Poole's in charge.
Not going yet. He's not.
Poole's
really
in charge of his looks. Poole's problem with his looks is not that he's not getting them. It's that he's too impatient. He wants to see them right away in the first chance he gets the ball. Ball movement means that the ball gets moved. He doesn't yet trust.
He's dribbling all over the place instead of passing.
Well, that's part of it, but I think the central theory
he doesn't think he's getting back, maybe.
Or he say, if I don't get this, we might throw the ball away, or I might not be in as good a position as I am right now. So I'm taking the first thing I got because that's what's available. I think he's an impatient shooter. And I think that's where you get those 5 for 18s. His eyes get big about, I have a shot. Well, you might have a better one after you move the ball a little bit. You've run the offense. That's the thing that makes Curry all the more exceptional than he already is. It's that he doesn't walk up down the floor and go, there's 17 seconds left in the shot clock. I'm 30 feet away, but I'm open and this baby's flying. He runs around. He makes himself available for ball movement so that the shot he takes is the best thing he's going to see in that possession. And you can only do that if you don't take the first thing you see.
I think that's a great point. What do you expect to see tonight? I mentioned this to the guys before the show. We're sitting out in the
yeah. I don't know why you talk to them.
I like talking to people. Hey guys,
that's where you lose me.
But I asked these guys. I'm like, hey, what do you think? Warriors Kings tonight. Oh yeah, they'll get the Kings. Will they? The way the Warriors just went on the road and lost to a bunch of donkeys. So now they're suddenly for sure going to beat the Kings.
They'll get the magic.
They just beat Orlando by 3 in Orlando. Yeah. The same team that beat the Warriors just lost to the Kings.
They'll get the Hornets. They're not getting anybody till they get them.
How do you feel about tonight's game? I don't know how much you've watched Sacramento, but they've put the ball in Fox's hands, and Mike Brown is saying, Fox, take off. So if you're thinking about, hey, I'm playing NBA fantasy basketball, I'd like to have a good guy on my team, go get De'Aaron Fox, because De'Aaron Fox is putting up numbers. He had 37 the other day, and the ball's in his hands, and they're playing fast, and everything kind of stems off him. But
if he's the only one scoring, they ought to win. But the problem is that the best guy on the other team isn't the only one scoring. If the Warriors give up 116, shame on them. I mean, whether they win or not, because their most important thing right now is to figure out how to lock a bad team down. And the Kings, with all due respect, are still a bad team. And if they're going to give them a lot of shots and a lot of points and a lot of fouls and a lot of rebounds, then they've accomplished nothing, even if they win the game. They've got to change how they approach every game to the way they approached it last year, to the way they approached it in 19 and 18 and 17, 16 and 15. They have to lock down people. And if they can't lock down the Kings, it means the same problem they had on the road trip is still very much in evidence.
Warriors Kings tonight on 95.7 The Game. Sacramento, this is a game on paper Golden State should have, but the game isn't played on paper. All right, a couple of things I wanted to get to.
There are a couple arenas.
Yeah, well, there are a couple of arenas where maybe the game is played on paper. One of the things I wanted to get your thoughts on today, so as we transition topics here, there is this contemporary players era ballot for the Hall of Fame. And they announced the ballot. 8 players on it. It's going to be voted on next month. And the 8 players on this Hall of Fame ballot are Barry Bonds, Roger Clemens, Rafi Palmeiro, Curt Schilling, Albert Don't Call Me Joey Bell, the crime dog Fred McGriff, Dale Murphy, played with the Braves for years, and Don Mattingly. For some reason, they left Will Clark off there. If you're going to have Mattingly, it seems like Clark and Mattingly are very similar. But those are their 8 players. I just have always wanted to. This is a conversation I've wanted to have with you for years and years and years.
Well, we'll put a stop to that.
Yeah, we'll put an end to that. You'll be ruining the day you ever brought this topic up. Where are you on the Baseball Hall of Fame, and how do you feel about the fact that, as a former sports writer, they just kind of said, you know what, we screwed up this whole era. And we have no idea who used what and who didn't use what. And we told all the fans that all these records were legit, and we're never going to back off of that. And, hey, sports writers, you guys all just figure it out. Figure out who belongs and who doesn't belong. And then the sports writers, and I know many of them, and you know many of them better than me. Their feeling on it is, these people try hard, and everybody's got a different kind of measuring stick. Some people cite the character clause. Other people say, hey, somebody accumulated all these stats. And so everybody's got their own kind of way of dealing with the steroid era, but it's all because you've been left no choice by the people who run MLB. How did you, as somebody who, has been a media person and a writer for many, many years, how did you feel about the way baseball handled the whole steroid era? And how do they rectify it and move the hell on instead of just sitting here with this black eye every year, boom, 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 getting hit over the head over and over again? Make some sense of it, Ray. Seriously, make some sense of it.
Okay. First of all, baseball's stance on steroids is laughable because they kept all the money. If they thought steroids were bad, they'd have returned that. But they haven't.
There were no refunds given to anybody for anything related to steroids.
Every dime they made off of Mark McGwire and Sammy Sosa and Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens et al.
The check's been cashed.
They kept. Yep. So they're good with it. No matter what they say, no matter what they claim, no matter what they told George Mitchell in Congress, they're fine with it. But they like the idea that people they don't like are kept out of the Hall of Fame because of the illusion of steroids, not the illusion of steroids, but the fact that, we told everybody they're on them. We haven't proved it, but we told them that they're on it. And so that's what you have now. I think in baseball's perfect world, Fred McGriff, Dale Murphy go into the Hall of Fame, and the other 6 guys don't.
Why? Why those two guys?
Because they
have no association. Because they have zero associations with PEDs. Those guys that you named.
No, because the people on the committee are far more conservative and more malleable than the regular voting body, and all you need to know to figure that out is the fact that Harold Baines got on and got into the Hall of Fame in large part. I mean, he was a very good player. I'm not trying to dog Harold Baines, but
Jerry Reinsdorf pushed
Jerry
hard for him.
Reinsdorf and Tony La Russa, who were both on that committee.
Right. And have a lot of clout.
I have an extraordinary amount of clout.
Yeah.
And I don't know that there's anybody in that room who are going to look at this set of nominees and not do sort of the same thing. Well, we like Dale Murphy and we like Fred McGriff, even though they are probably, to be kind, 6th or 7th on that list, maybe 5th or 6th, depending on how you feel about Palmeiro. But unless they're putting like 6 of them in there, those 2 guys can't get in. If you're doing it based on ability, numbers, and impact. But they don't want to do it on that. They want to do it on the illusion of morality. And I think the illusion of morality keeps most of those bigger name guys out, because I don't believe that baseball's ready to address or admit the fact that they tacitly approved of all of this stuff. And they tacitly approved of it because they kept the money. And anytime you bring this argument up with any of the moralists, they say that's not relevant, but it's entirely relevant. It's the only measuring stick that they follow. It's, did this guy make me rich? Okay, he made us rich. Did they do it by compiling numbers that people wanted to watch? Yes, they did. Case closed. There's nothing else to argue. But because they didn't like Bonds personally, and they didn't like Clemens, and they didn't like Palmeiro that much because of his performance, before Capitol Hill.
The wagging of the finger.
Lecturing people on, stuff that he had no right to lecture them on.
While he knew he was guilty.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is they want the steroid era to go away. But they keep...
But why won't they allow it to go away by just...
Because the Hall of Fame runs separate from baseball, and they set up these other committees, including the Contemporary Player Committee, to deal with some of the injustices that they themselves created when they said, okay, we're only going to have guys eligible for 10 years instead of 15.
Right.
That was a way to narrow down the windows of opportunity for, quote, questionable characters.
Right.
And that's not my quotes, that's their version of events. So they're basically trying to have it both ways. Oh no, see, they're still eligible, but now they're eligible in a narrower funnel with a more conservative body than the voters themselves. So I'm guessing that unless baseball has had some sort of bizarre epiphany that I've never seen any evidence of, that Fred McGriff and Dale Murphy will get in. And who was the 8th guy? I can't remember.
Mattingly?
Yeah, Mattingly might get in too. They might just make this a full-on insult and just say, the 5 guys we don't like are out, the 3 guys we do like are in.
Why do they not like Albert Bell?
Albert was contentious.
Yeah, ask Fernando Vina about contentious.
Yeah, but I mean, there were questions about whether he did steroids, or questions about, well, they know he corked bats.
Right.
And he caught him. He was just kind of an unpleasant guy, and I think a lot of this posturing about the steroid guys is, did we like that guy or did we not like that guy?
But I mean, it's amazing that we're at that point. Ty Cobb's in the Hall of Fame. Supposedly he shanked a guy with a knife outside of his hotel. He's in the Hall of Fame.
But nobody.
But Albert Bell, because he gave,
But nobody was concerned.
Corked a few bats, and
nobody was concerned with any of that then.
Right.
They were all married to the idea that, well, Ty Cobb but he's a great player.
Right. He plays hard.
Yeah.
He's a racist. He was terrible.
Yeah. So, well, you know what? There's some issue about whether he was in fact a racist. That he might
tell that to the people who made the movie.
Well, yeah, but the movie is kind
Hollywood,
of been discredited in some ways.
I know.
So
it's not a bad flick, though, to watch.
Yeah, but if it's fictional, it's not really helping you.
I hear you. Tommy Lee Jones, though, it's entertaining.
Well, okay. It was
I hear
entertaining.
what you're saying, though.
I just don't know that you can draw any historical conclusions from it.
Right.
All I know is baseball gets into trouble every time it tries to put a moral component on what is a very sort of cynical, amoral, and money-driven game. They're better off when they just go, here are the facts.
Do you have a vote?
I do.
And do you mind discussing your vote?
No. Since I can't vote for any of those guys anymore because they're not on our ballot.
Did you vote for them?
Every time.
You did?
Yeah. I didn't vote for Palmeiro.
I didn't either.
Because I didn't think he was good enough.
I don't have a vote, but in my mind, I wouldn't have voted for Palmeiro because to me, Palmeiro accumulated a Hall of Fame resume solely because of performance-enhancing drugs.
Oh, I don't care about performance-enhancing drugs at all. I don't care if he shot them directly into his eye during the national anthem at the World Series.
What was your argument then for
My argument was, if baseball didn't want to do anything about it, that's not my job. I'm not here to be your moral policeman. I'm here to watch baseball games and evaluate what I know. You gave me the vote. That's what you wanted me to do. And I think that he was a pretty good but not great player. Made no all-star teams as far as I could tell. Certainly was
One time won the Gold Glove playing 9 games at first base.
Yeah, I mean,
Wow.
but, again, that's another thing that's not my business and not my, because I didn't have a Gold Glove vote. That's the managers who vote for that. So, to me, it's, are you good enough to be part of this group or not? He doesn't make it for me. And Bonds clearly does. Clemens does. Schilling makes me think a lot because I think
he was great in October.
He was great in October, but is that then what about all the people who hated the fact that Jack Morris got in? Because his claim to fame was that 1 year in Minnesota when he was lights out in a 10-inning 1-0 game. But to me, Clemens and Bonds were no-brainers on day one. And if Alex Rodriguez was on my ballot this year, he'd be a no-brainer too, even though I find him profoundly oily.
I love the way that sounds. I will say this, to me, when Bud got in, that changed a lot of things. We'll take a...
let me finish. Before we break, because we don't care about time. The boss left. He's drunk now. Bud got in because the Hall of Fame, and nobody likes to talk about this, is also a place where you reward your friends and punish your enemies. Bud got in because of a committee, and it was important to Bud that he got in, so he made sure that the committee got him in.
Right.
I mean, the Hall of Fame is not church.
And yet he had more power to enact change that would have impacted the sport and how it dealt with performance-enhancing drugs than Bonds, Clemens, or any player, and yet he's safely ensconced.
But that wasn't his job.
On the outside looking in.
His job was to make sure that the owners made money, and he did that.
And he made money.
That's why
his salary went up $50 million during this whole period.
Well, he was good.
Yeah.
He made money for them. That's what a commissioner's job is. It's not about any of that other happy crap. It's about, did you make a billionaire an extra $25 million this year? He did that, so he's in.
Yeah. No, it's so true. Sad, but true. All right, Damon and Ratto, sponsored by Vote Yes on Prop 31. Steve Kerr addresses his new rotation that he referenced after Friday's game against New Orleans. At pregame, we'll let you hear some of that coming up next as we continue. Damon and Ratto, Larry sitting in for Damon on 95.7 The Game.
Yes on Prop 31 means protecting our kids from nicotine addiction. Vote yes on 31. Ad paid for by Yes on Proposition 31. Committee to Protect California Kids, sponsored by nonprofit health organizations. Committee major funding from Michael R. Bloomberg.
Tune in to 95.7 The Game for Warriors Live, 60 minutes before tip-off of every Warriors game. Brought to you by Xfinity. Supercharge your home with supersonic Wi-Fi. Unbeatable internet, only from Xfinity.
With energy bills as high as they are, proper weatherproofing is essential. If you're working with a client to upgrade or build a new home, be sure to visit Golden State. They partner with respected brands such as Owens Corning, James Hardie, and Boral Siding. They're a great option for a comfortable home with lower energy bills. Start at goldenstatelumber.com. Building better in the Bay Area since 1954. Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed.
This football season, adopt a new tradition that's sure to turn fans into family. The Jim Beam Highball. That's beam and soda over ice with a lemon slice. Share one at the stadium or make one at home. Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, 40% alcohol by volume. Copyright 2022, James B. Beam Distilling Company, Claremont, Kentucky. Drink smart.
AT&T Fiber presents a straightforward moment inspired by straightforward pricing.
And now we just cube the pancetta as such.
So what's on the menu tonight?
This carbonara I found online. It's fire. You gonna love it, Mom.
I hope you hold on to this AT&T Fiber, son. It's nice.
Yeah, you should settle down now that you're a gagillionaire.
Oh, I am. I finally found the one internet I've been looking for my whole life.
So, no more one-year stands?
No, I'm done with all that. With AT&T Fiber, there's no price increase at 12 months.
What about equipment fees?
Nope.
Those were never any good for you.
Exactly. But now everything's completely straightforward.
Well, in the spirit of being straightforward, I never liked any of your old ones.
Me neither. Blah. Y'all never told me that. But we're being straightforward now, which feels good, yeah?
Yeah. Now let's get straightforward about that girl he's been seeing.
Straightforward is better. No equipment fees, no data caps, no price increase at 12 months. Live like a gagillionaire with AT&T Fiber. Limited availability in select areas. Visit att.com/hypergig for details.
If you own a business, this has been a bumpy ride. From pandemic to inflation, I'm sure you could use a break. If your business has 5 or more employees and survived COVID, you might be eligible to receive a payroll tax refund of up to $26,000 per employee. The challenge is getting your hands on it. Hi, I'm Howard Mackler, and that's why I founded GetRefunds.com to cut through the red tape and get you that money. The team of tax attorneys we have put together are highly trained in this little-known payroll tax refund program. We do all the work, charge not a dime up front, and simply share a percentage of the cash that we get for you. Businesses of all types qualify, including those who took PPP, nonprofits, and even those that had increases in sales. We have helped return over $1 billion to businesses, and we can help your business too. Just go to getrefunds.com and answer a few questions. This payroll tax refund is only available for a limited period of time. Don't lose out on up to $26,000 per employee. Go to getrefunds.com. That's getrefunds.com.
Do you have neuropathy? Are you experiencing numbness, tingling, and pain that just won't stop? Are you taking dangerous drugs that have serious side effects and never fix the pain? If so, please listen to this message. Neuropathy is a serious, progressive condition that only gets worse if not treated properly. Call SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE to get back to doing the things you want to do. There is no drug, exercise, or surgery that can heal nerves. Don't wait until your condition gets worse and stops you from living your life fully. SF Bay Wellness has a time-tested, proven track record of helping hundreds of patients to improve and reverse their neuropathy. If you're ready to regain your independence, contact SF Bay Wellness at 844-94-NERVE. Call now for your $99 neuropathy special and receive a personal treatment plan that is tailored to your needs. Call 844-94-NERVE. That's 844-94-NERVE and start to enjoy life again.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Thinking about gas mileage. You know, changing your oil with a full synthetic oil like Mobil 1 can help your engine get more miles. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $37.99. Get everything you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
When you can't stop, there's Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub sends powerful medicated Vicks vapors right to the source of your... so you can experience cough relief and breathe easier. Generations of families have trusted Vicks VapoRub to help relieve the worst cold symptoms. So next time you have a cough, reach for the Vicks VapoRub. Vicks VapoRub. Cough relieving is believing.
The Wendy's $3 breakfast deal is here. Get a bacon or sausage, egg, and Swiss croissant, plus a small seasoned potatoes. That's a better breakfast for just $3 in 3 easy steps. 1, wake up. 2, get out of bed. And 3, head to Wendy's for your $3 breakfast deal. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's $3 breakfast deal.
Limited time only. Participating U.S. Wendy's during breakfast hours. Select or request $3 breakfast deal in order to obtain discount. Not valid for a la carte or combo orders. Price and participation may vary in Alaska and Hawaii.
Chris Cuomo is back with a new show on a new network. Catch Cuomo weeknights on News Nation at 5 and 8 p.m. Pacific. To find News Nation on your television provider, go to newsnation.now.com/join us.
Here's what happened today on The Game.
Presented by the County of Santa Clara.
The morning roast from 6 to 9.
Would he want to sit through and say, okay, I'll wait for Harrison to come up. I'll wait for Luciano to come up. Can you sell Aaron Judge on that? That's the key for me.
Willard and Dibs from 9 to noon.
Back. Man, all right. Back to the History Channel today. I love it.
Steiny and Guru from noon to 3.
I'm just a stickler for accuracy.
He wrote today, the Kaminga gets promoted to the rotation.
I don't know why you think that's so funny.
That's a given.
And Damon and Ratto from 3 to 6.
The truth is, the trick to football is not
necessarily in having the best quarterback as much as it is having the best offense.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Now we're having a good time on a Monday. Larry Krueger sitting
Speak
in
for yourself.
sitting in for Damon. Bruce, I'm having a good time. Ray's already got his jacket on, is ready to bolt for the door.
Oh, I'm 5 minutes away from being blue vapor, pal.
What's coming up next on The Game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Warriors Live. John Dickinson gets you ready for Warriors against the Kings with Warriors Live, which is coming up. We've got a couple sound bites, though, from pregame from Steve Kerr. Let's first hear from Kerr, who talks a little bit about the new role that Jonathan Kuminga is going to play on this Warrior team.
Yeah, I think the first 10 games have been about looking at certain combinations, and we need to find better combinations for JK to play with. He's been out of the rotation now for the last week or two, but he'll be back in there tonight, and hopefully the groups that we have him out there with will complement him and vice versa.
So, and we have one more here from Kerr as well. He talks about JaMychal Green and how his role is going to change as well.
JaMychal's a really good player. I think it's always hard to go to a new team when you're a vet. You know, have to find a role, have to figure out a role. And I think we'll be looking at him a little bit at the 5 rather than the 4. You know, he's such a good rebounder and a three-point shooter, screen setter, that I have no doubt he's going to play a role for us this year. But we got to change the look. So part of that will be scaling down, looking at some smaller lineups, you know, fitting guys in where we think they might be a little more comfortable.
All right, so there you go. It sounded benign enough, but if you really read between the lines there, what you're hearing is that JaMychal Green is going to play more 5, Kuminga is going to play more 4, Wiseman's going to play more nothing. He's going to play less. What's your thought on that, Ray? I mean, nothing's etched in stone. Things change. It's an ever-evolving situation. But was Friday night kind of the Jonathan Kuminga audition? And did he hit it out of the park with his 18-point performance? And now Wiseman gets kind of moved aside a little bit? What's your read?
As is always the case with the 10th game of any season, anything you read is no longer binding by game 12.
Right.
I think they'd like to see if Kuminga just needs rhythm and flow, because he hasn't really gotten much of that yet. But I think they need to see it at both ends of the floor. I don't think him getting 18 points, with the second group in playing 37 minutes tells them much of anything about what they really want from him, which is to be consistent at what they ask him to do. And I think they want to see if, maybe he just needs to play with better guys. Maybe that's maybe he's too busy trying to establish himself as the most important player on the second unit when we don't want him to be that. We want him to be as good as he can be in any situation based on what our requirements for him are. So I think they're trying to see if it's a matter of better guys could make him better. But I don't think this is a long-term thing, only because that's entirely up to him. If he takes the reins and, rides the pony, then yeah, he might this might be his future. But as is with every time that they've given him some run before, and every time they've given Wiseman some run before, the proof is in what they make it, not in what they're giving him. So it ultimately ends up being on him.
Before we throw it to Warriors Live, which is coming up in about 60 seconds, what's the solution for Kuminga? More run in the G League? Extended run in the G League?
This might be the solution. They're trying this now.
Which means he just is going to have to observe.
No, I mean, if he's going to be part of the rotation.
But I'm not Kuminga, I mean Wiseman. As far as Wiseman, what's Wiseman's future? Is it in the G League for extended run?
His future is to do what Kuminga did for the last 2 weeks. and see if he can figure it out through practice. Maybe the next 3 days are more important than tonight for him, because that's ultimately they want to see the same stuff out of Weissman that they want to see out of Kuminga, which is be consistent, do what we want you to do. We're not grading you on style of dunk. We're grading you on how well you can change a shot at the rim and how well you can body up against a center and keep them away from their favorite spot on the floor. I mean, it's the little stuff like that they're looking for. The last thing they're doing is looking at the box score to see a solution for this.
We have, actually, I've been told an extra minute and a half.
No, you promised me.
So let's open up the lines. No, but hey, I didn't want this show to go by without me asking you. What did you think about Dusty getting the World Series win? Did you have a relationship at all with Dusty in his years here?
Nobody didn't have a relationship with him.
No, Dusty had a relationship with everybody. Yeah. But what was your thoughts watching him get that ring and seeing the guys celebrate around him?
Well, I was delighted for any number of reasons. But the one reason that I think people will hate the most is that he made the Astros less hateable, which was why they hired him. They brought him in the ashes of the trash can scandal because he was everybody's get out of jail free card. He's the guy everybody liked. He's the guy who wasn't associated with any of it. And he was a guy with a resume that said, given the right players, he can do this too. And he's delivered. Now we'll see if he can handle the offseason upheaval where the owner, Jim Crane, is more likely than not to fire the general manager, James Click. And when he hires a new general manager, does that general manager want his own manager? So it'll be fascinating to see how that works. All I know is he gets a ring on the way out, and that works for me.
Yeah, that works for me as well. Thanks to Grandy. Thanks to Lucas. JD's getting you ready for the Warriors and the Kings next with Warriors Live. That's coming up next. Ray, quick 3 hours, man. It was great to work with you.
It was agonizing, as it always is.
Enjoy the rest of your night. That does it for Damon Bruce. Larry Kruger sitting in. Damon probably back tomorrow for another edition of Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game.
Salute our veterans and wrap up the Bay Area hot rodding season in style at America's favorite car show. It's the Good Guys 32nd Autumn Get-Together, and it's all happening this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds in Pleasanton. See over 2,500 of the Bay Area's baddest hot rods, muscle cars, and trucks of all years on display. Plus, don't miss Good Guys CPP Autocross Series racing action featuring the Fall Shootout. Our Veterans Day weekend celebrations include our Vets for Vets Parade and so much more. It's all going down this weekend at the Alameda County Fairgrounds. Get details at good-guys.com.
Do you struggle with